Chapter 99. He is the born emperor. The provisional emperor submits. Of course, Chen Mu could effortlessly alter the cultivation space from 10-fold to 100-fold, or even a billion-fold with a mere wave of his hand. As for the one-click idle feature, it was merely a matter of modifying a few words. It wouldn't consume much time or effort. Curiously, the inheritance ceremony should have concluded by now. Why has the portal not yet manifested? Lu Ruoxue furrowed her delicate brows, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Luo Hanxiu tugged at her sleeve, gesturing for her to look aside. Lu Ruoxue, perplexed, followed her gaze and noticed a crack appearing on the stone platform where the Daozong bell had previously suppressed. It was extending, spreading. Chen Mu also discerned this anomaly. Boom! Then came a tremor that shook the earth as the stone platform cracked and began to collapse. Everyone hurriedly stepped back to avoid being swallowed by the fissure. Initially, some speculated whether Chen Mu had gone too far, triggering the protective array of the Tianyuan relic. However, they quickly dismissed this notion, as the collapsing section was confined solely to that particular area of the stone platform. Boom! A colossal stone statue gradually emerged from the depths. This statue seems somewhat familiar. I believe I've seen it somewhere before. The provisional emperor, Yang Huiming. Indeed, it is he. It is said that he once was a disciple of the Tianyuan sacred land. Who would have thought his statue would be hidden within these mountains? Chen Mu gazed intently at the statue, deep in thought. It bore a striking resemblance to the 18 colossal statues within the treasures of the Xianwang, crafted from the bones of powerful beings or ancient demon beasts, mixed with top-tier spirit stones, intended to preserve the remnants of their souls over time. Activating his divine sight, his pupils shifted dramatically in hue. Chen Mu indeed perceived a wisp of residual soul within the statue before him. It was undoubtedly the lingering soul of the provisional emperor, Yang Huiming. What would follow was likely predictable after all. He had witnessed many similar scenarios in his previous life. To think that beyond the inheritance within the Daozong Bell, there exists an additional legacy. I truly envy xianxiaaudiobooks. The inheritance of provisional emperor Yang Huiming is something I dared not even dream of. From this day forth, the name xianxiaaudiobooks shall resonate throughout the entirety of the Zhongshuan realm. Though I may not obtain the inheritance, witnessing the birth of a new legend is not without merit. It was evident that the others had similarly deduced the forthcoming narrative trajectory, convinced that Chen Mu would receive the invaluable inheritance prepared by provisional Emperor Yang Huiming. With the support of a provisional emperor, it would be difficult for him not to rise to prominence. Boom! As the colossal statue fully emerged from the earth, a cerulean specter detached itself from the statue, stepping forth. This humanoid apparition was none other than the residual soul of Yang Huiming. This the provisional emperor? Such an overwhelming presence. A mere wisp of soul exudes such formidable pressure, one can only imagine the terror he would have embodied at the peak of his power. The last provisional emperor of the Zhongshuan realm is indeed no jest. I wonder what grand gift he has prepared for Xianxiaaudiobooks. It must be extraordinary. Perhaps he may bestow upon him the entirety of the cultivation power contained within his residual soul. Is it truly that formidable? The cultivation of a provisional emperor would elevate him several realms, wouldn't it? I'm so envious that I could drool. As the crowd speculated, Yang Huiming's gaze swiftly fell upon Chen Mu. Locking onto him at such a young age, he had managed to ring the Daozong bell over 800 times. Moreover, he had compelled the Daozong bell to submit for the sake of self-preservation. What manner of prodigy was this young being? Fortunately, these thoughts remained concealed within Yang Huiming's mind. Otherwise, if Jiang Yunfei and Liang Yifan were to discover that not only was Chen Mu perceived as a monstrous entity in their eyes, but also in the eyes of a provisional emperor, they would undoubtedly be left dumbfounded and speechless. Regaining his composure, Yang Huiming prepared to observe Chen Mu's aptitude, root, and cultivation level closely, his gaze shimmering with golden light. Boom! Yet, with just a cursory glance, before he could discern anything clearly, Yang Huiming felt as though his very soul was on the brink of annihilation. He staggered back several steps. Such a phenomenon only occurs when an individual of lower cultivation attempts to pry into the essence of one more powerful. This transgression would inevitably result in a backlash. How could a dignified provisional emperor's cultivation fall short of his? Young Huiming was taken aback, his heart in turmoil. He had originally contemplated whether to take Chen Mu as his disciple, to enter his sea of consciousness and impart the knowledge of cultivation he had amassed, fulfilling the regret of not comprehending the great Tao and becoming an emperor in his time. However, it seemed he lacked the qualification to assume the role of teacher to Chen Mu. In Yang Huiming's eyes, Chen Mu was a prodigious talent in cultivation, a rarity of the ages, destined to become a terrifying emperor in the future. You surpass me in aptitude, cultivation, and root. I have nothing to teach you, Yang Huiming candidly admitted. This statement plunged the atmosphere into an eerie silence, where one could hear a pin drop. All gazes abruptly shifted from Yang Huiming to Chen Mu, focusing intently on him. His aptitude, cultivation, and root were beyond the reach of even provisional Emperor Yang Huiming. A born emperor? Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a faint smile, "You possess quite the discerning eye and self-awareness." The anticipated scene did not unfold. Chen Mu had to concede that there was a reason Yang Huiming had ascended to the status of provisional emperor. Hearing Chen Mu engage Yang Huiming in conversation this way, the crowd, instead of being astonished, found themselves in a state of calm. Even Yang Huiming himself acknowledged his inferiority to Chen Mu. Was it inappropriate for Chen Mu to speak to him in a tone befitting a strong individual? There was nothing amiss, it was entirely reasonable. However, now that you have emerged, there is no reason for you to return to slumber, he declared, opening Yang Huiming's personal panel. Chen Mu decisively modified it, reshaping his physical form, and with a grand gesture elevated his loyalty to 100%. What is this? Yang Huiming gazed at his translucent form, which inexplicably sprouted bones, veins, and flesh. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even as a provisional emperor, such a method was entirely beyond his experience. In an instant, the reconstruction of his physical body was complete. How does this new body feel? Chen Mu inquired of Yang Huiming. How can this be? It bears no difference from my body before death. Yang Huiming raised his head, locking eyes with Chen Mu. In his gaze, there was gratitude, confusion, astonishment, and fear. There would be no difference because it was in essence your original body. Chen Mu thought to himself, though he verbally stated, that is not a question you should be asking. I was indeed reckless. Yang Huiming replied with a respectful bow. The others remained engrossed in the astonishment of Chen Mu resurrecting Yang Huiming, unable to extricate themselves. To think that Yang Huiming would personally acknowledge that Chen Mu surpassed him in strength was something they had yet to fully digest. What they did not anticipate was witnessing Yang Huiming kneel before Chen Mu, bowing in reverence. I am willing to pledge a blood oath to serve you loyally for all eternity, in gratitude for your gift of rebirth. Chapter 100. The Empress as a Servant, the Quasi-Emperor as a Servant, shocking all. Yang Huiming's greatest regret in this life was that before his demise, he failed to break the shackles of strength and attain the status of a great emperor. Compared to being a mentor and nurturing a disciple with the potential to become a great emperor, Yang Huiming indeed yearned more for his own enlightenment. If such thoughts had crossed his mind before, they would have seemed unattainable, almost ethereal. However, now, Chen Mu had granted him this opportunity. Pledging eternal loyalty to repay his benefactor's kindness was not only reasonable, but also fitting. As for the dignity of the quasi-emperor, after millennia, Yang Huiming had long ceased to care. Moreover, to serve under Chen Mu, a naturally gifted emperor with boundless prospects, was it truly a disgrace? No. It was not only devoid of shame, but rather a matter of great pride. The submission of the weak to the strong is one of the myriad laws of the fantastical realm. Yang Huiming had convinced himself. Yet he could not sway the others present. Each of them remained in a state of disbelief, their expressions frozen in astonishment. This was Yang Huiming, the last quasi-emperor of the Xianxian realm, and also the last, most likely to attain the path of the great emperor. Yet, at this moment, he was kneeling before a peer, acknowledging him as his master. The shock was overwhelming, penetrating deep into their minds and souls, beyond mere words to describe adequately. If earlier, Chen Mu's presence had shaken the confidence of the ordinary prodigies and saints, then now, even the recognized powerful saints like Jiang Yunfei and Liang Yifan found their self-assurance severely undermined. They felt that no matter how hard they tried, a towering figure like Chen Mu would always loom before them, insurmountable. Looking up, they could see no end, feeling as insignificant as ants, with no hope of ever surpassing him. Even if that old man named you, who could move mountains, were to arrive, he too would likely abandon the task. Move mountains? What a futile endeavor. It was better to lie flat and let things be, to simply get by, one day at a time. Knowing full well that the task was hopeless, why continue? It was meaningless. All right, rise. In contrast, Chen Mu's demeanor appeared remarkably composed, his face betraying no hint of turmoil. Such occurrences seemed to be commonplace for him. How could that be? Subsequently, the golden portal leading out of the Tianyuan ruins finally opened. The group stepped through one after another to leave. Before departing, Chen Mu expanded his consciousness to encompass the entire trial area, ensuring no treasures were overlooked before he turned and exited. However, upon returning to their starting point, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Despite being deliberately cleared and concealed, traces of blood still marred the ground. A conflict had just transpired here. Chen Mu closed his eyes, extending his consciousness over a radius of 100 miles. The hidden figures among the flora and rocks revealed themselves, leaving no place for them to hide. Those eliminated disciples of various sects, having left the Tianyuan ruins early, were either bound or held at sword point, too fearful to act recklessly. Master, Lu Ruoxue and Yang Huiming spoke almost simultaneously. Clearly, they too had sensed the presence of that group. Chen Mu raised his hand, interrupting their words, and continued. Since you've come, why not show yourselves? If Chen Mu's assumptions were correct, their intentions were likely to seize the sacred land as inheritance. There were quite a number of them, over 100. The weakest among them had reached the 8th level of the enlightenment stage. Moreover, these individuals were only after wealth, not lives. Despite the bloodstains from the earlier conflict, the lives of the disciples remained unaffected. After all, in the pursuit of treasures, the act of killing would inevitably provoke public outrage. Moreover, with so many prodigies from various sects, they could not afford to offend so many factions. As the foliage rustled, one by one, figures emerged, surrounding Chen Mu, Lu Ruoxue, and the others. Each was concealed beneath black veils, unwilling to reveal their identities. Hand over the sacred inheritance, and we shall spare your lives, the leader proclaimed sternly. Such insignificant creatures dare to oppose my master? They truly overestimate themselves. Lu Ruoxue stepped forward. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The empress of the Xian kingdom referred to that youth as her master, shielding him behind her. Those who oppose my master shall be met with death. Following her, Luo Hanxiu also stepped out, her arms sweeping, transforming her appearance into a resplendent ensemble of gold, red, and white imperial robes, crowned with a diadem only emperors could wear. The aura she emanated was overwhelming, like a surging tide. Xiantian Empress, Luo Hanxiu. A voice in the crowd cried out in terror. They, along with the previously eliminated prodigies and saints, were engulfed in profound shock. They had never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming maid beside Chen Mu was indeed the Xiantian Empress, Luo Hanxiu. Few had seen her visage, but her deeds were widely known, a true testament to the saying that a woman could rival men in prowess. To think that both the Empress of the Xian Kingdom and the Xiantian Empress were his servants. This young xianxiaaudiobooks had defied the heavens. They felt a deep sense of gratitude. Had it not been for him, they would be facing dire consequences today. However, could merely those two empresses contend against such a multitude of strong adversaries? As the crowd hesitated over this question, the very young Huiming who had just pledged allegiance to Chen Mu now approached him. Master, allow me to handle them, he said, clasping his fists in respect. Very well. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Who is this? They had not seen him before, and both sides were puzzled over Yang Huiming's true identity. Emerging from the crowd, Yang Huiming stepped forward. Do not kneel. A resonant voice, thick and powerful like an immortal whisper, laced with imperial might, reverberated across the heavens. This was the might of an emperor. Ah, my ears. They hurt. The band of thieves, under the pressure of the imperial might, all fell to their knees, clutching their heads in abject surrender. Imperial might? Isn't that the domain of quasi-emperors and great emperors? Who is he? What truly mattered was that such a powerful figure was reduced to servitude before the xianxiaaudiobooks. How many more times must he astonish me before he would relent? This was outrageous. Chen Mu was also slightly taken aback. Although he had restored Yang Huiming's physical form, he had not restored his cultivation. He was left with but a wisp of residual soul, and his true power likely fell short of the integration stage. Yet, to dominate others merely through his aura, was this truly the quasi-emperor? One not to be underestimated. Wait, I recall where I have seen that face before. It is in a portrait. He is the quasi-emperor Yang Huiming from the painting. Chapter 101. The ancient artifact is under his command. The divine bell suppresses all. Quasi-emperor Yang Huiming? Are you certain this is not a jest? Indeed, I have heard that he failed in his quest for enlightenment and perished many years ago. How could he suddenly reappear? Serving another? It is unclear, but this face is undeniably identical to that in the portrait, and he indeed possesses imperial might. More attention shifted from young Huiming to Chen Mu. They were bewildered as to how he had achieved such heights. The empress as a servant, the quasi-emperor as a subordinate. Such notions were unthinkable until now. Seeing the masked figures kneeling before the imperial might he had unleashed, young Huiming began to trace circles with his hands in the air, manifesting spiritual energy that swirled as he moved. His arms enveloped in energy, thunder flashed repeatedly. With a single strike of the thunder dominance palm, he launched it through the air. The energy transformed into the shape of a hand, carrying the thunder like a dragon, striking towards the 100 masked figures, scattering forcefully. One hand became 100, right on target. Puff, cough. The palm, infused with thunder, invaded the body, flooding the internal organs, wreaking havoc upon the meridians. One by one, they spat blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A single strike, and they were vanquished. Boom. Subsequently, a fire ignited within, incinerating the corpses to mere ashes. Is this the might of a quasi-emperor? How terrifying. Hundreds of masters, obliterated in an instant. If a quasi-emperor possesses such formidable strength, how dreadfully powerful must an actual emperor be? Even more alarming is the notion that such a formidable figure would be compelled to pledge allegiance to him. The gaze of the crowd shifted once more to Chen Mu, the thoughts within their hearts plainly etched upon their faces. Fortuitously, they had not opposed him earlier, nor entertained any thoughts in that regard. In stark contrast, Su Tianyao, the proud disciple of the Benlei sect, who initially sought to confront Chen Mu for his perceived misconduct, now sat on the ground, powerless to rise. He lacked the face to stand, thoroughly petrified. This posture offered some concealment. Upon learning that the maid by Chen Mu's side was none other than the Xianxian empress, Luo Hanxiao, he was drenched in cold sweat. Then, upon discovering that even the quasi-emperor Yang Huiming had fallen under Chen Mu's banner, he was utterly shaken, losing control and succumbing to a wave of weakness. Ha. As Yang Huiming contemplated turning to report back to Chen Mu, a voice resonating with authority echoed from the forest, startling a multitude of birds and beasts into flight. Soon after, an elder clad in purple appeared before them seemingly out of thin air. Who would have imagined that the quasi-emperor Yang Huiming was still alive? If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir the entire Zhongshuan realm. The old geezers who had targeted him would never dream of him aligning with such a fledgling, thereby bringing disgrace upon our ranks of cultivators. The elder in purple spoke with a mocking tone, deriding the former quasi-emperor, a feat not easily achieved. This would later serve as a topic of revelry at banquets. Ripe for embellishment, the purple-clad elder was indeed the financier behind the 100-strong assembly. As he prepared to breach a critical threshold, he intended for those gathered to procure sacred land legacies on his behalf. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of Yang Huiming as a formidable obstacle. Why did the elder in purple possess the audacity to confront a quasi-emperor? The answer was simple. In his estimation, Yang Huiming had likely long lost his former strength. For otherwise, he would not have remained hidden for so long. He must have suffered a backlash from a failed ascension to emperor, resulting in a regression of his cultivation. In the eyes of the purple-clad elder, this presented a golden opportunity. He desired the sacred land legacy. Yang Huiming undoubtedly harbored numerous techniques and treasures, all of which he coveted. Perhaps one day, he too could procure a quasi-emperor to serve him. Silence. He is not someone you can underestimate, Yang Huiming retorted. The elder in purple chuckled. A quasi-emperor who cannot even reach the Dongshu stage is hardly worthy of such arrogance before me. Dongshu stage? No. It seemed he was still a step away, merely a half-step into Dongshu. Yet, even being a half-step Dongshu, such power should not be underestimated. Let us see then. Aware that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own remnant quasi-emperor soul, Yang Huiming did not intend to retreat. Upon realizing this, Chen Mu opened his fingers, retrieving the Daozong bell, recently acquired and stored within his system backpack. It was the perfect opportunity to test the bell's might against the purple-clad elder. Boom! The chime of the bell descended from above, emanating an overwhelming force. Everyone looked up, perplexed by the sudden appearance of such a massive divine bell overhead. Was it the artifact of the purple-clad elder? Or perhaps Yang Huiming's? How could this be? This is the ancient artifact, the Daozong bell. Amidst the confusion, a voice of disbelief emerged from the kneeling purple-clad elder. The air around him twisted violently. The Daozong bell continually released oppressive force, rendering him immobile. From a single knee, he gradually descended to both knees, struggling to channel his spiritual energy in defense. Turning his distorted face toward Chen Mu, he exclaimed, "How on earth did you come to master the Daozong bell? How can it obey your command?" The elder in purple was utterly confounded. What? That ancient artifact actually submits to the Qingxian Holy Sun? The Daozong bell? If memory serves correctly, it is the third trial of the Tiantian legacy. Why is it in his possession? For what reason? When the master struck the bell hundreds of times, it had no treasures to offer and thus surrendered itself. Liang Yifan explained to the crowd. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The elder's voice rang out before anyone else could respond. He refused to believe that the bell had been struck more than 5 times. How could a mere child achieve such a feat? No one answered. It was not that they agreed with him, but rather that they felt pity. The truth lay plainly before him, yet he was unwilling to accept it, choosing instead to deceive himself. He understood everything, but was simply reluctant to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Chen Mu pressed down with a finger. Boom! The colossal Daozong bell descended like a mountain, completely enveloping the purple-clad elder. A wail echoed before silence ensued. The Daozong bell then shrank back to the size of a palm, returning to Chen Mu's hand, leaving only a pool of blood and traces of the explosion. A half-step into Dongxiu, and yet he was dispatched in an instant? Is it the ancient artifact's might, or his own astonishing strength? Of course, it is his strength, otherwise. How could the Daozong bell possibly submit to him? The Xian Kingdom Empress, the Xiantian Empress, and now a quasi-emperor, along with the ancient artifact, the Daozong bell. Should we not consider pledging our allegiance to him? You think you are worthy? Regardless, I certainly am not. Chapter 102. Raising a hand to disperse the calamity clouds. The quasi-emperor can only walk the dog. The phrase "you think you are worthy" sounds harsh and unpleasant. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of the tongue, the rising anger was quelled by a bucket of cold water. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. He was neither an emperor of a nation nor a quasi-emperor. It was best to remain humble and continue as the unremarkable prodigy, the Holy Sun. Prior to this, who could have imagined that the term Holy Sun would one day be rendered so ordinary? One could only blame the radiance exhibited by Chen Mu for being so blinding. Yet, even so, they felt compelled to clasp their fists, bow deeply, and exclaim in unison, "Thank you, Holy Sun Qin, for saving our lives. Such kindness will be etched in our memories. Should there be a time we can be of service, please do not hesitate to call upon us. We would willingly lay down our lives." Regardless of whether he regarded them favorably or not, the formalities must be observed. Chen Mu replied with a sound. As he turned, Lu Ruoxue swiftly activated a teleportation bracelet, opening a portal for him to step through first. Following closely, they entered, returning to the Chinyun Manor. As they emerged from the portal into the Chinyun Manor, Yang Huiming felt a chill run down his spine. An invisible aura of slaughter enveloped him. Not just one. Even more surprising to him was that this murderous intent emanated from the servants in the courtyard, who were busily sweeping fallen leaves, trimming trees, and uprooting weeds. 17 individuals, each possessing strength that was not inferior to his own. This was not merely a present comparison, but rather reflective of Yang Huiming's peak as a quasi-emperor. At that moment, the doubts that had plagued Yang Huiming finally unraveled. No wonder the empress of a nation was willing to serve him diligently. Under his command, powerful figures were abundant. Yang Huiming felt an immense relief that during his zenith, Chen Mu did not exist. Otherwise, he would have never had the chance to become a quasi-emperor. He was acutely aware of his own strength and the insurmountable chasm between himself and Chen Mu. Truly, a natural-born emperor. In the vast Songxian realm, the human race numbers in the billions, yet only one has ascended to the rank of emperor. Yang Huiming has relinquished his aspirations. He understands profoundly that this is the era of Chen Mu, and his sole duty is to remain faithfully by his side, fulfilling the role of a servant without overthinking matters. "You too, come here," Chen Mu beckoned as he settled onto a stone bench, raising his hand. "Yes, master," responded Yang Huiming and Luo Hanqiu simultaneously, approaching him. "What commands do you have for us, master? You two are too weak. If you encounter another arrogant old man like today, it would be embarrassing for me." "Accept this cultivation," Chen Mu declared, purposefully letting them know that this complete realm of tribulation was a gift from him, reminding them that he could bestow such power and just as easily retract it. This is the complete realm of tribulation. Yang Huiming and Luo Hanqiu felt their internal strength surge wildly, astonished beyond measure. At that moment, dark storm clouds began to gather in the sky, with thunder booming and lightning illuminating the heavens. Chen Mu, with a casual wave of his hand, dissipated the ominous clouds of tribulation. Yang Huiming and Luo Hanqiu gazed at the azure sky, lost in wonder. Was it really possible to disperse tribulation? Could such cultivation be granted in this manner? Certainly, they were aware of the concept of passing down skills. But the extent of absorption depended entirely on the recipient's aptitude and required considerable time. Yet, they had just transitioned from their previous state to the complete realm of tribulation in the blink of an eye, all through a mere utterance from Chen Mu. As if his words wielded the power of law. Their master was indeed extraordinarily powerful, surpassing their understanding. Thank you, master. Yang Huiming knelt in gratitude, while Luo Hanxiu quickly regained composure, mirroring his actions. Thank you, master. Subsequently, Luo Hanxiu and Lu Ruoshui took their leave, citing urgent matters to attend to. As for Yang Huiming, he remained standing in place, appearing rather at a loss. At that moment, Xiao He, the little black dog, dashed in through a hole in the wall and leaped into Chen Mu's arms. You little rascal, how do you always have such boundless energy? Chen Mu remarked, somewhat speechless. After the journey through Tian Yuan Ed, he yearned to recline on a lounge chair for a much-deserved nap. Glancing at Yang Huiming, he casually suggested, take this little fellow for a walk, will you? Yes, master. Yang Huiming took the little black dog in his arms and headed towards the main door. The other 17 onlookers, though silent, couldn't help but observe the unfolding scene with keen interest. As the door opened, Yang Huiming and the little black dog stepped outside. Placing it on the ground, a leash materialized out of thin air, securing the dog. Crouching down, he gently patted its head. You truly are fortunate, little one. A mere mutt like you gets to stay in this prestigious Chinyun mansion. Upon hearing the word mutt, the little black dog promptly retracted its tongue and closed its mouth. In an instant, its body surged in size, transforming into a Chilan form, towering over Yang Huiming. Yang Huiming looked up with a complicated expression, realizing he had underestimated the Chinyun mansion. Forgive me, it seems my perspective was too narrow. How could anyone, even a dog, residing in the Chinyun mansion be ordinary? The little black dog bore no grudges and joyfully accompanied Yang Huiming, guiding him around Qingxian Zone. The vast Qingxian mountain had been thoroughly explored by the little black dog, leaving countless markings. This dog, endowed with Chilan blood, had also protected Qingxian mountain from beastly incursions on multiple occasions. After all, one must show respect to those of noble lineage. Failing to do so would lead to dire consequences. As they meandered, the duo caught the attention of many disciples of Qingxian, who paused to watch. Who is this? A new disciple of the Saint's son, perhaps? I don't recall seeing him before. Do you remember? No, but he certainly doesn't seem simple. The news of Luo Hanxiu's admission into Chinyun Mansion was still echoing throughout the entire Qingxian zone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan was left dumbfounded, fearful that the formidable beings from Xiantian Kingdom would come to wreak havoc. However, reality proved him overly cautious. They lacked the audacity. Report. Sect Master, it's bad. At that moment, Zhao Hengshan was enjoying tea in the courtyard, indulging in refinement. Upon hearing the urgent voice, his expression darkened, and he turned to the sweat-drenched disciple, asking, what has happened now? Is it related to Chinyun Mansion? Swallowing hard, the disciple replied, yes, Sect Master, it is indeed related to Chinyun Mansion. The cup slipped from Zhao Hengshan's grasp, shattering on the stone table, tea spilling everywhere. What is it? Speak. Zhao Hengshan braced himself, eager to see what astonishing event Chen Mu had orchestrated this time. There are rumors that the person walking the dog for the Saint's son is none other than Yang Huiming. Yang Huiming? Which Yang Huiming? The Emperor Yang Huiming. Zhao Hengshan was taken aback. The Emperor is truly walking a dog. Do not jest. The Emperor Yang Huiming perished many years ago. How could he possibly be walking a dog in Chinyun Mansion? Zhao Hengshan chuckled, believing it to be a prank. He straightened his cup and poured himself another serving of hot tea. However, someone had compared images, and the likeness was uncanny. Moreover, considering he hailed from Chinyun Mansion, the possibility of it being Emperor Yang Huiming was not insignificant. The young disciple shared his conjecture. The weight of the name Chinyun Mansion in Qingxian Zone had drastically changed, now carrying the weight to crush. It surpassed the term Holy Land in significance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan fell silent. Those 2 points indeed warranted suspicion. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a figure soaring overhead on a sword. But even in suspicion, the notion of an emperor walking a dog seemed too absurd. Did the emperor have no pride? Is that Xiao Yun and Jiao Fu? Zhao Hengshan thought he would never see the likes of Jiao Fu again in his lifetime. Jiao Fu, like Xiao Yun, was a pillar of strength within Qingxian Zone, his power eclipsing that of Xiao Yun several times over. The last time Zhao Hengshan saw Jiao Fu was in his childhood, where he idolized him as an embodiment of strength. Could it be that something had transpired within the sect? Zhao Hengshan could think of no other reason compelling Jiao Fu to emerge from seclusion. He quickly set down his cup and pursued them on his sword. Hey! The young disciple of Zhao's sect barely had time to speak before the 2 figures had vanished from sight. He had intended to inquire whether the appearance of these 2 pillars of strength was related to Yang Huiming, but alas, he was too late. Meanwhile, Zhao Hengshan had caught up with Xiao Yun and Jiao Fu. Senior brother Xiao, elder Jiao, please wait. Zhao Hengshan called out. Given his strength, catching up to them was no small feat, and he knew he couldn't lag behind for long. Is that you, Sect Master? What brings you to call us? Xiao Yun slowed down to inquire. I wish to ask where you and Elder Jiao are headed. Is something amiss within the sect? Zhao Hongshan clarified his purpose and then posed the question. Elder Jiao sensed a trace of imperial might and is going with me to confirm, Xiao Yun explained. Imperial might? Zhao Hongshan swallowed hard, forcing a smile. I wish to accompany you. He initially wanted to suggest whether Jiao Fu had misinterpreted the sensation, but upon reflection, he deemed such words too offensive and swallowed them back. Very well. Jiao Fu nodded in agreement. Good. Since Elder Jiao has consented, Xiao Yun had no objections either. The three of them set off together. There. Xiao Yun pointed ahead. Wait, is that a Chinyun? Noticing the look of surprise on the faces of Xiao Yun and Jiao Fu, Zhao Hongshan clearly anticipated this reaction and interjected. That is the guard dog raised by the Holy Sun's residents. The two exchanged glances, suspecting that Zhao Hongshan was playing tricks on them. Yet they had no evidence to substantiate their doubts. Jiao Fu had long heard of this Xian Holy Sun's extraordinary nature, but he never imagined it would be to such an astonishing extent. A divine beast, the Chinyun, serving as a mere gatekeeper? Soon, they landed in front of Xiao He, blocking the path of both man and dog. Please, halt. Xiao Yun raised his hand, intending to explain their purpose when he was interrupted by Jiao Fu's exuberant voice. Senior Yang, it truly is you. Senior Yang. Jiao Fu dashed a few steps to stand before Yang Huiming, his eyes brimming with tears. Faced with the sight of this old fellow, who was now a blubbering mess, Yang Huiming was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Senior Yang, it is I, Xiao Fu. The little beggar you once encountered. Have you forgotten? You guided me and taught me the Lu Yu heart method. Jiao Fu exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Ah, it is you. Yang Huiming was equally surprised, never expecting to meet Jiao Fu in such a place. Back when he passed through Tianfu City, he had stumbled upon a beggar boy who, seeing his upright character and innate wisdom, he imparted the Lu Yu heart method to. Jiao Fu had indeed experienced a remarkable transformation through this teaching, increasing his strength and joining Qingxian sect, ultimately becoming a formidable force. For Jiao Fu, Yang Huiming was akin to a rebirth. Yes, it is indeed I. I have long wished to see you again and express my gratitude in person. Jiao Fu knelt, bowing deeply. Thank you for your generosity in granting me a second chance at life. Without you, I, Jiao Fu, would never have reached this day. Jiao Fu's profound respect for him left Zhao Hongshan in a state of bewilderment. Who exactly was this person? Yang Huiming helped Jiao Fu to his feet, saying, we are fated. I imparted the heart method to you, but your achievements are due to your own hard work, not solely my merit. Senior Yang speaks wisely. I shall remember your words and strive to cultivate even harder, never letting you down. Jiao Fu, in that moment, had shed the arrogance of a seasoned powerhouse and appeared more like an innocent child. Zhao Hongshan began to doubt his own perceptions. Was this truly the expression of the venerable Jiao Fu? The wrinkles on his face seemed strangely out of place, observing Xiao Yun's similarly perplexed expression. Jiao Fu wiped his tears, clenched his fists before his lips, coughed lightly, and said, ahem. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yang Huiming, my mentor in cultivation. You may not be familiar with the name Yang Huiming, but he is the last quasi-emperor of the Xianxian realm, once the closest existence to an emperor. Jiao Fu's tone brimmed with pride. Those who understood were aware he was introducing Yang Huiming. Those who did not might mistakenly think he was extolling his own virtues. Quasi-emperor, Yang Huiming. Is it truly the quasi-emperor Yang Huiming? Greetings, Senior Yang. Upon realizing Yang Huiming's true identity, Xiao Yun quickly responded with a bow. Zhao Hongshan followed suit. I am Zhao Hongshan. Greetings, Senior Yang. No need for such formalities. If we were to speak of relations, you both rank above me. And there is no need for such grand gestures, Yang Huiming said, extending a hand to assist them both. Senior Yang, what do you mean? Jiao Fu asked, confused. Xiao Yun's expression mirrored his bewilderment. Only Zhao Hongshan's lips twitched, struggling to imagine the expression Jiao Fu would wear once he learned the reason for Yang Huiming's presence here. The literal meaning, Yang Huiming replied ambiguously. Then, might I invite you to my residence for a cup of warm tea? Jiao Fu proposed, eager to converse with Yang Huiming and learn of his experiences over the years. Unfortunately, not at this moment. Yang Huiming shook his head. Why not? Jiao Fu felt a tinge of disappointment. I must walk the dog for my master, Yang Huiming replied. The others stood in disbelief. The very notion of someone like Yang Huiming uttering the word master seemed utterly inconceivable and dissonant. After all, he once represented the pinnacle of strength in the Xianxian realm, a figure revered by countless powerful beings who aspired to surpass him. Many admired him, dreaming of being noticed by him. Yet now, he was a servant to another, attending to the trivial task of walking a dog. Such a scenario was unfathomable, especially when that master was the holy son of their sect. It was no wonder Yang Huiming would state that, in terms of status and relationships, he ranked below his master. However, neither Xiao Yun nor Jiao Fu had ever envisioned that their chosen holy son could wield such power. enough to command a quasi-emperor as a servant. In Xiaoyun's memory, Chen Mu was merely someone with a modicum of talent and strength, lacking the remarkable qualities that distinguished previous holy sons of Qingxian sect. Yet, why did Yang Huiming willingly submit to him? Xiaoyun found himself utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiao Fu's mind was ignited with a bold conjecture. It had been rumored that Yang Huiming had perished after failing to ascend to the emperor level. Now, it seemed the former was true, but the latter was false, for he stood alive before him. Nonetheless, the failure to attain the emperor's realm had undoubtedly inflicted severe repercussions on Yang Huiming, resulting in his loss of cultivation and becoming a mere servant to the Holy Sun. To validate his thoughts, Jiao Fu boldly suggested, "Senior Yang, I have been diligently cultivating for many years and wish to prove my strength to you. May we engage in a spar?" Nothing could reveal the depths of another's abilities more than a direct confrontation. If Yang Huiming found a reason to decline, Jiao Fu would be certain of his suspicions. Very well, Yang Huiming had intended to decline and hastened to complete the task assigned by Chen Mu. But upon seeing Jiao Fu's determined expression, he sighed and acquiesced. "All right, then." He turned to Xiao He. "I apologize, but may I have a moment?" "Wong." Xiao He seemed to comprehend, barking in response. "Thank you." Xiao Yun and Zhao Hengshan stepped back a few paces, allowing Yang Huiming and Jiao Fu the space to engage without obstruction or risk of collateral damage. At this moment, more disciples gathered around, their curiosity piqued. "What is happening? Why have the sect leader and the esteemed powerhouse appeared? Did you hear? Quasi-Emperor Yang Huiming has entered Chinyun Mansion to walk the Holy Sun's Qilin." "Quasi-Emperor? Are you joking? That's the pinnacle of strength in the Xian realm. How could?" The speaker was abruptly interrupted. "What's wrong? Does the Holy Sun not deserve to be associated with the term pinnacle?" "Ah, you've stumped me with that question. My apologies." Jiao Fu paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs, channeling the Lu Yu heart method, amplifying his power 3 to 4-fold. Spiritual energy transformed into a silvery hue, shimmering around his body, giving him an almost divine appearance. He charged toward Yang Huiming, fists half-clenched, resembling a tiger ready to pounce, and struck. The force of this blow could easily shatter even a tree trunk as thick as a basin. However, Yang Huiming merely raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a pinch of his thumb and forefinger against Jiao Fu's wrist, sending him reeling. Then, like a spear, his two fingers aimed directly at Jiao Fu's throat, accompanied by a faint smile. "You have lost." Jiao Fu stood frozen, only cold sweat streaming down his forehead in response to Yang Huiming's display. It seemed that, compared to their previous encounter, Yang Huiming had not only retained his strength, but had grown even more formidable. Throughout the entire exchange, he had not exerted even a fraction of his spiritual energy. Why then had he become someone else's subordinate? The confusion was profound and utterly bewildering. "If there is nothing else, I shall continue to walk my dog. Until next time, I shall bid farewell." With a wave of his hand, Yang Huiming grasped the dog leash and resumed his leisurely stroll with Xiao He along Qingxian Mountain. Observing the petrified expression of Jiao Fu and the silent Xiao Yun, Zhao Hengshan raised a hand to his forehead, rendered speechless. It was not only they who were at a loss for words, but also the self who felt this was the natural progression of events. Taking a deep breath was akin to drowning in suffocation. Yang Senior. By the time Jiao Fu regained his senses, he realized that Yang Huiming had long since vanished from sight. Zhao Hengshan explained that Yang Senior had already departed. Who exactly is Zhao Hengshan, the saint of Qingxian? Jiao Fu hastily approached Zhao Hengshan. Zhao Hengshan raised both hands defensively in front of him, leaning back slightly, a look of awkwardness on his face. "Jiao Senior, is he not the saint you all selected?" Jiao Fu glanced at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun shook his head, indicating his own lack of clarity. "Zhao Hengshan, take me to meet that saint." Jiao Fu's interest in Chen Mu was undeniably growing. He felt compelled to witness firsthand what abilities he possessed that could compel a formidable figure like Yang Huiming to willingly serve as a subordinate. Very well. Zhao Hengshan had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at Chinyun Mansion, or more accurately, still some 20 to 30 steps away from the Crimson Gate, the three halted. Their inner turmoil was not alleviated but rather deepened, yet they felt no pressing need to advance. This was because two figures, clad in coarse linen garments and diligently sweeping the withered yellow leaves at the entrance, emanated an imperial majesty akin to Yang Huiming. At the very least, they were beings of quasi-emperor caliber. How could it be that there were 3 quasi-emperors residing within his mansion? One was responsible for walking the dog, while the other 2 tidied the entrance. This, if word got out, who would dare believe that this was the dwelling of the saint of Qingxian? Even the sect master and these formidable individuals would scarcely qualify. "Jiao Senior, are you not going in?" Zhao Hengshan inquired upon noticing their hesitation. "No need. I suddenly feel a bit fatigued and wish to return to rest," Jiao Fu replied, raising his hand, thumb and middle finger pinching his temples. I bid you farewell. Diao Sr. Zhao Hengshan mused that it was not merely physical exhaustion that afflicted Diao Fu, but rather an emotional weariness. After all, such matters far exceeded his psychological endurance. Mere astonishment and shock could not encapsulate or describe it adequately. I too shall return. Xiao Yun was equally fatigued in body and soul. Never had he anticipated that Qing Xian would birth such a peculiar being. No, a colossal anomaly. Reflecting on his previous protective actions, he realized that the true jester was himself. How could he presume to safeguard him? If he could not resolve matters himself, then should he intervene? He would surely be reduced to ashes, ceasing to exist. Farewell, brother Xiao. Zhao Hengshan once again clasped his hands in respect. After the two departed, he glanced back at the imposing walls of Chinyun Mansion before promptly taking to the skies on his sword. Meanwhile, in the Xiantian kingdom, unrest brewed within the dynasty. Various undercurrents surged. Chapter 105, 10,000 times cultivation space. Infinite check-in. Several days had passed since the news broke that Luo Hanxiu, the empress of an entire nation, had voluntarily submitted to another without the deployment of a single soldier in resistance. Moreover, that individual was not even a citizen of the Xiantian kingdom, but rather a subject of the Xian state. A mere words difference ignited considerable debate within the borders of the Xiantian Empire. Protests arose in abundance, both within and outside the court. Numerous veteran officials, both civil and military, urged Luo Hanxiu to swiftly sever ties with Chen Mu, fearing that prolonging this situation might invite trouble from petty individuals seeking to incite unnecessary chaos. Given their ignorance of the circumstances and their lack of understanding of Chen Mu's formidable nature, their counsel stemmed solely from self-interest and concern for the future of the Xiantian kingdom. Luo Hanxiu had no intention of indulging their narrow-mindedness. Had it been anyone else who dared to belittle her master, she would have already struck with lethal intent. No, she would have acted with ruthless decisiveness. As for those who dared to risk their lives in counsel, their words entered one ear and exited the other, as if unheard. One could only say that the prejudices within the hearts of men are insurmountable mountains, difficult to traverse. No matter how much one explained, they would not necessarily be inclined to listen. At this moment, within a hidden chamber shielded from the outside world by barriers, a group of elderly men, all in their 60s, sat solemnly together, deliberating significant matters. This Luo Hanxiu shows an utter disregard for the dignity of our Xiantian kingdom, allowing others to trample upon her. If the late emperor were to witness this, he would certainly not let her off lightly. If this continues, discontent will surely rise, and we shall lose the people's hearts. I believe this presents an opportunity. Are you suggesting we install a new emperor? Luo Hanxiu has done much for the Xiantian kingdom over the years, and there are many loyal ministers in the court who support her. Dethroning her will not be an easy task. With our backing and a modicum of force to suppress dissent, do you think they would dare to oppose us? Moreover, I have a suitable candidate. Are you referring to the third prince? Indeed, the third prince possesses talent on par with her, Luo Hanxiu, and is the recognized heir to the throne. Yet, for reasons unknown, the late emperor inscribed Luo Hanxiu's name in the will. We can forge the will and present the true one, inviting the third prince out of the palace. The group began to reveal their predatory ambitions. In their eyes, controlling the third prince would be far simpler than subjugating Luo Hanxiu. If they missed this opportunity, who knew how many more years they would have to wait? They then proceeded to plot in detail. Meanwhile, Luo Hanxiu remained blissfully unaware of their intentions. Back at Qingshin Mountain, within Chinyun Mansion, Chen Mu resumed his exploration of the system and its newly unlocked features. He casually activated the 10,000-fold cultivation space and commenced his idle training. 10,000-fold cultivation space, status, activated. The process was remarkably simple. He merely had to initiate it and could then relax. The only thing required of him was patience, for the longer he waited, the greater the rewards from idling would be. In due time, he would simply need to click to settle his idle experience. Wait, is this a check-in system? Chen Mu could hardly believe that what was regarded as a mainstream golden finger in previous novels, the check-in system, was merely one of many features within his current hacking system. A swift scroll might even overlook its existence. Commencing activation of hacking feature. Activation successful. Infinite check-in, status, activated. There are no limits on the number of check-ins. Repeated check-ins at the same location will gradually reduce reward levels, but changing locations will reset the rewards. The more upscale the check-in environment, the rarer the rewards. Chen Mu softly whispered to himself, detailing the infinite check-in feature. He was ready to commence his first check-in. Shall we begin check-in at the front courtyard of Chinyun Mansion? Commence. Initiating check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. On receiving a Spirit Energy Surge card X100. Spirit Energy Surge card, when used, can increase the purity of spirit energy within a designated area tenfold. 1 card yields 10 times, while 100 cards yield 1,000 times. Select all. Use. Using spirit energy surge card. Usage successful. At that moment, the density of spirit energy throughout Qingxian sect and Qingxian mountain surged 1,000-fold. The entire sect trembled. What is happening? Why? Why has my cultivation speed suddenly accelerated so dramatically? Such rich and pure spirit energy. I feel the spirit energy flowing into my body ceaselessly. It is so eager. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. I can feel that the surrounding spirit energy has increased by hundreds, no, thousands of times. Look, above Chinyun Mansion, there is a beam of light. The spirit energy there seems to be the most concentrated. This is a divine blessing. This is the saint's benevolence. Do not kneel. As soon as these words were spoken, no one could focus on their cultivation any longer. They all adjusted their postures and knelt in reverence. Under the influence of 1,000-fold spiritual aura, even those with mediocre talents found themselves with the opportunity to reach the stage of tribulation. The pinnacle was within reach. Not to mention those with a certain degree of cultivation aptitude. Chen Mu elevated their limits, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him their rebirth parent. At that moment, the proud disciples from the Tianjian sect were utterly convinced. They rejoiced at the merger of the Tianjian sect with the Qingxian sect, feeling immensely fortunate. Surely, they must have saved the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks realm in their past lives. Zhao Hengshan stood on the peak of the sect master's mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the luminous pillar of light, hesitating to speak several times. Lu Ruoshui's master, Lu Yuchan, momentarily lost herself in thought before calming her heart, filled with gratitude towards Chen Mu, and returned to her cultivation. She felt a breakthrough was imminent. The 1,000-fold enhancement of spiritual energy was indeed terrifying. Just a single breath seemed to significantly enhance her cultivation. Chen Mu was greatly satisfied with this outcome. Would you like to check in at the front yard of the Chinyun mansion? Check-in successful. Subsequently, Chen Mu managed to render the check-in location at the front yard of the Chinyun mansion devoid of any rewards. He obtained over 100 cards for a surge in spiritual energy before he was satisfied. Looking at the more than 100 surge cards lying in the system's backpack, his interest was piqued. He yearned to explore more locations for check-ins. The first place that came to his mind was the backyard, specifically the Lingquan pool. It was far more advanced and special than the front yard of the Chinyun mansion. According to the system's description of the infinite check-in feature, the reward level should be higher. Furthermore, it housed the upgraded dragon blood Lingquan pool, which nurtured the blood dragon god. Chen Mu was immensely eager to discover what astonishing rewards he could obtain from this check-in. It was worth a try? He immediately set off. Soon, he arrived at the backyard. Gazing at the vividly crimson outdoor Lingquan pool and the shadow of the blood dragon god swimming beneath, Chen Mu initiated a new round of check-in. Would you like to check in at the dragon blood Lingquan pool? Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Jiolong Jizuan Lian. Upon the mention of a Lian, the term dragon Lian inevitably floated into Chen Mu's mind. It was a carriage reserved solely for emperors, drawn by 6 magnificent steeds, adorned with gold, silver, jade, and precious gems. The carriage bore intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, epitomizing royal grandeur and luxury, a symbol of supreme authority. The 6 steeds alone represented the epitome of imperial power. What then of his Jiolong Jizuan Lian? Just the thought of it made Chen Mu impatient to witness the spectacle of the Jiolong Jizuan Lian coming into existence. After all, it was a product of the system's check-in feature. It surely couldn't be playing word games with him, could it? He fervently hoped it wasn't merely a few sweat-blood horses pulling a cart emblazoned with 9 dragons. Should that be the case, Chen Mu would have no choice but to drastically modify the infinite check-in feature. Altering the sweat-blood horses to sweat-blood dragons would be a trivial task for him. It was merely a matter of one character's difference. Suddenly, a powerful and overwhelming force descended from above. All the ancient bloodline warriors in the courtyard ceased their actions, fear evident on their faces as they looked up. Above, a door resembling a black hole was rapidly opening, revealing countless stars in the vast expanse. A sight that left one yearning for more. In the blink of an eye, the black hole had expanded to cover the entirety of Qingxian mountain visible to the naked eye. Looking down, one could still see the distant rays of sunlight. Yet Qingxian mountain was shrouded in stars, forming a stark contrast. Such an extraordinary and sacred phenomenon could not be overlooked. At this moment, disciples of the Qingxian sect, along with the sect master and elders, all stood transfixed, forgetting their tasks at hand, some nearly forgetting to breathe due to the overwhelming sight before them. Was the sky collapsing? It was conceivable. Otherwise, how could they, inhabitants of the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, witness the starry sky beyond? What a breathtaking scene. Why had such an event occurred? Who could say? Perhaps the otherworldly demons intended to descend upon the Zhangshuan realm and wreak havoc upon its inhabitants? Might it even be the handiwork of the Holy Sun? Even he could not possibly exaggerate to this extent. Various voices arose, but the majority did not connect the scene before them with Chen Mu. The spectacle was too shocking, too soul-stirring. It did not appear to be something within the realm of human capability. Indeed, in their eyes, humanity's limitations were such that it had nothing to do with underestimating Chen Mu. Look, something is emerging from within. It was a dragon's head, so domineering, so immense. An astonishing black dragon. Wait, no, not just one, two, three, the ninth head. My goodness, the world-destroying magic dragon. As the 9 dragons emerged from the celestial gate, the belief in the world-destroying claims grew among the onlookers. Before the 9 dragons, one could distinctly feel their own insignificance, their own triviality. Even if billions of humans united, would they stand a chance against such colossal beings, all 9 of them? Did they possess even the slightest opportunity for a counterattack? Zhao Hengshan, Lu Yuchan, with the world on the brink of destruction, how could she possibly focus on further cultivation or breakthroughs? Meanwhile, among the many powerful beings of the Qingxian sect, led by Xiao Yun and Jiao Fu, who were sworn to protect the sect, there was no trace of battle spirit, for even the slightest chance of victory seemed non-existent. This level of divine beast could effortlessly obliterate the entire Zhangshuan realm. Xiao Yun, was the Zhangshuan realm truly facing annihilation? Jiao Fu inquired. Xiao Yun was at a loss for words, still engulfed in endless shock and fear. As a reputed powerhouse, he had never felt such intense terror before. His heart raced with anxiety. Merely meeting the gaze of the golden dragon's eyes, which resembled a mirror-like surface, felt akin to plunging into an endless abyss. It was so disrespectful, helpless, weak, and pitiful. In that moment, he felt utterly insignificant. How terrifying. Others shared similar sentiments, including the former potential Emperor Yang Huiming and the 17 ancient powerhouses within the Chinyun mansion. Even they had never witnessed such an astonishing sight. Otherworldly powerful beasts, star level. Even as the formidable beings they were, they too did not know how to respond in this moment. Among the tens of thousands of disciples of the Qingxian sect, only Chen Mu wore a smile. A sense of crisis? Not in the slightest. Why should he feel any sense of crisis? The moment he saw the 9 dragons emerging, he felt exhilarated from head to toe, goosebumps rising on his skin. He was certain that the system was not toying with him. This was truly the Jiulong Zhizuan Lian. This was something that no number of imperial dragon carriages could compare to. It was utterly breathtaking, so domineering. Each black dragon possessed the strength of the perfected tribulation stage, or even beyond. Annihilating Yang Huiming, Lu Ruoshui, and Luo Hanqiu would be effortless. Of course, there was still a significant gap between him and Chen Mu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that as long as Chen Mu wished, the opponent would have no opportunity to react before losing their head. Yet, he had no reason to do so, for from this moment onward, the Jiulong Zhizuan Lian would be his exclusive steed, responding to his commands. With a resounding crash, the spectacle unfolded. With a firm step, Chen Mu soared into the air. This scene was swiftly captured by the keen-eyed disciples. Look, someone is flying towards the 9 dragons. Wait, is that not the Holy Sun? Could it be that the Holy Sun wishes to confront the 9 world-destroying demonic dragons for our sake? Holy Sun. To have such a Holy Sun is a tremendous fortune for all of Qingxian sect. Indeed, we cannot let the Holy Sun down, even in death. We must die with dignity. I propose we follow the Holy Sun and fight the demonic dragons. Fight the demonic dragons. Fight the demonic dragons. The cheers grew louder. At the summit of the sect, upon witnessing Chen Mu rushing towards the demonic dragon and hearing the increasingly fervent shouts from the disciples below, Zhao Hengshan felt a slight sting in his nose, tears welling up. Even if immortality was unattainable, to share the final days fighting alongside these beloved, ambitious disciples, unwilling to succumb to fate's oppression, was enough. I shall assist you. Zhao Hengshan also took flight. Look, the sect master is joining. Let us ascend swiftly. Those behind, keep up, do not lag. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 107. You call this a mount? Chu Wushuang, feeling thwarted, halted midair. Chen Mu turned, gazing down at the crowd. Puzzled. What is the meaning of this? Holy Sun, since this concerns Qingxian sect, we are all part of it. How can we sit idly by and do nothing? Zhao Hengshan, leading the group, was the first to voice his intent. Yes, Holy Sun, allow us to join the battle against the world-destroying demonic dragons. We live as disciples of Qingxian sect and die as ghosts of Qingxian sect. Indeed, even in death, we shall stand tall, never kneeling. Outer court disciple Zhao Changxing requests to fight. Inner court disciple Wu Fan requests to fight. The voices of volunteers echoed, resounding across the land. Observing the resolute expressions of those willing to face death, hearing their powerful shouts, Chen Mu's countenance darkened. Words failed him as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The atmosphere had escalated beyond his expectations. I believe you may be misunderstanding something. It is not a world-destroying demonic dragon, but rather my new mount, Chen Mu clarified. Zhao Hengshan and the over 100,000 disciples of Qin Xian, including 100 inner court prodigies from Tianjin sect, glanced at Chen Mu's earnest expression, which conveyed no hint of jest. They then looked up at the descending dragon head, which willingly approached Chen Mu, eyes half closed, relishing his caress. A thought involuntarily emerged in their minds, uncertain if it should be voiced. You call this a mount? Such a mount was beyond their comprehension. They had never heard nor seen anything like it. Even the mightiest of emperors would find it impossible to tame such a creature, let alone ride it. Wait, look, behind the 9 dragons, there seems to be a dragon carriage. Rather than a mere carriage, it felt more akin to a celestial abode being drawn. Its opulence and regal aura left them momentarily speechless, unable to fathom anything in this world that could rival it. Even Zhao Hengshan, who prided himself on witnessing many grand spectacles, was rendered speechless at this moment. Holy Son, is this truly your mount? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Indeed. Is there a problem? I was just about to take it for a spin. Would you like to join? Chen Mu extended an invitation. No, I think it is best to refrain. Zhao Hengshan quickly raised his hands, shaking his head in alarm. Just the sight of the colossal creature had left him weak in the knees. The thought of riding it was utterly daunting. Well, since it poses no threat to Qin Xian sect or the xianxian realm, let us clear up this misunderstanding. Everyone disperse. Zhao Hengshan instructed the still bewildered disciples. Waving his hand, his words carried a sense of fatigue. Many had already drifted into thoughts far beyond the present moment, murmuring to themselves, this is a mount. This is a mount. This is a mount. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Chen Mu swiftly entered the dragon carriage, which truly resembled a celestial abode, nestled among mountains and waters. Equipped with everything one could imagine, far surpassing Chinyun. Upon Chen Mu's ascent, the 9 black dragons raised their heads, opening their mouths wide to unleash a deafening roar. The dragons might echoed across the realms. It jolted the disciples, who had been lost in astonishment, back to reality. They hurriedly retreated, covering their ears, and then witnessed the 9 dragons pulling the carriage, gradually vanishing from sight. The celestial gate above had long since closed. What is the true nature of our holy son? A dragon. That is an ancient divine beast. I thought having a Chinyun at the door was already outrageous. Yet the holy son dares to employ dragons as transportation. Not just any dragons, but 9 of them. Each one is more than qualified to be called world-consuming. I cannot fathom his identity. If I think any further, my mind may just explode. How painful. I can relate to this feeling. It is far more difficult than achieving a breakthrough, 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold. Holy Son, you are my eternal idol. Though human, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Is it possible that he is a god? The son of a god? Speculations ran rampant, yet no conclusions were reached. Meanwhile, Chen Mu was skillfully guiding the 9 dragons above Tianfu City. Despite the creature's massive size, controlling it was remarkably effortless. With but a thought, he commanded it eastward. And it would not veer west. He directed it north, and it would not stray south. It was obedient. Would the appearance of the 9 dragons supreme carriage frighten the citizens of the city? That was their concern, not Chen Mu's. Why should he hide his treasures out of fear of their judgment? That would be utterly ridiculous. Below Tianfu City, 1,000,000 citizens were gazing up, captivated by the overwhelming presence of the 9 dragons supreme carriage. They were rendered speechless, some frozen in place, others collapsing to the ground. Merely witnessing it sent their hearts racing, as if an invisible hand were gripping their chests. In the Chu mansion, Chu Wushuang, who had been on the verge of comprehending a hint of spear intent, suddenly found the sky darkening. Looking up, her mind went blank in an instant. What is that? Dragons? 9 dragons pulling a celestial abode. Who could possess such grandeur? Could it be that elder who shattered mountains with spear intent? Chu Wushuang's exquisite eyes widened in shock. Before coming to Tianfu City to cancel her engagement with the Qin family, she never anticipated encountering so many awe-inspiring events. The great storms she had witnessed before paled in comparison. She felt grateful for that marriage contract. Without it, she would have remained oblivious. Much like a frog at the bottom of a well, arrogant and complacent. This journey had taught her the virtue of humility. Could it be that someone in the xianxian realm has successfully ascended to the position of emperor? Aside from that, Su Fu could not conceive of any other possibility. It must be that elder of the spear path. I must seize this opportunity. A resolute glint shone in Chu Wushuang's eyes. Miss. Seeing Chu Wushuang shatter the ground as she flew towards the 9 dragon supreme carriage, Su Fu realized it was too late to stop her. Elder. Chu Wushuang's eyes brimmed with yearning. Boom. She was immediately pressed back to the ground by the dragon's might. Puff. Clutching her chest, she spat out a mouthful of sweet blood. Miss, are you all right? Su Fu rushed forward, taking out a small vial of healing medicine, urging Chu Wushuang to take it. It seems I was too reckless, Chu Wushuang said with a wry smile. I never expected that the elder would be right before me. Yet I lacked the strength to approach him. A look of reluctance crossed her face as she reflected on her own weakness. If only I were stronger. How wonderful that would be. Perhaps one might earn the esteemed recognition of the elder and, upon encountering them, pay homage as a disciple. Little did they know that the individual seated upon the magnificent Jiulong Supreme Chariot was none other than Chen Mu, the very person to whom she had recently returned the marriage contract. Chapter 108. The Conspiracy to Usurp. Jiulong, Zhentian Wu. Chen Mu did not intentionally observe the circumstances surrounding the Jiulong Supreme Chariot, hence he was unaware of Chu Wushuang's series of tribulations. At this moment, he reclined on a bench in the celestial abode drawn by Jiulong, enjoying the beauty of the flowers and greenery while admiring the surrounding clouds and colorful sunsets. He took out exquisite wine and delicacies, graciously presented by the two empresses, Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu, to honor their master. This simple life was indeed nourishing and blissful. As for the ultimate destination of the Jiulong Supreme Chariot, Chen Mu contemplated seizing this rare opportunity to visit Xianxiaaudiobooks, passing by the territory that had yet to declare fealty to his Tianwu dynasty. Of the four great dynasties, three were already under his control, retaining one was unnecessary. Chen Mu, no longer a child, understood that as an adult, one need not choose. Rather, one should claim all. If power can be firmly held in one's grasp, why not seize it? Meanwhile, in Xianxiaaudiobooks, a group of elders finally resolved to take action, arriving at the residence of the third prince, Yongning Fu. Third prince. There are visitors from Tianren Pavilion wishing to see you. Upon hearing this, the third prince, Luo Wu, who was meditating in the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes, filled with a hint of confusion. Are they indeed from Tianren Pavilion? Indeed, the old servant nodded. What could those elders want with me? Despite his puzzlement, Luo Wu instructed the old servant to invite them in. After all, they were formidable protectors of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even as a prince, he had to show them some respect. This way, please. Before long, the three, under the guidance of the old servant, entered the courtyard. Elders Jiang, Wu, and Lin, please take a seat. Luo Wu had already prepared food and drink to entertain them. Thank you, Your Highness. The three were not shy and gathered around the stone table. Luo Wu, who favored directness, asked without preamble, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Yongning Fu? Have you heard the recent news regarding His Majesty? Wu Changyuan countered. His Majesty? Luo Wu shook his head and smiled. Since the new emperor ascended the throne, I have devoted myself solely to cultivation, remaining oblivious to matters outside my residence. What he spoke was indeed the truth, whether they chose to believe it was their concern. His Majesty has submitted without a single soldier. What? Upon hearing Wu Changyuan's words, Luo Wu could no longer remain still. She voluntarily submitted to others? Elder Wu, are you jesting? Although Luo Wu had always held reservations about Luo Hanxiu, he respected her abilities and integrity, believing her to be the type who would rather die standing than live kneeling. How could she submit voluntarily without deploying a single soldier? Third prince, I can attest that every word he speaks is true, Jiang Tian interjected. That individual is not even from our Xiantian, but rather from a minor sect, Qingxian sect. Qingxian sect? Luo Wu pondered, recalling the 10 strongest sects of Xinhua. Realizing that Qingxian was not among them. Not to mention the top 10, it is questionable whether they can even rank within the top 50. Wu Changyuan scoffed. Luo Wu fell silent. He could not comprehend what Luo Hanxiu was thinking. Was she intentionally abdicating the throne due to overwhelming pressure? After this exchange, he began to understand why these three elders sought him out. They wished for him to conspire to usurp power, to nominate him as the new emperor. Third prince, we have watched you grow since childhood. Feel free to speak candidly. Jiang Tian began to play the familial card to gain Luo Wu's trust. There are no outsiders here. Luo Wu replied. Currently, the news of His Majesty's submission is causing a stir both within and outside the court. Many old ministers and high-ranking officials believe this act dishonors our Xianxiaaudiobooks and tarnishes our reputation. Some have even risked their lives to advise against it. However, His Majesty remains obstinate. If this continues, we fear it may lead to disaster. Thus, they express their desire to connect with the old ministers in the court to overthrow the current monarchy and elect him as the new emperor. Jiang Tian subsequently laid out the previously established plan in full. Upon hearing this, two words sprang to mind for Luo Wu. Feasible. Had he truly let go of his aspirations over the years? Absolutely not. After fighting for decades and losing inexplicably, how could Luo Wu accept such a fate? Almost everyone believed he would be the next heir to the throne of Xintian. Yet unexpectedly, Luo Hanxiu emerged. Was it merely because his intellect paled in comparison to hers? Now it seemed, her willingness to bow to such an inconsequential figure indicated otherwise. Father, you misjudged. Very well, I agree. Luo Wu's gaze turned resolute as he consented to participate in the plan to overthrow the monarchy. He intended to reclaim all that he had lost. Luo Hanxiu, your fate is sealed. Elders Jiang, Wu, and Lin subsequently took their leave, departing from Yongningfu. They planned to make all necessary preparations to swiftly overthrow the monarchy and forcibly remove Luo Hanxiu from her imperial seat. Her current actions had incited public outrage. Her fate now lay in the balance. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had arrived in the airspace of the Tianwu dynasty aboard the Jiulong Supreme Chariot. The citizens of the city, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned pale as if faced with the end of the world, their hands and feet cold with fear, wary of drawing the attention of the 9 apocalyptic dragons, fearing for their lives. In this moment, both ordinary people and cultivators shared a common sentiment. They felt insignificantly small, akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly negligible. Soon, news of the Jiulong's arrival at the Tianwu dynasty reached the ears of Emperor Zhao Xianming. Jiulong? How could such a thing come to our Tianwu? Zhao Xianming, having just relaxed, felt his tension return. Your Majesty, I have also heard that behind those 9 dragons, a magnificent celestial abode is being drawn. Celestial abode. Gulping, Zhao Xianming struggled to fathom what kind of formidable being could command 9 dragons as steeds. Even as an emperor, 9 horses would suffice, but 9 dragons? Not to mention 9. Even one would be far beyond his station. First the Qingxian Holy Sun, and now the Jiulong's celestial abode. Zhao Xianming tossed aside his crown in frustration, raking his fingers through his hair in a frenzy until it became a disheveled mess. Your Majesty? The old eunuch wished to approach, but hesitated, fearing that any misstep might provoke the wrath of the dragons, which could cost him his life. Quickly, prepare for the grand ceremony to the heavens. The more extravagant, the better. It must be of the highest standards. We shall pay homage. I must personally pay tribute to the celestial being. After regaining his composure, Zhao Xianming promptly issued his orders. Chapter 109. An audience with the celestial being. The 4 nations in power. Upon receiving the command, the Tianwu dynasty mobilized over 10,000 people in a short span to arrange for the grand ceremony to the heavens. However, this time, they were not offering sacrifices to the heavens, but to the celestial being soaring above the 9 heavens, riding upon dragons. In the past, they might have doubted the existence of the heavens, but now, the divine was vividly before them. Disbelief was no longer an option. Working swiftly, they labored with a fervor unlike any before, fearing to slack off due to their deep reverence. At this moment, drums resounded, firecrackers exploded, and the throng of people was immense. The crowds drawn to pay homage reached over 1 million in a remarkably short time. This ceremony was not for the deceased or ancestors, but a matter of faith. Kneel to welcome the dragon god. Kneel to welcome the dragon god. The voices of 1 million rose to the heavens. Even Chen Mu could hear it clearly. How did it suddenly become so lively when just moments ago there was not a sound? Chen Mu wondered aloud, Dragon God? Are there other dragons nearby? To be cautious. He spread his divine consciousness, but found no other dragons present. He suspected they were referring to the 9 black dragons. Rising to his feet, he swiftly reached one of the dragon heads, the distance requiring no need for a teleportation portal. As he looked down, he was genuinely astonished by the scene before him. Millions of people, like ants, were kneeling towards the heavens. A figure clad in a black imperial robe, holding a cup of wine aloft, slowly ascended the 1,000-step platform. The incense burned fiercely at the sacrificial altar, white smoke billowing. That person must be the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, Zhao Xianming, he confirmed. After recognizing the identity of the individual, Chen Mu commanded the 9 dragons to halt. Seeing the dragons stop, Zhao Xuanming's heart leaped with joy. Had the immortal taken notice of them? How wonderful. If he could gain the immortal's protection, the Tianwu dynasty could prosper for 1,000 years, even 10,000. What could possibly be difficult about that? There would be no need to fear that monstrous saint of the Qingxian sect any longer. No matter how monstrous he was, could he truly contend with an immortal, a genuine immortal? With this thought, the anxiety that had been stuck in Zhao Xuanming's throat for days finally began to ease. The Tianwu Zhao Xianming kneels to welcome the dragon god. With that, Zhao Xianming knelt and bowed deeply, his cup of wine remaining high above his head without spilling a drop. Though he held the title of emperor, in the presence of an immortal, he was but one among many, beneath an immortal. He dared not show disrespect. Zhao Xianming understood well that the immortal need not lift a finger. Even a single dragon capable of summoning the immortal's realm could annihilate the entire Tianwu dynasty, built upon millennia of prosperity. Look quickly. One of the dragons, the dragon god, is coming towards us. Heavens! How immense! How terrifying! Has the dragon god noticed us? How splendid! We beseech the dragon god's blessing. We implore the dragon god for protection. Wait, look closely. There seems to be a person standing atop that dragon's head. Indeed, could it be an immortal? An immortal? At these words, Zhao Xuanming's heart raced once more. He worried that if the immortal were to look down upon him, or the entire Tianwu dynasty, what would happen? What if they deemed this sacrificial event a disturbance and sought to obliterate the entire Tianwu dynasty? Would he resist, or simply submit to his fate? One thought after another flooded his mind, and in the next moment, the cup he held was taken from him. Zhao Xianming rapidly looked up to see a figure standing atop the bowed giant dragon's head, downing the wine from the bronze goblet with elegance and grace. An aura of grandeur, an unparalleled celestial presence. Such a youthful immortal. Zhao Xianming was left in a daze. This demeanor was beyond anything he could envy. After Chen Mu finished the wine, Zhao Xianming hurriedly took the empty goblet, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the immortal. I pay my respects to the immortal. I pay my respects to the immortal." Behind him, both civil and military officials, as well as common folk, echoed in unison, bowing deeply. The scene was indeed grand. In the distance, more people were arriving, drawn by the spectacle. Within this space, the crowd was so dense that one could scarcely insert a needle between them. "You are Zhao Xianming?" Chen Mu's gaze returned to the kneeling Zhao Xianming. "I am Zhao Xianming," he replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xianming felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He never expected to be noticed by an immortal. Could it be that the immortal had come specifically to bless him, to bless the entire Tianwu dynasty? How fortunate he was. I do not know the purpose of the immortal's visit to the Tianwu dynasty, but if there is anything Zhao Xianming can assist with, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall not refuse, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or walking through a sea of fire. Zhao Xianming vowed earnestly. "You shall not refuse." Chen Mu asked for confirmation. "I shall not refuse." Zhao Xianming nodded vigorously without hesitation. "Then, if I were to ask you to relinquish your royal authority, would you be willing?" Chen Mu inquired further. This time, Zhao Xuanming's response was not so swift. Immortals should regard wealth and power as mere dust, should they not? "Why? Are you unwilling?" Chen Mu's tone turned icy. Zhao Xianming felt an immense pressure descend upon him, forcing his knees and arms to bend further, his breath becoming rapid. Despite sensing no spiritual energy, merely a single phrase had conveyed the might of an immortal. How terrifying! "I am willing. I am willing to relinquish my royal authority. I beseech the immortal for mercy." Faced with such overwhelming power and the deathly gaze of the 9 dragons overhead, Zhao Xianming could not fathom where he might find the right to refuse. He conceded, completely capitulated, and immediately commanded someone to fetch the imperial seal, presenting it with both hands. "Immortal, please accept this." The civil and military officials dared not voice any objections. If even the emperor of Tianwu had submitted, what could they, as his subjects, do? Rather, serving the immortal aligned more closely with their aspirations. Chen Mu took the imperial seal in one hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. With this, the 4 great dynasties of the Zhongshuan realm, Xian Kingdom, Zhuyan Kingdom, Xintian, and Tianwu dynasty, were all firmly in his grasp. "Oh, I have one more matter to report to the immortal," Zhao Xianming suddenly recalled as he prepared to withdraw. "Oh, what is it?" Chen Mu inquired casually. "Recently, within the borders of the Xian Kingdom, at Qingxian Mountain, the Qingxian sect has produced a monster. Apart from our Tianwu dynasty, the other 3 great dynasties of the Zhongshuan realm have been completely dominated by him. I fear he will soon turn his attention to the Tianwu dynasty. So I implore the immortal to take precautions." Zhao Xianming bowed deeply. "Oh, such a matter exists?" Chen Mu feigned ignorance, maintaining an expressionless demeanor while inwardly laughing. This Zhao fellow clearly had no idea that he was speaking of the very same monster. Furthermore, the empress of Xintian had not mobilized a single soldier, yet had willingly submitted from afar. This individual was certainly not simple, and the immortal should take heed. Chapter 110. I am that monster, the martial emperor stunned. "What is that person's name?" Chen Mu asked again, intent on teasing this fellow further. A delightful diversion. "If I recall correctly, his surname is Chun, given name Mu, and he is called Chen Mu," Zhao Xianming replied. "Chen Mu? That indeed sounds like a fine name," Chen Mu remarked with a smile. Could it be that the immortal is interested in this individual? Is the immortal considering taking him as a disciple and bestowing upon him opportunities? Have I inadvertently delivered him a grand fortune? Zhao Xianming thought to himself, regretting his earlier actions. While he held no significant animosity towards Chen Mu, the days spent under his shadow had made Zhao Xianming a laughingstock. The dignified emperor of Tianwu had become a turtle withdrawing into its shell. He felt a twinge of resentment. Now, upon learning that the immortal had taken interest in Chen Mu, potentially bestowing great fortune upon him. Zhao Xuanming's heart could not help but feel a mix of emotions. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. My surname is Chen, given name Mu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could he have ever imagined that the immortal before him, to whom he was bowing, was the same person he referred to as a monster on Qingxian Mountain? Was the heavens truly playing a joke on him? Wait, perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names. This would provide a reasonable explanation for why the immortal praised the name of that monster. To have the same name as an immortal was indeed his good fortune. Zhao Huiming seized this chance to elevate Chen Mu's status. Coincidence of names? Chen Mu chuckled and shook his head. It is not a mere coincidence. I am he, and he is I. I hail from Qingxian Mountain, the Qingxian sect. With a crack, another bolt of lightning struck Zhao Huiming, leaving him utterly stunned. The immortal was that monster, and the monster was the immortal. His brain nearly short-circuited. The civil and military officials were equally astounded. Before this, Zhao Huiming had inquired of these individuals whether they would take the initiative to pledge allegiance like the Xiantian empress, Luo Hanqiu, in order to avoid conflict and spare the common people from suffering. At that time, the overwhelming majority had resolutely responded that they would rather die than not fight, asserting that while the nation could perish, its dignity must not be lost. However, if Zhao Huiming were to pose the same question again now, they would undoubtedly provide a completely opposite answer. This is not a matter of lacking courage, but rather a recognition of the formidable strength of the enemy, which exceeds all imagination. Once hostilities commence, the combined might of several Tianwu dynasties would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught, and the populace would be reduced to a desolate wasteland. Seeing Zhao Huiming and his entourage, their eyes bulging in disbelief and mouths agape, as if they could easily accommodate a fist, Chen Mu leaped down from the dragon's head and approached Zhao Huiming, gently patting him on the shoulder. Do not worry. I have no intention of harming you for the time being. Thank you, Exalted One. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huiming and the others hurriedly bowed in gratitude. As he raised his hand, Zhao Huiming felt the weight of something substantial, and that familiar texture confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed the imperial seal, a symbol of a nation's sovereignty. Exalted One, what is this? Zhao Huiming inquired, his eyes filled with confusion. Do well and do not disappoint me. My aspirations lie in wandering the world. I have no interest in the affairs of governance. Chen Mu stated plainly. He wished for Zhao Huiming to understand that he was merely a puppet, easily replaceable. If he were to falter, others would readily take his place. After all, how many in this world do not aspire to be an emperor? As you command. Zhao Huiming bowed once more, assuring, I will not let the Exalted One down. The reason Chen Mu continued to choose him was simple. On one hand, Zhao Huiming, among the emperors of the Tianwu kingdom, possessed not only martial prowess, but also considerable administrative acumen. On the other hand, after a series of events, even without Chen Mu's intervention, Zhao Xuanming's loyalty had reached a perfect 100%. The identity of the Exalted One was indeed remarkably advantageous. Nevertheless, for caution's sake, Chen Mu decided to lock in that loyalty permanently, ensuring it could never diminish, forever binding him in servitude. It is prudent to be cautious. After completing everything, Chen Mu leaped back onto the dragon's head, and the black dragon returned to its original position. Farewell, Exalted One. Farewell, Exalted One. A million voices echoed in unison. Led by Zhao Huiming. Once the 9 dragons had pulled the celestial palace away, Zhao Huiming raised a hand to his forehead and then collapsed. Your Majesty. The imperial physician hurriedly examined him and reassured everyone that the emperor had merely fainted from shock and would recover after a brief rest. After hearing the physician's words, they exchanged glances, understanding without needing to speak. They could hardly blame Zhao Huiming, for they too were straining under immense pressure. Today, they had personally witnessed the terrifying reality of being beneath a celestial being. Truly, immortals were fearsome indeed. Meanwhile, news of the 9 dragons' celestial palace was rapidly spreading throughout the entire Zhongshuan realm and the 4 nations. The Tianji pavilion was already overcrowded, with everyone seeking information about the 9 dragons' celestial palace or the Qingxian sect. However, even with their formidable intelligence network, they had yet to hear or see anything regarding the 9 dragons' celestial palace, leaving them at a loss for answers. It was not that they were unwilling to profit. Rather, they found it impossible to do so. As for investigating the Qingxian sect and the holy son of Qingxian, it was not merely a matter of time and effort. Hundreds of intelligence operatives dispatched to Qingxian Mountain had not yielded a single survivor. Cultivating such intelligence personnel was no easy feat, and ultimately, the Tianji Pavilion had no choice but to announce a halt to all intelligence operations related to the Qingxian sect to avoid drawing unnecessary trouble. Given the emergence of the 9 dragons' celestial palace, this decision seemed prudent. The holy son of Qingxian was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. In the Xiantian dynasty, Upon hearing the news of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace emerging from the Qingxian sect, Luo Hanqiu immediately thought of her master. Beyond him, she could not conceive of anyone else worthy of such a divine beast mount. Did they possess the capability to contend? Clearly, they lacked the qualifications. Your Majesty, someone from the Tianren Pavilion has gone to Huiming Prefecture today, a trusted confidant reported with additional news. Tianren Pavilion? Huiming Prefecture? Luo Hanqiu chuckled coldly, realizing that the old men could no longer sit idly by. What did they say? I do not know. They set up a barrier to avoid alarming the enemy, so my people could not gather further intelligence. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Luo Hanqiu gestured dismissively. As the woman exited the imperial study, Luo Hanqiu placed her brush down and closed the memorial. Gazing at the flickering candlelight, a smirk of disdain crossed her lips. This world was no longer solely hers. If they wished to claim it, they would likely find themselves unqualified. Chapter 111. The Rebellion. The nameless Chen Mu? Not long after, there was a knock on the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty, trouble. A rebellion has erupted in the main hall. Wu Changyuan, Jiang Tian, and Lin Shu were leading the third prince, claiming they would expose your crimes. Came the voice of the woman from before. They could not wait. How eager they are. Luo Hanqiu retorted with a mocking smile. Before long, the door opened, and Luo Hanqiu changed out of her cumbersome imperial robes and donned a set of training garments. She, Luo Hanqiu, was unafraid of battle. The power granted by her master was her greatest source of confidence. Luo Hanqiu could almost anticipate the means by which those individuals would coerce her to relinquish the throne in favor of the third prince, Luo Wu. However, they could scarcely imagine that she had already achieved perfection in the tribulation crossing realm. A faint smile graced her lips as she looked forward to witnessing their expressions upon realizing her strength. Who truly held the power? Who would ultimately prevail? Looking up at the moon, her eyes shone with clarity and determination as she softly murmured, "Rest assured, Master, Hanqiu will not tarnish your name. As long as I, Luo Hanqiu, remain, no one shall seize what rightfully belongs to you." The confidant standing beside her listened to Luo Hanqiu's unwavering vow, her emotions complex. Her perception of Luo Hanqiu had undergone a profound transformation. The image she held of Luo Hanqiu was that of a domineering figure, one who would not exhibit such vulnerability. Why this certainty? It was simply because the woman had seen the same expression reflected in her own face in the bronze mirror of the imperial study. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she pondered what manner of being could enchant the empress to such an extent. Shaking her head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, the woman clasped her hands and asked, "Your Majesty, should I contact the military?" "That is unnecessary," Luo Hanqiu replied, raising her hand in refusal. "There is no need to make a grand display for matters that one person can resolve. It would only waste time and effort." Understood. The woman could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Even in such a perilous situation, Luo Hanqiu displayed no hint of panic, maintaining her composure. She was intrigued by the leverage Luo Hanqiu possessed that allowed her to confront a rebellion and the three powerful guardians of the nation alone. Despite racking her brain, she could not deduce the reasoning behind it. However, she was willing to trust Luo Hanqiu, for even if her strength did not match her opponent's, her wisdom was undoubtedly beyond their reach. As a personal guard and confidant, she believed she had an intimate understanding of the empress's capabilities. Among her peers, she was indeed considered exceptionally gifted. However, when it came to competing against those ancient beings who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, it was fair to say that she was still rather youthful. If given the same amount of time to cultivate as Luo Hanqiu, she was confident that she could undoubtedly surpass her. "Your Majesty, wait for me." Realizing that Luo Hanqiu had already distanced herself, the young woman quickly regained her composure and hastened to catch up. Meanwhile, before the grand hall of the imperial palace, a group of venerable ministers was questioning Wu Changyuan and Jiang Tian, demanding, "Are you plotting a rebellion?" "Rebellion?" Jiang Tian chuckled upon hearing this. "It is not us who seek rebellion, but rather you who have pledged allegiance to the wrong sovereign." "What do you mean by that?" An elder retorted. "In truth, the reason Luo Hanqiu ascended to the throne was that she had forged the late emperor's edict. The genuine edict is in my possession." As he spoke, he glanced at the imposing figure of the third prince, Luo Wu, who stood nearby, chest out and hands clasped behind his back. "According to the late emperor's edict, the rightful heir should be the third prince," Jiang Tian declared loudly. "Forged edict? How could that possibly be?" A voice protested. "Indeed, although the third prince was the most viable candidate at the time, I find it hard to believe that Her Majesty would resort to such deceit. Why should we trust you?" The crowd did not immediately accept Jiang Tian's assertions. Instead, they began to question him further, demanding proof that the edict he held was authentic. In response, Jiang Tian first smiled, but then his expression suddenly darkened. He struck out with a palm, giving no one the time to react. let alone evade. The questioner was turned into a mist of blood before the eyes of the assembly, a chilling breeze sweeping through the hall, still carrying a hint of warmth. The crowd stood frozen, collectively gasping in shock. "Jiang Tianyu?" Someone protested, about to voice dissent. Jiang Tian released his transcendent aura, and with a mere glance, he silenced the civil servant, whose cultivation level was merely at the heart-moving stage. In such a precarious situation, who would dare to venture into the tiger's den? Fully aware of the peril, they understood that, given Jiang Tian's strength, even their combined efforts would be futile. "I assert that this edict is genuine. Does anyone dare to oppose me?" Jiang Tian raised the edict in his hand, softly inquiring as he surveyed the assembly. Those whom his gaze fell upon hastily averted their eyes, swallowing their words back down, filled with frustration over their lack of power. "Since this is the case, I shall declare the third prince as the new emperor according to the edict. Do any of you have objections?" Jiang Tian intended to forcefully elevate Luo Wu to the throne. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be considered his enemies. Gods and Buddhas be damned. "I have an objection." At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated through the air like thunder, piercing the ears of all present. "Has she finally arrived?" Jiang Tian smiled faintly, his heart remaining unperturbed. Noting that Luo Hanxiu had brought only a single personal guard, he mocked her arrogance, which she had misapplied to herself rather than to the Qingxian sect, that so-called saint son of Qingxian. "Seize her," Jiang Tian commanded, and thousands of elite soldiers surrounded Luo Hanxiu with synchronized steps, drawing their swords and holding their weapons at the ready. "Do you intend to rebel?" the maidservant asked, drawing her sword in response. "Impudent," Jiang Tian exclaimed. "What audacity does a mere girl lacking even the Golden Core realm have to speak?" With that, he raised his palm, ready to claim her life. Suddenly, an invisible poisonous strike surged from the crowd toward her. Although it was delivered with only a fraction of his strength, Jiang Tian was confident that he could reduce the maidservant to ashes with a single blow. "The audacity lies with you." Luo Hanxiu stepped forward, determined to intercept Jiang Tian's strike meant for the maidservant. Jiang Tian laughed, as did Wu Changyuan and Lin Shu beside him. They could not fathom the source of her courage to stand against him when her strength was far inferior even to that of her personal guard. Was it perhaps the nameless saint son of Qingxian? With a cold smile, Jiang Tian turned to Wu Changyuan and Lin Shu, and they simultaneously stroked their beards, chuckling at the absurdity. However, in the next instant, an intense, bone-chilling aura surged forth, crashing toward them like a tidal wave. The three quickly turned to see a colossal ice lotus blossoming before them, towering over 100 meters, enveloping the entire hall. Once the ice lotus faded, they lowered their arms, their pupils narrowing in disbelief at the profound transformation that had taken place. Everything had been frozen in time by the icy grip. The magnificent lotus had fully bloomed. At its base, what appeared to be roots were actually formed by thousands of elite guards. "What?" Jiang Tian gasped, astonished that she had concealed such power. Witnessing this, Luo Wu felt a deep sense of unease. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the late emperor had chosen Luo Hanxiu over himself. She possessed not only superior intellect, but also strength that far exceeded his own by tenfold, even 100-fold. His arrogance was utterly shattered. The presence of Luo Hanxiu stirred within him an endless jealousy and hatred. Why was there a Yu if there was no Yang? Without Luo Hanxiu, his life would have been nothing short of magnificent. As long as she lived and did not vanish, no one would ever acknowledge his existence. Yet, at this moment, Luo Wu consoled himself, believing that no matter how strong Luo Hanxiu was, she could not possibly rival Jiang Tian. She had come alone today. Her demise was inevitable. Luo Wu patted his chest, steadying his heart. "I have not hidden anything. It is merely your own blindness." Luo Hanxiu stood atop the ice lotus, gazing down at Jiang Tian with disdain. "You seek death." Jiang Tian recognized that he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Luo Hanxiu. With a swift step, he shattered the stone tiles beneath him, propelling himself towards her with fierce intent, determined to obliterate her existence with a single strike. "Ant." Luo Hanxiu casually descended with a palm. The impact sent Jiang Tian crashing to the ground like a mere fly, raising a cloud of dust. Though both were at the transcending tribulation stage, even a minor gap in their cultivation levels represented an insurmountable divide. Not to mention, Jiang Tian had been stuck at the first level of transcending tribulation for nearly 200 years, while Luo Hanxiu, having received the favor of Chen Mu, had achieved the perfected state of transcending tribulation. She could ascend to the status of a great emperor. Killing Jiang Tian was as effortless as flipping one's hand. Wu Changyuan, Lin Shu, and Luo Wu stood dumbfounded before the billowing dust cloud Jiang Tian had created, unable to believe that Jiang Tian, a cultivator of the transcending tribulation stage, had been repelled by Luo Hanxiu. Wu Changyuan then raised his hand, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the dust. As the haze cleared, his eyes widened in shock. Jiang Tian had vanished. To be precise, his body had exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Tian had been killed by her with a single strike? That Luo Hanxiu could repel Jiang Tian had already astonished Wu Changyuan and the others. But none could have anticipated that she possessed the power to extinguish him in a heartbeat. No matter how complacent Jiang Tian had been, he was still a transcending tribulation cultivator. How could this be? Could she be at the transcending tribulation stage? Luo Wu was so frightened that he fell to the ground, pale and trembling, his lips turning purple. Nonsense. How could she, a mere girl in her 20s, possess the strength that took me over a millennium to obtain? Wu Changyuan refused to accept it, convinced that she must have employed some artifact. I am eager to see what other treasures you possess. Wu Changyuan's movements were nearly indistinguishable from those of Jiang Tian moments ago. He leaped, aiming to ascend to the pinnacle of the ice lotus to slay Luo Hanxiu. The situation had escalated to this point. They had no retreat. Today, it was either his demise or that of Luo Hanxiu. Bang! Boom! A familiar scene unfolded. As the smoke cleared, another crater appeared on the ground, filled with thick, congealed blood slowly seeping into the earth. Another instant kill. Lin Shu's heart trembled. Luo Wu's expression mirrored that of a ghost. He felt an unsettling warmth in his trousers, as if something were seeping out. How could this girl possess the strength of the crossing tribulation realm? Lin Shu was utterly perplexed. Due to Jiang Tian's death, he had been intensely focused, observing Luo Hanxiu's every movement, yet he found no signs of her utilizing any magical artifact. She merely turned her hand to dispatch two formidable crossing tribulation realm protectors with ease. Such a feat was beyond even Lin Shu's capabilities. Are you not coming? Luo Hanxiu scrutinized Lin Shu. The imperial edict is false. I am willing to continue my loyalty to His Majesty. Lin Shu, unwilling to walk the path to darkness, clasped his fists and bowed. Upon hearing these words from him, Luo Wu was left dumbfounded. He realized he had become a pawn. Now, no one could protect him. Luo Hanxiu would certainly not spare him. He deeply regretted abandoning the well-fortified Yongning Palace to seek this chaos. At this moment, he finally understood why his father had bestowed Yongning Palace upon him before his death. He was indeed unfit to wield power or to be an emperor. No need for that. For those who have already harbored treachery, Luo Hanxiu resolutely would not grant a second chance. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, my father-in-law is also a candidate for the throne. Do you truly intend to kill me? He would not stand idly by. Lin Shu invoked his connections. I wish to kill you. He cannot stop me. With that, Luo Hanxiu prepared to strike. Oh, is your Majesty so confident? However, before she could act, a figure emerged from nowhere, standing before Lin Shu. It was none other than Lin Shu's father-in-law, Zhao Qingtian. Rumored to possess the strength of crossing tribulation perfection, a near 5,000-year-old ancient being. A living fossil. For Zhao Qingtian, it mattered little who ascended to the throne. It was merely the folly of the younger generation, and he, as an elder, saw no need to intervene. But now, with Luo Hanxiu intending to slay the last of his kin in this world, Zhao Qingtian would not remain passive. Your Majesty, why not grant this old minister a favor and let this matter rest? This statement appeared to offer Luo Hanxiu a choice. Yet it sounded more like a directive on how she must proceed. No such thing. Luo Hanxiu was resolute in her rejection. Anyone who dared to covet my master's realm must die. My master? Zhao Qingtian was somewhat taken aback. As an empress of a nation, how could Luo Hanxiu recognize another as her master? There was no precedent for this. Even after living for 5 millennia, he had never heard of such a thing. Your Majesty, the late emperor showed me kindness. I do not wish to harm you, so I implore you to think carefully. This was Zhao Qingtian's final ultimatum. He inwardly hoped Luo Hanxiu would not foolishly invite disaster upon herself. However, Lin Wu, seated nearby, had a different perspective. As long as Luo Hanxiu continued her reckless path and provoked this living fossil, he could not only survive, but also retain the imperial throne. Enough talk. Let us act. Luo Hanxiu channeled her spiritual energy, the chill permeating the heavens. Even from thousands of miles away, the temperature plummeted. Quickly, stoke the fire. Since your Majesty wishes to tread the path of darkness, I shall bear no responsibility. Zhao Qingtian was about to move when a tremendous force, like a waterfall, surged into his being. He turned to gaze at the distant clouds, astonished. What is that? Chapter 113. A candidate for the throne? Of utilitarian value? Absurd. Are those 9 dragons? Lin Shu followed Zhao Qingtian's line of sight and turned to look, utterly awestruck by the spectacle. He could not help but entertain thoughts of kneeling in reverence. Could it be that a great emperor has emerged in the Zhongshuan realm? Lin Shu couldn't suppress such thoughts. Apart from an emperor, he could scarcely conceive of anyone else worthy of such extravagant display. The Nine Dragons' immortal mansion. Even Zhao Qingtian instinctively swallowed hard. As one of the few who comprehended the significance of the title emperor, he did not believe that any emperor would be worthy of riding in the Nine Dragons' immortal mansion. Reflecting on the entire history of the Zhongshuan realm, even the strongest among several emperor-level beings would likely not stand a chance against the 100-foot black dragon, let alone 9 such formidable black dragons. An emperor arriving would still inspire awe. Unable to fathom when the Zhongshuan realm gained such a terrifying figure, Zhao Qingtian pondered who it could be. Despite knowing many powerful allies, he could not recall anyone fitting the description. However, upon witnessing the Nine Dragons' supreme chariot, Luo Hanqiu was certain that it must belong to her master, although she had heard of it before. Seeing the Nine Dragons' immortal mansion with her own eyes made her heart tremble uncontrollably. A master is indeed a master, in all the world. Only he could accomplish such feats. Unparalleled. Your Majesty, our grievances are trivial. Let us consider how to resolve the current predicament, which remains uncertain as to whether it is friend or foe. Zhao Qingtian urged Luo Hanqiu, hoping to persuade her to momentarily set aside their conflict and unite against external threats. To this, Luo Hanqiu offered no response. Her gaze fixated intently upon the Nine Dragons' supreme chariot. Sighing, Zhao Qingtian refrained from saying more. After all, she was merely a youth of over 20 years. Unfamiliar with the tempestuous winds of life, it was entirely natural for her to be rendered speechless by such a scene. Zhao Qingtian could empathize. Had it been several thousand years prior, he would have reacted similarly. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhao Qingtian reined in his spiritual energy and resolved to pursue a path of amicable resolution. After all, fighting was not an option. What other choice remained besides seeking harmony? He endeavored to muster a smile, attempting to appear more affable. Yet, for one who had not smiled in over 1,000 years, this was no easy feat, more challenging than cultivation itself. In the blink of an eye, the Nine Dragons loomed above them. At that moment, the oppressive aura was unprecedented. Zhao Qingtian and Lin Shu managed to endure it, but for Luo Wu, the third prince of the Xiantian dynasty, his legs turned to jelly, utterly unable to support his body. Then, the assembly witnessed one of the dragons within the Nine Dragons bowing its head, and upon that dragon's head stood a young man. Zhao Qingtian and Lin Shu were astounded. How could he be so young? It must be the elixir of youth. Bow. With hands clasped, they attempted to speak. But Luo Hanqiu had already preempted them, sincerely kneeling and proclaiming, "Luo Hanqiu pays homage to my master." Initially, one might have thought her ability to read the situation and adapt was exceptional, yet no one could have anticipated her addressing this individual as her master. What is transpiring here? From afar, Chen Mu caught sight of the immense ice lotus, glimmering like a gemstone beneath the moonlight, radiating a spectrum of colors. "My master, these individuals intend to seize your realm. Hanqiu is fulfilling her duty by vanquishing them one by one." Luo Hanqiu rose to respond. His realm? At that moment, all present realized that Luo Hanqiu did not merely possess a penchant for recognizing others as masters. Instead, this young man before them was the very master to whom she had pledged allegiance, causing a stir throughout the Xiantian dynasty. He was the Qingxian saint's son, once regarded as an inconsequential figure by Lin Shu, Jiang Tian, and Wu Chuanyuan. The maidservant glanced at Chen Mu, then back at the Nine Dragons' immortal mansion, her understanding becoming crystal clear. Confusion? There was no confusion. That sentiment was unnecessary, not required. One cannot help but exclaim, "Indeed, His Majesty remains ever impressive and never disappoints." A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Zhao Qingtian, upon witnessing the scene, hurriedly attempted to clarify. Bang, bang, bang. With a single slap, Chen Mu sent him flying 100 meters, piercing through an untold number of palace walls. Lin Shu, who beheld this spectacle, was instantly petrified. His pride, his lineage, the invincible existence he revered, a living fossil, was effortlessly tossed aside by a mere junior. Chen Mu spoke coldly, expressing his disdain, questioning the relevance of Lin Shu's words in this moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Shu fell to his knees, having learned from Zhao Qingtian's fate, choosing silence, his intent clear, pleading for mercy, willing to become a servant, merely seeking to spare his life. Chen Mu's hand descended. With a whoosh, Lin Shu's blood saturated the ground, staining it entirely crimson without a trace of excess. Trembling violently, he gasped, "Sure." Zhao Qingtian rushed back, witnessing Chen Mu's fatal strike on Lin Shu, his heart aching deeply. Yet, he dared not confront Chen Mu, suppressing his sorrow, and spoke, "Celestial, I am one of the candidates for the title of emperor. Rather than kill me, it would be more beneficial to keep me alive." "Candidate for emperor?" Chen Mu smiled faintly, retorting, "Such individuals are abundant, are they not?" Zhao Qingtian found himself at a loss for words. aware that an honest reply would only provoke Chen Mu's displeasure. How could a candidate for emperor be so easily found? The entire Xianxian realm might not even be able to muster a complete set of candidates. Confidently, Zhao Qingtian believed he possessed value in surviving and being of use to Chen Mu. What? Do you doubt me? Think I jest? Before Zhao Qingtian could respond, Chen Mu raised his hand, his gaze fixed on the loyal maidservant of Luo Hanxiu, beckoning her forth. Yes, the maidservant, not daring to hesitate, promptly complied, approaching gracefully. What is your current cultivation level? Chen Mu inquired. Replying to the celestial, I am at half-step Gene Dan, the maidservant answered candidly. Half-step Gene Dan showed some promise. Yet it was insufficient to alleviate the burdens of your master. The maidservant did not refute Chen Mu's statement, having gained clarity regarding her own insignificance through this rebellion. She realized how easily she could be dispatched by an opponent with a mere thought. Do you wish to grow stronger? Chen Mu asked again. Upon hearing this, the maidservant's eyes sparkled with delight, and she knelt, imploring the celestial for guidance. Guidance is a bit excessive. That would be too troublesome. Chen Mu decisively opened the system panel. Name, Sun Yener modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. Swiftly skimming through, he found the cultivation section. Modifying. Modification successful. Chapter 114. One-click crossing the tribulation to great perfection. Renowned throughout the Xianxian dynasty. What is happening? Power, an unending flow of power. Spiritual energy surged into my body. Sun Yener raised her arms, marveling at herself. She had never felt so unfamiliar with her own body as she did at this moment. Zhao Qingtian, standing by, was rendered speechless, witnessing Sun Yener's cultivation skyrocketing. It was not merely a series of minor breakthroughs, but a monumental leap. A true surge in cultivation. Yuaning realm. Out-of-body realm. Divine separation realm. Great ascension realm. Crossing the tribulation realm. Great perfection. How could this be possible? At that moment, Zhao Qingtian felt as though his 5,000 years of existence had been for naught. A half-step Gene Dan had, in mere moments, ascended to the crossing the tribulation realm, achieving a level of great perfection that he could never hope to attain in his lifetime. And all of this was due to that young man. Your Majesty, I have broken through to the crossing the tribulation realm. Great perfection. Sun Yener exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Luo Hanxiu. Do not forget to express your gratitude to your master. Luo Hanxiu smiled, indicating she was not envious. Rather, she felt that Chen Mu was aiding her. Sun Yener was her confidant, now possessing the strength of the crossing the tribulation realm, able to handle many matters and resolve numerous troubles on her behalf. Thank you, Celestial, for bestowing upon me this cultivation. Although she could not comprehend the reasoning behind it, it did not hinder her profound gratitude towards Chen Mu, whom she regarded as a second parent. In her heart, she vowed to support Luo Hanxiu diligently, managing the Xianxian dynasty well, not to squander Chen Mu's gift. All right, rise. With a rumble, seeing the dark clouds of tribulation gathering overhead once more, Chen Mu turned and signaled to the black dragon. Boom! One of the black dragons swiftly reacted, opening its massive jaws, unleashing a fiery pillar that illuminated the night sky, igniting the entire visible expanse of clouds. The thick tribulation clouds were pierced through, creating a vast opening. The sky was awash in orange and red hues, gradually dissipating. Throughout the entire spectacle, not a single bolt of heavenly lightning had the chance to descend. Observing Chen Mu's method of handling the tribulation, one could not help but recall their own past struggles during tribulations, the arduous journey that left them drained for months, akin to a lifeless creature. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, washing away the previous waves upon the shore. How had the world transformed into such a fantastical and unfamiliar place in less than a century of seclusion? An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and despair engulfed him. Then, Zhao Qingtian bellowed, raising his hands, concentrating all his spiritual energy in his palms. Subsequently, he struck his forehead with all his might, choosing self-termination. He thought it better to end his life by his own hand than to perish at Chen Mu's hands, preserving some dignity in his final act. With a heart that sought to rebel, Chen Mu unleashed a torrent of spiritual flames, akin to thousands of flesh-eating insects, instantly reducing Zhao Qingtian's body to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. The only evidence of his existence was the charred outline imprinted on the ground. After Zhao Qingtian's demise, only Luo Wu remained, curled in a corner, wide-eyed and helpless, exuding a pitiful weakness. Self-termination? He glanced at his hands, unable to summon the courage. He wished to live. Sister I Bang. Luo Wu attempted to invoke their sibling bond, hoping it might grant him a reprieve from Luo Hanxiu. Yet, Luo Hanxiu offered him no opportunity to speak, her thoughts decisive, obliterating him with a mere thought. Her primary concern was that his existence could irritate Chen Mu, disturbing his peace. Any potential factor that could displease her master had to be swiftly eradicated at its inception. Tianren Pavilion. Heavens! How is this possible? Not only Jiang Tian, Luo Changyuan, and Lin Shu, but even that living fossil, Zhao Qingtian, had been slain. The life tokens lay shattered. How could they possibly still be alive? Thankfully, we did not venture out, agreeing to conspire with Jiang Tian and the others. Otherwise, we might have already met our end. Initially, I thought that little girl, Luo Hanxiu, was acting impulsively, but it seems she truly encountered a grand opportunity. Indeed, with such a person protecting her, we old fellows may find ourselves rendered utterly obsolete. Well, it is fortunate to be alive. Indeed, the others concurred, choosing to be content. As the old saying goes, those who are satisfied are often joyful. Compared to the fates of Luo Changyuan and Zhao Qingtian, they felt exceedingly fortunate. Taking this as a cautionary tale, they no longer dared to entertain thoughts of usurping the throne. Just as Luo Hanxiu had previously asserted, this realm has long since undergone a transformation. The Luo family has become a thing of the past. If they could not even topple Luo Hanxiu, how could they hope to contend with the mysterious young man who commanded 9 divine dragons? It is wise to possess self-awareness. The Jiulong Immortal Mansion shall be temporarily returned to the starry small world. It was precisely lunchtime when Chen Mu accepted Luo Hanxiu's proposal to dine within the palace. Upon learning that Chen Mu was willing to stay, Luo Hanxiu was filled with joy. She promptly instructed the maid Sun Yener to summon all the renowned chefs in the capital, requesting each to prepare a signature dish for Chen Mu. Chen Mu felt deeply gratified by the devotion and thoughtfulness of the servants. Once the news spread, no one dared to decline the invitation. Renowned chefs from Jinxiang Pavilion, Haiwang Tower, and Shi Yipin swiftly gathered their tools and hurried to the palace. To showcase their culinary skills for such a distinguished figure was considered an unparalleled honor, a topic to relish in conversations thereafter. On another note, tales of celestial beings descending upon dragons and vanquishing rebellious foes had already circulated throughout the city, granting them a newfound respect for the emperor's master. I told you, how could such a wise and formidable empress act recklessly? If she chooses to serve him as her master, there must be compelling reasons behind it. The mere thought of those 9 black dragons still sends chills down my spine. With such divine protection, our Xiantian people are truly blessed. Long live the empress. I shall forever remain loyal to her. The rebels, believing their meager strength could contend against divine beings, were utterly deluded, disrespecting the very essence of national defense. From this moment forth, it was clear to all that only a celestial being could embody the true essence of our nation. No one else held such qualifications. Chen Mu needed do nothing. Yet he had already garnered considerable popular support. As tales of the 9 dragons' celestial mansion and the defeat of the rebels spread, his name and influence soared rapidly, echoing throughout the Xiantian dynasty. Returning to the palace, in the grand hall, Chen Mu sat upon the dragon throne, a symbol of supreme authority. Beside him knelt Luo Hanxiu, the empress of the realm, who, while holding a fruit platter brought by Sun Yener, peeled grapes and offered them to Chen Mu, completely disregarding the thoughts of the ministers beneath them. What thoughts could they have? They dared not harbor any. They unanimously applauded Luo Hanxiu's decision to serve him. This individual indeed possessed the qualifications and strength to warrant such reverence, even surpassing expectations. Chen Mu glanced left and right, then looked up, admiring the grandeur of the hall. Ah, if one were to sign in at such a place, the rewards must be considerable. Chapter 115, The Key to the Celestial Mansion, Radiating Celestial Grace. With those thoughts, he summoned his will and activated the system panel visible only to him. Navigating to the unlocking function, he accessed the check-in feature. Checking in. Check-in successful. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 Celestial Mansion key. The Celestial Mansion key? Chen Mu understood its literal meaning, yet he suspected the system intended to convey something beyond his comprehension. Upon reviewing the details of the Celestial Mansion key, he learned that it could unlock a celestial site at any time and place. This celestial site bore resemblance to the Tianyuan ruins he had previously visited, but fundamentally differed. One was celestial, while the other was a sacred site of humanity, separated by several realms. In essence, anything retrieved from within could potentially elevate an ordinary person to unprecedented heights, transforming them into a formidable force. However, if given a choice, Chen Mu genuinely preferred the system to reward him with completed treasures rather than requiring him to embark on an arduous quest. Furthermore, a decayed sacred site of humanity would demand navigating numerous challenges to obtain its ultimate treasures. The celestial sites undoubtedly harbored even more stringent and formidable trials. Chen Mu was reluctant to expend his energy on such endeavors. Checking in. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Celestial Mansion key. Through several more check-ins, Chen Mu amassed a total of 11 celestial mansion keys, effectively extracting every last bit of value from this check-in point. While this extraordinary reward would leave anyone astounded, Chen Mu found himself lamenting. He had hoped for a chance to acquire a variety of rewards, only to discover they were all of the same kind. Why the sigh? My lord, do you bear any troubles? Though frail, Xianxia wished to alleviate her master's burdens. As she spoke, she offered Chen Mu another peeled green grape. I possess a key that can unlock the celestial mansion. Please retrieve its treasures for me. Chen Mu selected the last key from his 11 and handed it to Luo Hanxiu. The later keys acquired were of lesser difficulty to unlock celestial sites. Although Chen Mu held little interest in treasure hunting, he still wished to glimpse the wonders and treasures within the celestial site. Since Luo Hanxiu was eager to assist, he could not refuse. Yes, Luo Hanxiu accepted the celestial mansion key and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Just as she was about to take action, Chen Mu gestured to Sun Yin'er, indicating that the journey could be fraught with challenges and that she should lend her support. Understood. Sun Yin'er acknowledged the command. Chen Mu mused that with two perfected beings of the tribulation realm, traversing a celestial site should be a breeze. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having overheard their conversation, could not help but whisper amongst themselves. What is this celestial site? I have only heard of sacred sites in decline and such terms. Yet I lack the qualifications to question the term celestial. Since the celestial being refers to it as a celestial mansion, it must indeed be so, we need not doubt. Indeed. Prompted by their peers, they unconditionally chose to believe Chen Mu's assertions, recognizing their own mortal limitations in questioning the words of a celestial being. On the other side, Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er descended the steps, exiting the grand hall. Having grasped the method for utilizing the celestial mansion key upon receiving it, Luo Hanxiu raised her hand, pinching the key between her thumb and index finger. As if before an invisible door, she inserted the key and turned it. The air around the key shimmered slightly. A nearby guard, inadvertently glancing up, gasped in shock, stepping back 2 paces, using his spear to steady himself. What is that? Upon hearing the commotion, Sun Yin'er looked up and beheld a door resembling a celestial gate opening in the air. The brilliant silver moon hung beside it, appearing dim in comparison. Beyond the door lay what seemed like a mirage of mountains, waters, and palatial estates. The stars and auroras swirled in vibrant colors, with an area comparable to the Qingxian sect, resembling a celestial gate standing high in the heavens. A celestial gate. It truly was a celestial gate. My heavens! What a magnificent celestial mansion. I told you, one should never doubt the celestial beings. With such wonders, they must indeed be divine. The ministers, witnessing Luo Hanxiu's display, could not help but emerge and gaze upward. At that moment, their conviction solidified that Chen Mu was no mere mortal. He was indeed the celestial being everyone yearned for. Each of his actions was beyond the reach of any ordinary person. Yin'er, let us swiftly complete our task and return to report to our master. Yes, your majesty. The 2 women rode the winds, wielding swords, and entered the celestial gate, stepping into the celestial site. The sights within were beyond the perception of outsiders. My lord, you are indeed here. The voice of a woman from behind drew the attention of the venerable ministers once more. Turning, they found that the newcomer was none other than the empress of the Xian kingdom, Lu Ruoshui, the empress of Xian kingdom. How could she have arrived at my Xianxian dynasty? Moreover, she even calls you Master Xianxing. I have repeatedly urged you all to explore and broaden your horizons. Yet you remain obstinate, and now you find yourselves lacking in knowledge, do you not? The empress of Xian kingdom was among the earliest to pledge allegiance to Xianxing. Your assertion is incorrect. The empress of Xian kingdom was, in fact, elevated by Xianxing herself. Presently, the 4 great dynasties of Zhongshuan realm have all been firmly grasped by Xianxing, so let us not divide ourselves into factions. We shall work together under one sovereign. The crowd swiftly convinced themselves to remain calm. Subsequently, they witnessed Lu Ruoshui continuing the actions of Luo Hanxiu, kneeling beside Chen Mu and peeling fruit for her. This was no longer surprising. How could Luo Hanxiu have brought our master here to Xianxian without notifying me, leaving me in a frantic search? Lu Ruoshui could not help but express her grievances. You have misunderstood her. I came here of my own accord, Chen Mu clarified. In that case, there is no issue whatsoever. Where you wish to go, master, is where we shall go. Lu Ruoshui's rapid change of demeanor truly astonished the 100 onlookers below. It must be said that she truly lives up to her title as Xianxing. Both empresses are utterly obedient to his authority. Is this something mere mortals could achieve? Who among them could? If such a person existed, they would certainly wish to witness it. There is no harm without comparison, is there? No. There is simply no one who possesses the qualifications to be compared. To suggest otherwise would be an overestimation. Chen Mu paid no heed to their petty thoughts. He raised his hand, revealing the Kuwaitian mirror beneath the grand hall, magnifying it several times. This allowed for a glimpse into the scenery of the Xianfu ruins. Chapter 116, The Majesty of an Emperor? The Great Gate comes into view, facing the silently and suddenly appearing Kuwaitian mirror, towering dozens of meters high. All present took 3 or 4 steps back in unison. What on earth is this? The mist-like frame appears to be anything but ordinary. Wait, is that His Majesty in the mirror? So, this is the scene within the Xianfu ruins? To think we could even peer into such a mysterious place. Truly a treasure of the highest caliber. Listening to the series of gasps, Lu Ruoshui's expression turned cold as she inquired about Chen Mu's thoughts. Master, if you find these people too noisy, perhaps I could silence them all for you. Although Lu Ruoshui did not emit an ounce of pressure, the sense of oppression was instantaneously palpable. The crowd hurriedly closed their mouths, fearful of disturbing Chen Mu further. Chen Mu, observing this, chose not to respond to Lu Ruoshui. These individuals still hold value in stabilizing the Xiantian dynasty. His gaze returned to the Kuwaitian mirror. Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er were engaging in a fierce battle against the guardian spirit at the mountain gate. In this lowest tier of Xianfu ruins, even a gatekeeper possesses the strength of a perfected tribulation realm. Chen Mu was rather taken aback. If even the lowest tier is thus, then the power of the Xianfu secret key obtained at the initial signing must be beyond comprehension. It could easily dominate the entirety of Zhongshuan realm. The lowest tier of Xianfu, with a gatekeeper of perfected tribulation strength. Below the hall, all present silently expressed their astonishment. Looking at their mouths, one could easily fit a fist inside. In a flash, Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er coordinated seamlessly to shatter the giant guardian spirit. It stands to reason that a perfected tribulation realm could not possibly withstand 2 opponents, after all. In fact, defeating the giant guardian spirit need not be so violent. One could simply endure for a certain time to pass. But for those of higher cultivation, naturally, they could choose how they wish to proceed. After vanquishing the giant guardian spirit, Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er ascended the steps. The previously dissipated giant guardian spirit reformed, returning to its original position to continue its watch. Their visit this time would undoubtedly lead to the entire Xianfu ruins being emptied, rendering its existence meaningless. Contemplating this, Chen Mu decisively reached out and seized the giant guardian spirit before him. To others, this being was a gatekeeper. However, to Chen Mu, it was undoubtedly one of many treasures. As the giant guardian spirit appeared out of thin air, the crowd was so startled that they hurriedly fled the hall. Fearing they had provoked divine wrath, the giant guardian spirit appeared bewildered. Before it could contemplate further, it was modified by Chen Mu's system into a personal guardian spirit. With clasped fists, it knelt on one knee, just like the original supreme blood demon, remaining mute. Chen Mu opened the portal to the starry world where the 9-dragon supreme chariot resided and placed the giant guardian spirit inside. After all, it was merely a gatekeeper. And the 9-dragon Xianfu was also in need of a gatekeeper. Thus, you shall fulfill that role, Chen Mu decided. Everyone gathered at the entrance, their astonished expressions resembling a mold cast from the same design. Who would have imagined that an entity they revered as a deity was, in Chen Mu's eyes, merely a gatekeeper? No, even the one assigned to guard the gate must be of perfected tribulation realm to qualify. From another perspective, their shock deepened. If mere gatekeeping required such strength, how formidable must he himself be? In this world, is there truly someone capable of compelling him to act? Even if an emperor stood before him, would they not merely be subdued in a single strike? The gaze returned to Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er. They first arrived at the alchemy chamber. Once again, they encountered a guardian spirit with perfected tribulation strength. Tall and elegant, draped in flowing robes, wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Each strike was executed with precision. Even Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er, if caught off guard, could easily sustain injuries. This sword spirit guardian was evidently stronger than the giant guardian, and their advantages had not yet fully manifested. One sword transformed into myriad swords, forcing Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er to retreat step by step. A sword cultivator spirit, how intriguing. The sword spirit guardian had no inkling that the stronger it appeared, the more exhilarated Chen Mu became. What a formidable guardian, truly befitting of the Xianfu. Indeed, this level of strength, even within the Zhongshuan realm, would be considered quasi-emperor caliber, capable of attaining the path of an emperor. I once believed I had a thorough understanding of this world. Now it seems, my knowledge barely scratches the surface. I suspect that even if all the experts of the Tianren Pavilion were to join forces, they might not stand a chance against this sword spirit guardian. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it was immediately met with rebuttals of impossibility. The crowd turned to see that the speaker was a powerful protector concealed within the Tianren Pavilion. That sword spirit guardian, possessing the bearing of an emperor, is far beyond our means to rival. Even the foundational experts of the Tianren Pavilion spoke thus, leaving no room for counterargument. It is impossible. Although His Majesty and that guard are strong, defeating it will be exceedingly difficult, an elder sighed. Just as the sword spirit guardian unleashed a myriad of swords towards Sun Yin'er, mere inches away, the swords and the guardian spirit shattered completely. The time for the test had arrived. Sun Yin'er and Luo Hanxiu exchanged glances, still feeling trepidation. The Xianfu ruins are evidently not as simple as they had anticipated. Having encountered such formidable strength in the second guardian, they realized they must proceed with utmost caution henceforth. Losing one's life is trivial, but failing to serve and follow one's master is of great consequence. After adjusting their breaths, the two pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber and stepped inside. The sword spirit guardian then reassembled. Within this chamber, which harbored unimaginable treasures, surely lay items they were utterly unworthy to touch. A mere glimpse through the mirror filled them with dread, the oppressive aura overwhelming. However, the next moment, Chen Mu raised his hand once more, and the sword spirit guardian appeared before him. Compared to the giant guardian, its movements were significantly swifter. With a flurry of motions, a myriad of swords rained down like a torrential storm, filling the field of vision and shooting toward Chen Mu. "Beware, xianxia!" someone shouted. Given the rarity of such an extraordinary guardian, they were unwilling to lose it. Boom! Chen Mu casually waved his hand, shattering the myriad swords into fine dust that sparkled in the air. Then, before the sword spirit guardian could react, he transformed it into his own exclusive illusion spirit. Lu Ruoxue, who was about to take action, was abruptly halted as Chen Mu grasped her wrist. Noticing his head shake, she turned her gaze, only to discover that the once formidable sword spirit guardian was now kneeling at the steps, awaiting orders. Chen Mu unceremoniously tossed it to the Jiulong Xianfu, where it stood beside the giant guardian, each respecting the other's space. What on earth was happening? Those witnessing the scene were left in a state of disbelief. Was Chen Mu truly the master of the sword spirit guardian? This seemed implausible, as just a moment prior, the guardian had been poised to strike, ready to take Chen Mu's life. What servant would dare draw their sword against their own master? Yet, why had it knelt moments later? Could it be that Chen Mu's mere gesture had illuminated the vast disparity between them? Just as this thought crossed their minds, several individuals quickly dismissed it. The explanation was simple. Illusion spirits typically lacked self-awareness, let alone emotions such as joy or fear. They possessed none of these. The conundrum was perplexing, leaving even the most learned among them at a loss for a reasonable answer. This was especially true upon learning that this was not Chen Mu's first encounter of this nature. Before the sword spirit guardian, he had similarly subdued a giant guardian, forcibly claiming it from the mirror world. The depth of this immortal's power was truly unfathomable. Aside from marveling at it, they could think of little else to say. However, soon their attention was drawn back to the images displayed in the Tianjing mirror. Medicinal pills, an abundance of exquisite pills, countless in number. The most inferior among them were even of the 5th tier, collected by Sun Yin'er and piled together. They were swept into a spatial ring by Luo Hanxiu's wave of her hand. The discovery of 1,000,000 premium pills in this celestial ruin was astonishing, and they believed their master would be immensely pleased upon seeing them. Amidst the unexpected delight, Luo Hanxiu began to anticipate the expression Chen Mu would display upon encountering such a bountiful resource. Even a subtle smile would be enough to satisfy her. What of being a sycophant? What of it? She was content. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the abundance of these pills was at Chen Mu's beck and call. He could summon as many as he desired. Even without altering the data, he could simply give one away and receive 100 million in return, should he feel unsatisfied. He could even amplify the return exponentially, billions, trillions. The cracked fantasy life was indeed unfettered. 1,000,000 premium pills? Neither the entire Xuantiang dynasty's alchemical chambers, nor even the combined resources of the other 4 nations could rival such a supply. The wealth contained within this celestial ruin was truly terrifying. It was essential to recognize that this was merely one alchemical chamber. Realizing this, the onlookers, like Chen Mu, grew increasingly curious about what other treasures lay hidden within this celestial ruin. Longing? Chen Mu remained seated in the dragon chair, enjoying the feeding from the empress, Lu Ruoxue. Who would dare to covet? Unless they were courting death, Chen Mu could unleash the sword spirit guardian without even lifting a finger, effortlessly ensuring that everyone present would meet their demise countless times over. The might of an entire nation? That was utter nonsense. They had not forgotten that their own empress was but one of Chen Mu's servants. At this moment, she was risking her life, wholeheartedly assisting him in scouring the celestial ruin for resources. They consoled themselves, resolving to merely observe the spectacle, acknowledging their lack of qualification to participate. Meanwhile, after raiding the alchemical chamber, Luo Hanxiu and Sun Yin'er proceeded to the library. Given the astonishing medicinal resources within the celestial ruin, Any random tome from the library could likely rival the pinnacle of techniques in the Xianxian realm. Yet, the illusion spirit guardian appeared somewhat peculiar. What was peculiar about it? Firstly, its size. A golden bird, no larger than a palm, perched on the armrest, preening its brilliant golden feathers. Your Majesty, allow me to test it, Sun Yenner exclaimed as she drew her sword. With a swift thrust, she did not hold back simply because the golden bird was adorable. One strike was sufficient to ensure its demise, with no need for a second. However, in the next moment, the golden bird transformed into a massive golden crow. Its wings spreading to an impressive 100 meters. Its body shimmered like flowing light, and on its wings and long, phoenix-like tail, enormous golden runes surged. Boom! The scorching waves of heat surged forth, their impact akin to a deluge. Sun Yenner was compelled to retreat repeatedly. Even Luo Hanqiu had to hastily withdraw, distancing herself from the golden crow to avoid being scorched. This was the Dai Jin Wu, the ancient sacred beast. Dai Jin Wu? I thought it was merely a legendary creature. I never imagined it truly existed. It is said that the Dai Jin Wu feeds on the essence of the sun and can emit temperatures that rival the sun itself, making it difficult to approach. Indeed, at that temperature, should we draw near, we would likely be reduced to ash. Your Majesty, they have encountered a formidable opponent this time. Dai Jin Wu? Chen Mu, utilizing the system, checked and discovered that the Dai Jin Wu, much like dragons, belong to the ancient sacred beasts with immense power. As it feeds on the essence of the sun to enhance its cultivation, it can release temperatures comparable to the blazing sun. In ancient times, there were instances when multiple suns appeared in the sky, a result of their disguise, making it nearly indistinguishable. Keeping it in a cage, as a golden canary for admiration, seemed quite appealing, Chen Mu mused. This statement fell on the ears of those outside, who deemed him somewhat fanciful. How could such a divine beast as the Dai Jin Wu possibly be tamed? Hiss. Yet, in the next moment, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath, recalling the sensory shock brought by the Jiulong Xianfu. Perhaps he truly possessed the means or a powerful artifact. What kind of thunderous methods and what formidable artifact would be required to tame such a terrifying sacred beast? It was unimaginable. Their inability to conceive this was entirely reasonable. For in this world, only Chen Mu was aware of the system's existence. This secret, even to those with the highest loyalty, Chen Mu had no intention of revealing. He planned to carry it to the grave. Name, Dai Jin Wu. Beast age, 300 million years. Cultivation, tribulation completion, level 38. Upon seeing this, Chen Mu was momentarily taken aback. The cultivation of this golden crow was nearly on par with his own. Upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable, given its existence for 300 million years. High cultivation was only to be expected. It was precisely because of its formidable cultivation that it held the value of being tamed. Modifying. Modification successful. As before, Chen Mu swiftly added his name to the ownership section of the Dai Jin Wu. That previous name? Who knew where that person had gone? Or if they were even alive? Most likely, they were no longer of this world. A relic cannot be called a relic if someone still remains. Moreover, if they were truly alive, such a powerful spirit companion would certainly not be left unattended. At this moment, Luo Hanqiu was still troubled about how to approach the Dai Jin Wu. The heat waves were truly terrifying. Approaching the center would likely result in being instantly incinerated into a pool of blood and then evaporated. Suddenly, Your Majesty, look. Prompted by Sun Yenner's reminder, Luo Hanqiu noticed a portal opening beside the Dai Jin Wu. Simultaneously, the heat waves began to subside. New function, complete replication. The great sun golden crow folded its wings, returning to a size that could be easily grasped by a single fist. With a streak of golden radiance, it flapped its wings and entered the portal. I believe the master intervened because he saw that we were unable to handle it, thus taking it away, remarked Luo Hanqiu, sharing her perspective on the matter. So that is how it is. Although Sun Yenner did not say much, the turbulent waves in her heart were difficult to calm. It was precisely because she had faced the great sun golden crow herself that she could better comprehend its immense power. The immortal had tamed it without even showing his face. This unattainable strength placed considerable pressure on Sun Yenner. Yet, if one were to speak of pressure, it would surely stem from the ministers outside the hall, alongside the formidable beings emerging from the Tianren Pavilion. Initially, one might have thought that Chen Mu's intent to raise the great sun golden crow like a canary was merely a jest, an exaggeration. Unexpectedly, the next moment proved that notion utterly wrong. A beam of golden light flew out from the portal, landing upon Chen Mu's shoulder. It groomed its feathers, behaving like an ordinary spirit pet. When Chen Mu extended his hand to stroke the bird's head, it obediently nudged its little head against his fingers. Were it not for witnessing its terrifying form and formidable strength firsthand, the onlookers might indeed mistakenly perceive it as a mere pocket pet for amusement. How remarkably obedient it is. How is this even possible? Surely this isn't a jest? Countless questions loomed in the minds of those present, magnified in their curiosity. Wow. Lu Ruoshui also wanted to reach out and touch it. The great sun golden crow immediately spread its wings, maintaining an aggressive stance. Lu Ruoshui recoiled as if struck by lightning, her smile turning awkward. It seemed the creature did not take a liking to her. With her own strength lacking, coupled with the fact that it was her master's pet, Lu Ruoshui could not afford to show any disrespect to the great sun golden crow. To live worse than a bird? Indeed, it felt like living worse than a bird. One would eventually adapt, Chen Mu consoled. Wow, so many heavenly tier techniques. This must amount to tens of thousands of volumes. Just as Lu Ruoshui was about to respond, the astonished voice of Sun Yener from the Kuwaitian mirror instantly captured her attention. Heavenly tier techniques. Tens of thousands? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Upon glancing over, she realized that Sun Yener was indeed not joking. Just the heavenly tier techniques alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The earthly and mysterious tiers were even more plentiful than the blades of grass. The yellow tier? Such worthless things did not even deserve a place in the library. Instead, they had become rare curiosities. Altogether, there were over 1 million techniques. This was simply outrageous. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. With these techniques, one could easily conquer the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks realm without the slightest difficulty. Tens of thousands of heavenly tier techniques. Tens of thousands. Does the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks realm even possess that many? Every technique of even slight value was meticulously gathered by Luo Hanxiao into her spatial ring, leaving no room for loss. Subsequently, the guards in the treasure house and training rooms, whenever they appeared, were all modified by Chen Mu to serve as his own exclusive guardians. Thrown into the Julong immortal mansion, there was no opportunity for them to act, for once they took action, the survival of Luo Hanxiao and her servant would be utterly hopeless. Luo Hanxiao and Sun Yener merely needed to focus on clearing out the entire immortal mansion's remains for themselves. Words? There was nothing to say. They had become numb. To view the immortal mansion's remains with normal reasoning would likely leave countless cultivators of the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm unable to breach it even after trillions of years. The colossal guardian alone would be a formidable obstacle. Before the sword spirit guardian, one would likely find their bones piled as high as mountains. The great sun golden crow? They were not even qualified to lay eyes upon it. Afterward, Luo Hanxiao and Sun Yener soared out from the portal upon their flying swords. The door to the immortal mansion subsequently closed, and the remains of the immortal mansion transformed into an illusion. The aurora vanished, returning to darkness, revealing a scattering of stars in the sky, not densely packed. Bow before His Majesty. The ministers cleared a path, performing a kneeling salute. Luo Hanxiao had no mind to acknowledge them, lifting her skirt and hastily approaching Chen Mu. Upon reaching him, she knelt and presented the spatial ring with both hands. Master, I have faithfully gathered all the treasures from the immortal mansion's remains as you commanded. Please take a look. To be honest, prior to this, those outside had speculated whether Luo Hanxiao, holding so many precious treasures, would choose to betray Chen Mu and escape with the riches. If they were in her position, they might not have been able to maintain their integrity. Observing Luo Hanxiao's demeanor, it seemed she had never contemplated such a matter. Chen Mu accepted the spatial ring. Casting a glance at the items within, he then opened the decryption function page. Initiating opening. Opening successful. Replication of all things. Status. Activated. The newly discovered decryption function allowed the replication of all things. The spatial ring, along with all items stored within, be it elixirs, techniques, weapons, or magical treasures, could be replicated and placed into the system's inventory. He then returned the spatial ring to Luo Hanxiao, saying, "You have worked hard along the way. These items are a reward for you." "What? Are you insane?" Came a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lu Ruoshui shot a glance, prompting the formidable being beside her to hastily cover their mouth. Chen Mu's generosity surpassed their understanding. Did he not value those items? Tens of thousands of heavenly tier techniques, millions of supreme elixirs, and he deemed them unworthy? A headache ensued. Covering his head, he forced himself not to think further. At this moment, they finally understood why Luo Hanxiao harbored no thoughts of hoarding anything for herself. It was simply unnecessary. Those treasures, which seemed exceedingly scarce in their eyes, appeared to Chen Mu, an immortal, as mere scrap metal. Although Chen Mu had never contemplated it this way, it did not hinder their thoughts from wandering in that direction. Granting successful, billion-fold rebate has been triggered. Chen Mu merely wished to acquire everything, to replicate a portion for Luo Hanxiao to continue building the Xianxian dynasty, and then to trigger a wave of billion-fold rebates. An infinite inventory was never too much. The only concern was that searching for something might become slightly cumbersome. Luo Hanxio's companions remained stunned. What? Your master grants you so many treasures, and you don't even say thank you? Lu Ruoxue remarked, tinged with a hint of envy. If she had those items, she would undoubtedly have the confidence to elevate the Xian kingdom to become the foremost dynasty in the Zhongshuan realm. All right. Do not wear such a sorrowful face. You have a share too. Chen Mu waved his hand. Tens of thousands of heavenly tier techniques, hundreds of thousands of earthly tier techniques, and millions of mysterious tier techniques piled up like mountains. The white jade vials filled with supreme elixirs cluttered the entire great hall, creating a sea of white. Setting aside the elixirs, even the exquisite, spirit-rich white jade alone was worth a fortune. Various divine weapons floated above, dazzling the eyes. They all yearned for Chen Mu to also say to them, all right, do not wear such a sorrowful face. You have a share too. They were well aware that this was merely a dream. But dreaming is not a crime, is it? At this point, even Lu Ruoxue was momentarily stunned. Chapter 119. The Emperor-to-be Su Guha, come to seize opportunities? She truly did not expect that Chen Mu would prepare such a grand gift for her as well. This is simply too profound, too precious. There were no words adequate to describe it. It was astonishing to think that within this small Xiantian realm, there existed such an abundance of treasures. Excellent. With these items, my chance of attaining the title of emperor is raised to 90%. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by an unfamiliar voice that none had ever heard before. The crowd turned to follow the sound, their gazes shifting. Who is this person? Do any of you recognize him? He does not seem ordinary. From him, I can perceive a strong aura of slaughter. Who exactly is he? How many has he killed? The ministers, with their shallow cultivation and limited experience, were taken aback. Many among the formidable beings were left speechless in shock. Some were taken aback and exclaimed, Su Guhi. Su Guhi? Who is that? Su Guhi, the rumored ancient being of this generation with the greatest potential to ascend to the status of an emperor. It is indeed him. I never expected the secret realm of the immortal estate would draw him out. I thought he was already deceased. Upon hearing his name called directly, Su Guhi landed heavily, and those few were instantly crushed by an invisible force, their bodies exploding. Blood splattered everywhere, painting the walls. This was the might of an emperor. Though not overwhelmingly strong, it was indeed the aura of an emperor, suggesting that he was on the brink of, or perhaps had already entered, the quasi-emperor realm. Quasi-emperor. The appearance of Su Guhi sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Even those with the strength of the tribulation crossing realm, at the very least, the powerful beings of the great ascension realm, were no exception. They trembled with fear, their legs turning to jelly. They understood all too well. A being like this could easily take their lives. Such a presence belonged to the quasi-emperor level. How long has it been since a quasi-emperor emerged in the Zhongshuan realm? I want these treasures. Does anyone have any objections? Su Guhi stood outside the grand hall, gazing at the mountain of martial arts scrolls, which flowed like a river, and the exquisite divine weapons overhead. His voice quivering with excitement. He thought to himself that he had truly struck it rich this time, having acquired such an opportunity. Was not the fortune he seized still a fortune? Merely having an opportunity is of no use if one cannot hold on to it. This is an era that reveres martial prowess. Only with a strong fist can one command respect. Master, may I confront him? Lu Ruoxue bowed, clasping her fists in respect. Chen Mu nodded. He wanted to gauge Lu Ruoxue's strength against this ancient being. After all, if one were to be idle, they might as well enjoy the spectacle. Yes. After receiving Chen Mu's permission, Lu Ruoxue raised her hand, gripping the 3-foot-long white sword, declaring, You probably lack the qualifications to claim these. In the next moment, a graceful figure flew towards Su Guhi, her sword aura soaring like a rainbow, thrusting out with the might to shatter the heavens. She was at the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing realm. Su Guhi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering someone at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm here. Hastily, he formed hand seals, summoning a golden talisman that appeared before him like a shield, blocking Lu Ruoxue's strike. Yet, he was still forced back over 100 meters, landing in the plaza beneath the grand hall. This was Lu Ruoxue's true intent. She did not believe that strike could kill Su Guhi. She merely wished to distance the battlefield to avoid affecting others. Most importantly, she feared that the aftermath of the battle would disturb her master, Chen Mu. Master, do you need me to assist her? Luo Hanxiu inquired, seeking Chen Mu's opinion. No need. She can handle it, Chen Mu replied, rubbing his stomach. I am hungry. Please prepare the meal quickly. Yes. Luo Hanxiu signaled to Sun Yin-Er with a glance. In an instant, Sun Yin-Er vanished from sight. In the Grand Hall Plaza, Luo Hanxiu and Su Guhi were still locked in fierce combat, unable to distinguish victor from vanquished. The speed of their exchanges was nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Only those of the Tribulation Crossing realm could barely catch glimpses of their awe-inspiring and terrifying moves. Each sword strike, each punch, could cause the ground to sink several meters. Had they been any closer, even they could not guarantee they would remain unscathed. Unexpectedly, the Empress of the Xian Kingdom possessed such formidable strength. He glanced at Chen Mu, who was still seated on the throne awaiting his meal. How many more such extraordinary beings were there? It was beyond imagination, certainly not something they could fathom. Indeed, previously, they had only heard that the Empress of the Xian Kingdom was merely a prodigy from the inner courtyard, yet now she wielded the power to govern the Xian Kingdom. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tribulation Crossing realm, how different the fates of the same human race could be. You, girl, possess some strength. Since that is the case, I shall entertain you earnestly. Boom. He stood suspended in the air, his 10 fingers intertwined in a bow, his enchanting purple spiritual energy igniting like flames. He then spread his arms wide, the flames swirling around him, growing increasingly fierce. Bang, bang, bang. As he rapidly descended, aiming at Lu Ruoshui with his palm, a barrage of giant purple palms rained down upon her, truly worthy of a quasi-emperor. Each strike bore the power to annihilate a Tribulation Crossing realm cultivator. Could she truly withstand such an onslaught? The dust was too thick to see clearly. After dozens of strikes, he seemed to confirm that Lu Ruoshui could not possibly survive under such an assault and refrained from continuing the attack. Boom. However, in the next moment, a sharp crescent-shaped sword aura sliced through the air, charging straight at him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an even greater purple flame palm, shouting, "Break for me." As the sword aura collided with the purple flame palm, a wave of spiritual energy rippled outward like stones dropped in water, extending hundreds of meters. They remained evenly matched, neither willing to yield. At that moment, he noticed palace maids entering the palace, each carrying exquisite dishes of delicacies, setting up a wooden table for Chen Mu and laying out an array of mountain treasures and ocean delicacies. That brat, even at this moment, has the nerve to eat? He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Chen Mu was unconcerned with such matters. What did he think? It was of no consequence to him whether he was pleased or not. Seeing the sumptuous feast before him, he could hardly contain his eagerness. Yet, Luo Hanxiu was quicker, seizing the chopsticks, picking up a piece of stir-fried meat, and bringing it to his mouth, saying, "Here, master, let me feed you." To this, Chen Mu could only remark, "Such understanding. Luo Hanxiu, you, how dare you take advantage of my battle with the enemy to do such a thing? You shamelessly slipped away." Lu Ruoshui loudly condemned. Luo Hanxiu paid her no mind, thinking to herself, "Clearly, it was you who wished to impress the master. Blame me? You." Seeing Luo Hanxiu ignore her, continuing to affectionately feed Chen Mu, Lu Ruoshui's chest heaved with rage. He. Chapter 120. Strong? Merely the tip of the iceberg of the master's hidden strength. As He, the foremost person under the emperor of the Xianxian realm, was but a half step away from the quasi-emperor status. Now, to be evenly matched with a junior, and additionally, for the other party to be distracted by jealousy over a mere female presence, it was akin to childish play, a ridiculous farce. Most importantly, the person seated upon the dragon throne actually considered himself a mere side dish. He had never endured such humiliation. Gritting his teeth, unable to bear it any longer, he thought to himself, "Let me show you the true extent of my power, ignorant youngsters." He could not afford to lose face. He did not wish to waste any more time in this trivial conflict with Lu Ruoshui. Crossing his arms over his chest, he bent his body slightly, then suddenly unleashed his power. Black wings burst forth from his back, expanding several meters, shedding numerous black feathers like dark snow. In addition to the 2 primary wings, there were also 2 auxiliary wings, totaling 4. His arms turned as dark as night, sprouting fine feathers, his fingers transforming into sharp claws. His appearance remained largely unchanged. His gaze and brow, along with his waist-length white hair, flowed in the breeze. The transformation into a celestial demon was unexpected. It seemed this old fellow had demon blood flowing within him. Chen Mu discerned this. A demon cultivator? No wonder his cultivation speed is so rapid. Upon realizing this, Luo Hanxiu asked with a smile, "Do you need assistance?" "No need." As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Ruoshui regretted them. This was supposed to be an excellent opportunity to draw Luo Hanxiu away from Chen Mu's side. But once the words were spoken, like spilled water, how could they be retracted? Prepare to die? He raised his arms high, condensing a more terrifying giant purple flame palm above his head. This palm was capable of flattening half of the palace. In response, Lu Ruoshui merely stated, "It is not always the loudest who is the strongest." Luo Hanxiu held her sword upright before her with her right hand, while her left thumb and index finger came together, swirling with spiritual energy. Sweeping upward from the sword hilt, the Zhanshun Jin gleamed brilliantly, rivaling the brilliance of the sun and moon. Luo Hanxiu released her grip, and the sword floated in midair. Enormous, even larger. In an instant, a colossal sword was formed. When faced with the immense purple flame palm, it exhibited no signs of inferiority, even displaying greater dominance. A heavenly grade divine weapon. Su Guha's eyes widened in disbelief. At this juncture, there was no room for retreat. With both arms pressed down, he commanded, suppress. Following this, the purple flame palm descended from the heavens, breaking through the clouds, igniting the air in a fiery explosion that sent waves of crimson flames swirling around. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? What a terrifying strike. Under such a blow, it seemed that the entire imperial palace would be razed to the ground. Were we to perish? Amidst the panic of the ministers and powerful beings, Lu Ruoxue remained unperturbed, her heart as tranquil as still water. Go. She raised her right arm and pointed upwards. The Zhanshun Jian similarly ignited with a circle of eerie flames, soaring towards the purple flame palm with world-shaking might. Boom. As the two forces collided, the shockwaves extended for miles, enveloping even the farthest reaches of the dynasty in a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily upon their hearts. The night was filled with cries of despair, as every household burned brightly, unable to find slumber. Witnessing the immense palm struggle to suppress, and seeing his own arms flung away, Su Guha refused to concede. He gathered his spiritual energy, exerting all his strength to push down with both hands. Yet ultimately, he watched as the sword tip pierced through the purple flame palm, penetrating it. The sword's radiance illuminated all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The purple flame palm subsequently exploded, sending shockwaves hundreds of meters wide, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Was victory theirs? Had she truly triumphed? This was the full force of a quasi-emperor. It seemed that this empress of the Xian kingdom was far more formidable than we had imagined. Wasn't this to be expected? Setting aside her identity as the empress, as a disciple of Qing Xian, she was a servant of the celestial beings. How could a servant of the celestial beings be defeated by an insignificant mortal? Truly, she was someone chosen by the celestial beings, a rare gem among thousands. Listening to the praises of Lu Ruoxue, Luo Hanxiu curled her lip. She could have achieved this as well. Unfortunately, the opportunity had been seized by Lu Ruoxue. However, rather than engaging in battle with Su Guha, Luo Hanxiu was indeed more satisfied with the present moment, feeding Chen Mu mouthfuls of food, her sense of accomplishment soaring. In contrast, Su Guha remained dazed, muttering, "No, this cannot be. How is this possible? My blow possessed at least half the power of a quasi-emperor." Yet she effortlessly neutralized it. Lu Ruoxue had no intention of granting Su Guha a moment's respite, her arm slicing down like a sword. Thunderous sounds resounded as a bright sword light descended upon Su Guha's head, cleaving through the clouds as if the heavens themselves were being split apart. I never wished to reach this point, but you have forced my hand. Su Guha, facing the overwhelming sword strike, quickly retrieved a medicinal pill from his bosom and swallowed it, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was the malevolent party. The surge of vitality. Su Guha felt his power escalating wildly as he opened his arms to the heavens, his body expanding tremendously, tearing his opulent robes to reveal a body cloaked in black feathers. His feet transformed into talons, and there was no turning back from this transformation into a birdman. What an immense presence. He was forcibly breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. What? A quasi-emperor? This was not good. The onlookers outside could no longer bear the pressure, either bending their knees or collapsing to the ground in disarray. Looking up at the colossal sword, Su Guha's demeanor was filled with disdain and mockery. You think such an attack could kill me? How naive. Following this, a massive illusion of a four-winged celestial demon materialized behind him. Su Guha brought his palms together, and the illusion mirrored his actions, bracing against Lu Ruoxue's sword strike. Boom, boom, boom. An inexhaustible force surged downward, extending to the ground. The entire stone floor of the grand hall shattered in an instant. Cracks spread across the palace walls. How could this be? I have reached the quasi-emperor realm. Why can I not neutralize this sword? Su Guha was perplexed, his mind filled with countless questions. Because you are too weak, and your master is too strong. Lu Ruoxue did not consider herself particularly powerful. Rather, it was Chen Mu's might that granted her everything. What I have displayed is merely the tip of the iceberg of my master's strength. Whatever Lu Ruoxue thought in her heart, she voiced aloud. Master? The tip of the iceberg? Upon hearing this, Su Guha's gaze involuntarily turned towards the young man in the hall, who was being fed by a stunning maid. He is the master of this monster? By what right? Does he possess some grand fortune? Realizing this, Su Guha, instead of feeling anger, laughed, believing this to be a test from heaven. If he could pass this trial, he would have the opportunity to achieve the path of the emperor, to become an unparalleled existence in the Zhongshuan realm. No one could rival him. Su Guha decided to deploy his trump card, bellowing, "Bloodthirsty Great Formation, activate." Chapter 121. Do you possess dark arts? I, with a single key, modified it, and Su Guha fell into despair. Before Su Guha's words had even faded, a blood-red formation was inscribed in the air, unfolding. Visibly, threads of blood energy began to converge toward the center of the formation. A single thread of blood energy might seem inconspicuous, but thousands, tens of thousands, millions, even billions of strands became strikingly evident. The source of this blood energy was living beings, individuals full of life. What is happening? My blood energy is being forcibly stripped away. Cursed be him. He intends to use our life force to enhance his own power. He is not only a demon cultivator, but also a devil cultivator. A vile scoundrel. Mercilessly slaughtering sentient beings, the heavens will not spare you. To such words, Su Guha paid no heed, dismissing them entirely. The supreme beings need not concern themselves with the grievances of ants. Those who aid in their ascension to the grand path should consider themselves fortunate. The blood energy. So much blood energy. I can feel my strength skyrocketing. Su Guha spread his arms wide, eyes closed, reveling in the experience. Countless strands of blood energy and life force flowed into him through the transformation of the bloodthirsty great formation. His bones strengthened, flesh and blood, every limb, organ, and meridian benefited. Meanwhile, the celestial demon continued to contend with the colossal sword. While it could not destroy the Zhanshin Jian, it ensured that Su Guha could absorb the blood energy without harm or hindrance. Fixating his gaze on Lu Ruoshui, he smiled smugly. Little girl, grant me just a bit more time, and I shall reduce you to ashes. Master, I worry that the citizens of the city will lose their lives because of this. Luo Hanqiu expressed her concern. Do not worry. I am here, Chen Mu replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanqiu's anxious heart was instantly calmed, for she unconditionally trusted Chen Mu. Opening the system panel, she saw. Name, Bloodthirsty Great Formation, modifiable. Effect, can absorb others' blood energy and life force, converting it into one's own spiritual power. The more absorbed, the greater the enhancement. Note, absorption range can increase with strength, modifiable. Status, activated, modifiable. Chen Mu initially contemplated using the system to directly deactivate the Bloodthirsty Great Formation. However, upon reflection, he deemed this too lenient towards that old fellow Su Guha. After all, he had indeed extracted a considerable amount of blood energy. For cultivators, it was manageable, but for those without spiritual roots who did not understand cultivation, a single strand of blood energy could represent years, even decades of life. Absorb, release. With this thought, a brilliant idea sprang to Chen Mu's mind. He hurriedly set it into action. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Following the modification, the detailed description of the Bloodthirsty Great Formation was updated to name, Bloodthirsty Great Formation, modifiable. The function, once activated, it absorbs a significant amount of blood vitality and life force, returning it doubled until exhausted, benefiting humanity. Note, the release range can be modified as one's strength increases. Status, activated and cannot be deactivated, modifiable. On the other side, upon hearing Su Guha's arrogant words and witnessing his malevolent sorcery harming innocent people, Lu Ruoshui's expression shifted slightly, revealing anger, and she decided to produce the Zhanshin stone. But in the next moment, she saw Su Guha's expression change dramatically. His face filled with panic and fear as he shouted, "Why? How could this happen? The blood vitality, it's reversing. Cursed. Come back." Su Guha was perplexed. What had gone awry with the bloodthirsty formation? Everything appeared normal, without any issue. Yet the blood vitality and life force he had painstakingly converted were now about to be returned in full. He attempted to deactivate the bloodthirsty formation to mitigate his losses, only to discover that he had already lost control over it, and could not shut it down. Moreover, to make matters worse, his own blood vitality was forcibly extracted by the formation and scattered throughout various households. In places he could not see, children were smiling, and the elderly, who were on the brink of death, suddenly felt revitalized. Countless citizens expressed their gratitude towards this unseen bodhisattva. But Su Guha had no desire to be a bodhisattva. Cursed. Shut it down. Shut it down. Su Guha was on the verge of tears. This was supposed to be one of his trump cards. Yet now it had pushed him toward the brink of death. The celestial demon dissipated. The celestial demon it transformed due to insufficient spiritual energy, causing its body to shrink rapidly. Strike. Lu Ruoshui seized the moment, her sword falling. The air exploded with a thunderous sound, as if struck by lightning. I refuse to accept this. I will not accept this. Su Guha's figure vanished beneath the towering sword light, his voice abruptly silenced. The Zhanshin sword returned to Lu Ruoshue's hand, leaving a deep gash spanning several meters across the Grand Hall's plaza. The quasi-emperor was slain by a single sword? Indeed, how peculiar was that formation? Suddenly returning blood vitality to us, and even doubling it? After decades of stagnation and cultivation, I now sense signs of a breakthrough. Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps it was due to his inadequate cultivation, a flaw in some aspect? The court officials were baffled. However, Lu Ruoshue and Luo Hanqiu understood far better than anyone else that the sudden malfunction of the bloodthirsty formation was undoubtedly the handiwork of their master. Master, you are truly formidable. Thank you for safeguarding the lives of the common people. Luo Hanqiu expressed profound gratitude. Such trivial matters need not weigh on your mind. For Chen Mu, this was merely a matter of convenience. Primarily, he could not tolerate Su Guha's arrogance and sought a bit of amusement. Since Su Guha had delivered entertainment right to his doorstep, it would be exceedingly rude not to seize the opportunity. He was a man who valued politeness. Ruoshue, intercept that crimson orb. Chen Mu suddenly spoke. Yes. Lu Ruoshue then noticed that amidst the smoke, a blood-red orb was soaring forth. What could this orb be? Lu Ruoshue could not discern its nature. Regardless, she would unconditionally obey Chen Mu's command. She traversed through the air, sword in hand, trembling alongside the orb. Though it was not larger than the palm of her hand, each strike contained overwhelming force. Moreover, due to its small size, it moved swiftly, causing Lu Ruoshue's sword to barely miss. Very well. If a single sword cannot pierce you, then let me see if 1,000 or even 10,000 can evade. Lu Ruoshue released her grip on the Zhanshin sword. The treasured sword stood before her, fingers forming a series of incantations, with a sweep of her arms. She separated them. One sword transformed into 10,000 swords forming a cage, all directed at that blood-red orb. Strike! Lu Ruoshue commanded, unleashing a torrent of swords. Impeccably dense. Let us see how you evade this time. Lu Ruoshue was unwilling to lose to an orb in front of Chen Mu. How audacious! Chapter 122. Is becoming an emperor truly difficult? A furious voice emerged from within the blood-red orb, resonant and powerful. How could the orb emit a human voice? Could it have gained sentience? Or was it possible that Su Guha, cunning as he was, infused a wisp of his consciousness into it before his demise, hoping to find an opportunity to rise again? This was indeed a possibility. Such a calamity must not be allowed to escape. The group steeled themselves, determined to stand alongside Lu Ruoshue in the face of this threat. Unable to contend with a complete entity, could they not even defeat a remnant? On the other side, the power of that roar formed a barrier, repelling Lu Ruoshue's onslaught of swords. Was this imperial might? Lu Ruoshue murmured, perplexed. The strangeness did not lie in the presence of imperial might, but rather in the fact that this imperial might felt entirely different from that which she had sensed from Su Guha. It seemed more tyrannical, intense, and pure. Just as Lu Ruoshue pondered this, Chen Mu emerged from the palace. Immortal. Upon seeing him, everyone hastily stepped aside, bowing low. The remnants of the emperor, you truly know how to hide, Chen Mu scoffed. The emperor? Lu Ruoshue gazed at Chen Mu, bewildered. Indeed, the emperor, Chen Mu nodded. Referring to Du Chunfeng, the last emperor of the Xianxian realm. The world believed you had ascended to divinity, yet who would have anticipated that you failed to ascend, leaving only a wisp of residual soul, taking refuge in another? Under the scrutiny of the system, Du Chunfeng's experiences had been thoroughly laid bare by Chen Mu. It was no exaggeration to say that now, Chen Mu understood Du Chunfeng better than Du Chunfeng himself. The emperor, Du Chunfeng. So he had indeed failed to ascend? It was astonishing that behind the quasi-emperor stood an emperor guiding him. What good can one who produces such a disciple be? Since you know it is I, why not relinquish your sword and step aside for the old man? Du Chunfeng commanded imperiously. Lu Ruoshue remained unmoved. Unless Chen Mu spoke, she would never lower her sword. She vowed to never let Du Chunfeng escape. Seeing Lu Ruoshue disregard his words, Du Chunfeng was enraged. The orb shattered, and a humanoid shadow emerged. If I do not unleash my might, do you truly think I am easy to bully? The visage of Du Chunfeng appeared. He was indeed the last emperor of the Xianxian realm. Having failed to ascend, he was left with only a wisp of residual soul. Yet he could still unleash such terrifying presence? Nonsense. Otherwise, why would everyone aspire to become an emperor? This imperial might far surpasses that of a quasi-emperor. Those who had clamored to stand with Lu Ruoshue now faltered under the pressure of imperial might, abandoning their thoughts of opposing the emperor. For even a mere remnant soul could crush them like ants. The myriad Zhanshin's swords were all repelled, dissipating into shadows. Only the main body returned to Lu Ruoshue's hand. Seeking death, Lu Ruoxue advanced with her sword, closing in on Du Chunfeng, unleashing a strike imbued with overwhelming sword intent. This was sword intent. Lu Ruoxue's mastery in the domain of swordsmanship had reached such an astonishing level. What terrifying sword intent! With such power, even mountains and rivers could be effortlessly cleaved apart, couldn't they? This girl had actually cultivated sword intent. Moreover, it seemed her level was not low. Chen Mu was also somewhat surprised. This was his first time witnessing Lu Ruoxue wielding sword intent. Sword intent was different from gun intent. Due to the plethora of swordsmanship styles, cultivating sword intent was far more challenging. To cultivate such pure sword intent was even more difficult. Thus, Chen Mu could ascertain that despite possessing great power and peak royal authority, Lu Ruoxue had never forgotten her goal of cultivation and self-improvement. Truly commendable. A mere parlor trick. Du Chunfeng dismissed the sword intent, swinging his arm, unleashing a wisp of sword intent. Clearly, his proficiency in the realm of swordsmanship was far superior to Lu Ruoxue's. Even without a sword, one can wield the essence of the sword, achieving a sublime unity between man and blade. Coupled with the might of the emperor, Lu Ruoxue's sword intent stood no chance. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, Chen Mu unleashed a sound akin to a dragon's roar. A spectral white spear materialized from thin air, effortlessly shattering the sword intent. The spear intent. Du Chunfeng gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment. It was beyond his imagination that someone could cultivate spear intent to such an extraordinary level. He mused to himself. If only he could seize this young man's body and restore himself to his former peak. No, surpass it. What difficulty could there be? Though sword intent is challenging to comprehend, its cultivation speed and subsequent complexities are far inferior to spear intent. To think that an immortal could cultivate spear intent to the realm of man and spear in unison is a phenomenon rarely seen in a millennium, or even 10,000 years. Man and spear united. The might of the immortal commands our reverence. Ignoring the voices around him, Chen Mu observed Du Chunfeng, who had just repelled Lu Ruoxue and was now advancing towards him. Boy, I shall make you assist me in reclaiming my status as emperor. Surrender obediently, Du Chunfeng bellowed, attempting to intimidate Chen Mu with his imperial might and confuse his mind. Taking advantage of this moment, he intended to forcibly seize Chen Mu's body and shatter his soul. Master, be careful, Luo Hanxiao exclaimed, preparing to rush to Chen Mu's aid. Yet before she could act, Chen Mu placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to refrain. Seeing Chen Mu make no move, Du Chunfeng's heart leaped with joy, believing the young man had given up his resistance. After all, he was the last emperor of the Xian realm. Chen Mu's compliance pleased Du Chunfeng immensely as he prepared to dive into his soul's sea. But suddenly, a violent force sent him reeling, nearly shattering his soul. How could this be? Du Chunfeng had felt no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations or defensive formations around Chen Mu. Cursed be it, I shall seize you today, he vowed, but then his words fell abruptly short. Raising his hands, his movements were sluggish, his expression dazed, and his lips trembled in disbelief. My cultivation, my imperial might, gone, all gone. What in the world is happening? Observing the despair etched on Du Chunfeng's face, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Soon after, Du Chunfeng, in a frenzy, turned to confront Chen Mu. You have seized my imperial might. You have crippled my cultivation. Who are you? Although he could not fathom how Chen Mu accomplished this, he could think of no one else capable of such a feat. Recalling the earlier incident with the bloodthirsty formation, all suspicions pointed towards Chen Mu. Seized your imperial might? Chen Mu replied with a faint smile. What are you laughing at? Du Chunfeng glared. What use would I have for such a thing? Chen Mu countered. Everyone desires to become an emperor. Do you not understand why? Only with imperial might can one qualify to prove themselves as an emperor. Du Chunfeng regarded Chen Mu as a fool. How could anyone ask such a foolish question? Proving oneself as an emperor? Is that not something easily achieved? Difficult? Chen Mu inquired. Chapter 123, Modifying the Record. One click to prove oneself as an emperor. Is proving oneself as an emperor truly so simple? Difficult? Hearing these words from Chen Mu, Du Chunfeng found himself at a loss for words. Staring at him as if he were a simpleton. His ignorance was astounding. Chen Mu paid no mind to Du Chunfeng. Since there can only be one emperor in the entire Xian realm, and that emperor is the most revered and recognized existence, there is no question. With a system that can bypass limitations, it would be unreasonable for him not to become an emperor. After all, the atmosphere had reached such a crescendo. Not doing so would undoubtedly render him a fool. He opened his personal attribute panel. In the section detailing his life achievements, he added a new line. Successfully proved oneself as an emperor. Confirm modifications? Yes. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. In an instant, the world around transformed. The heavens and stars shone brightly, all illuminated by Chen Mu alone. Countless starlights gathered into a single beam, descending upon him. What is this? The power of myriad stars. He shall prove himself as an emperor through the stars. Star Emperor. The power of the stars. Could it be boundless? No. How is this possible? Du Chunfeng collapsed to the ground, defeated like a petulant child. He had thought Chen Mu was a fool for uttering such arrogant claims. Yet now he realized that if Chen Mu wished, he could indeed prove himself as an emperor with ease. Was it truly not difficult? How could this be? If it were not difficult, what did Du Chunfeng's countless years of effort amount to? A jest? Look, the sky is changing. Why have the clouds turned blood red? A tribulation? I have never seen such a tribulation. The annihilation tribulation. According to records, it is the most terrifying of all tribulations, bar none. Merely witnessing it sent shivers down my spine. Such formidable thunder might obliterate anyone in the tribulation realm upon mere contact. It was a sight to behold. Even more terrifying than a sword hanging above one's head. Du Chunfeng, who had initially sought to prevent Chen Mu from transcending to emperor, now watched with a grin. He was eager to see how Chen Mu would withstand this cataclysmic annihilation tribulation. No need to intervene. He would surely perish on his own. The red clouds gathered ominously, exuding an overwhelming presence. The thunder within, white on the outside and red within, formed massive tendrils like colossal dragons, albeit with a disheveled appearance, interspersed with swirling lightning patterns. Each as thick as a waist. Should this descend, it would likely claim the lives of most of the capital's inhabitants, including Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu. Even when proving oneself as an emperor, one cannot escape the principle that countless bones must be sacrificed for a single triumph. The entire expanse of heaven and earth was illuminated in blood-red hues, and even the silver moon hanging high in the sky had transformed into a blood moon. Name: Annihilation Tribulation Modifiable. Power: Unknown Modifiable. The power is labeled as unknown. Does it grow stronger against formidable foes? Modifying in progress. Modification successful. With a thunderous roar, a colossal pillar of lightning connecting heaven and earth descended upon Chen Mu, accompanied by a whirlwind that stirred the clouds. Boy, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. Du Chunfeng thought gleefully, harboring an unyielding hope of reclaiming his imperial might. Perhaps after Chen Mu's demise, that imperial might would return to him, as it was originally his. However, with each passing moment, the joy on Du Chunfeng's face faded faster. Chen Mu stood amidst the annihilation tribulation, completely unscathed. Not only was he unharmed, but even his garments remained untouched. How could this be? Du Chunfeng was utterly perplexed. When he had proved himself as an emperor, the power of his tribulation had been but a fraction of what Chen Mu faced now. Yet, the experience had felt like being skinned 100 times and having his bones broken 100 times over. Countless times, he had hung by a thread, relying on rare treasures and elixirs to successfully transcend and prove himself as an emperor. The total value of the resources consumed was equivalent to the might of an entire nation. This was because Du Chunfeng had coerced many nations with his martial prowess. If they did not assist him in becoming an emperor, he would surely annihilate their clans upon success. Who would dare defy him? This implies that Du Chunfeng's success in becoming an emperor was due not only to his own capabilities, but also to the collective strength of the entire Xianxian realm that had supported him. In the present day, faced with the formidable Lei Wei, whose strength surpasses his own by tenfold, Chen Mu stands unfazed amidst the chaos. Du Chunfeng is left in a state of disbelief. The thunder of the tribulation seems to strike him directly, leaving him feeling scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. As the first bolt of the tribulation dissipates, the crimson clouds do not disperse. With the glaring light now absent, the onlookers can finally see Chen Mu, standing still and unscathed. Truly, a celestial being, the likes of which cannot be harmed by such a formidable tribulation. Not even a hair is singed. Is his body forged from mysterious iron? However, even mysterious iron would be reduced to ash in the face of the annihilating thunderbolt. His physical resilience is simply extraordinary. I fear that even my strongest strike would feel akin to a mere tickle against him. A tickle? You may be overestimating your capabilities. Thunder rumbles once more. Soon, the second bolt of the annihilating tribulation descends. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. Is there more? Chen Mu initially believed that the tribulation would cease after 5 or 6 strikes, yet over 20 have passed without an end in sight. Although he has effectively nullified the power of the annihilating tribulation, rendering it imperceptible to him, the flickering lightning remains blinding. Hearing this, Du Chunfeng assumes that Chen Mu is finally reaching his limit, berating himself for forgetting that the tribulation grows increasingly potent with each subsequent strike. Perhaps he can withstand the initial bolts, but the later ones are uncertain. Let it strike. Let it reduce him to ashes. Such a person is unworthy of the path to enlightenment, let alone ascending to become an emperor. The emperor of the Xianxian realm must be none other than Du Chunfeng. He continues to chant this in his heart, praying for the heavens to extinguish Chen Mu's existence. Yet, before he can revel in his anticipation for more than a few seconds, boom, Chen Mu waves his hand, summoning a tempest that disperses the utterly ineffective tribulation and the crimson clouds. All present witness with clarity as the annihilating thunderbolt is shredded by the gale. The clouds are torn asunder. Is this truly the annihilating tribulation? It cannot be mistaken. But how is he capable of this? Because he is strong. Facing these four simple words, the crowd finds themselves unable to refute. Beyond this, no other explanation comes to mind. Indeed, what other reason could there be but his strength? Du Chunfeng, Chapter 124, The Star Emperor. A spectacle that astonishes the world. As the crimson clouds disperse, revealing the sun? No, it is the moon. Also incorrect. The onlookers gaze upward to behold countless stars and the cosmic Milky Way. The starlight shines particularly brightly on this fateful night. Such a celestial phenomenon is not confined to the royal palace. Throughout the Xianxian realm, be it the Xian Tian dynasty, the Tian Wu dynasty, or the Xian kingdom and Zhuyan kingdom, all can behold it. At Qingxian mountain, atop the sect master peak, sect master Zhao Hongfeng and Lu Ruoxue's master, the peak master of Jingyue Peak, Lu Yuchan, sit across from one another, toasting in celebration. She has just broken through to a significant realm. Just as she raises her cup, she senses a tremendous wave of energy. Looking up, the clouds have vanished, revealing the cosmos. The profundities within are unfathomable. Senior brother, what is happening? Lu Yuchan inquires, seeking Zhao Hongshan's insight. Such a vast celestial phenomenon, combined with imperial might, if I am not mistaken. Someone in the Xianxian realm has successfully ascended as an emperor. Zhao Hongshan articulates his thoughts. What? An emperor has emerged? Lu Yuchan's beautiful eyes ripple with surprise. That is an emperor. The pinnacle existence of the entire Xianxian realm. And there can only be one. How can she not be astonished? Senior brother, do you think this person could be? Stop. Interrupting Lu Yuchan before she can finish, Zhao Hongshan raises his hand and interjects. Today, I called you here to celebrate your successful breakthrough. Let us not discuss anything else. All right. Lu Yuchan perceives the immense pressure on Zhao Hongshan. What is understood but unspoken remains within the cup. She too believes that, given Chen Mu's age, even if he is extraordinary, it is premature to speak of him becoming an emperor. Surely, he must be some hidden recluse, an unparalleled master, right? Within Tianfu City, Chu Wushuang has ceased her cultivation, her gaze captivated by the resplendent galaxy, unable to hide her astonishment. Fu Bo, a new emperor has emerged in the Xianxian realm. Indeed, Mississippi. The two have not connected this individual with the last young scion of the Chen family, from whom the engagement was withdrawn. Not only they, but the entirety of the Xianxian realm would not associate this star emperor with a youth in his early 20s. For it has never happened before. Not even in 1,000 years has anyone achieved the status of emperor. Yet, even from thousands of miles away, within the Chen family courtyard in the Qingxian mansion, the servants trained by Chen Mu are absolutely certain that this individual is undoubtedly their master. His essence is intermingled within that celestial phenomenon. They could not possibly be mistaken. Returning to Chen Mu, at this moment, he feels as though he has become one with the stars above. He is capable of harnessing the energy they embody for his own use. Upon checking his personal panel, he indeed sees that he has acquired the title of Star Emperor. Can all these myriad stars be commanded by me? Chen Mu smiles faintly. The sensation of becoming an emperor is truly delightful. His original strength at the 100-layer tribulation stage has multiplied 2 to 3 times. Now, with but a thought, he can reduce the entire Xian Tian dynasty, or even the whole of the Xianxian continent, to mere vapor, an absolute pinnacle. In the Xianxian realm, he is invincible. As long as he remains alive, others can only vie for second place. With imperial might, Chen Mu advances toward Du Chunfeng. With each step, his body sinks deeper into the ground. Du Chunfeng struggles to resist, but with his cultivation lost and devoid of imperial might, he is utterly unable to fight back. He is no different from a fish on a chopping board, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chen Mu raises his foot and places it upon Du Chunfeng's head, inquiring once more. Tell me, is it difficult to ascend as an emperor? This time, the impact on his psyche is doubled. Boom, with a single stomp. Du Chunfeng's soul is shattered, obliterated. The courtiers exchange glances, each pondering that should today's events be recounted, few would believe them. A person in his early 20s, ascending as an emperor, a legendary emperor, now extinguished by his foot, not at his peak. When the peak appears, Chen Mu would still crush him. On this point, they are more confident than Chen Mu himself. Congratulations, master, on successfully ascending as an emperor. Both Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanxiu kneel, clasping their fists in congratulation. Seeing this, The remaining 100 individuals imitate them, exclaiming in unison, "Congratulations to the celestial being for ascending as an emperor. Enough, let us return for a meal. I am still hungry." Chen Mu has only just begun his feast when he is called out. "Master, come, try this fish. I have deboned it entirely for you." "Master, this is the signature dish of the Drunken Immortal Tower, Drunken Immortal Chicken. It's usually difficult to even get a taste." "Master, sample mine." "Master, over here." Outside. Watching from a distance, Chen Mu is presented with a banquet of delicacies, flanked by two exquisite beauties, not only breathtakingly beautiful, but of noble lineage. Their status far above the common folk. They express their envy, unable to contain it. With no desire to continue watching, he turns away. The pressure of survival feels overwhelming. Furthermore, he fears intruding upon the intimate world of Chen Mu and his companions. Should they find him bothersome, it is likely that with a mere flick of a finger, he could cease to exist. Survival is paramount. Half an hour later, Chen Mu, satiated, rests his head upon Lu Ruoxue's snow-white thigh, relishing her gentle grooming of his ears. His feet rest upon Luo Hanxio's soft thigh, receiving a massage. This life, for Chen Mu, is akin to that of a deity. Power, beauty, and strength, all are his. Indeed, only a child makes choices. He desires them all. "Master, you are truly remarkable, undoubtedly the greatest of all time. Indeed, at your age, achieving the status of a great emperor is unprecedented since the inception of the Xianxian realm." The two women generously lavished their admiration upon Chen Mu, expressing their heartfelt respect. Yet, beneath their praise lay a hint of sorrow. "If you wish to speak, do so candidly," Chen Mu urged, having discerned their intentions. "Master, your next step is to ascend and enter the heavenly gate, is it not?" They exchanged glances, and Lu Ruoxue initiated the inquiry. Ascension, entering the heavenly gate. This was a notion Chen Mu had not previously contemplated. "What? Are you afraid that once I become a deity, I shall abandon you in this Xianxian realm?" He jested. "Indeed, we wish to remain by your side, serving you for a lifetime," Lu Ruoxue replied. While Luo Hanxio nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Their rare consensus reflected their mutual understanding. "Rest assured, should I truly ascend to the heavenly gate, I shall undoubtedly take you with me. After all, I have grown accustomed to the comforts of companionship." Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanxio were well aware of his preferences. If, upon achieving divinity, he had to undertake these tasks himself, he would rather not ascend at all. What significance would it hold? Merely to grow stronger? A simple modification would suffice. Why complicate matters? "Thank you, master." The two women beamed with joy, their previous concerns vanishing. Suddenly, a radiant golden light broke through from outside the grand hall. Chen Mu activated his divine sight and peered through the walls. A door? Standing upon the clouds, a golden portal. Chapter 125, The Celestial Spirit Vein. Peak of the tribulation stage? With a mere gesture, annihilation. The heavenly gate? Chen Mu observed. It appeared more akin to a teleportation portal, albeit of a higher caliber than the ordinary ones. As the portal opened, two figures emerged, one plump and the other lean. The system revealed their prowess as peak tribulation stage cultivators, their foundations remarkably profound. Should neither side deploy their trump cards or artifacts, it was likely that Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanxio would reach a stalemate with the two figures. Moreover, the aura emanating from them differed slightly from that of the Xianxian realm. Chen Mu could not precisely articulate the distinction, yet he felt it profoundly. Examining the personal attributes panel, he noted, "Elder of the Outer Hall of Tianyun sect?" His brow furrowed. He had never heard of such a sect. Logically, an elder of the Outer Hall should possess peak tribulation stage strength. It was inconceivable that he had not encountered this sect before. Alternatively, it seemed that no sect would allow a peak tribulation stage powerhouse to serve as an Outer Hall elder. Such a figure would easily qualify as a sect master or a foundational powerhouse. Tianyun sect? What is that? Lu Ruoxue inquired, bewildered. "You have not heard of these three characters?" Chen Mu glanced at Lu Ruoxue and then at Luo Hanxio for confirmation. "No," they replied in unison, shaking their heads lightly. "System, please investigate the origins of Tianyun sect." Searching. Search successful. The results materialized on Chen Mu's virtual panel. It turned out that Tianyun sect indeed existed within this world, albeit not in the Xianxian realm. Opening the map page, he zoomed out of the Xianxian realm, revealing another continent beyond the vast ocean, known as the Xiangling realm. Both the Xianxian realm and the Xiangling realm lay atop a celestial spirit vein. However, this spirit vein tapered from a broad source to a narrow end. The Xianxian realm resided at the lowest reaches, while the Xiangling realm lay in the middle. Thus, the spiritual energy and various cultivation resources available to the Xiangling realm were naturally superior to those of the Xianxian realm. To draw a comparison, The cultivation resources accessible in the Xianxian realm were merely a fraction of what the Xiangling realm enjoyed. The disparity could be likened to the divide between a bustling metropolis and a slum. Otherwise, how could their sect possibly have outer hall elders at the peak of the tribulation stage? In the Xianxian realm, such individuals would wield immense power and command respect. What do you know about the Xiangling realm? Chen Mu further inquired. Xiangling realm? What is that? Luo Hanqiu was ignorant. Lu Ruoshui also had never heard of it. It was only through the system that Chen Mu learned of the inherent distance and lack of connection between the Xianxian realm and the Xiangling realm. Furthermore, given that the overall strength of the Xiangling realm surpassed that of the Xianxian realm, they had refrained from making contact to avoid potential aggression. Over time, knowledge of the Xiangling realm had dwindled. Unbeknownst to them, the Xiangling realm had never regarded the Xianxian realm as worthy of attention. After all, why would a noble from the metropolis stoop to snatch food from the bowl of a beggar in the slum? It would be a disgrace. The purpose of the plump and lean figure's visit was none other than to recruit Chen Mu. Originally unnoticed, the cosmic phenomenon he manifested upon achieving the status of a great emperor had even reached the Xiangling realm. It was impossible to overlook. The two, tasked by their sect, had come to persuade Chen Mu to join Tianyun's sect. Even a great emperor hailing from the impoverished Xianxian realm was still considered a valuable asset in their eyes. As the two figures approached the grand hall, they were immediately captivated by the beauty of Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu. They could hardly believe that such exquisite beauty could emerge from a realm so devoid of spiritual energy. If they could take them back as handmaidens, it would be a delight. Sensing the scrutinizing gazes upon them, Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu wore icy expressions. What are you staring at? Lu Ruoshui snapped. If you keep looking, I shall gouge out your eyes. How bold. I like it. The lean man grinned wickedly. Ahem. The plump man coughed lightly, raising his fist to his lips, and then addressed Chen Mu. Who is the one who has achieved the status of great emperor? Chen Mu remained silent. Since he did not speak, neither did Lu Ruoshui nor Luo Hanqiu, who focused intently on attending to Chen Mu. Impudent. We are the outer hall elders of Tianyun's sect from the Xiangling realm. The lean man shouted angrily. And so? Chen Mu inquired nonchalantly. We have come on a mission to bring the great emperor into our sect. You must be the one we seek. The lean man continued. Quickly follow us to the Xiangling realm, where you may join the sect as an outer hall elder. As for the two women beside you, consider them a reward for our troubles, and let them serve as our maidens. He commanded imperiously. Chen Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he raised a hand and placed it upon the long table before him, pressing down on his middle finger, aiming at the lean man. What did this fellow intend to do? The lean man looked perplexed. The plump man furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Chen Mu's intentions. Boom. Subsequently, Chen Mu flicked his middle finger. A tempest erupted. The space warped. Not good. Get down. The plump man sensed something amiss and was about to warn the lean man. However, in the blink of an eye, he witnessed the lean man's entire body disintegrate, transformed into a swirling mist of blood. Instantaneous annihilation. The plump man stood in shock for several seconds before regaining his composure. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Mu, his voice filled with rage. You dare to kill a member of Tianyun's sect. Why should I not? Chen Mu replied with a cold smile. I not only dare to kill him, but I also dare to kill you. As he spoke, Chen Mu pressed down on his middle finger once more. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the plump man learned from the lean man's grim fate and quickly summoned his spiritual energy. Activating his techniques as a colossal figure manifested behind him, the giant spirit physique ranked 35th on the physique list. Lu Ruoshui recognized it immediately. The giant spirit physique? Yet even so, Chen Mu remained unfazed. He flicked his finger once more. Boom. Do not be arrogant. Break for me. The plump man bellowed. The giant figure surged forward, clad in armor, attempting to withstand Chen Mu's flick. Bang. Boom. The result was that the ethereal figure shattered, and the plump man was sent flying hundreds of meters by the residual force of that singular flick. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu exchanged astonished glances. Completely taken aback, it was worth noting that Chen Mu had not even utilized his spiritual energy. The power he displayed was merely the result of brute force, creating a disturbance in the air. Unexpectedly, I have effortlessly shattered the giant spirit sacred body, ranked 36th on the physique list, into mere fragments. Most importantly, the wielder of this giant spirit sacred body is a peak cultivator of the tribulation crossing realm, possessing profound depth. A few hundred meters away, the stout monk slowly rose, shedding a considerable amount of lime. Gazing at the shattered pieces of the Heartguard mirror, he had to admit that he had underestimated this emperor of the Xianxian realm. Indeed, there was some strength. However, since he dared to approach, he was not entirely unprepared. Chapter 126. You have the Qing Shan Gui Lang. I have the Dai Ri Jin Wu. Reaching into his robe, he extracted a blue orb and crushed it. A plume of blue mist erupted before him, revealing flickering white lightning patterns. Subsequently, a wolf beast emerged from within. Its body resembled a withered tree, with menacing fangs bared, and its green whiskers suggested it was likely covered in moss. Was this the 10,000-year level demon beast? The Xianxiaaudiobooks? Chen Mu recognized this creature not due to extensive experience, but rather thanks to the system's convenient query function. It was not his fault. After all, Chen Mu had only recently traversed into this world, leaving little time to thoroughly explore the vast and wondrous realm of fantasy. Oh, you can actually recognize it as the Xianxiaaudiobooks? You are indeed no ordinary fellow. The stout monk stood up from the ground, resting his hand atop the wolf's head, a smile gracing his face, infused with newfound confidence and pride. To be frank, this Xianxiaaudiobooks possesses 200,000 years of cultivation. Dealing with someone like you, who has just attained the Emperor realm, will be a piece of cake. The stout monk habitually assumed that Chen Mu, having just broken through to Emperor, must have been struck by the heavenly tribulation numerous times and would be in a weakened state. Most would choose to attack the Emperor at such a moment. Otherwise, once he recovered, the opportunity would be lost. If you wish to survive, you should obediently swear a blood oath and accompany me back to the Zhongling realm to serve my Tianyuan sect. The stout monk maintained an air of superiority throughout, his tone irking Chen Mu. 200,000 years of cultivation? I wonder how it measures up against my Jin Wu. Chen Mu gently stroked the jaw of the Dairi Jin Wu. The stout monk merely glanced at the Dairi Jin Wu before quickly diverting his gaze, dismissing it as a feeble bird intended to belittle the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Thus, the stout monk did not hesitate to give Chen Mu a lesson, ensuring he understood the terror of the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Go! He struck the Xianxiaaudiobooks with a heavy palm. The Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately bounded forward, covering dozens of meters in a single leap toward the palace, while behind it, billowing black smoke surged, from which countless shadows emerged. They coalesced into form, transforming into a legion of red-eyed ghost wolves that joined the Xianxiaaudiobooks in a relentless assault. In a matter of moments, their numbers surged past 1,000. Each ghost wolf, if Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu sense correctly, possessed a millennium of cultivation. While a millennium of cultivation may not seem terrifying on its own, when combined with such overwhelming numbers, it was indeed formidable. With dark clouds looming, the visual impact was staggering. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu wished to intervene, but Chen Mu's head and feet remained on his thighs. They dared not move, let alone act on their own accord. Just as the Dairi Jin Wu left a trail of golden brilliance in the air and soared out, the stout monk chuckled derisively. How foolish to challenge the Xianxiaaudiobooks with a mere bird. The only commendable trait it possesses is its utterly worthless courage. Indeed, utterly worthless. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter, covering their faces with their delicate hands, mentally preparing to witness the stout monk's folly. Then, the Dairi Jin Wu soared out of the palace gates, entering the expansive realm. With a powerful flap of its wings, it instantly expanded hundreds of times. The resplendent Dairi Jin Wu, imbued with mysterious incantations, re-emerged in the world. Its scorching, blinding radiance completely dissipated the black clouds, and the ghostly wolf minions summoned by the Xianxiaaudiobooks. Not a trace remained. Is this an ancient divine beast? Though unclear about the exact nature of the Dairi Jin Wu, the stout monk felt a profound shock within. Before this moment, he could never have imagined that such a small bird could transform into an ancient divine beast. With a celestial cry that pierced the heavens, the Xianxiaaudiobooks halted in its tracks, bending its limbs, including its chin, to the ground, ears drooping, displaying a posture of fear and submission. What are you doing, you beast? Attack it at once. The stout monk panicked at this sight, jumping in distress. The Xianxiaaudiobooks was his last line of defense. If it failed him, he was acutely aware that his life was in grave peril today. He had no backup plan beyond the Xianxiaaudiobooks. The Xianxiaaudiobooks, however, showed no inclination to heed the stout monk's commands, maintaining its submissive stance before the Dairi Jin Wu. The bloodline suppression was inescapable. Damn it! The stout monk, sensing the dire situation, stepped forward, intending to reopen the teleportation portal back to the Tianyun sect for refuge. Boom. Yet, the finger of breaking heaven descended from beyond the clouds, bringing with it an inferno of overwhelming might. The sheer force was so powerful that even from hundreds of meters away, the stout monk could not muster any resistance, being crushed back to the ground by an invisible pressure. Ultimately, the treacherous Xianxiaaudiobooks seized him in its jaws, crushing him and swallowing him whole. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood gushed forth between its teeth. All that remained of the stout monk were 2 feet rooted to the ground. The finger of breaking heaven then dissipated. Its purpose was to prevent the stout monk's escape. There was no need to destroy the entire palace. Such feats were well within Chen Mu's abilities even prior to attaining the Emperor realm, let alone after. The Wu subsequently transformed back into a miniature form, alighting atop the Xianxiaaudiobooks' head. Guiding the Xianxiaaudiobooks, it cautiously entered the palace and crouched down. Is anyone interested in this fellow? Chen Mu inquired of Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu. He already possessed the Wu and found the Xianxiaaudiobooks rather unimpressive. A demon beast with 200,000 years of cultivation, to simply give it away? The two women exchanged looks, their expressions mirroring each other, then smiled faintly, as if to say this truly is our master. In the end, the Xianxiaaudiobooks was accepted by Luo Hanqiu, primarily because the Xiantian dynasty was more suited for its growth and cultivation. It could serve as a guardian beast, suppressing those lurking beasts that threaten the lives of the citizens. The Xian kingdom, with the Qingxian sect and the Chinyun mansion maintaining order. Which beast would dare to stir trouble? They would surely come with a life and leave without one. By the way, master, I heard that person mention the Zongling realm, Tianyuan sect. Could it be that there are other worlds beyond the Zongxian realm? Luo Hanqiu asked. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chen Mu nodded affirmatively. He then explained the relationship between the Tongtian spirit vein, situated downstream of the Zongxian realm, and the Zongling realm, located midstream. So that is how it is. After hearing this, they were momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Still processing the information. Seeing Chen Mu sit up, Lu Ruoshui quickly asked, Master, are you planning to go somewhere? Since they have already come to our doorstep, would it not be unwise to let them think that I, Chen Mu, am easy to bully? Chapter 127, Zongling Realm, Inherent Pride. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu found great merit in this reasoning, since they had already been bullied to their doorstep. Would not retaliating only serve to reinforce their belief that they were indeed easy prey? By the way, they also wished to discern the distinctions between the Zongling realm, situated amidst the Tongtian spiritual veins, and the Zhongshuan realm, which incites such arrogance in that rotund cultivator who looks down upon others with his nostrils. Meanwhile, in the Zongling realm, within the grand hall of the Tianyuan sect, an urgent commotion arose. No, this is terrible. Sect leader, esteemed elders. The of the two elders who ventured into the Zhongshuan realm has shattered. An anxious keeper of rushed in, cradling two broken plaques in his hands. Sect leader Lu Chongxing gently raised his hand, enveloping the fragments in spiritual energy, bringing them before him. Upon reassembly, he nodded, confirming that these were indeed the of Elder Lin and Elder Zhou. Infuriating. Truly infuriating. How dare they show such disdain for our Zongling realm and the Tianyun sect? Do they not comprehend the principle that one does not slay envoys during wartime? This adage about impoverished mountains birthing cunning individuals rings true, merely by chance. They produced an emperor, and yet they are so brazen. Sect leader, I propose we mobilize 10,000 elite disciples from the outer sect to venture into the Zhongshuan realm and eliminate this scoundrel. Lu Chongxing hesitated, his expression indecisive. The reason was simple. He was acutely aware of Zhou and Lin's prowess, and their demise would undeniably indicate that their adversary possessed formidable strength. Moreover, prior to their departure, for precautionary measures, Lu Chongxing had specifically retrieved the Qingshan ghost wolf from the treasury for their use, yet tragedy still ensued. Sect leader, please issue your command. With persistent urging from those present, Lu Chongxing gripped the armrest tightly, still appearing troubled, yet he was, after all, an emperor. The emperor of the Zhongshuan realm was hardly a source of fear. Indeed, an emperor emerging from such a place must pale in comparison to our Zongling realm. However, at that moment, Lu Chongxing had yet to finish his thoughts when someone stood from their seat, advancing to the center of the grand hall, clasping their fists in salute. Sect leader, I volunteer to personally go forth and avenge the two elders Zhou and Lin, to uphold the prestige of our Tianyun sect. Lu Chongxing felt that these individuals underestimated the Zhongshuan realm and the significance embodied by the title of emperor. How could an emperor possibly be weak? Even the weakest among them is a being that most can only look up to. This disdain had seeped into their very bones, rendering it difficult to change. Report. Sect leader, esteemed elders, a portal has unexpectedly appeared at the martial arts arena, from which a man and two women, all of whom have surpassed the crossing tribulation stage, have emerged. The term crossing tribulation was hardly impressive among the elders, and after hearing this, they felt no ripple of concern. After all, the outer sect of Tianyun sect boasted nearly 30 individuals at the crossing tribulation stage. The inner sect? There were even more. Nevertheless, the sudden appearance of unfamiliar crossing tribulation cultivators in the outer sect of Tianyun sect warranted significant caution. We shall discuss the matters concerning the Zhongshuan realm later. Elders Luo and Zhang, Those 3 will be entrusted to your handling. Understood. Since Lu Chongqing had spoken, they dared not disobey. They continued to apply pressure. Should Lu Chongqing truly turn hostile, they would undoubtedly struggle to withstand his wrath. Just as they received their orders, the 2 instantly vanished from their location, reappearing in midair above the Grand Hall, standing upon their flying swords. Our esteemed sect leader has truly become increasingly timid with age. Luo Qing could not help but grumble. Ah, Elder Luo, such words should not be uttered recklessly. If overheard and reported to the sect leader, it would not bode well. Zhang Yunqi hurriedly interjected to halt him. Is it cowardice to speak the truth? Must we remain silent? Luo Qing retorted, embodying a fearless pig mentality. Isn't it just an emperor? A beggar among emperors is hardly worthy of my fear. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi refrained from further comments. Unlike Luo Qing, he was of a more cautious and steady disposition, while Luo Qing leaned towards impulsiveness and brute force. Any issue that could be resolved with fists was not a problem. Conversely, matters requiring dialogue and reason were best avoided. At that moment, in the martial arts arena of the outer sect of Tianyun sect, countless disciples gathered at a distance of 30 to 40 meters from Chen Mu, Lu Ruoshui, and Luo Hanqiu. Their swords and blades were lowered, not daring to point them at the trio. Due respect and fear for the powerful was essential. Self-awareness was paramount. Who were these 3? They were unfamiliar faces. The 2 women were exceptionally beautiful, yet their attire of 5-clawed golden dragons seemed exclusive to emperors. I am even more curious about the identity of that young man. I perceived a profound respect for him in their eyes, exceedingly intense. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often been paired with heroes. This young man is certainly not ordinary. The crowd whispered among themselves, speculating. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu paid them no mind, focusing instead on the fertile land beneath their feet. How abundant! How rich in spiritual energy! Compared to the Xian kingdom, it was at least 5 or 6 times greater. Is this what it means to be amidst the Tongtian spiritual veins? In comparison, our Zhongshuan realm is indeed considerably less prosperous. The moment Chen Mu's feet touched this ground, he ceased to wonder why an outer sect could possess a peak-crossing tribulation elder. They indeed had the means. This Tongtian spiritual vein was no jest. Tongtian spiritual vein? Midway? Zhongshuan realm? What are they even speaking of? Ah, I recall hearing somewhere that apart from our Zhongling realm, there exists a place called Zhongshuan realm to the southeast. Could it be that they hail from this so-called Zhongshuan realm? They are unaware of the Tongtian spiritual veins? That is the source of spiritual energy for the entire Zhongling realm. It is said that the Zhongling realm lies midway within the spiritual veins, while the Zhongshuan realm resides at the lowest point, receiving the least spiritual energy. Not only that, but it is mostly of inferior quality, as the better energies have already been consumed and absorbed by us. While this may sound crude, it is nonetheless true. In such a harsh environment, they have managed to cultivate to such strength. One can only say they are exceptionally gifted. It seems I cannot afford to slack off. From this day forth, I shall diligently cultivate and strive for progress. Hostility? None. Rather, I feel admiration. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mu could not help but reflect that indeed, people are different. Since the Tianyun sect includes individuals of lesser quality, there must also exist those of superior caliber. Yin and Yang complement each other. Presumptuous. The Tianyun sect is not a place where the likes of you may intrude. At that moment, a reprimand akin to thunder descended from above, carrying an air of authority. Look, it is Elder Luo Qing and Elder Zhang Yunqi. Someone pointed out, recognizing them. Upon the arrival of Elders Luo Qing and Zhang Yunqi, the disciples understood they had come to confront the trespassers. They hastily made way, ensuring their safety to avoid becoming collateral damage in a skirmish between titans. While the spectacle was worth witnessing, their lives were paramount. Hey, who do you think will win? Hard to say. Although Elder Luo and Elder Zhang possess peak crossing tribulation strength, there are 3 opponents, all of whom are at the crossing tribulation stage. What is so hard about it? Do you think Elder Luo's title as the battle god of the outer sect was earned lightly? He can even contend equally with the sect leader. After all, we do not know them well. What if those 3 have some hidden trump card? Currently, predictions regarding the outcome of the battle were divided into 3 factions. One faction chose to remain neutral, the majority siding with Luo Qing and Zhang Yunqi, while a small minority believed that Chen Mu, Lu Ruoshui, and Luo Hanqiu must have their own strengths to dare to come here. It was implausible that they lacked any hidden capabilities. It is you who have slain our Tianyun sect's Elder Zhou and Elder Lin? Luo Qing questioned, remaining suspended in midair, scrutinizing Chen Mu and the others, convinced of his superiority. As soon as these words were uttered, the disciples of Tianyun Zong were taken aback. What? They actually killed the 2 elders, Zhou Lin. I had suspected they were not to be trifled with. Yet, even so, to have slain the elders of Tianyun Zong and dared to come here, was that not exceedingly reckless? They shall all perish today. Alas, such handsome men and beautiful women. It is truly a pity. In response to Luo Qing's inquiry, Chen Mu displayed little interest. Instead, he calmly remarked, I am not one to look up to others. If you have something to say, I suggest you come down and speak. This could not be overlooked. Before he could finish his words, a tremendous force descended, causing Luo Qing and Zhang Yunqi to plummet from the sky with no time to react. At this moment, the disciples closest to Chen Mu were still over 100 meters away, yet the residual pressure compelled them to bend their knees, supporting themselves with their hands. Brought low to the ground, resistance was futile. What a terrifying intimidation. He appears to be of similar age to me, yet how is he so powerful? More alarmingly, his cultivation environment is far inferior to ours. Should he be placed within Tianyun's zone, he would undoubtedly qualify to become a direct descendant of the sect leader. Alas, he has chosen to stand against Tianyun's zone, which is indeed regrettable. You little brat, you seek death. Luo Qing, enraged, could not tolerate the humiliation of being ambushed by Chen Mu before everyone. With a roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy, activating his holy body. Though it was not one of the renowned holy bodies, it was still formidable. For it has never been declared that only those on the list of holy bodies possess worth. Those outside the rankings can also unleash astonishing power when matched with the right opponent. For instance, Luo Qing possessed the Blood Fury holy body. As the name suggests, the more brutal his fighting style and the angrier others became, the stronger his power grew. However, there exists a limit. Zhang Yunqi too erupted with energy. For Chen Mu had already initiated the attack. Regardless of his usual caution, failing to act now would invite criticism, even if the situation were to resolve perfectly in the end. Like Luo Qing, Zhang Yunqi also had a special physique, a rare awakening of the holy body that left Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanjing, who came from Zhongshuan realm, envious. Among the two women, Luo Hanjing had no holy body, while Lu Ruoshui's holy body was granted to her by Chen Mu. Otherwise, she would likely never awaken one in her lifetime. It is no wonder that one is prouder than the other. There is a reason for their arrogance. This land has provided them with that capital. As Chen Mu effortlessly eradicated their inflated sense of superiority, Luo Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could this be? My cultivation? My holy body? All gone. Beside him, the normally calm Zhang Yunqi was equally unable to maintain his composure. In a skirmish, no, they had not even begun fighting. Everything he had accumulated over half a lifetime, including his cultivation, holy body, and techniques, had been utterly vanquished. Without a trace, who could remain calm under such circumstances? Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanjing were also taken aback, filled with shock and fear. They had not anticipated that Chen Mu could not only bestow cultivation upon others, but could also plunder it. What is the difference between him and a deity, or heaven itself? What of being at the peak of the tribulation realm? What of possessing a holy body? All of it was taken away. Not a single thing remained. How then can one maintain their arrogance? What have you done to me? Return my cultivation and holy body. Luo Qing seethed with fury, his reason slipping away as he charged at Chen Mu, clawing and snapping. Lu Ruoshui, at Chen Mu's silent command, stepped forward. Yes, master. Lu Ruoshui advanced, and the Sanqi Zhan Shun Jin materialized in her grasp, slashing upward with a flick of her wrist. A gleaming silver crescent of sword energy cleaved Luo Qing in twain, blood erupting forth. The disciples of Tianyun Zong and Zhang Yunqi were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Can someone explain this to me? I doubt anyone could provide an answer. Peak of the tribulation realm? Holy body. One sword instantaneously slain? Did I just hear Elder Luo shout that his cultivation and holy body were gone? How could that be? Please don't ask me. I have no idea. Wait. Did you hear that woman call him master? Master. Incredible. How enviable. Look at that sword in her hand. It appears to be a heavenly grade divine weapon. The astonishment and shock did not cease from the moment Luo Qing was bisected. Some envied Lu Ruoshui, others envied Luo Hanjing, but most of all, they envied Chen Mu. The repeated address of master sent shivers through them, as if their very bones had lost their hardness. This could not be good. Zhang Yunqi sensed trouble in the gaze of Lu Ruoshui and hastily turned to flee. He waved his hand, then again, and a third time before remembering he had lost his cultivation and could not summon his flying sword. He could only lift his skirt in a bid to escape. Lu Ruoshui would not let him go for having shown hostility towards Chen Mu. With a swish, another white sword energy effortlessly cleaved him in half. His organs scattered across the ground. Elder Zhang was also slain in a single stroke. Is this strength for real? Peak of the tribulation realm. Do you think it is a joke? How outrageous. Who was so foolish as to provoke them? Chapter 129, Invincible Slaughter, has commenced. The disciples were astonished. In the outer hall, the elders were still filled with hope that Luo Qing and Zhang Yunqi would return with good news. Unexpectedly, after only a brief moment, The disciple responsible for guarding the outer hall's nameplate returned, crawling back in a panic, fear etched across his face. Reporting, "Sect Master, esteemed elders, it is dire." Upon hearing this, one elder raised a hand to his forehead, pressing his temples, unable to refrain from expressing his grievances. "Do you wish for us to live in constant distress? Why can't there be any good news?" The disciple, upon hearing this, dared not speak further. "It is not within my control," he thought. "No matter, do not mind him. Continue and tell us what has transpired," commanded Lu Changsheng, the outer hall master. With his assurance, the disciple finally spoke the truth. "The nameplates of elders Luo Qing and Zhang Yunxi have shattered." "What?" Upon hearing this, the elder who had first complained immediately appeared before the disciple, gripping his collar and lifting him off the ground in a fit of rage, demanding, "Are you toying with us?" The disciple trembled, unable to meet his gaze, struggling in vain. For to do so might incite the elder's wrath and cost him his life. "I see you are deliberately mocking us, taking us lightly. They have only been gone a short while. How could their nameplates possibly shatter?" The second elder refused to believe such a thing could occur. He was all too aware of Luo Qing and Zhang Yunxi's cultivation and strength. There was no way they could be killed in such a short span of time. "Second elder," the disciple brought the nameplates. "If you do not believe it, you may verify it." He held them out with both hands. The second elder snorted and flung the disciple several meters away. The two shattered nameplates were enveloped in spiritual energy and brought before him. Upon seeing them, he was shocked to discover they indeed belonged to Luo Qing and Zhang Yunxi. He turned to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng and the other elders were left speechless, their minds buzzing. They collectively realized that perhaps Tianyun Zong had truly provoked an adversary they should not have. Then, someone spoke up, "Master, what shall we do? What else can we do? Certainly, it is imperative to unite the strength of all to confront the adversary in battle. Indeed, while life may be lost, one's integrity must remain intact, lest one be ridiculed for eternity." However, the ability of those three to eliminate Zhang Luo and his companion in such a brief span of time indicates that their prowess is formidable. Therefore, I advise exercising caution. I recommend you refrain from offering suggestions. The voices are still divided between the hawks and the doves, with the former dominating the discourse, as they believe themselves to possess the spirit and the right to speak boldly. Cowards, who fear death, should remain silent and retreat into their shells to cling to life. Headmaster, give the order. Otherwise, if this matter reaches the inner court, we shall be the subject of ridicule. Indeed, we cannot allow that group in the inner court to become too arrogant. Headmaster, they know Lu Changxing is becoming increasingly cautious. Unless pressured, he will not speak. There is no need for such trouble. I shall personally take your lives. The voice of Chen Mu echoed from outside the hall, instantly capturing the attention of all present. How could it be three mere children? How could those two youngsters don the imperial robes? Are they the ones who killed Luo Qing and Zhang Yunxi? Upon recognizing the newcomers, doubt filled their hearts. Even those who were previously conservative shifted to a neutral stance, sensing that the opponents may not be as terrifying as they had imagined. They even speculated whether Luo Qing and Zhang Yunxi had engaged in a desperate struggle for glory, leading to their mutual demise, or if there were issues with their life tokens. "You little rodents dare to be so arrogant here. Watch this." The second elder, filled with fury, felt that Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue arrived at the perfect moment. No one intervened. On one hand, it was too late to advise, and on the other hand, they wished to see the second elder demonstrate the true extent of the opponent's strength. Facing the second elder's formidable palm, Chen Mu inhaled gently and exhaled softly. Instantly, an unparalleled tempest erupted within the hall. The stone tiles were lifted and crushed in swathes, where the wind swept through. It was sharper than 1,000 blades, and the massive support pillars were reduced to debris. How could this be? As for the second elder, he was first flayed, then devoured to the bone, until nothing but powder remained. Moreover, the tempest showed no signs of abating, surging directly towards Lu Changsheng, who sat in the hall. Lu Changsheng chose not to confront it head-on, but instead evaded in an instant. The tornado rampaged, tearing through much of the outer courtyard, akin to a celestial sword leaving behind cleaved marks sufficient to bury thousands of troops. The surrounding elders stared at the chasm before them, unable to regain their senses. Who would have thought that the peak of the transcendence realm, the second elder, could be extinguished by a mere breath from Chen Mu, leaving no trace behind? This child's strength is simply exaggerated. At this moment, regardless of whether they were hawks or doves, all had become spectators, waiting for Headmaster Lu Changxing to make a decision. To fight or to yield? Who are you? We bear no grudge. Why have you invaded Tianyun's sect? Lu Changxing inquired. He could not recall any impression of the three individuals before him. No grudge? Huh. Did those two, the stout and the lean, not come from your ranks? Chen Mu scoffed. You are from Zhangxian realm. The revelation shocked the assembly. Prior to this, No one could have imagined that these three monstrosities hailed from the barren land of Zhangxian realm. Could it be that the rumors were false? Is Zhangxian realm not desolate? Or do these three possess unparalleled talent and fortune? I believe there is some misunderstanding. Let us sit down and discuss this matter amicably. As there is no need for bloodshed, Lu Chongqing could surmise that the stout and lean individuals must have underestimated their opponents, showing disdain and provoking them, which led to this calamity. They had brought such a significant trouble upon Tianyun's sect. This is not about who is sent. Those from Zhongling realm exhibit unwarranted pride when facing Zhangxian realm. The stout and lean individuals were already among the milder examples. Discuss? Chen Mu sneered. I did not travel 1,000 miles to engage in such trivial matters. Should the invincible instant kill feature be changed to allow sharing the invincible instant kill bonus? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Invincible instant kill status activated. An additional setting was added, allowing Chen Mu not only to remain in an invincible instant kill state, but also to permit others to share this effect at will. Lu Ruoshui, Luo Hanqiu. Eliminate these individuals, he ordered in a low voice. Chapter 130, Instant Kill. Instant kill. Still instant kill. Eliminate them. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, and with Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu drawing their swords without hesitation, all the elders understood that this battle was unavoidable. Since evasion was impossible, they would fight. They truly did not believe that these three could kill dozens of Transcendence Realm experts, some of whom were at the peak of that realm. They believed that, united, their strength rivaled that of quasi-emperors. Slaughtering Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu, two young girls, would be a breeze. Die. Some seized the initiative, using their agility to arrive behind Lu Ruoshui before she could act. Drawing a venomous dagger, they aimed for Lu Ruoshui's left heart, thrusting forward. No need to penetrate. Even a superficial wound would suffice, for the city-destroying poison would turn her into a puddle of gore in an instant. Success. The elder was pleased until he discovered that he had pierced only an illusion. Suddenly, a chilling sensation arose from behind. Not good. Before he could react, Lu Ruoshui executed a splendid sword strike, and that Transcendence Realm expert disappeared within the sword's radiance. Not only the elders, but even Lu Ruoshui herself was taken aback at her newfound strength, capable of slaying a Transcendence Realm expert with a single strike. On Luo Hanqiu's side, her delicate hand cradled an ice lotus, gently lifting it into the air, emanating a chilling aura. The three who had attempted to approach Lu Ruoshui, now mere meters away, instantly transformed into ice sculptures. From within to without, their limbs, organs, meridians, and even their bone marrow were all frozen. Luo Hanqiu raised her toes slightly, and then let them fall. Boom. A wave of energy shattered the three ice sculptures on the spot. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu exchanged glances, knowing that their master was backing them. Without reservation, they charged into the throng. One danced with her sword, grace intertwined with decisive lethality. The other, wielding the ice lotus, caused all she touched to wither, death. Instant kill. Instant kill. Still instant kill. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30 elders from the outer courtyard had been slaughtered, leaving only 3 remaining. Among them was Lu Chongqing. Flee. These two are not ordinary. Want to escape? Too late. Lu Ruoshui swung her sword, the sword energy cleaving the man in half. The other was struck by Luo Hanqiu's ice lotus, freezing and disintegrating him. Only Lu Chongqing remained. How could Lu Chongqing have anticipated that the outer courtyard's power, which he had painstakingly built to rival the inner court, would be reduced to nothing but himself at the hands of these two inexperienced girls in the blink of an eye? Regaining his composure, spiritual energy surged from his body, manifesting as a suit of armor. This was the battle god's holy body that Lu Chongqing had awakened, ranked 103rd in the physique rankings. At this juncture, even if not for Tianyun's sect, he must fight for his own survival. Lu Chongqing understood better than anyone that they would not spare him. There was no escaping. The only way to survive was to carve a bloody path. You have forced my hand. With each roar, the battle god armor swelled, breaking through the grand hall ceiling. Lu Chongqing, nestled within the chest area, manipulated the massive form. Look, behold. Is that not the battle-hardened divine body of the UNZH? How is it possible that those 3 individuals could compel that to such an extent? They are truly formidable, astonishingly so. Ultimately, it must come to an end here. Lu Chongqing clenched his fingers into fists, exuding a force akin to celestial meteors, and struck down towards Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu with ferocity. The sheer magnitude of his power pulverized the stone walls into dust, fragmenting them inch by inch. Not only was his strength remarkable, but his speed was also breathtaking, with a coverage area that was utterly outrageous. Lu Ruoshui instinctively raised her long sword to shield her head, while Luo Hanqiu summoned an ice lotus, attempting to withstand the impending blow. Bang! Boom! Yet, in the next moment, Lu Chongqing's fist appeared to be descending upon the two women. However, he was instead rebuffed by the force of his own strike. His arms jolted back, and his giant frame toppled uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the adjacent firewood shed. Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to look at Chen Mu. He merely smiled and said, "At this moment, you are invincible." Invincible. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, they might have doubted them. Yet, since they came from their own master, they had no reason to disbelieve. 100% trust. Impossible. How could this be? Lu Chongqing was utterly bewildered. His full-force strike had not inflicted even the slightest harm upon his opponents. Instead, he had been sent flying. Surely, this was not heaven playing a cruel joke on him. As he witnessed Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu soaring towards him once more, he wished to plead for mercy. Yet, observing their stance, it was clear they had no intention of granting him the opportunity to speak. He had no choice but to fight back. His arms spread wide, conjuring two massive flames of spirit, enveloping his palms like gloves. Thunderous roars erupted as he swung towards the two women. Lu Ruoxue and Luo Hanqiu struck simultaneously. Sword energy slashed forth. The ice lotus spiraled outward. Hiss! The chill rapidly froze the air. Sword energy pierced from head to toe. Lu Chongqing maintained his combat stance, only to perish. His body split in two, resembling a towering building collapsing, crashing to the ground in a shattered heap. He is dead? Indeed. Moreover, a senior from the Ming reported that all the elders from the outer, Wiun, have perished. What? The entire outer has vanished? That Xianxian realm is truly not a superior existence over our Zhongling realm? I too harbor doubts. Perhaps the Tongtian spirit vein has long since changed. Unbeknownst to us, such a powerful cultivator as the was utterly powerless before them, tragically slain in an instant. The most absurd part is that these two extraordinarily terrifying women dare to refer to a young man of our generation as master. Master. At this moment, countless individuals were engulfed in shock and astonishment, unable to extricate themselves. Chen Mu had overturned their perception of the Zhongxian realm as barren and devoid of high-level cultivators. Prior to this, they had long doubted the Zhongxian realm's existence due to the lack of news and sightings, suspecting it might have already faced annihilation. Now, it appeared that the truth was starkly opposite. They had not perished but rather thrived to an exceedingly terrifying level. It was unfathomable. Boom. In the distance, a golden light surged skyward, piercing through the clouds and connecting heaven and earth. What could that be? Unclear. Judging by its direction, it seemed to originate from Luoyun Peak, the hidden sanctuary of the former outer. It seems he has decided to take action. This is certain, for Lu Chongqing was undoubtedly his most prized disciple. How could a master remain idle while his favorite student was slain? Who would dare? Suddenly, silence fell. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as they beheld a colossal golden finger rapidly suppressing that golden pillar of light. Chapter 131. Command me to submit? The Massacre of the Inner. Within the Luoyun Cave of Luoyun Peak, Lin Huaizhen had been in seclusion, striving to master the heavenly tier technique and break through to the great perfection realm. However, during the process, he sensed through his spiritual consciousness that the presence of his treasured disciple had vanished. Completely vanished. Realizing that his disciple faced peril and that there was chaos in the outer, as the former and the master of Lu Chongqing, how could he possibly remain indifferent? Acting like a turtle hiding its head, inviting ridicule for a lifetime? Lin Huaizhen immediately retrieved a premier elixir he had purchased at great expense centuries ago. Originally intended for future breakthroughs to the quasi-emperor level, he now had no choice but to use it early to attain mastery of the heavenly tier technique. With spiritual energy surging to the heavens, connecting with the earth, success was imminent. Who would have thought that an infinitely massive finger would descend, forcefully crushing his breakthrough momentum? No matter how Lin Huaizhen resisted, he could do nothing. The immense pressure rendered him immobile. The large blue stone beneath him shattered, and he sank into it, utterly defeated. How infuriating. Who is it? Lin Huaizhen felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Having sacrificed so much, he was now merely a step away from success, only to see it all come to naught. Boom. The earth shook violently. The entire Luoyun Peak was leveled beneath that overwhelming finger. What fate awaits Lin Huaizhen? Successfully killed the former of Tianyun sect's outer. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience. This experience may seem minimal, or even negligible. But having something is certainly better than nothing. Still aspiring to rise? Who gives you the audacity? What is the origin of that finger? The disciples raised their hands, crossing them before their bodies, trying to shield themselves from the whirlwind of dust and debris stirred up by that finger. The force was more exaggerated than undergoing a session in the body refinement chamber, hammering their bones. Many outer disciples were left bloodied and battered. Who would have thought that Luoyun Peak would be directly flattened? May I ask, is it still too late to pledge allegiance to the Xianxian realm? Who was it that claimed there were no high-level cultivators in the Xianxian realm and that its spiritual energy was barren? Now, our outer's formidable warriors have been wiped out completely. Who can they blame? They chose their own demise. As events unfolded to this extent, the inner could not help but be stirred. The law enforcement hall of the inner was the first to take action. Hundreds of individuals sword on swords, wielding chains as thick as pythons, woven into a vast net intended to ensnare Chen Mu, Lu Ruoxue, and Luo Hanqiu. Here they come. The law enforcement hall's ultimate move. It is said that once ensnared by this iron prison formation, even beasts with 200,000 to 300,000 years of cultivation cannot escape. But will this truly have any effect on them? To be honest, after all that had transpired, the outer disciples had long since lost faith in Tianyun's sect. Confinement. Facing the descending iron net, Luo Hanqiu stepped forward, the ice lotus hovering between her palms. She spread her hands, causing the ice lotus to expand exponentially. Tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. A magnificent ice lotus blossomed above the entire Tianyun sect. In comparison, the so-called iron prison formation was utterly insignificant. It would freeze and shatter upon contact. The hundreds within the law enforcement hall could not escape the overwhelming cold tide, transforming alongside their swords into ice sculptures, plummeting from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Ice shards shattered and scattered everywhere. The law enforcement hall was annihilated in an instant. I feel as though I have grown numb to all this. It seems to be the most reasonable development. Thankfully, the cold tide is above us. Otherwise, we might have met the same fate as them. It is none of my concern. I never intended to oppose him. Thank you for sparing my life, esteemed cultivator. I shouted loudly, lest Chen Mu fail to hear me. In truth, Chen Mu had never considered them at all. They were not decision-makers, merely ordinary disciples lacking any authority. Chen Mu brought a chair and sat down, eager to witness how many more would come to meet their demise at Tianyun sect today. In the inner, at the main hall of the sect leader, a report came in. The law enforcement hall has been completely annihilated. What? Completely annihilated? Can it be that the formidable Tai Lao Shajun cannot contend with him? How could the strength of those three individuals be so terrifying, especially when one of them is merely a child fresh from infancy? Sect leader, what shall we do now? To fight could result in total annihilation, yet to refrain from battle would mean our Tianyun zone would lose all face if this matter were to spread. Xianxiang slammed his hand onto the armrest, rising in fury. All elders, heed my command. Follow me into battle. We cannot afford to retreat. We must fight. Of course, Xianxiang harbored his own selfish motives. He had reason to suspect that Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue had undoubtedly obtained tremendous opportunities and inheritances. After all, how could such a young age possess such formidable cultivation? If he could seize this opportunity from them, what was there to worry about in stepping into the realm of the quasi-emperor? The title of emperor, however, was a position within the Zongling realm he dared not covet. Xianxiang did not believe that the power gained by Chen Mu and the others through chance could be inexhaustible. Having slain so many from the outer court, it should have come to an end. Unexpectedly, those fools dared to come to their demise. Lu Ruoxue shook her head in disbelief upon seeing Xianxiang and his entourage from afar. It felt as though these old men had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, growing so foolish they could not discern whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Soon, Xianxiang and the 100 elders hovered in the air, looking down upon Chen Mu and the others. If you are willing to surrender to Tianyun zone, I can use the authority of the sect leader to allow you three to enter the inner court and become the leaders among the elders. Naturally, Xianxiang hoped for a peaceful resolution if it could be achieved. Forcing the three to submit would make obtaining their opportunity much simpler. The thought of their status in the inner court being threatened by three juniors stirred discontent among the elders, though they did not voice their grievances aloud. Why should this be so? Surrender? Lu Ruoxue laughed coldly. You are unworthy. Indeed, echoed Luo Hanqiu, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Sect leader, these three are ungrateful. Let us strike them down. The three elders of the inner court leaned in to whisper what everyone was thinking into Xianxiang's ear. He sighed heavily. It seemed that bloodshed was unavoidable. He nodded in agreement for them to take action. You insolent children, prepare to meet your end. Behold my palm. Witness my fist. Observe my sword. 40 to 50 individuals surged forward, eager to attack Chen Mu and his companions. The rest either watched from the sidelines or deemed the moment too late to intervene, believing it futile to act since they would gain no credit. Facing this onslaught, Chen Mu raised his hand and gently waved 4 fingers outward. Boom, bang, bang. Instantly, a cloud of blood mist erupted, exploding in layers. Chapter 132, Bloodbath. Wuji Jianzu. The blood mist spread out under the continuously exploding corpses, enveloping the vast area visible to the eye. Those on the ground, hindered by the courtyard walls, could not discern Chen Mu's calm demeanor as he flicked his finger. Yet, this did not quell the tumultuous fears surging within them. Rising to a crescendo, "Someone pinch me. I can't be dreaming." "Hiss. Why did you pinch me? Didn't you say you wanted someone to pinch you? Now do you realize whether you are dreaming? It hurts. This isn't a dream. Oh my." Dozens of elders from the inner court vanished just like that. What did he do? Why did I not see a trace of spiritual energy? Yet people disappeared one by one, transforming into blood mist. I cannot even see my golden core. Is it not normal for a mere fusion realm cultivator not to perceive what is invisible? In any case, Tianyunzong truly made a grave miscalculation this time. It is highly likely they will suffer complete defeat. Are you suggesting extermination? Panic spread among the crowd as they prayed fervently. They hoped that Chen Mu and his companions would hold those truly responsible accountable, sparing the innocent disciples who had no knowledge of the situation and held no real power. Do not rush to worry about extermination. Look, the protective array of the sect has been activated. How could the protective array be activated? It seemed to be in response to withstand the residual force of that strike. No way. The sect leader and the others require the protective array to fend off the residual force of that attack. Not only did they not anticipate this, but Xianxiaaudiobooks, as the sect leader, also never foresaw being cornered to such a state. Even more shocking was that the influential and powerful Tianyunzong would end up in such dire straits. Dozens of peak elders from the inner court failed to even catch a glimpse of the opponent's movements before they exploded one after another, transforming into swirling, delicate blood mist. How could such a monster emerge in the Xianxian realm? It was utterly baffling. However, what Xianxiaaudiobooks did not expect next was that the protective array was showing signs of fracturing. How is this possible? We gathered the strength of dozens of us, along with the protective array, yet it cannot withstand? Could it be that someone is slacking off and not exerting their full strength? You old fool. In a matter of life and death, how could we possibly do such a thing? As the cracks in the protective array widened and multiplied, panic seized the hearts of the crowd. They were at a loss for what to do. This was the strongest defense they could muster at present. As the sect's grand array was on the verge of total collapse, in their moment of despair, over 100 figures soared into the air. These are the foundations of our Tianyunzong. Minglao, Lulao, Rinlao. They never expected even the strongest among them would emerge. Surely, they could withstand that strike now? Seeing the powerful reinforcements appear, Xianxiafan's taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for coming to our aid. No time for idle chatter. Let us join forces to break this power and capture that brat. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu awaited their emergence, ready to ensnare them all at once. He gently raised his arm, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, aiming and locking onto Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others. Bang! Boom! A wisp of spiritual energy, trivial in his eyes, was unleashed. The entire space warped, producing cracks. What? The 100 individuals had no time to react, including Xianxiaaudiobooks, as they were instantaneously transformed into a torrential blood mist, falling like rain, leaving behind a void that pierced through heaven and earth. Gradually, it began to heal. At that moment, over 100,000 disciples of Tianyunzong stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if turned to stone. Not a sound was heard. It was eerily silent. The sound of a falling needle could be discerned. Before this, they could never have imagined that one day the elders from both the inner and outer courts, the sect leader, and even those hidden masters would be so effortlessly slaughtered. It was not that they doubted the strength of Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others, but did this not resemble cutting down grass or chives? Were they not all easily felled, without the slightest ability to resist? It was utterly absurd. They often expressed a desire to broaden their horizons, but this time, they truly witnessed a grand spectacle. With a mere wave of his hand, a snap of his fingers, he annihilated hundreds of powerful foes. Chen Mu's actions left Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu, who stood beside him, utterly captivated, as if they had been conquered 100 times over. My master is truly formidable, utterly invincible. Let us conclude this and prepare to return home. Chen Mu, resting his hands on the armrest of the chair, stood up. He had no intention of implicating the innocent disciples. Since the decision-makers could not make sound judgments, one bloodbath was sufficient. Return home? You slaughter hundreds from my inner and outer courts, and you still wish to leave? What gives you such confidence? A thunderous voice echoed through the heavens, reaching Chen Mu's ears before Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu. This voice was unfamiliar to him, yet it was all too familiar to the disciples of Tianyunzong. It was the voice of Wu Ji Jianzu. Wu Ji Jianzu? He is still alive? Who told you he was dead? He has persistently endured, and has ascended to the status of a quasi-emperor, ever prepared to attain the realm of the great emperor. To achieve the immortality of the great emperor seems an arduous task, does it not? As for the Wuji sword ancestor, how does he compare to those three? It is difficult to ascertain. Chen Mu has gleaned insights about the Wuji sword ancestor and the identity of the quasi-emperor through the system. A mere click of a button for comparison reveals that this individual is indeed the cornerstone of the entire Chinyun sect, the most formidable being. In the blink of an eye, a man adorned in blue robes with waist-length black hair appeared in the sky. Although he appeared youthful, his eyes betrayed the weight of many winters. Has he truly returned to his youth? Chen Mu chuckled. What are you laughing at? A voice, aged and withered, emanated from the youthful visage, though he did not utter a word. I laugh because, given your evident prowess, why do you wait until everyone else has perished before making your appearance? You are simply wasting my time. Chen Mu could have easily extinguished the Wuji sword ancestor along with Xianxian and the others with a mere snap of his fingers. You insolent child. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. The Wuji sword ancestor traced a circular motion with his right arm, conjuring a dozen swords that unfurled like a fan. These swords exuded a constant stream of sword chi, converging above him to inscribe a complex azure array. This technique, known as the Wuji sword formation, is a mastery he comprehended upon entering the quasi-emperor realm. Countless have perished beneath this formation, its might resounding through the land. Soon, from the heart of the formation, a colossal, semi-transparent azure sword emerged, its imposing presence directed towards Chen Mu, Lu Ruoxue, and Luo Hanxiu. Chapter 133, Ultimate Technique, Copy and Paste. Sword bone, ignorant wretch. Prepare to meet your demise. The Wuji sword ancestor swung his sword downwards, unleashing a cataclysmic strike towards the trio. The might of this blow could cleave half of the Tianyun sect in twain. The Wuji sword ancestor, filled with disbelief, thought he could not possibly be bested by these three youngsters. Gazing at the azure sword, Chen Mu mused that he had overestimated the Wuji sword ancestor. His prowess was not as astounding as anticipated. If this was indeed his prideful killing move, Chen Mu was inclined to offer him a surprise. He opened the system panel, switched to the decryption function, and located Copy All Things, activated. He chose to replicate the Wuji sword formation. Copying in progress. Copy successful. Chen Mu raised his hand and, with a flick, inscribed the Wuji sword formation in an instant. What? The Wuji sword ancestor's previously composed demeanor faltered. He looked above, then down at the Wuji sword formation below him, perplexed. How could it be there when it was still above? Perhaps a distortion of space had created an illusion? The Wuji sword ancestor tried to reassure himself. Yet, when an identical colossal sword erupted from the formation, his mind was instantly engulfed in a deafening roar. As if struck by a bolt from the blue. This is impossible. How could you possess the Wuji sword formation? It should belong solely to me. The Wuji sword ancestor shrieked in desperation. To this, Chen Mu chose not to respond. He replicated and pasted once more, activating the six paths Wuji sword formation, encircling and trapping the Wuji sword ancestor within. Six enormous swords locked onto him. No, the Wuji sword ancestor attempted to utter further words, but was cut off as he coughed up blood, spitting it several meters away. Gone was his initial invulnerability. He appeared weak and feeble. Wuji sword formation. How could there be so many Wuji sword formations? He had not anticipated the Wuji sword ancestor's strength to have reached such heights. Are you foolish? If it were truly the Wuji sword ancestor's formation, how could it attack him? The clash of swords resonated like thunder, creating shockwaves that rippled for miles, shaking the very earth. One sword shattered another, rendering them evenly matched. However, such ultimate techniques, even for the progenitor, the Wuji sword ancestor, could not be wielded repeatedly in quick succession. Meanwhile, Chen Mu continued to replicate and paste. The Wuji sword formations proliferated, filling the entirety of his field of vision. Countless colossal Wuji swords coalesced into an authentic Wuji sword formation. Even slaying gods was trivial, let alone a mere Wuji sword ancestor. With no escape and no means to counter, he ultimately vanished beneath the overwhelming sword might. Successfully killed the Wuji sword ancestor of the Tianyun sect. Congratulations to the host for the reward. It transformed into experience points for Chen Mu. This Wuji sword ancestor was far less formidable than he had envisioned. The only noteworthy aspect was the sword bone formed within the Wuji sword ancestor, a rarity akin to sword intent, which could only be manifested through exceptional mastery in the sword path. If achieving sword intent is a feat accomplished by 1 in 10,000, then this sword bone is a treasure found among a billion. Most significantly, this sword bone could be extracted, integrated for personal use, and inherit the potent sword intent it contained. For a swordsman like Lu Ruoxue, its effects would be nothing short of magnificent. This is a sword bone. I never expected that old fool had cultivated a sword bone. No wonder his strength was so formidable. Lu Ruoxue recognized it immediately, having clearly studied sword bones. Chen Mu first placed the sword bone back into the system's backpack. Selecting number 1, he modified it. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. In an instant, he acquired a treasure valued in trillions, something that most swordsmen would toil for centuries, if not millennia, to attain. Take these sword bones, absorb, and integrate them. Chen Mu extracted 206 sword bones and handed them to Lu Ruoshui. So many. Lu Ruoshui gasped in astonishment as she beheld the golden, radiant sword bones in her arms. She thought to herself that had that old monster seen this scene, he would surely have been enraged to death. After several millennia of arduous cultivation, a single sword bone had been produced, while her master casually presented her with hundreds. It was important to note that each sword bone not only contained immense sword intent, but also provided an understanding of a unique, powerful sword cultivation method. The Wuji sword formation previously wielded by the Wuji sword ancestor was derived from such insights. With 206 sword bones, she anticipated gaining insight into 206 distinct methods. In that moment, Lu Ruoshui felt invincible. Of course, she would be unrivaled among the masses. Enough of your envy. You have some too. Noticing Luo Hanqiu's eager gaze upon Lu Ruoshui, Chen Mu took out another 206 sword bones and placed them in her hands. Although she was not a swordsman like Lu Ruoshui, absorbing and integrating sword bones would undoubtedly benefit Luo Hanqiu. If nothing else, these sword bones could be utilized to forge a formidable, sword-wielding guardian. Thank you, master. Luo Hanqiu accepted them with tears of gratitude. Suddenly, Chen Mu turned sharply, his eyes fierce. Even Luo Hanqiu and Lu Ruoshui shivered involuntarily. The onlooker at the door was so startled that he fell to the ground, as if confronted by a fierce beast. Supreme killing god. Without hesitation, he quickly adjusted his posture and knelt down, exclaiming, "Spare me, esteemed one. I did not intend to spy." "Who are you?" Chen Mu inquired. "My name is Dai Guanchuan, the senior disciple of the inner court." The youth promptly answered without hesitation. Chen Mu contemplated the situation. Now that he had swept through the outer and inner courts of the Tianyun sect, as well as all its powerful assets, departing without further action would invite other sects to descend like vultures to claim the territory and resources. After exerting so much effort, why should he allow them to reap the benefits for free? Upon this realization, Chen Mu instantaneously teleported before Dai Guanchuan, raising his head. "Yes, esteemed one." Dai Guanchuan complied obediently, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed up at Chen Mu, unable to meet his gaze, his eyes fixated on the ground beneath his nose. "I wish for you to become the new leader of the Tianyun sect. Are you willing?" Chen Mu cut straight to the chase. He abhorred beating around the bush. "I am but a weakling. I fear I may not be capable." Modifying in progress. Modification successful. "And now?" Chen Mu inquired once more. "This." Dai Guanchuan was left utterly dumbfounded. In an astonishing turn of fate, one moment I was merely a half-step into the Yuaning stage, and in the blink of an eye, I ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing realm. It must be. Without a moment to ponder further, I bowed deeply, expressing my profound gratitude to the celestial being for bestowing upon me this cultivation. I, Dai Guanchuan, shall not dishonor this mission. I do not entertain the notion of having the right to refuse. From this moment forth, whatever the celestial being commands, I shall obey. Should you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west. Should you bid me go north, I shall not stray. Very well, from this moment onward, you shall be the new leader of the Tianyun sect. As you have just assumed office, I have little to offer you, except for these items. Take them and contemplate well. Do not allow others to exploit any weaknesses. Do you understand? Before me, dozens of sword bones clattered to the ground. Gulp. Dai Guanchuan swallowed hard and proclaimed with commanding authority, "Yes." Chapter 134. The pinnacle in my eyes, offered freely to others. With a complete mastery of the tribulation crossing realm, even Dai Guanchuan's life goal, to become the ultimate sword ancestor of the Tianyun sect, now rested upon these mere dozens of sword bones. If with these he could not protect the Tianyun sect, even Dai Guanchuan would deem it absurd. Witnessing his loyalty surge to 100, Chen Mu promptly locked it in. Caution is paramount, as one must navigate carefully to avoid calamity. Chen Mu had no desire to create unnecessary complications. He then opened the portal to the Zhanshuan realm, stepping through and vanishing from Dai Guanchuan's view. Once the portal closed, Dai Guanchuan dared to straighten his back. Cautiously, he stowed away the sword bones in his spatial ring, leaving one behind to sit cross-legged and begin refining, absorbing the sword intent and sword momentum contained within. Dai Guanchuan was already the most gifted sword cultivator of the Tianyun sect, and his speed of absorption and integration was swift. Moreover, Chen Mu had intentionally lowered the difficulty of this process, merely a formality. He quickly fused with the first sword bone, comprehending a sword cultivation technique unique to himself. A pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting numerous disciples. They had not anticipated that such immense sword intent emanated from Dai Guanxuan himself. Senior brother Dai, what is happening? As Dai Guanxuan opened his eyes, his gaze remarkably bright, he stood up, prompting someone to tentatively inquire. By the command of the celestial being. From this moment forth, I am the newly appointed leader of the Chinyun sect. Who among you has any objections? Dai Guanxuan's declaration left the crowd in astonishment. I object. The celestial being is no longer present. Who can ascertain the truth of your words? The second senior brother raised his hand and stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing an opportunity to ascend, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Boom. In the next moment, an unparalleled aura descended solely upon him, forcing him to kneel. Struggling to breathe. This is the tribulation crossing realm's completion. The second senior brother gasped out these words with great difficulty. The entire assembly regarded Dai Guanxuan in disbelief. It was not difficult to surmise that he had indeed received celestial favor. They were astonished that Chen Mu could facilitate such a rapid breakthrough to the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing realm. No wonder he had slaughtered those at the peak of the tribulation crossing realm with such ease. To him, it was akin to harvesting chives. The pinnacle in his eyes could be freely bestowed to others. Salutations, sect leader Dai. Once it was confirmed that Dai Guanxuan had truly received celestial favor, the second senior brother was the first to speak. Salutations, sect leader Dai. Salutations, sect leader Dai. With him speaking up, the others had no choice but to relent. They all knelt on one knee, their voices resounding like thunder. However, soon after, the distant sound of war drums drew their attention. That was the insignia of the Shueihua sect. They must have heard the news and come to annex our Tianyun sect. Despicable. Infuriating. Had the celestial being been present, they would all face death. What shall we do? Shall we fight? Gazing at the dozen flying vessels, each carrying at least 10,000 men, the hearts of the disciples trembled with dread. Though Dai Guanxuan possessed the power of the tribulation crossing realm, he was ultimately but one man. They understood well the proverb, one cannot face many. Yet, in the face of this situation, Dai Guanxuan exhibited no intent to retreat. He had sworn that if anyone sought to seize the Tianyun sect, they would have to step over his corpse first. However, the minor Shueihua sect clearly lacked the qualification to do so. They would serve as an excellent opportunity to test the unique sword cultivation technique he had just comprehended. Channeling spiritual energy, he extended his arm like a sword, pointing skyward. A whirlwind of fury formed in an instant, charging towards the fleet of flying vessels. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this whirlwind was composed of countless spiritual swords, amounting to at least 100,000. The leading vessel was engulfed, shattering into splinters, with blood mist continuously erupting. Under the whirlwind's assault, it rapidly dissipated. As Dai Guanxuan grew stronger, the reverence the disciples held for Chen Mu only deepened. For they were certain that everything Dai Guanxuan now possessed was a result of the celestial favor bestowed by Chen Mu. Such feats could only be attributed to divine grace. And they understood this well. In the blink of an eye, all of Shueihua sect's vessels were obliterated by that whirlwind of spiritual swords. No one survived. After this battle, Dai Guanxuan firmly established his position in the hearts of the disciples, becoming the rightful new leader of the sect. All of this was observed by Chen Mu through the Tianyun mirror. Well done, Chen Mu remarked, waving his hand as the mirror dissipated like smoke. Gazing aside, Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu were both engrossed in absorbing and comprehending the sword bones. Luo Hanxiu had only grasped one sword bone before she ceased her efforts. She quickly approached Chen Mu and knelt behind him, massaging his shoulders to relieve his tension. Casting a glance at Lu Ruoshui, it seemed that Sister Lu intended to fully integrate all the sword bones bestowed upon her by her master. Let her be, Chen Mu thought nonchalantly. To be honest, he was quite curious about the extraordinary effects that would arise when a person possessed 206 sword bones. Logic dictated that there should be some hidden achievement, right? If not, then Chen Mu could not be blamed for his modifications. After all, fate had failed to meet his expectations first. As the architect of this narrative, Chen Mu would not allow such an occurrence to transpire. By the way, what do you intend to do with the remaining sword bones? Chen Mu inquired of Luo Hanxiu. I plan to find some trusted individuals to bestow these sword bones upon them, forming a secretive team to clandestinely guard the Xianxian dynasty, Luo Hanxiu candidly revealed. Unexpectedly, we think alike, Chen Mu replied with a subtle smile. To share a common thought with her master was indeed an honor for Hanxiu, bringing her genuine joy. Afterward, silence enveloped them. Lu Ruoshui remained focused on absorbing and merging the sword bones. Chen Mu patiently awaited her, while Luo Hanxiu diligently attended to him. In contrast to the tranquility here, the Congling realm was abuzz with discussions regarding the Tianyun sect. All sects were stirred, deliberating on how to address the situation. This included the Beha dynasty, where the Tianyun sect was ranked 9th among the top 10 powerful sections. The esteemed Tianyun sect had seen its leader and all elders, including the ultimate sword ancestor, slaughtered by those from the Zhongshuan realm. What do you believe should be done about this matter? Emperor Zhao Tai inquired of his court. This young man must possess tremendous opportunities. I have heard he appears to be just over 20 years old, yet has already attained the status of a great emperor. At such a young age, achieving the great emperor realm, I propose we send envoys to the Zhongshuan realm to win him over for our Beiha, a minister suggested. We must not make him our enemy. I concur. I second that. I also agree. Numerous voices echoed in agreement. And even those with reservations found it unwise to voice their dissent at such a moment. Ultimately, Zhao Tai nodded in assent, agreeing to send envoys to the Zhongshuan realm to sincerely recruit this young genius who had stirred the Zhongling realm into chaos. How sincere was this effort? Zhao Tai was even willing to share the world with him. Chapter 135, Lantern Festival, the Corpse of the Resentful Dragon. Zhao Tai could hardly fathom that this matter was a mere flick of a switch for Chen Mu, who could effortlessly access the system to erase his name and replace it with his own. Not only could this achieve his objective, but it would also spare him from sharing the vast territories of the Beiha dynasty. However, at present, Chen Mu had no intention of taking such a course. It seemed that Lu Mimi would require considerable time. Thus, if the master had no desire to rest, perhaps he might venture outside the palace for a change of scenery? Luo Hanxiao, concerned that waiting would bore Chen Mu, took the initiative to suggest this. She recalled that a grand lantern festival was set to unfold outside the palace that very evening. A lantern festival, indeed? Chen Mu mused that it would be delightful to attend. Lu Ruoxue, it appeared, still needed ample time. After all, idleness was simply idleness. Very well, let us go take a look. Afterwards, Chen Mu and Luo Hanxiao donned casual attire and quietly left the palace. They arrived at a street that was, at that moment, bustling with activity. Beside them flowed a great river, spanned by 9 bridges, adorned with brightly lit wooden boats, where revelers drank merrily and women danced gracefully. The river was blanketed with lanterns, and children and couples gathered along the banks, creating a scene of joyous liveliness and tranquility. As he turned his head, Chen Mu noticed that Luo Hanxiao had vanished. Upon turning again, he discovered her returning to his side, holding 2 exquisite sugar figurines. "My lord, do try this," she offered, presenting one of the sugar figures to him. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention and disturbing Chen Mu's enjoyment of the festival, Luo Hanxiao had decided to refer to him as my lord, having previously obtained his consent. Chen Mu accepted the sugar figure, savoring its clean sweetness. Thus, they strolled along the riverbank, from one end of the street to the other. Just as he finished the last bite of the sugar figure, Luo Hanxiao was about to inquire about Chen Mu's next desire, whether to release lanterns, rent a boat, indulge in some food, or return to the palace, when her keen nose detected a sinister scent. Indeed, the unmistakable odor of demonic presence. No amount of fragrant aromas could mask this foul stench. "Have you sensed it too?" Chen Mu's voice echoed in Luo Hanxiao's mind. "Yes, there is a trace of demonic energy," she responded silently, communicating telepathically with Chen Mu to prevent inciting unnecessary panic. What business could the demonic practitioners have at the Lantern Festival? Chen Mu inquired further. "It seems unlikely they came merely to admire the lanterns. I suspect they intend to incite greater chaos, leaving the city in a state of perpetual unease." Luo Hanxiao articulated her conjecture. Chen Mu fell silent, utilizing the system to swiftly identify and locate all the demonic practitioners hiding in various alleys and corners. Did he intend to seek them out one by one and deal with them individually? Chen Mu had no such inclination. He merely wished to prevent them from causing turmoil in his domain. Life selected modification. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. In an instant, dozens of individuals met their untimely demise, collapsing to the ground. Chen Mu led Luo Hanxiao to the nearest corpse of a demonic practitioner. As Luo Hanxiao knelt down to inspect, she noticed a tattoo resembling an eye on the individual's neck. She immediately recognized it as belonging to the Huiming sect. The Huiming sect? A disreputable group that thrives by consuming the life force of others to enhance their own strength, Luo Hanxiao explained. This group has eluded the court's efforts to eradicate them for some time. Despite deploying over 10,000 personnel in search, they have remained elusive, and even when captured, their members would rather self-immolate than be interrogated. The mere mention of this vexed Luo Hanxiao greatly. Is it truly that troublesome? Chen Mu inquired for confirmation. Indeed, it is somewhat challenging, Luo Hanxiao replied, immediately assuring him. However, please rest assured, my lord. I shall resolve this matter swiftly and will not allow them to endanger your realm. Do not concern yourself further. They have already perished. Chen Mu declared as he dismissed the system panel before him. What? They are all dead? Luo Hanxiao expressed her astonishment. Chen Mu opened a portal, inviting her to follow him inside. Upon stepping through, Luo Hanqiu was taken aback to find herself within a stone palace. Wait, is this not the stone palace where my grandfather was laid to rest? She realized, as she beheld the scene of severed heads strewn across the ground. Luo Hanqiu suddenly comprehended. No wonder they had been so elusive. Their stronghold was concealed in such an unexpected locale. Who would dare to investigate? This world holds no greater affection for Luo Hanqiu than that of the old master, she thought bitterly. She regarded the actions of these demonic practitioners with deep disdain, believing they should not disturb her grandfather's eternal slumber. Things may not be as simple as you imagine, Chen Mu interjected. Pray, enlighten me, my lord, Luo Hanqiu responded respectfully. There lies a secret hidden within. They are utilizing your grandfather's corpse to forge a Yuan Long corpse, Chen Mu revealed. A Yuan Long corpse. The term echoed in Luo Hanqiu's mind, as she recalled encountering it in an ancient text. As an emperor, one's body would harbor a trace of dragon energy, which would linger even after death, dissipating only after a century, safeguarding the descendants. However, nefarious forces sought to exploit this dragon energy, nourishing it with countless grievances and cultivating the corpse through dark methods, ultimately creating the Yuan Long corpse. Yuan Long corpses are far more formidable than ordinary corpses, deserving to be called the kings of the undead. Chen Mu continued. I had always believed them to be mere folklore, yet it seems they indeed exist. Luo Hanqiu felt a wave of concern for her grandfather. If he were truly transformed into a Yuan Long corpse, the repercussions would be dire. For once created, a Yuan Long corpse would be impervious to blades and bullets, driven by a bloodthirsty nature, able to perpetually strengthen itself through the consumption of others' blood. Unless it met its demise, it would never cease its slaughter. In a haste, Luo Hanqiu advanced, disrupting the blood-etched formation surrounding the golden coffin with her foot, shattering its design. With a swift motion, she summoned a gust of wind to extinguish most of the candles made from corpse oil that adorned the coffin. She believed that this would thwart the emergence of the Yuan Long corpse. However, before she could exhale in relief, she noticed that the pools of blood pooling beneath the headless corpses were gathering, almost as if imbued with life, flowing towards the golden coffin. Boom! A powerful aura of slaughter and bloodlust surged forth, forcing Luo Hanqiu back several paces. This aura was innately sinister. Should it be absorbed excessively, it could impair one's sanity. Luo Hanqiu dared not take such a risk. My lord, it appears we may have arrived too late. The Yuan Long corpse requires merely the blood of these individuals to be fully formed. I surmise that witnessing the imminent completion of the Yuan Long corpse, their resentment upon being slain by you will not be insignificant, Luo Hanqiu speculated, not attributing blame to Chen Mu. For had he refrained from slaying them, they would have sought other victims to continue their sacrificial rites. Suddenly, the golden coffin began to tremble violently. Chapter 136, The Other Shore Flower, Dark Night Demon Clan. Boom. Crash. The massive golden coffin, its thickness akin to a fist, exploded, shattering into several large fragments. The coffin lid rocketed toward Chen Mu. My lord, be cautious, Luo Hanqiu exclaimed, wielding her finger as a sword, unleashing a barrage of strikes that sliced the coffin lid into countless smaller pieces, which fell harmlessly to the ground, causing no injury to Chen Mu. Quickly, she lifted her gaze towards the direction of the coffin. Amidst the swirling smoke, a humanoid figure emerged, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light. The Yuan Long corpse had truly been birthed. Luo Hanqiu swallowed hard, realizing that her next encounter with her grandfather would be in such a horrific form. The dragon robe lay tattered, his upper body bared, his skin as dark as charcoal, while his waist-length white hair billowed wildly, seemingly untouched by any breeze. The gentleness of yesteryears has vanished, leaving only the ominous aura of malevolence in its wake. Merely gazing upon it sends shivers down one's spine. The vengeful dragon corpse raised its hand and summoned a long blade, once ensconced in a coffin, which floated effortlessly into its grasp. Grasping it, a visible aura of sanguine energy coiled around the hilt and blade. Luo Hanqiu distinctly recalled that this was the cherished blade of the elder during his youthful exploits on the battlefield, known as xianxia. Ironically, it was now wielded by the forces of darkness. In the next moment, the vengeful dragon corpse, brandishing the sword, appeared before Luo Hanqiu in an instant, unleashing a ferocious strike imbued with an overwhelming scent of blood and slaughter. The hesitation in her eyes swiftly transformed into resolve. With a downward swing of her arm, her sword pierced through the vengeful dragon corpse. She incessantly reminded herself that the figure before her was no longer the elder, and behind her stood a master who required her protection even more urgently. With a series of sharp sounds, the corpse maintained its sword-swinging motion. But after a few moments of stillness, it staggered back a few steps before collapsing heavily. Its body erupted with a resounding crash. dissipating into a fine mist of blood that filled the entire stone palace. Chen Mu concentrated a small whirlwind in the palm of his hand, drawing in the lethal blood mist to prevent it from dispersing and endangering innocent lives. Condensed to the size of a pill, this substance was too toxic for consumption and was placed into his system backpack for collection. Lowering her arm, Luo Hanxiu realized that although the vengeful dragon corpse was formidable, she now possessed the strength of a perfected tribulation phase. Coupled with the sword bone, she could slay the vengeful dragon corpse with a single strike. Thank you, Master, for aiding me in vanquishing the vengeful dragon corpse and eradicating the forces of evil. Luo Hanxiu knelt on one knee in reverence, fully aware that without Chen Mu, this endeavor would have been far more arduous. If the vengeful dragon corpse had been fully refined and escaped, it could have resulted in countless casualties. After waiting for a response from Chen Mu for several moments, she noticed he was not focused on her at all. Rising, she followed his gaze and discovered an unusual flower growing on the ground. The flower, lacking leaves, resembled an umbrella and was as red as fresh blood, exuding an aura that seemed utterly out of place in this world. Master, what kind of flower is that? Luo Hanxiu, unable to identify it, sought the wisdom of her learned master. That is the Bianin flower, a blossom that can bridge the realms of the living and the dead, Chen Mu replied. Upon hearing the name Bianin, Luo Hanxiu's expression shifted, sensing something amiss, and swiftly released her aura to repel a shadowy figure that lunged toward them. The figure crashed violently against a stone pillar, coughing up a mouthful of blood as its face contorted in shock. Who are you? What are you doing here? Luo Hanxiu demanded, brandishing her sword at the fallen figure. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the unnecessary dialogue. The man, clearly unwilling to comply, declared, I am from the Dark Knight Demon Clan. As those 4 words escaped Chen Mu's lips, the man's demeanor shifted, fear washing over him as he exclaimed, How do you know about the Dark Knight Demon Clan? You are utilizing the power of the demon sect to nourish the seeds of the Bianin flower with blood to resurrect someone, are you not? Chen Mu continued. Upon hearing this, terror flickered across the man's face, as if Chen Mu's piercing gaze could unravel his very thoughts, compelling him to avert his eyes. Luo Hanxiu slightly raised her head, pondering for a moment. She recalled that the Dark Knight Demon Clan had been nearly exterminated eons ago due to their brutal and bloodthirsty nature, wiped out by a coalition of the human race. Yet, it now appeared that they had not only survived but had found a refuge and chosen to remain hidden, even acquiring the seeds of the Bianin flower. Chen Mu elaborated, collecting 99 of these flowers and nourishing them with blood, combined with a formation, can allow the deceased to return. The notion of resurrecting the deceased astonished Luo Hanxiu. Master, your knowledge is indeed vast. The man, growing increasingly agitated, barked, Who are you? How do you know these things? You seek to resurrect the Dark Knight Emperor, do you not? You have been biding your time to launch a new assault against the human race, Luo Hanxiu deduced, pressing the blade closer to the man's neck, drawing forth a few drops of green blood. Indeed, you are of the demon race. She demanded. Speak. Where is your hidden lair? The man clamped his mouth shut, treating Luo Hanxiu as though she were invisible. Speak now, or I shall slay you, she threatened, tightening her grip on the sword. If you have the ability, then kill me, he taunted, seemingly eager for an end. Chen Mu approached the man, raising his hand to grasp his head. He invoked the soul lock spell, ensnaring the man's soul and thoughts, transforming him into a puppet bound to obey his commands. Release him. Luo Hanxiu hesitated but ultimately complied, retracting her spiritual energy and dissipating the sword in her hand. The man sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. Stand, Chen Mu commanded, and he immediately obeyed. Lead us to the demon clan's secret realm, Chen Mu instructed. The man complied, swiftly moving past Luo Hanxiu, guiding them toward the location of the Dark Knight Demon Clan. Truly, Master is extraordinary. Luo Hanxiu marveled, each revelation reshaping her understanding of this world, leaving her in awe. Chapter 137, The Demon Clan's Secret Realm. With a body infused with sword bone, following the man, Chen Mu and Luo Hanxiu arrived outside a royal tomb, amidst desolate mountains. This wilderness was devoid of habitation, with even birds and beasts scarce, ensuring that the teleportation array concealed within the cave remained undetected. To access the secret realm where the Dark Knight Demon Clan currently resided, one could only use this array. The array required the blood of the Dark Knight Demon Clan and a special incantation to activate. After the man completed his task, Chen Mu waved his hand, transforming him into a cloud of blood mist, of no further use. Are you prepared? Chen Mu inquired of Luo Hanxiu. Yes, she affirmed with a resolute nod, readying herself for a bloodbath. Having learned from the lessons of millennia past, Luo Hanxiu held no illusions about this race. They were inherently malevolent. Just then, a beam of golden light pierced the cave from outside. What a terrifying sword intent. Luo Hanxiu felt as though she were enveloped in the presence of a myriad of spiritual swords. You, Luo Hanxiu, actually took advantage of my absorption and comprehension of the sword bone to secretly lead Master away. In the next moment, Lu Ruoxue appeared before Chen Mu and Luo Hanxiu like a streak of sword light. Have you finished absorbing it? Luo Hanxiu inquired curiously about the potential transformations of the sword bone. Do not change the subject. Lu Ruoxue expressed relief at having arrived early, fearing what might have transpired in this desolate wilderness with just a man and a woman. You claim to hold only respect for Master? Huh. Have you truly comprehended it all? In response to Master, Ruoxue has successfully absorbed and comprehended all 206 sword bones, Lu Ruoxue answered promptly, adapting her demeanor to address Chen Mu's inquiry. Luo Hanxiu, though capable of understanding, still found something peculiar about the situation. By the way, Master, where are you headed? Lu Ruoxue inquired. To annihilate the Dark Knight Demon Clan, Chen Mu elucidated. The Dark Knight Demon Clan, they are still alive. Lu Ruoxue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Chen Mu affirmed with a nod. Master, please allow me to accompany you in the campaign against the Dark Knight Demon Clan. To contribute to the survival of the human race, Lu Ruoxue implored, kneeling on one knee and clasping her fists in a gesture of respect. Very well, Chen Mu agreed, seizing the opportunity to observe how Lu Ruoxue's sword bones might manifest their potential. He hoped not to be disappointed. Subsequently, the three entered the formation and were transported to a secret realm. The atmosphere was gloomy and devoid of sunlight, the surroundings barren and shrouded in silence. This place truly aligns with their preferences. If it were up to me, I certainly could not endure it, Lu Ruoxue remarked. Just as they emerged from the portal and had not yet descended the altar, strange noises began to echo around them. Soon, countless dark shadows converged towards their location. The silhouettes resembled humans, yet their eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson hue. Even in the absence of sunlight, everything was visible. Their sharp claws constituted their most formidable weapons. They rushed in droves towards the trio. Evil extermination, sword domain. Lu Ruoxue raised her hand to the heavens. Above her, a vast golden formation materialized, from which numerous 3-foot-long golden swords cascaded like a torrential downpour, blanketing a 10-kilometer radius. In an instant, 1,000,000 swords could descend. The Dark Knight demons were pierced like hedgehogs, collapsing into pools of blood. This spectacle left Luo Hanxiu utterly astonished and envious. In that moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to abandon the idea of forming a mysterious enforcement team and instead merge her remaining sword bones like Lu Ruoxue. Even Chen Mu, witnessing the event, could not help but feel a sense of awe. Once the formation dissipated, Chen Mu instructed the system to conduct a rough tally. Over 100,000 Dark Knight demons had perished beneath Lu Ruoxue's evil extermination, sword domain. Not a single one remained within the 10-kilometer radius. The ground sank half a person's height as a result, raising the altar considerably. The spiritual energy here is not on par with Zhangxian realm. You should conserve your usage, Luo Hanxiu kindly advised. You need not worry. It will not consume much spiritual energy. It is merely a small manifestation of sword intent. Lu Ruoxue replied with a proud smile. What? Luo Hanxiu gasped in disbelief. Such a formidable mass destruction array was merely a manifestation of sword intent. Chen Mu pondered that once the threat of the Dark Knight demons was resolved, he would also absorb the 206 sword bones to see what wondrous effects might arise. Meanwhile, in the Dark Knight Palace, panic ensued. Oh no, Your Majesty, the humans have invaded. A member of the Dark Knight demon clan, preoccupied with urgency, stumbled over the threshold, rolling in a frenzy as he reported. What? Humans? How could they discover our presence? And how did they enter a secret realm only accessible to our kind? The demon emperor was perplexed. He then inquired, how many of them have come? Reporting to Your Majesty, 1 man and 2 women, the demon answered, holding up 3 fingers. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into silence before the ministers erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, a mere 3 humans. How could they frighten you so? One exclaimed. Indeed, if this were to spread, people might think our Dark Knight demon clan is filled with cowards. Instead of running to report, you should have directly slain those 3 and brought back their heads. Surely, 1,000-strong Dark Knight demons need not fear just 3 humans. Absurd. Shameful. Hearing these words, the messenger felt a pang of despair. Your Majesty, esteemed generals, you do not understand. Those 3 possess immense power. With a single strike, they annihilated 10,000 of our kin. What? 10,000? The expressions of everyone present vanished. The demon emperor furrowed his brow in concern. Which general is willing to go forth and eliminate those 3? He asked. I am willing to take command. A high-ranking general of the Dark Knight demon clan stepped forward. Excellent. The task is yours, the demon emperor declared. promising to allocate 100,000 Dark Knight demons for his command. Thank you, your majesty. I shall not fail in my mission. With that, the demon general turned and strode towards the door. Passing by the messenger still on the ground, he kicked him, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Take me to see those three." "Yes, general." The messenger grunted through the pain, climbing to his feet and forcing a smile. "This way, please." The demon general snorted in disdain, clutching his helmet as he proceeded. All the demons anticipated his return with the flesh and blood of the intruders, eager to partake in a feast. It had been far too long since they had savored human flesh. For the Dark Knight demons, nothing in this world was more delectable than humans. That taste, that aroma, held a fatal allure for them. This was also why demons and humans had clashed multiple times, their collaborations repeatedly faltering. Just as the demon general lifted his foot to step outside, a sharp glint of cold light pierced through his body. Chapter 138. The Blood Gate opens, the Dark Knight Emperor revives. In the next moment, his body split in two, blood gushing forth. Entrails fell to the ground. The shock of this scene was profound. After all, this was one of the high-ranking generals of the Dark Knight demon clan, who had been killed without even seeing his assailant. It was utterly incomprehensible how those three could have reached the palace in such a short span of time. Their speed was astounding. How were they able to achieve this? Was the army of the Dark Knight demons so feeble? In truth, even with that strength, Chen Mu had no intention of methodically slaughtering the Dark Knight demons before confronting their leader. This was not a game. There was no need to follow a set procedure. He was simply looking for the most efficient way to deal with the situation. He had intended to see what kind of individuals the leaders of the Dark Knight demons were, the ones who instigated multiple wars between demons and humans. However, it seemed they were rather ordinary. He even felt that the Heavenly Cloud sect, which he had previously bloodied, could easily obliterate this ragtag group. He could not help but wonder if this was influenced by the downstream effects of the spiritual veins. Deprived of abundant spiritual energy, their cultivation could not compare to the practitioners of the Zhongling realm. Not everyone could be a prodigy like the Dark Knight Emperor. Assassins, kill them. A demon soldier was the first to draw his sword. Snap. Lu Ruoxue raised her hand, her sleeve falling back, and with a snap of her fingers, a multitude of swords emerged, filling her line of sight with blades. These golden flying swords illuminated the dark world, darting among the Dark Knight demons like flashes of gold. They moved at blinding speed. Moments later, all that remained were countless corpses, riddled with holes, blood flowing like rivers. Luo Hanxiu had no opportunity to take action. Upon sensing Lu Ruoxue's gaze, she smiled gracefully. "You too could merge the sword bones your master bestowed upon you. How dare you say that, letting the enemy escape?" Escape? Lu Ruoxue recalled the previous scene with clarity. Suddenly, she remembered that before she made her move, the demon emperor had swiftly hidden behind a stone chair. With a flick of her fingers in the air, hundreds of flying swords merged into a colossal sword, hurtling towards the stone throne. Bang! Boom! It shattered into pieces. A hidden passage was revealed behind that stone throne. Let us go and see what tricks that fellow has up his sleeve. With that, the three descended into the secret passage, traversing a 100-meter-long tunnel, and what awaited them was a breathtaking expanse. They had never imagined that beneath the surface lay such a wondrous domain. Before me stands a ruined stone bridge, surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. Gazing further ahead, I behold an island shaped like a lotus leaf. At the center of this island rests a colossal human-shaped stone statue. If Chen Mu's intuition serves him right, this must be the leader of the Dark Knight demon clan, known as the Dark Knight Emperor. A being who stands shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors of the Zhongxian realm. Surrounding him are countless, who. So many. Luo Hanxiu is now even more convinced that everything is a sinister scheme orchestrated by the Dark Knight demon clan. Ancestor, my incompetence has delayed your resurrection plan, as I am but one flower short. However, rest assured, I vow to protect the Dark Knight demon clan with my life, and will not let you down. The demon emperor kneels before the statue, bowing his head in determination. If he cannot eliminate Chen Mu, Luo Hanxiu, and Lu Ruoxue, he has a contingency plan, to sacrifice himself to cultivate the final. No matter what, the Dark Knight Emperor must be revived. He must reclaim dominance over the Zhongxian realm and establish the Dark Knight demon clan as the rulers of this land. Thus, in the eyes of the demon emperor, regardless of the outcome of this battle, the true losers will only be Chen Mu and his companions, along with the entire human race. Once the ancestor is revived, you shall all perish. The demon emperor rises, facing Chen Mu and the others. Simultaneously, his arms swell, his body expanding several-fold, as a pair of massive demonic wings emerge from his back. This is a bloodline technique exclusive to the Dark Knight demon clan, enhancing his physique and doubling his strength by activating the demonic bloodline. Just as he is about to strike, he is taken aback by the sight of something in Chen Mu's hand. How could you possess such a thing? Chen Mu remains silent, casually tossing me aside. How infuriating. The demon emperor, fearing it might fall and be tainted, swiftly flies forward, carefully cradling the entire flower with both hands, enveloping it in spiritual energy. He then quickly retreats, distancing himself from Chen Mu and the others, returning beneath the statue. Holding me aloft with one hand, he covers half his face with the other. Laughing, his madness escalating. Ha ha ha. I have encountered many foolish beings, but none as foolish as you. Without further ado, he plants the into the ground. 99 have now been gathered. Biting his fingertip, he squeezes out a drop of blood that falls upon one of the flowers. Boom. A tempest of blood and chaos erupts. In addition, the three notice strands of red, like serpents, crawling up the cliffside, converging towards the statue of the Dark Knight Emperor, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Ha ha ha. The ancestor shall be revived. The demon emperor exclaims with uncontainable excitement. Deep down, he is grateful for Chen Mu's reckless actions. Without him, he would never have had the chance to witness this rare and precious scene. Nor would he have the opportunity to see the Dark Knight Emperor lead millions of dark armies to sweep through the human race and reclaim control over the Xianxian realm. To express his gratitude, the demon emperor intends to plead for Chen Mu's life, ensuring he remains whole. Observing the demon emperor's arrogant and frenzied demeanor, Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu exchange glances, left speechless. Although they cannot comprehend why Chen Mu would offer to aid in the Dark Knight Emperor's complete resurrection ritual, they firmly believe that their master must have his own reasons for such actions. As loyal servants, they trust in him completely. Buzz. The air trembles. A colossal blooms amidst the blood mist. Shortly thereafter, a blood-colored vortex opens, from which emerges a man with a gray-black physique, waist-length silver hair, clad in black attire, and bearing pointed ears. The ancestor of the Dark Knight demon clan, the Dark Knight Emperor. Lu Ruoshui recognizes him immediately from illustrations she has seen in books. Luo Hanxiu, however, feels an unparalleled pressure. To her astonishment, even after 10,000 years, the revived Dark Knight Emperor remains immensely powerful, without the use of artifacts. In a simple contest of strength, she believes her chances of victory to be less than 1 in 10. After all, he was the very being whose existence had once compelled the great emperors of the Xianxian realm to sacrifice their lives to vanquish him. We welcome you, ancestor. The demon emperor exclaims joyously, but he suddenly realizes he has lost control of his body, plummeting from the air. His wings are severed, his body cleaved into 5 parts, and his head rolls away. Chapter 139, Bewildered. Has the ancestor betrayed us? As the demon emperor, even with his head severed, he would not die immediately. However, what truly baffles him is the realization of the countless efforts he has expended to meticulously plot and scheme. After finally gathering 99 to perfectly complete the Dark Knight Emperor's resurrection plan, why is the first thing the revived emperor does to sever his own head? To kill himself? This leaves the demon emperor utterly perplexed. Does the ancestor find my actions too slow, thus deciding to slay me? Though he understands the dangers of serving a tiger. At this moment, the demon emperor is deeply frustrated. He never sought rewards for his efforts. All he thought about was the rise of the Dark Knight demon clan. Yet, he never anticipated that after finally completing the resurrection plan, he would meet such a fate. How tragic. How lamentable. Nevertheless, the ancestor has been revived. Regardless, I am still a great contributor to the resurgence of the Dark Knight demon clan. The demon emperor comforts himself, preparing to close his eyes and embrace death. However, the voice he hears next prevents him from finding peace. Salute to our master. Is that voice from the ancestor? He opens his eyes, unable to see due to facing away. A long, serpentine tongue shoots forth, flipping him over. In that moment, the demon emperor's mindset shatters. The voice belongs to the Dark Knight Emperor. Indeed, the speaker is the Dark Knight Emperor, but why? Why is he kneeling before a human and addressing him as master? What does master mean? The demon emperor knows full well. He cannot comprehend this. The riddle posed to him is far too difficult. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu gaze at the kneeling Dark Knight Emperor, equally bewildered. They do not lower their swords or the ice lotus, remaining perpetually vigilant. Suspecting this to be a cunning scheme by the Dark Knight Emperor to approach Chen Mu and ambush him. Ancestor, why have you betrayed us? Should we not be enemies of the human race? You should not kneel before him, but rather strike him down. Your actions are a disgrace to the entire Dark Knight demon clan. The demon emperor shouts loudly. Please, master, allow me to strike him down, lest he ruin your mood. The Dark Knight Emperor requests. Witnessing the Dark Knight Emperor show complete reverence and respect towards Chen Mu, the demon emperor's mindset truly collapses. He questions loudly, who are you? What have you done to the ancestor? Could it be that he is cursed? As a demon emperor, does he not understand the principle of survival of the fittest? Chen Mu shakes his head and sighs, Do I need to explain myself to you? The demon emperor is rendered speechless. Make your move. Chen Mu orders the Dark Knight Emperor. Yes, just as the words echo, the demon emperor realizes that the Dark Knight Emperor has already arrived before him. A foot is lifted and then heavily stomped down. Boom. Like a watermelon bursting, he leaves behind a blooming, grotesquely beautiful blood-soaked flower. Before this moment, the demon emperor could never have imagined that he would meet such an end and die in such a manner. Following this, Chen Mu commands the Dark Knight Emperor to issue a death decree, ordering the millions of dark armies to join Luo Hanxiu's ranks and defend the Xianxian dynasty. Should they dare to betray, they will face the wrath of the heavenly thunder. After all, the Dark Knight Emperor is their ancestor, and the Dark Knight demon clan derives from his bloodline, naturally under his control. With but a single line of command, he can attain imperial-level combat prowess. How could one refuse such an opportunity? In addition, there is a gift of over 30 million Dark Knight demon troops. Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal. Luo Hanxiu was overjoyed to have acquired an army of over 30 million Dark Knight demons, comparable to the dead soldiers. The Dark Knight Emperor, however, remained by Chen Mu's side, serving as a guardian. The presence of a demon emperor added grandeur to the scene. Upon returning to the palace, the overwhelming aura of the demons summoned all the skilled individuals in the city who rushed to the scene. Initially, they believed the demons were staging a revival and intended to attack or ambush. Yet, upon recognizing the face of the Dark Knight Emperor, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. The Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian. How could he be here? Wasn't he already dead? Do not worry, everything is fine. But what does everything is fine mean? That is the Dark Knight Emperor, the progenitor of the Dark Knight demons. Have you forgotten the lessons from 10,000 years ago? Look closely at the person beside him. Who is it? Could it be that Chu Tian has been subdued by him? Otherwise, how could this be? Look, Chu Tian is serving tea to the immortal. Heaven. Just how terrifying is the true power of the immortal, that he can dominate a demon emperor and command him as a servant. Amidst their astonishment, their anxious hearts found solace. They could not help but marvel at the fortune of having Chen Mu, the human emperor, in the Xianxian realm. A blessing cultivated over millennia. His strength is so formidable that even without making a deliberate effort, he can still benefit the land. Once the news of Chu Tian's submission to him became known, it would inevitably spread. Chen Mu, accompanied by the Dark Knight Emperor, departed the Xianxian dynasty and returned to the Qingxian sect. His purpose in doing so was purely to reassure the civil and military officials along with the citizens of the Xianxian dynasty about the millions of Dark Knight demons. This time, the coexistence of humans and demons would be genuine. Extra. The latest news from the Tianji Pavilion. The Dark Knight Emperor has resurrected and pledged allegiance to our human emperor. Extra. According to inside information from the Tianji Pavilion, millions of Dark Knight demons have been integrated into the Xianxian dynasty's army, assigned to the frontier to guard the territory. Extra. This night will be an insomniac one for the citizens of the Xianxian kingdom. Thanks to the existence of the Tianji Pavilion, news regarding the Dark Knight demons spread rapidly. The following day, this news even reached the ears of Zhao Hongshan, the master of the Qingxian sect. How could the Dark Knight Emperor Chu Tian have resurrected, and even pledged allegiance to the human emperor? How strange, it is indeed too strange. In any case, the Dark Knight demons appear to be quite compliant, having reportedly eliminated many mountain bandits and invading beast demons for the Xianxian dynasty. Let us set aside this matter for now. Currently, all four nations' powers are under the control of that young man. Should we not consider what new identity to grant this holy son? The existence above the emperors of the four nations is merely our holy son of the Qingxian sect. Would that not be an underestimation of his talents? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongshan waved his hand dismissively. A mere title is of no importance. He looks down upon my position as sect master. What else could I offer him? If he does not wish to stay, no one can impede him. Indeed. The crowd agreed with Zhao Hongshan's words. Sect master, do you wish to find the holy son? Someone inquired as Zhao Hongshan stood up. Yes, Zhao Hongshan affirmed with a nod. I wish to speak with him regarding those two emperors, one human and one demon. The presence of these two might pose a threat to him, and preparations must be made early. Chapter 140. Are you the Star Emperor? Altering the pulse of the spirit veins. Indeed, the commotion caused by that emperor was quite significant. Even the Tianji Pavilion was unaware of his true identity. I believe he would not be content to remain subservient to humans. If he dares to act against the Holy Sun, we will undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. You are correct. My ability to break through my bottleneck and continue to ascend to greater heights is entirely reliant on the Holy Sun. If he encounters difficulties, I will not sit idly by. I am willing to advance and retreat alongside the Holy Sun. Please, Sect Master, convey this to him. I too am willing to advance and retreat alongside the Holy Sun. Everyone voiced their agreement in succession. Very well, I will relay your words to him. After exiting the sect's main hall, Zhao Hengshan soared into the sky on his sword. He felt increasingly that his role as sect master was becoming more ceremonial. He was well aware that he could not summon such loyalty as he had just done, but he was convinced of Chen Mu's extraordinary capabilities. Even now, Zhao Hengshan did not believe he had truly grasped the essence of that individual. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Chinyun Manor, only to encounter the semi-emperor Yang Huiming, who was preparing to take Xiao He for a walk. I will accompany you, Senior Yang. He clasped his fists, watching as Yang Huiming departed, only to shake his head with a wry smile. Indeed, no matter how many times he witnessed it, it always felt exaggerated. Now, the semi-emperor in Chinyun Manor was reduced to merely walking a dog? As the sect master, Zhao Hengshan never anticipated that the three characters Chinyun Manor would one day carry such weight. He approached the strikingly red entrance, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door creaked open. I am looking for Zhao Hengshan, he said, his smile freezing. He quickly retreated, putting at least 10 meters of distance between them, unleashing his spiritual energy and gripping his sword tightly. You have arrived. Zhao Hengshan did not expect Chu Tian, the Dark Knight Emperor, to come so swiftly. The master is still washing his face. If Sect Master Zhao wishes to find him, you may enter and wait. Chu Tian was well aware of who Zhao Hengshan was, and he stepped aside to invite him in. The master? Zhao Hengshan's expression faltered, his control slipping. Yet, he still set aside his sword and suppressed his spiritual energy, deciding to enter the manor to discuss matters further. While waiting in the courtyard, oh, is this not Sect Master Zhao? What brings you here? Chen Mu approached, with Lu Ruoxue at his side, adjusting his attire, meticulously smoothing out wrinkles. I wish to discuss some matters with the Holy Sun, Zhao Hengshan stated, though he felt that the urgency for such a discussion seemed less pressing now. Not to worry, Sect Master Zhao, have you had breakfast? If not, I can have Ruoxue and Hanshio prepare a meal for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan raised his hand to decline. There is no need to trouble yourselves. I have already eaten. He was not Chen Mu, bold enough to have the two empresses of the Xian kingdom and the Xiantian dynasty serve him tea and water. If they bore a grudge, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Although Lu Ruoxue had once been his disciple, the present circumstances were vastly different. Then, Sect Master Zhao, if you have something to say, please feel free to speak. I assure you, I will share all knowledge. Chen Mu smiled. I would like to inquire if the individual beside you is indeed the progenitor of the Dark Knight demons, known as the Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian? Zhao Hengshan, not one to beat around the bush, directly asked while gazing at Chu Tian. Indeed, he is the Dark Knight Emperor, Chen Mu confirmed with a nod, speaking as if it were a trivial matter. If Zhao Hengshan had not been aware of the implications behind the title Dark Knight Emperor, he would surely have doubted that Chu Tian was anything more than an inconsequential figure. Yet he knew. This man before him had once necessitated the sacrifice of a human emperor to be vanquished, a being far beyond the capabilities of a mere semi-emperor like Yang Huiming. But why was such a person present within the Qingxian sect, inside Chinyun Manor? Furthermore, why did he address Chen Mu as master? Should he not be residing in that Star Palace? Star Emperor. His mind was in disarray, and he failed to react initially. After sorting through his thoughts, Zhao Hengshan ventured a probing question. Could the Holy Sun be the one who attained the title of Emperor through the stars? Indeed, Chen Mu waved his hand, altering the very fabric of reality. An endless galaxy materialized above them. Boom. Zhao Hengshan was so startled by this sight that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The myriad of circumstances, the holy body of the Empress serving as a slave, the semi-emperor walking a dog, and now this young man barely over 20 attaining the status of an emperor, were overwhelming to Zhao Hengshan's psyche, leaving him at a loss for words. Holy Sun, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He stood up, feeling like a mere shell of himself as he departed. Let me see Sect Master Zhao off. Chen Mu turned to Chu Tian. Yes, is the impact truly that profound? Chen Mu chuckled ruefully. The master is an existence that transcends the comprehension of the entire Xianxian realm. At your age, even if you were a prodigy, you would merely reach the out-of-body stage. Yet you have successfully attained the status of a great emperor, which is entirely understandable. Lu Ruoxue empathizes with Zhao Hengshan's feelings. Indeed, the excellence of the master has surpassed the realms of admiration and envy. Luo Hanshio approached with a sumptuous breakfast and placed it before Chen Mu. Am I truly that exceptional? Chen Mu chuckled, feeling quite pleased. By the way, master, regarding the Zhongling realm, I am concerned that they may pose a threat to our Zhongxian realm. The abundance of spiritual energy in the Zhongling realm means that those who awaken their spiritual roots can cultivate at a level far beyond ours. And in a real conflict, the casualties could be devastating. Luo Hanshio expressed her analysis. She believed that bridging this gap would be a formidable challenge in the short term. What do you propose we do about it? Chen Mu inquired while savoring his pastries. I can journey to the Zhongling realm to engage in peaceful negotiations, Luo Hanxiu volunteered. If necessary, I can accompany you, Lu Ruoshui added. Is this all due to the Tong Tianling Mai? Chen Mu crossed his arms, pondering, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He opened the system panel, switched to the map, and then to the display mode. Streams of vibrant spiritual energy and the most substantial Tong Tianling Mai were laid bare before him. Chen Mu extended his hand and gently gestured. Now, the Zhongling realm lies downstream of the Tong Tianling Mai, while the Zhangxian realm occupies an upstream position. As for the higher levels, they seem to belong to an ancient land devoid of the expansive human civilizations found in realms such as Zhangxian and Zhonglinghe. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu simultaneously widened their beautiful eyes, sensing the surrounding spiritual energy grow stronger and purer. Moreover, it felt strangely familiar. Isn't this the spiritual energy of the Zhongling realm? Why does it appear in the Zhangxian realm? Lu Ruoshui recalled this peculiar experience. Before Chen Mu could respond, Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu seemed to realize something, turning their gazes towards him with astonished expressions. Chapter 141. The 20-year-old Great Emperor? Promotion to Elder. Master, could this also be your doing? Lu Ruoshui was the first to voice her doubts, seeking answers. Apart from Chen Mu, it seemed inconceivable to anyone else that anyone under the heavens could alter the Tong Tianling Mai. After all, she had witnessed Chen Mu shatter record after record, rewriting history time and again, rendering the impossible even more unattainable. The first person of all ages. Such a description is certainly not an exaggeration. Lu Ruoshui posed the question that had also crossed Luo Hanxiu's mind, falling silent afterward. Her fiery red lips pressed together as she fixed her gaze on Chen Mu, patiently awaiting an answer. Indeed, I have altered the flow of the spiritual veins. Now, our Zhangxian realm is situated upstream of the Tong Tianling Mai, while the Zhongling realm finds itself downstream. The spiritual energy they receive is likely only half of what the Zhangxian realm used to enjoy. Chen Mu's tone was calm and unruffled, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet for Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu, this revelation stirred monumental waves within their hearts. It was utterly astonishing. It was their first time hearing and witnessing that the spiritual veins could indeed be altered. The master is truly unparalleled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruoshui's mentor, Lu Yuchan, along with several elders of the Qingxian sect, sensed the surge in spiritual energy and the alteration of the spiritual veins. Hastening to the sect master's hall, they intended to hear Zhao Hengshan's insights on the matter. To their surprise, they found him reclining in the sect master's chair, propping his forehead with his hand as if deep in thought. However, his expression was fraught with tension, as if he had seen a ghost. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating over who should broach the subject of the spiritual veins with the sect master. They sensed that Zhao Hengshan seemed to be in a rather foul mood, and speaking up now might not bode well. Ultimately, it was Lu Yuchan who steeled her courage and stepped forward, cupping her hands in respect. Sect master, we have detected that the Tong Tianling Mai has been altered, and the spiritual energy in the Zhangxian realm appears to have increased by more than tenfold. Oh, is that so? Zhao Hengshan's response left Lu Yuchan and her companions utterly bewildered. Such a significant event, and yet Zhao Hengshan exhibited no surprise or concern. Could it be that he was already aware of this? Sect master, did you know beforehand that the spiritual veins would change? Lu Yuchan pressed further. If that were the case, Zhao Hengshan's appearance, drained as if he had been wrung dry, would not be surprising. Zhao Hengshan did not rush to reply. Instead, he straightened his posture, hunched over slightly, and intertwined his fingers before him. With a serious expression, he asked, "Do you believe that there truly exists someone in this world who can achieve the status of a great emperor at just over 20 years of age? Moreover, surpassing all predecessors? From my experience, I find this exceedingly difficult, nay, absolutely impossible. Indeed, according to the ancient records of the Zhangxian realm, even the mightiest of great emperors took a full 800 years to achieve their status. Impossible, utterly impossible." Some provided rational analyses, while others outright denied the possibility. In contrast, Lu Yuchan hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, but ultimately she confirmed, "Sect master, could it be that the great emperor who attained enlightenment through the stars is the Holy Sun?" Although this question was posed by Lu Yuchan herself, she found it hard to believe. Zhao Hengshan lifted his head, exhaled through his nostrils, and then nodded heavily. What? How could this be? The Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has indeed become a great emperor. That great emperor of the stars is our Qingxian Holy Sun? A 20-year-old great emperor? Good heavens. At this moment, the expressions on their faces and the thoughts in their hearts mirrored Zhao Hengshan's own. They finally understood his sentiments. Each time they heard news about Chen Mu from Zhao Hengshan, it was increasingly astonishing, more monstrous, and more outrageous. I mean, Is there a possibility that this alteration of the Tong Tian Ling Mai is also the handiwork of the Holy Sun? Lu Yuchan's remark plunged the room into silence. The shock was akin to a raging tide. Had this been before, they would have immediately dismissed such a notion. Yet now, hearing such a claim, it seemed entirely within the realm of Chen Mu's capabilities. Enough, enough, no need to dwell on this. Zhao Hengshan waved his hand dismissively, adopting a demeanor of acceptance. The fact that Chen Mu had acquired a great emperor as a servant would be kept under wraps for the time being, lest it frighten these individuals and completely shatter their resolve. Cultivation? What a joke. After a lifetime of effort, they believed they had reached the pinnacle. In reality, they had yet to even glimpse the starting line, far away at the ends of the earth. Oh right, just before leaving, Zhao Hengshan paused a few steps away, stating, I intend to name the 9th nameless peak as Chinyun Peak and bestow it upon him as his residence. Do you have any objections? None. No objections. We dare not. The sect master jested. The crowd quickly shook their heads and waved their hands in denial. Their heads bobbed in unison, resembling a rattle drum. They understood that Zhao Hengshan wished to elevate Chen Mu's status somewhat to counteract external rumors. For such a significant figure to merely be the Holy Sun was indeed unreasonable. It was time for him to be promoted to elder. Moreover, as the head of the elders, one beneath 1,000? What a joke. There is no one beneath him. There are only countless individuals above. Should he become displeased, the annihilation of the entire Xianxian realm would not be beyond the realm of possibility. As for the position of sect master, it was not that Zhao Hengshan was unwilling to grant it, but rather that Chen Mu had previously expressed a disinterest in managing the sect and dealing with various affairs. Soon, the news of Chen Mu becoming the foremost among the Baizhang spread throughout the entire Qingxian sect. Among the elders, there were no dissenting opinions. As disciples, they were even less likely to voice objections. Even if Chen Mu were to ascend to the position of sect master at that very moment, they would deem it logical and just, perhaps even considering it a humble offer. However, one wonders whether the Holy Sun, upon becoming an elder of Chinyun Peak, would, like other elders, open his doors to accept disciples. My goodness, if the Holy Sun, or rather, Elder Chen were to take in disciples, I would undoubtedly abandon my status as a true disciple without hesitation and rush to his side. But let us be realistic. Do you truly think that an ordinary person would qualify to become a disciple of Elder Chen? Indeed, even the servants walking the grounds of his estate are on the cusp of becoming emperors. This flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished, leaving one to deeply recognize their own inadequacies. Such fanciful thoughts were indeed overly ambitious and indefensible. In contrast to the jubilant celebration of Qingxian sect, the Congling realm was in utter disarray at this very moment. Chapter 142, The Forbidden Snowy Mountain. Emperor Yunantian. Tianyun sect. Training grounds. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly become so thin? I was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet the influx of spiritual energy into my body is not keeping pace. Surely, this cannot be a problem unique to me? The spiritual energy seems to be rapidly vanishing. Could the spiritual vein be drying up? Is a great calamity upon us? Meanwhile, in the newly established sect master hall, Dai Guangquan, who was promoted by Chen Mu, sat in the position of sect master. Below him were the original elders of the Shuiyu sect, or those with formidable backgrounds. After all, there were exceedingly few individuals within the sect qualified to hold the elder title, nearly all of whom had been ruthlessly eliminated by Chen Mu. As a result, the Shuiyu sect proactively initiated a sect war, attempting to exploit the situation, which led to their downfall. With sword in hand, they slaughtered tens of thousands, forcing the Shuiyu sect into submission and integration, thereby establishing a new elder system for the inner court. What are your thoughts on the diminishing spiritual energy of the spiritual vein? Dai Guangquan inquired of those present in the hall. I utilized the observation mountain technique and found that the Tong Tian spiritual vein has not diminished, but rather shifted. A former strongman of Shuiyu sect, skilled in the art of feng shui, stepped forward to share his insights. Shifted? Dai Guangquan was not entirely clear on the implication of his words. It seems that the Tong Tian spiritual vein has been forcibly altered by external forces, and now, we in the Congling realm find ourselves at the lowest tier. The elder further elaborated. External forces? Dai Guangquan murmured the words, gaining sudden clarity. Previously, there were taunts regarding the spiritual energy scarcity of the Congxian realm, which had no qualifications even to serve the Congling realm. Yet, how much time has passed? And now the trajectory of the Tong Tian spiritual vein has been forcibly altered, rendering the Congling realm the most despised among all Congling people. In this world, how could such coincidences occur? With this realization, Dai Guangquan slapped his thigh and chuckled, bringing upon himself his own undoing, choosing to cease discussion on the matter. For he did not have the audacity to confront Chen Mu regarding the issue. Everything he possessed was granted by Chen Mu. Even now, with his absorption of sword bones and the strength of transcending tribulation at its peak, he could command respect. Yet, he did not let it cloud his judgment. Believing himself capable of challenging the authority of Chen Mu, the master, in the Beihe dynasty. Who can tell me what is happening at present? Why has the Tong Tian's spiritual vein withered? Zhao Tai, with hands clasped behind his back, paced restlessly before his dragon throne, his chest heaving. Your Majesty, an elder skilled in feng shui stepped forth from among the courtiers and knelt, saying, I have observed the heavens and learned that the Tong Tian spiritual vein has been forcibly altered. Now, the Zhangxian realm and Zhongling realm have exchanged positions. Exchanged positions? What does that mean? Zhao Tai pressed for clarification. The Zhangxian realm is now situated in the midstream of the Tong Tian spiritual vein, while our Zhongling realm is at the very bottom. The elder further explained. How could such a thing occur? Zhao Tai found it hard to believe. In the next moment, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, Wait, you mentioned that someone forcibly altered the Tong Tian spiritual vein. Who possesses such capability? The elder could not provide an answer. Zhao Tai's raised hand fell heavily, hesitant to voice his thoughts. Sigh. Such scenes frequently unfolded across the Zhongling realm. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the Zhongling realm, atop a peak perpetually blanketed in snow and extreme cold, even the most resilient ancient beasts found it hard to survive. A youthful-looking, white-haired figure sat cross-legged at the summit, cultivating energy. Truly, Emperor Yi. While all others are affected by the changes to the Tong Tian spiritual vein, you alone in this forbidden land enjoy a bounty of spiritual energy, completely unaffected. A voice called from behind, treading upon the snow without leaving a trace, as light as a feather. A rare visitor, Yi Nantian replied succinctly. Are you not going to intervene in this matter, Emperor Yi? The person inquired. Since I remain unscathed, why must I concern myself? Yi Nantian countered. While that reasoning holds merit, you are the emperor of the Zhangxian realm. All practitioners are counting on you to step forward and stabilize the situation, the individual continued. I became an emperor solely to pursue a higher realm, not to serve as their guardian. Yi Nantian's retort left the other speechless, words stuck in their throat. With a sigh, they turned and left. They lacked the power to compel Yi Nantian into action. If they possessed such strength, they would not need to seek him out. Yi Nantian opened and then closed his eyes, continuing to draw spiritual energy into his body, striving to reach a higher realm, to open the gates of heaven and ascend to divinity. He had grown weary of the mundane world, with a demigoddess pride. Why would he deign to concern himself with the petty squabbles of mere mortals? Back at the Qingxian sect, the disciples were reveling in the high purity of spiritual energy, rapidly enhancing their cultivation when they suddenly noticed a large shadow descending. Looking up, their eyes widened in shock as they beheld a mansion floating in midair. Wait, is that not Chinyun Mansion? How has Chinyun Mansion ascended to the heavens? Look closely, beneath it is a person. A person? Are you certain that is a person? With pointed ears, that is clearly a creature of the demon race. This is bad. The demon race has invaded our Qingxian sect. They are attacking Elder Chen. Quickly, inform the other elders. All disciples, prepare for battle. In matters concerning Chen Mu, they could not afford to remain passive or indifferent. 1,000 disciples adept in sword flight swiftly ascended into the air. With swords drawn, they surrounded Chinyun Mansion and the demon. Demon, release Chinyun Mansion at once and vacate the Qingxian sect. How dare you? Demon, lay hands on Elder Chen. Who gave you such audacity? Retreat. Retreat. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuchan and other elders of the Qingxian sect descended from various peaks in brilliant flashes of light. That is the Dark Knight Demon Clan. The Dark Knight Demon Clan is not in the Xianxian dynasty? How did they arrive in our Xian kingdom? Wait. I seem to have heard that the Dark Knight Demon Clan's emperor, Chu Tian, has been resurrected and has even submitted to our Zhangxian realm's Star Emperor. Could it be that this person is the Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian? The name Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, countless disciples who had previously held steadfast resolve suddenly found their fighting spirit waning. How could they dare to contend with an emperor? They feared that with a mere flick of his finger, they would be obliterated. Elders, what should we do now? Even if his strength has diminished significantly, he could still easily annihilate us. Do not speak such nonsense. Do not bolster others' spirits while diminishing your own. How would we know the outcome without trying? Precisely. We still have Elder Chen backing us. As the disciples were stirred into a fervor for battle, Lu Yuchan and the other elders exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with helplessness. Chapter 143. The Emperor walks his dog. The Emperor moves house. How reasonable. The disciples, upon encountering their elder and master, relinquished their weapons, their brows knitted in confusion. What was happening? Did the elders truly believe victory was impossible and wished to abandon the fight? If even the elders were retreating, What were we to do? Having benefited from Elder Chen's grace, I cannot remain indifferent in his time of need. Indeed, as cultivators, we should not fear a battle. Enough, Lu Yuchan exclaimed, bringing silence to the assembly. With no interruptions, she continued, this person has already pledged allegiance to the Holy One. Coughing lightly to clear her throat, she added, he has submitted to your Elder Chen, and thus poses no threat to our Qingxian sect. If he indeed harbored animosity towards us, would he not have acted by now, given his formidable strength? The disciples pondered Lu Yuchan's words and found them reasonable. However, it was rumored that the one who had surrendered to the Dark Knight Emperor was the newly ascended Emperor of Stars. How could he possibly be present in our Qingxian sect? It was indeed strange, especially since he carried Elder Chen's Chinyun mansion. Is it possible that Elder Chen and the Emperor of Stars are the same person? Someone ventured, and an instantaneous hush fell over the crowd. The silence so profound that one could only hear their own breathing and heartbeat. Elder Chen is the Dark Knight Emperor, the Emperor of Stars. He is the new emperor at merely 20 years of age. My goodness. So, was this fellow merely relocating Elder Chen? Looking at the direction, it was indeed Chinyun Peak. The prospective emperor walking a dog, the emperor relocating. How reasonable. I must convince myself of this. My master awaits. Might you step aside? Chu Tian spoke, his imperial presence overwhelming. Before he even awaited a response, he found himself instinctively stepping aside. Chu Tian continued, one hand shouldering the entire Chinyun mansion, soaring towards Chinyun Peak. After all, Chen Mu had become accustomed to that location, and there were no residences atop Chinyun Peak. Constructing one anew would be quite troublesome. Thus, he thought it best to have Chu Tian transfer the Chinyun mansion for him, saving both time and effort. Unexpectedly, it sparked quite a stir within the sect. Thankfully, the matter was resolved peacefully, sparing him from unnecessary chatter. Yet, he had evidently overestimated the courage of those around him, who would dare to speak. Even with a knife to their throats, they would express their utmost gratitude, saying, as a nameless individual, it is my utmost honor to perish at your hands. Afterward, Chu Tian gently placed the Chinyun mansion down, and Chen Mu took residence within. It felt splendid to have an entire peak to himself. Indeed, quite delightful. That Zhao fellow had done a commendable deed. Here, Chen Mu could enjoy peace, free from the incessant adoration of passing disciples outside the walls. Time passed, until suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chu Tian was responsible for answering. The visitor was none other than Lu Yuchan. Originally, it was meant to be Zhao Hengshan, but he was currently reluctant to see Chen Mu. He needed to temper his emotions. Otherwise, he feared he might lose all hope of living. Now, Zhao Hengshan was merely a slothful fish. Upon opening the door, seeing it was the Dark Knight Emperor Chu Tian, Lu Yuchan swallowed hard. So, this is the progenitor of the Dark Knight? What immense pressure. Carefully, she entered the Chinyun mansion and approached Chen Mu, bowing respectfully. Elder Chen, Lu Yuchan began. Please take a seat. Chen Mu gestured for her to sit. After Lu Yuchan settled, Yang Huiming, a quasi-emperor, brought her a cup of hot tea. Thank you, thank you. Lu Yuchan was momentarily stunned, taking a few seconds to respond. You're welcome, Yang Huiming said with a faint smile before turning to attend to his own matters. Observing the tea before her, Lu Yuchan felt an overwhelming pressure. She couldn't help but doubt whether she was truly worthy of such a cup of tea. A mere mortal, welcomed by an emperor, served tea by a quasi-emperor. To confirm she was not dreaming, Lu Yuchan discreetly pinched her thigh under the table. Ouch! It hurt. This was no dream. At last, Lu Yuchan understood why Zhao Hengshan had resolutely refused to inquire about taking on disciples when the opportunity arose. He must have been significantly impacted here in the Chinyun mansion. Amused by this thought, she couldn't help but chuckle. Sensing Chen Mu's gaze upon her, she quickly straightened up. Elder Chen, I actually came to ask if you would like to participate in the annual disciples recruitment for the Qingxian sect. As the head of the 100 elders, you would have the privilege of selecting your direct disciples. Accept disciples? Chen Mu crossed his arms, contemplating. It felt as if the notion of accepting disciples was far removed from him. If he were to take disciples, he might lack the patience to guide their cultivation. He could simply throw a plethora of supreme elixirs and ultimate methods at them, expecting immediate results. After all, the returns would be astronomical. However, he wondered if there were truly disciples worthy of his attention. Of course, attending the event did not obligate him to select disciples. He could merely observe, as it would indeed be quite lively. Noticing Chen Mu's apparent indecision, Lu Yuchan quickly interjected, well, I will participate then. Chen Mu sought merely to enjoy the excitement, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. If by chance a remarkable talent emerged, he would not be opposed to taking them under his wing. Rather than allow others to benefit, he would prefer to benefit himself. Very well, I understand. I shall convey this matter to the sect leader, Lu Yuchan assured him. Believing that with Chen Mu, the Emperor of Stars, presiding, this year's Qingxian sect would undoubtedly be more vibrant than ever before. Tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold was possible, even 10,000-fold. After all, who wouldn't he wish to be taught by such an unparalleled expert with extraordinary fortune? Then I shall take my leave, Lu Yuchan said as she stood. Will you not have tea? Chen Mu inquired. Next time, Lu Yuchan assumed Chen Mu wished for her to sit and chat further. However, just a few steps away, she heard him say, what a pity to waste this enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea. The tea leaves from the enlightenment tree? It is said that a sip could lead to sudden comprehension. Lu Yuchan halted in her tracks. Without hesitation, she turned back, gracefully returning to Chen Mu's side. With a smile, she plopped down onto the still warm stone bench, saying, since the tea has already been brewed, I might as well enjoy it before leaving to avoid waste. Was it embarrassing? Of course, but this was enlightenment tea. A precious treasure. As Lu Yuchan carefully cradled the teacup, her expression radiated delight. Chen Mu chose not to reveal his awareness of her intentions. Chapter 144, Supreme Enlightenment Tea, 1 sip, 1 comprehension. Lu Yuchan lifted the lid of the teacup, gazing at the tea leaves floating within, sharp as blades. Merely inhaling the aroma caused her internal spiritual energy to surge significantly, beginning to churn. Lu Yuchan could hardly believe she was drinking a treasure that existed solely in books. Contemplating whether to share this with Zhao Hengshan upon her return, she feared it would only deepen his gloom, as he would realize the opportunity for sudden enlightenment had slipped away. Without further ado, Lu Yuchan opened her mouth and took a small sip of the enlightenment tea. Instantly, it felt as though the surrounding spiritual energy, alive and eager, rushed into her body, yearning for absorption and refinement. In her mind, signs of sudden comprehension emerged. Closing her eyes and meditating, Lu Yuchan, who had made no breakthroughs in her low-grade heaven-tier technique for 10 years, successfully advanced to the mid-stage. This enlightenment tea was truly extraordinary. Lu Yuchan widened her beautiful eyes, gazing incredulously at Chen Mu. Chen Mu merely smiled and took a sip of the Wu Dao tea, experiencing enlightenment, a continuous flow of profound insights that seemed almost frenzied. Yet, outwardly, he appeared remarkably composed. Those unaware might easily mistake his beverage for an ordinary cup of tea. In truth, he had developed a habit of drinking Wu Dao tea regularly, integrating it into his wellness routine, rendering him unfazed by its effects. Should the world come to understand that the enlightenment opportunities they desperately sought were mere commonplace occurrences for Chen Mu, it would likely dishearten many, driving them to abandon their cultivation and return to the simplicity of farming, where the fruits of labor were tangible and concrete, unlike the elusive nature of cultivation. Thank you, Elder Chen, for the Wu Dao tea. Lu Yuchan began to contemplate how to seize such opportunities in the future. She felt that Qingjianfu was a place of fortune, where every visit brought fresh chances and rewards. It baffled her that Zhao Shixian was reluctant to come. Lu Yuchan thought Elder Lu was being overly modest. Granting Wu Dao tea success, 100 million-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000,000 Wu Dao tea leaves. Upon seeing the notification of the staggering return, Chen Mu felt it was he who should be expressing gratitude to Lu Yuchan. Little did she know that with each sip she took, Chen Mu reaped an immense bounty of Wu Dao tea leaves. She continued to express her gratitude towards him, unaware of the generous fortune she had inadvertently bestowed upon him. Such magnanimity was rare in the world. It was difficult to find another like him. After achieving enlightenment, Lu Yuchan resolved to finish the remaining Wu Dao tea before taking her leave. Although potent, the tea could only be effective once a year. Any remaining liquid after enlightenment merely served to nourish and replenish one's spirit. After another sip of Wu Dao tea, Lu Yuchan hastily set down her cup and closed her eyes once more. She was about to experience enlightenment again. How could this be? Wasn't the Wu Dao tea only supposed to be effective once a year? Lu Yuchan inquired curiously. Chen Mu pondered for a moment and fabricated an explanation. This is no ordinary Wu Dao tea. It is of the utmost quality, allowing one sip to yield one enlightenment. In reality, he deemed the original limitation of the Wu Dao tea to be far too inadequate for a treasure of its caliber. Thus, he had deleted that line of description. Removing restrictions entirely, drink as much as one wished, and enlightenment would follow accordingly. The supreme Wu Dao tea. 1 sip, 1 enlightenment. Lu Yuchan finally realized that such a thing existed in the world. She had never encountered it in any texts. With each sip, she attained enlightenment 6 times in total. It is worth noting that many cultivators might not achieve even a single moment of enlightenment in their lifetime. Yet, within such a brief period, Lu Yuchan had experienced 6 instances of enlightenment from just 1 cup of tea. Should she share this revelation, few would believe her. This realization firmly resolved her to keep this matter from Zhao Hengshan. If he were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly regret it profoundly, and she would lose her chance to return to Qingjianfu. Setting down her cup, Lu Yuchan prepared to rise and bid farewell to Chen Mu as time was pressing. However, from the corner of her eye, she noticed a portal opening nearby, from which Lu Rishe emerged. Master, what brings you here? Upon meeting Lu Yuchan's gaze, Lu Ruoxue asked in surprise, having realized she was in Qinjianfu. I have some matters to discuss with Elder Chen, she replied, soon learning of Chen Mu's elevation to elder status. Congratulations, Master. Chen Mu nodded. Such fragrant tea. Master, may I partake? Lu Ruoxue inquired. Noticing the Wudao tea on the table, Chen Mu responded with action, pouring a cup for her. Lu Ruoxue's spiritual energy surged as she experienced 6 instances of enlightenment in rapid succession, maintaining an air of calm throughout. Lu Yuchan could not help but feel envious. Realizing that Chen Mu had generously bestowed treasures upon her, she regretted her earlier refusal when Lu Ruoxue had suggested they work together as a master and disciple. This was an extraordinary opportunity. I have said all I needed to say. I shall not impose further. Farewell. Lu Yuchan stood. Master, allow me to escort you, Lu Ruoxue said, following Lu Yuchan after receiving Chen Mu's permission. Outside the estate, the two chatted about mundane matters. Though most of the conversation revolved around Lu Ruoxue's awe and admiration for her powerful master, Chen Mu, Lu Yuchan listened quietly, feeling a sense of envy as she observed Lu Ruoxue's transformation into someone extraordinary. People are indeed different, she remarked. Safe travels, master. Be cautious on the way, she said. Watching Lu Yuchan soar away on her sword towards Jingyue Peak before Lu Ruoxue turned to return to Qinjianfu. However, she noticed a portal opening at Qinjianfu, one she recognized from her previous encounter in the Xianxian dynasty, identical to that of the 2 cultivators who had come from the Zongling realm. How insufferable. Are they here seeking death once more? Lu Ruoxue quickened her pace, moving swiftly back to Qinjianfu. Master. Upon pushing the door open, she realized she had been overly concerned. Zhao Zixuan of the Beihe dynasty, greeting the Starry Emperor. Li Tianji of the Beihe dynasty, greeting the Starry Emperor. These 2 were significantly more courteous than the previous 2 cultivators. Regardless of what they thought internally, their respect for power was evident. Please, have a seat. Chen Mu gestured with his hand. Thank you. Zhao Zixuan and Li Tianji lifted their skirts and sat on the stone benches. Just as they were about to express their intentions, Yang Huiming appeared with 2 cups of fresh tea, presenting them to the guests. Imperial presence. Zhao Zixuan and Li Tianji exchanged astonished glances, feeling a wave of shock wash over them. A being of imperial might was serving them tea? Qinjianfu was indeed extraordinary. Thank you, they both said in unison to Yang Huiming. They then lifted their cups, ready to take a sip in a show of respect. The aroma and potent spiritual energy surged forth as the lids were lifted. This is Wudao tea. Chapter 145, The Beihe Emperor's Inferiority Complex. After discerning that the contents of their cups were indeed Wudao tea, Zhao Zixuan and Li Tianji exchanged looks, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. It was not unusual to host guests from afar with tea. It was extravagant for an emperor to serve tea, yet still within reason. However, to serve Wudao tea to guests with whom one had no prior acquaintance seemed excessively generous. Even in the resource-rich Zongling realm, Wudao tea was a rare and precious commodity, often unattainable even by the royal family. Was this a show of strength? Or was Wudao tea merely commonplace here? They truly could not reconcile the idea of Wudao tea being ordinary. It felt too dissonant. Taking a small sip, they immediately experienced enlightenment. Their cultivation advanced significantly. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty, Zhao Zixuan and Li Tianji sincerely expressed. Before this journey, they had been deeply concerned about being the ones targeted for a bounty, fearing it would lead to their demise. Yet now, their thoughts had drastically shifted. They felt incredibly fortunate. What astonished them further was that upon taking a second sip of the Wudao tea, they experienced yet another moment of enlightenment. Their jaws seemed to dislocate, their expressions reminiscent of 2 bewildered mountain folk emerging from the wilderness. One sip led to another, and with each sip came further enlightenment. Until they drained the last drop from their cups, it was only then that they recalled the purpose of their visit. However, at the moment, they hesitated to voice their intentions. They genuinely could not fathom why Chen Mu would choose to collaborate with the Beihe dynasty. A being of his caliber would have no need to share dominion with others. Acquiring the entire Beihe dynasty would be effortless for him. Granting Wudao tea success. 100 million-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000,000 Wudao tea. The granting of Wudao tea has been successfully completed. 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000,000 Wudao tea. Chen Mu dismissed the system notification before him and promptly spoke. If you have something to say, please speak directly. In truth, We are here on the orders of the Emperor of the North River to discuss a potential collaboration with Your Majesty. Zhao Zishuan mustered his courage and stated, Your Majesty could share the vast territories of the North River dynasty with you. Of course, this is merely our unilateral request. We absolutely do not intend to pressure you. And we fully respect your choice, Li Tianji added, displaying a strong desire for survival and adopting an exceedingly humble posture. Share the world? As long as my master is willing, the entire Congling realm could be easily acquired. Why share it with others? Though blunt, Lu Ruoshui articulated what Chen Mu wished to convey. It was most fitting for her to express it. Indeed, Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji immediately expressed their agreement. They dared not disagree. You may not know that currently, in our Zhongshuan realm, the four nations, Tianwu, Xinghua, Zhuyan, and Xintian, are all under the servitude of my master. I am Lu Ruoshui, the Empress of Xinghua. As she spoke, Lu Ruoshui walked behind Chen Mu, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. The Empress of Xinghua, Lu Ruoshui. She was actually an empress. Initially, upon seeing Lu Ruoshui adorned in her resplendent imperial robe, Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji presumed it was merely a peculiar preference of Chen Mu. They never anticipated that this woman was the empress of a nation. The empress serving tea and massaging the shoulders of the stellar emperor is indeed remarkable. This forcibly redefined their perception. Glancing around, they realized that this residence was filled with powerful beings, including members of the demon race, who emanated the might of an emperor. At this point, even they could not help but conclude that the North River Emperor's ambition to recruit Chen Mu was nothing but a foolish dream, rendering their visit pointless. No, it cannot be considered entirely pointless. A cup of exquisite Wudao tea would undoubtedly evoke envy from countless individuals. We were reckless. We shall return and report the events of today to His Majesty as they are. Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji decided to take their leave. Staying here would only heighten their pressure. As the two stepped into the teleportation portal and vanished from sight, the portal closed behind them. Lu Ruoshui curled her lips in disdain, remarking that the North River Emperor was truly overestimating himself by attempting to control her master. Chen Mu advised her not to pay it any mind, for in a vast forest, one can expect all kinds of birds. Lu Ruoshui acknowledged his insight. In the North River dynasty, as the ministers had just settled down to sleep, upon hearing that Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji had returned, they hurriedly donned their official robes and rushed to court. How could they have returned so quickly? They must not have reached an agreement, having embarrassed His Majesty. Do you think he will send troops to the Zhongshuan realm? After all, he is an emperor, and considering the current situation with the Tongtian spirit vein, such actions would bring nothing but harm, so I think it is unlikely. As Emperor Zhao Tai, he naturally arrived last. Upon his appearance, everyone immediately fell silent and maintained a solemn demeanor. Zhao Zishuan, Li Tianji, what was the outcome of your journey to the Zhongshuan realm? Emperor Zhao Tai asked directly, his commanding presence palpable as he sat on the throne. Your Majesty, he refused. Zhao Zishuan replied with a respectful bow. Why? Zhao Tai tightened his grip on the armrest of the dragon throne. Subsequently, Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji took turns recounting everything that transpired within the Zhongshuan realm. At Qingxian sect and Chinyun mansion. What? Wudao tea, and it's the supreme variety that grants enlightenment with just one sip? Like drinking water? Not only is there a quasi-emperor in the mansion, but there is also an emperor. The four nations of the Zhongshuan realm are all his servants? The ministers below began to murmur among themselves, engaging in animated discussions. Were it not for their understanding of Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji's characters, coupled with the principle of no falsehood before the emperor, they would certainly suspect that the two were fabricating stories and distorting facts. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness washed over Zhao Tai, causing him to loosen his grip slightly. That Chen Mu could become an emperor at the age of 20 was already beyond his expectations. Yet what followed was even more astonishing. Each piece of information alone was sufficient to instill fear in many, not to mention when considered together. Your Majesty, I advise that we temporarily set aside matters regarding the stellar emperor and the Zhongshuan realm, and instead observe the attitudes of other forces. As this would be the wisest course of action, Li Tianji advised. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Zhao Tai agreed, finding the suggestion a convenient way to step back. This individual is indeed not someone to be trifled with. It is better to sit back and watch the tiger fight. Even if this observation may last a lifetime, that is certainly preferable to recklessly endangering one's life while being a mere spectator. Zhao Tai even contemplated whether to send someone back to the Zhongshuan realm, Qingxian sect, and Chinyun mansion to apologize for the offense. However, upon further reflection, even if he scoured the entire national treasury, he could not find anything worthy to present. After all, they were able to entertain guests with a cup of Wudao tea that grants enlightenment with a single sip. Envy was futile. This was the first time since Zhao Tai ascended to the throne that he felt such helplessness, leaving him with a sense of inferiority as an emperor. In Chapter 146, Identity Exposed. Has Chu Wushuang regretted? Ultimately, Zhao Tai chose to abandon this thought. Now that matters had finally resolved, at least Zhao Zishuan and Li Tianji returned alive, which still proved something. There was no need to force a friendly approach towards someone else's cold shoulder. If things went awry, it would only lead to self-destruction. More importantly, there was no need to embarrass oneself. After all, the entire treasury of the North River dynasty combined could not match the value of that cup of Wudao tea. Zhao Tai regretted not having gone personally. 6 times, a total of 6 opportunities for enlightenment. With those 6 opportunities, he might have been able to strive for the quasi-emperor realm. Alas, what a pity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Qingxian sect opened its gates for new disciples. Senior brother, I am here to register for the sect examination and join the Qingxian sect. Senior brother, so am I. This senior brother, I am the son of the city lord of Liuya City. Please let me in, and my father will definitely reward you generously. Good brother. Do you need a partner? Before dawn broke, when the outer disciples opened the sect gate, they were taken aback to find thousands of people filling the 10,000-step staircase. He had anticipated that today's Qingxian sect would be bustling beyond imagination, but he never expected it to be to this extent. Looking further down, he saw that the base of the stairs was a sea of people. These individuals were all there for the name of Chen Mu. His feats of becoming an emperor at 20, mastering the power of the stars, and commanding for emperors had already spread throughout the Zhongshuan realm. Upon hearing that he had transitioned from being a holy son to the head of the Qingxian sect, the elder of Chinyun, people of all ages and distances flocked to the scene. This overwhelming tide of humanity could easily flatten a small nation. In contrast, other sects, regardless of their size or ranking, could only be described as desolate compared to previous years. Even more absurdly, there were elder-level figures, hundreds of years old, who suddenly announced their departure, resolutely declaring their intention to seek apprenticeship at the Qingxian sect. The sect master could not retain them despite his desperate efforts. At this moment, the entire Zhongshuan realm was collectively going mad for Chen Mu. Zhao Hengshan, Lu Yuchan, and the other elders, upon witnessing this throng, felt joy mixed with worry. With so many people, conducting individual assessments would take until the year of the monkey. I think it is safe to say that our Qingxian sect's appeal is likely unparalleled in the entire Zhongshuan realm. Originally, they thought returning to the ranks of the top 10 sects would be the limit, but it turned out to be much more than that. All of this is thanks to Elder Chun's influence. At present, it is essential to contemplate carefully how to establish assessment criteria. Perhaps we should eliminate a portion of candidates first. Otherwise, with so many vying for a position, I fear it will become overcrowded. They began to discuss the matter. As for Chen Mu, he had just risen. The empress was changing her attire and preparing his meal. After completing these tasks, she served him a cup of Wu Dao tea, helping him to cleanse his mind and achieve enlightenment several times over. Come, accompany me to the grand examination of the sect. Yes, responded Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu in unison, taking flight on their swords. For Chu Tian, the Dark Knight Emperor. The approach was more direct. A pair of black demonic wings unfurled from his back as he closely followed. He was of a rather taciturn disposition, primarily engaging in conversation with Chen Mu. Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu were not worthy of his words. His focus was solely on his master. In midair, a terrifying spectacle became visible from afar outside the mountain gate. There are far too many people, exclaimed Luo Hanqiu in astonishment. They must all be here to seek the master's guidance. Lu Ruoshui offered her insight, though, upon closer inspection, most appeared to possess mediocre talents, far insufficient to qualify as disciples. Luo Hanqiu concurred with this assessment. Look, isn't that the Star Emperor? At that moment, someone raised their gaze and noticed Chen Mu standing aloft in the air. Instantly, countless eyes turned towards him, a multitude of gazes fixated solely on Chen Mu. Heavens! So young, and even more striking than in the portraits. The two ladies accompanying him were none other than the Empress Lu Ruoshui and the Empress Luo Hanqiu of Xianxia. It was truly enviable to have such enchanting companions. Look at that individual behind him with the black wings. If I am not mistaken, he is most likely the legendary progenitor of the Dark Knight Demon Clan. The Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian. Great Emperor, I sincerely wish to become your disciple. I pledge my loyalty to you for a lifetime, never to betray you. So please accept me as your disciple. A multitude of individuals knelt in supplication, entirely disregarding the possibility of seeking guidance from others. This left the elders, including Lu Yuchan, to exchange self-deprecating smiles, feeling helpless. In the past, it was others who chose from the remnants. Now, they could only hope for Chen Mu to overlook them. Moreover, there was no guarantee that he would even consider them worthy. This sensation was akin to bitter wine, a feeling only they could understand. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, Luo Hanxiu and Lu Ruoshui felt a surge of pride. One could not help but ask, who else in the world, aside from their master, could achieve such a feat? Among the crowd were not solely individuals from Xiangua. Those from Zhuyin, Xiantian, and Tianwu had also arrived in droves. Their attire made their origins easily discernible. Wealthy young masters and young ladies were in abundance, including numerous members of royal families and nobility. They laid aside their arrogance, seeking to join Chen Mu's ranks, aspiring to ascend to divinity one day. Chen Mu, however, found himself in a predicament. With such a grand display, it would be rather unreasonable not to accept at least one disciple. With a sigh, he hastily descended to take his seat, contemplating how to navigate this situation. Unbeknownst to him, among the throng, two familiar figures were present, Chu Wushuang, who had previously come to annul their engagement, and her steward, Fu Bo, Su Fu. He truly is the Star Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor, Xiangua, Zhuyin. These matters are all genuine, with events having unfolded to this extent. Even if Chu Wushuang were deeply engrossed in her training, she could not ignore it. Initially, when she heard the relevant accounts, she had thought it was a prank. Yet, this news had emerged from Tianji Pavilion, leaving her no room to doubt their authority. Just when Chu Wushuang thought the revelations had reached their conclusion, fresh, shocking news emerged, shattering her understanding once again. Time and time again. Thus, today, she could no longer contain her curiosity and desired to witness it for herself. She only believed what she saw with her own eyes. Now that she had seen, she could ascertain that everything was indeed true. Fu Bo, do you think that the person who broke the mountain with his spear that day could be him? Chu Wushuang suddenly pondered. There is indeed a possibility, Su Fu replied. Although Chu Wushuang did not voice it explicitly, Su Fu could sense her burgeoning regret. Chapter 147, the most challenging. The admission assessment is announced. I knew he was extraordinary, but I never expected him to be this remarkable. In this moment, Chu Wushuang felt genuine admiration for Chen Mu. After all, someone like him could not be found anywhere else in the vast Songxian realm. Chu Wushuang could not help but wonder how others would perceive her if they knew about her previous engagement to him, and that she had proactively returned the marriage certificate. They would likely think of her as a fool. Presently, she could easily imagine the multitude of suitors and admirers that such a young emperor would attract. As she walked, she overheard discussions among the daughters of noble families and the offspring of powerful ministers regarding Chen Mu. Chu Wushuang listened intently. Regret over annulling the engagement? To claim she felt no regret would be a blatant falsehood. However, she did not wish to become the public enemy of all women in the Songxian realm. The pressure of standing by his side as his woman was overwhelming. The mere presence of Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanxiu was enough to instill a sense of pressure in Chu Wushuang. Miss, shall we return? At this point, Su Fu could only contemplate that out of sight would mean out of mind. Return? Why should we go back? Chu Wushuang retorted. But the marriage certificate has already been burned, Su Fu reminded her, recalling the moment it was incinerated before her eyes. He struggled to imagine his young mistress clinging to someone, throwing a tantrum, and reneging on her decision. Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang smirked slightly. Fu Bo, you misunderstand me. Did I not mention that I intended to find that person who broke the mountain with a spear and become his disciple? Since he is indeed that individual, and now has become an elder of Qingxian sect overseeing the admission assessment, I cannot miss this opportunity. This is a chance for me to rightfully become his disciple. I see. Observing the resolute glint in Chu Wushuang's eyes, Su Fu refrained from dissuading her. He was well aware of her stubborn nature. Once she made up her mind, it was unlikely she would easily change it. However, persuading such a legendary emperor to accept a disciple was no simple feat. Su Fu's mind began to contemplate what sumptuous feast he should prepare for Chu Wushuang upon their return tonight. Perhaps a couple of fine wines to help ease her worries. After all, drowning one's sorrows was not merely a man's privilege. Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud, knowing full well how Chu Wushuang would react. It was best not to invite unnecessary trouble. Chu Wushuang had little regard for Su Fu's musings, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Mu, who sat upon the high platform, flanked by the two empresses, exuding an aura that eclipsed even that of the sect leader. She silently vowed to seize this opportunity to join Qingxian sect, to become his disciple, and to inquire about the ways of the spear. She only hoped that her previous annulment would not tarnish her impression in his eyes. How is it? As Lu Yuchan approached, Zhao Hengshan inquired about the admission assessment. Sect leader, as of now, there are 137,000 individuals present for the sect's assessment. How many? Before Lu Yuchan could finish her statement, Zhao Hengshan had already leapt from his seat in shock. 137,000, and that does not even include those still en route to Chinyun Mountain. Lu Yuchan replied candidly. 137,000, Zhao Hengshan murmured, genuinely astonished by the figure. If his memory served him correctly, in previous years, the maximum attendance had barely reached a few hundred or 1,000. Even during the peak of Qingxian's sect, it would have been a stretch to gather 10,000, 130,000, and that did not account for those still on the way. It is worth noting that the assessment for sect recruitment typically lasts 3 days. Anyone who arrives within those 3 days can participate. This is merely the beginning. Zhao Hengshan found himself at a loss, uncertain of the expression or mindset required to confront the astonishing turn of events. It was truly remarkable. One can only imagine that the historical figures of Qingxian's sect, if they had knowledge from beyond, would surely be filled with satisfaction. Before this, who could have envisioned that Qingxian's sect would reach such heights? Among the top 10 powerful sects? Even if one were to combine every sect, large or small, within the entirety of Zhongshuan realm, none could compare or rival it. They were merely there to provide support, much like the sect leaders and elders standing beside Chen Mu. As long as Chen Mu lived, they would forever remain mere green leaves, accentuating the red blossoms. In a world where strength reigns supreme, this is both reasonable and just. The sect leader continued. We have raised the entry standards. Only 30,000 may qualify. Lu Yuchan proceeded to elaborate. Zhao Hengshan was astounded that, under such elevated criteria, there remained 30,000 candidates. This year, within Qingxian's sect, the level of competition was beyond imagination, both in the inner and outer courts, not to mention among a handful of disciples. Roll at home. Oh right. Elder Chen. Lu Yuchan shifted her gaze to Chen Mu. What is it? He inquired. They all wish to know how they might become your disciple. If you have decided against taking in apprentices, I can inform them. Lu Yuchan was nearly driven to madness by this repetitive inquiry. Chen Mu was about to respond but hesitated. Then, with a flick of his hand, he produced the Daozong bell, an ancient artifact. The crowd gasped, their eyes drawn to him. Chen Mu tossed the bell into the air, and it magnified several times. Upon landing, the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, traversing mountains and rivers. To strike it 10 times would allow entry to Chinyun Peak. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only think 2 words, devil. An ancient artifact like the Daozong bell, to be struck 10 times? Surely, this was no jest. Perceiving Lu Yuchan's thoughts, Chen Mu reassured her, fear not, I am not so harsh. The difficulty of striking the Daozong bell has been significantly reduced. Oh, and do not forget to inform them that with each successful strike, they may receive random rewards to aid their cultivation, even if they cannot join my sect. There is no need for despair. Chen Mu felt he had been exceedingly benevolent. He had stuffed the Daozong bell with innumerable treasures. Even the spirit of the bell could not help but exclaim, enough? Enough. I can't hold any more. If this continues, I shall overflow. He intended to be generous, offering returns 100-fold, and was resolute that no one would dare to speak ill of him behind his back. He would not be accommodating to those who were ungrateful. This news swiftly spread among the 30,000 disciples awaiting assessment. What? The ancient artifact Daozong bell must be struck 10 times to join Chinyun Peak. But that is an ancient artifact. Can we truly strike it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They had heard that even if they could not strike it 10 times, each strike would yield unparalleled cultivation resources from the Daozong bell. Truly, such generosity from the emperor, offering consolation prizes for failure. No, we must give it a try. Even if we fail, we cannot leave with regrets. If it truly cannot be done, we shall select another peak. As the sect leader and elders had anticipated this. When they heard it from the mouths of the disciples attempting the entrance examination, their hearts were undeniably pierced with emotion. It was too heart-wrenching. Chapter 148, Generous Rewards, Shocking All. 30,000 people formed a long line, all eager to test whether this ancient artifact was as formidable as they imagined. Observing such a vast and orderly queue, Zhao Hengshan could not help but steal a glance at Chen Mu. It was evident that his presence was the reason for their compliance. Otherwise, in their youthful exuberance, they would not have been so subdued. This further confirmed that they were largely drawn by Chen Mu's reputation. At this moment, they should have been selecting disciples based on their own ideas and standards. Yet, they all lined up, determined to strike the Daozong bell. Regrettably, no matter how hard they tried, even consuming precious pills to awaken their potential, they could not budge the massive bell. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 had attempted, yet the Daozong bell remained utterly unmoved. The bell spirit could not help but yawn, finding it utterly dull. With the difficulty lowered to such an extent, was there truly not a single person capable of striking it? Watching the golden phantom of the bell spirit recline atop the Daozong bell, its mocking tone elicited silent rage from the disciples. Yet, when faced with the Daozong bell, they found themselves utterly powerless. It remained immovable, steadfast as a mountain. At that moment, a figure dressed in coarse linen, seemingly hailing from a remote region, caught Chen Mu's attention. Standing among the crowd, He was remarkably prominent, towering over 2 meters. Through his divine sight, Chen Mu discerned a unique bone structure within him, endowing this individual with innate strength, making him a promising candidate for cultivation. This fellow appeared to be of a different caliber than the others. His aura was formidable. Was the first person capable of striking the Daozong bell finally emerging? Chen Mu yearned for someone to succeed, as his confidence waned, leading him to question whether the emperor truly intended for anyone to strike the bell and accept disciples. What is this person's name, and where does he come from? Zhao Hengshan, recognizing the extraordinary potential within this individual, inquired of Lu Yuchan, returning to the sect leader. This person is named Li Erniu, hailing from a humble village in the great wilderness. His family has farmed for generations, living a life of integrity, Lu Yuchan replied. Oh, I see. Zhao Hengshan contemplated taking this individual as a true disciple. However, despite his talent, striking the Daozong bell 10 times seemed utterly implausible, an insurmountable challenge. Zhao Hengshan could not help but doubt whether Chen Mu genuinely wished to take on apprentices. Suddenly, a sound, not particularly resonant, emanated from the crowd. What? It rang. It rang. Incredible. Brother, do you need a little brother? Li Erniu became the center of attention at that moment. Striking the Daozong bell once, the reward was. The bell spirit hesitated, filled with valuable items, and ultimately declared, 1 9-rank supreme Huanglong pill. What? A 9-rank supreme Huanglong pill. I did consider that the emperor would be generous, but I never imagined he would be this magnanimous. 9 rank, and a supreme pill at that. Who just said the emperor was stingy? Step forward. I shall give you a thorough beating. Upon witnessing this, even Zhao Hengshan and Lu Yuchan could barely contain themselves, feeling compelled to participate in the sect assessment. The rewards were simply too extravagant. However, unbeknownst to them, the distribution of this single pill represented an even greater gain for Chen Mu. Granting 9-rank supreme Huanglong pill successful. 100 million-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million 9-rank supreme Huanglong pills. To give away 1 pill and casually receive back 100 million. Who would not wish to engage in such a business? Then, Li Erniu struck the Daozong bell once more. However, it could only be considered a meager success. The force behind the second strike was even less than the first. Striking the Daozong bell twice resulted in a reward of a heavenly rank supreme divine weapon. The bell spirit, lacking the energy to choose, simply bestowed it randomly. At that moment, the whole venue erupted with excitement. Zhao Hengshan stood in astonishment once again. A heavenly rank supreme divine weapon. My goodness, this bell is indeed a moving treasure trove. To become a great emperor is not without reason. The TNG, a divine weapon of the highest order, is truly enviable. With merely 2 strikes, one can obtain such formidable cultivation resources. Imagine the power amassed with 3, 4, or even 10 strikes. This assessment for entry into the peak has evidently transformed into a grand opportunity, awarding success for the TNG Supreme Divine Weapon. The billion-fold return has been triggered. For CH&M, how could it be any different? Subsequently, the exhausted LRNI still yearned to strike the Daozong bell a 3rd time, yet he faltered. Ultimately, he was accepted as a true disciple by an elder well-versed in body-refining techniques. Even as a true disciple, LRNI harbored no grievances. A 9th-tier superior elixir, coupled with a TNG Supreme Divine Weapon, was beyond his wildest dreams prior to this moment. His heart brimmed with boundless gratitude towards CH&M. Before departing, he did not forget to clasp his fists and bow deeply, expressing his thanks to Elder CHN for bestowing cultivation resources upon him. CH&M nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the assessment continued. Inspired by LRNI, everyone exerted themselves even more fervently. However, striking the bell remained an elusive feat. A stroke of good fortune might earn a few disciples admission to the outer court, while others would find themselves returning the way they came. Occasionally, a couple of individuals managed to strike the Daozong bell, yet the highest number of strikes recorded was a mere 3. This was still far from the 10 strikes that CH&M had set as the standard for entry into the peak. Awarding success for the TNG Supreme Divine Weapon. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Awarding success for the 9th-tier Superior Elixir. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Although CH&M's haul was not extensive, it could be likened to a period of 3 years without a single opening, followed by a grand feast upon its arrival. Suddenly, Li Rushu's expression shifted. What has transpired? CH&M inquired. Master, is that not the person who returned the marriage certificate earlier? If I recall correctly, her name is CHW Shuing. Following Li Rushu's gaze, CH&M indeed spotted CHW Shuing, who was now taking her turn to strike the Daozong bell. Not only CH&M, but also Li Rushu were taken aback, as soon a voice from the crowd exclaimed. Isn't that the daughter of the Holy Dragon sect's master, the gun prodigy sage W. Shuing? What brings the gun genius of the Holy Dragon sect to Qing Su in Ziying, competing for opportunities with us? It was noted that while her father was the master of the Holy Dragon sect, she had not officially joined the sect. As such, how many times could a talent of her caliber strike the Daozong bell? Chapter 149, 10 Strikes. The Prodigy of Fortune. CHW Shu Ying's gaze was fixated on the Daozong bell, disregarding everything around her, even CHNM. Oh, this is intriguing. With her presence, the bell spirit displayed a flicker of interest, sitting upright. Sitting cross-legged atop the Daozong bell, it anticipated that CHW Shu Ying would deliver some surprises. The master had bestowed so many treasures, and it felt a sense of obligation to deliver satisfactory results. After all, CHNM had instructed it to give freely without concern for its own feelings. The billion-fold return, one could imagine, would not leave anyone indifferent. CHW Shu Ying took a deep breath. Boom. Bang. As she exhaled the impure air, she struck the bell fiercely. As expected, the Daozong bell rang out, its resonance far surpassing that of LRNI. Even when combining his two strikes, they paled in comparison, highlighting the evident disparity between talents. With the bell struck once, she received the TNG Supreme Divine Weapon, the BIL Ing Chi Ying. The bell spirit sensed the essence of the gun within that strike. Having such an artifact in its possession, it promptly presented it to her. The BIL Ing Chi Ying. Was that not among the top 10 of the renowned gun rankings? Infuriating. How enviable. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she appeared to handle it with ease. One could predict that the previous records would be effortlessly shattered. Truly, she was a prodigy nurtured by the Holy Dragon sect. One could only wish for such a powerful father. Awarding success for the TNG Supreme Divine Weapon BIL Ing Chi Ying. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the TNG Supreme WNL Ing Chi Ying worth 10,000,000. Upon inspection and comparison, although the BIL Ing Chi Ying was formidable, juxtaposed with the WNL Ing Chi Ying, it seemed insignificant. The WNL Ing Chi Ying, when cultivated to its peak, could unleash the might of 10,000 dragons. Its power was greater, its quality higher, and naturally, the returns would be reduced accordingly. Returning focus to CHW Shu Ying, she gratefully accepted the BIL Ing Chi Ying. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, she unleashed a series of strikes, effortlessly breaking the previous records. She struck the bell 4 times. For the 2 strikes on the Daozong bell, she received a 9th-tier Superior Phoenix Blood Pill. Awarding success for the 9th-tier Superior Phoenix Blood Pill. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phoenix Blood Pill worth 100,000,000. The Daozong bell rang 3 times, granting her a TNG Supreme Armor. Awarding success for the TNG Supreme Armor. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Meanwhile, as the bell spirit announced rewards, CHNM's screen was inundated with notifications of returns, refreshing the reward content. A long string of zeros followed another. Merely gazing upon it brought immense joy. Bang, bang. The 6th strike. Truly formidable. However, it was becoming increasingly evident that she was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. Indeed, it was surprising that even such a talent could not meet the entry requirements for Qing YN peak. It felt as though, as long as one could enter the peak, they would not merely become an emperor, but at least achieve quasi-emperor status. No wonder, the entry standards were clearly established. Bang. Upon the 7th strike of the Daozong bell, CHW Shu Ying could distinctly sense a wave of fatigue engulfing her. Bang. The 8th strike of the Daozong bell consumed all her remaining strength, requiring both hands. By the 9th strike, even lifting her arms had become a struggle, let alone striking the bell. The bell spirit then announced, the Daozong bell has rung 8 times, awarding 1 sip of Insight Tea, a Supreme Grade Tea for enlightenment. Awarding success for the Supreme Grade Insight Tea. The billion-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Grade Insight Tea worth 100,000,000. What? A sip for enlightenment. Supreme Grade Insight Tea. Such a treasure exists. Including Jia H. Ing Shn, all the elders rose from their seats. Li Ychn's emotions were complex. CHW Shu Ying recalled that previously, someone had relied on elixirs to enhance their potential and successfully struck the Daozong bell. Thus she believed she could do the same. Consequently, she extracted several grains from her recently acquired Insight Tea, chewed them, and swallowed. Instantly, a sense of enlightenment surged in her mind. She intended to utilize the Insight Tea to attain enlightenment. Jia Hing and discerned this. Boom. In the next moment, An intense essence of gun intent erupted from Shu Ying's body. Those nearby were pushed back several steps. The gun intent was intangible, yet palpable in its sharpness. Bang! 9 strikes. Bang! At last, leveraging the initial gun intent she had successfully comprehended, Shu Ying struck the Daozong bell for the 10th time. She fulfilled the requirements for entry into Q Ying Peak, becoming the first disciple to gain admission. The disciple bowed before her. But before she could finish her words, she collapsed from exhaustion. Subsequently, Li Chen instructed 2 female disciples to take her away for recuperation and rest. Observing that Shu Ying's condition was not severe and merely a result of fatigue, it was evident that she would awaken once her strength was restored. Just as the bell spirit was about to resume the assessment, an overwhelming and irresistible force of attraction suddenly surged from behind. Realizing the situation, the bell spirit found itself grasped by Chen, lifted into the air by its head. Should you dare to flaunt your cleverness again, beware that I shall shatter your spirit, Chen warned. Yes, I acknowledge my error. I shall never commit such a mistake again. I will not presume to interpret your intentions. The bell spirit was unaware that its well-meaning actions had inadvertently led to trouble. Originally, it was thought that after such a long period without anyone successfully meeting the standards, encountering such a person, who was just a hair's breadth away, was a rare occurrence. Thus, it was decided to lend her a hand. Given that Zhongling was eager to please him, Chen Mu released his grip. Zhongling returned to the Daozong bell. If the master were dissatisfied with her, it would be better to nullify her results or allow us to take on disciples. Lu Ruoshui suggested. No, setting aside other matters, she indeed possesses great talent worthy of cultivation. Chen Mu gently shook his head. He felt little regarding the annulment of the engagement. After all, the marriage certificate was never intended for him. He had never been considered in the equation. Such a situation would only bring shame to the Chen family. He was merely retrieving the marriage certificate on behalf of the soul beneath the 9 springs. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Just as Chen Mu contemplated whether to leave, the appearance of an individual drew his attention. He appeared rather ordinary, dressed in unremarkable attire, accompanied by a quirky and adorable young girl who was offering various encouragements. She referred to him as brother, yet they bore no blood relation, and her talent was exceptionally high. Chen Mu felt an uncanny familiarity with this scenario. It was all too reminiscent. He couldn't resist checking his personal panel to confirm his thoughts. Name, Xiaochun modifiable. Age, 19 modifiable. Gender, male modifiable. Talent, exceptional, temporarily sealed due to uncontrollable factors, modifiable. Root bone, supreme bone, born supreme, modifiable. Fortune, 10,000 modifiable. Upon reviewing, it indeed confirmed Chen Mu's suspicions. He was a child of great fortune. After examining Xiao Chen's personal panel, the quirky young girl beside him would certainly not be overlooked. With such beauty, and appearing beside a child of fortune, it was clear that she was not simple. Name, Xiaoying modifiable. Age, 18 modifiable. Gender, female modifiable. In terms of talent, Xiaoying even surpassed Xiao Chun, the child of fortune. Moreover, beyond her background as an abandoned infant taken in by the Xiao family, she harbored an even more terrifying hidden identity, a descendant of the ancient divine clan, and a naturally gifted dual cultivation partner. According to Chen Mu's understanding, the stronger Xiaoying became, the stronger Xiao Chun would also become. After all, she was his confidant and one of his consorts. Taking a child of fortune as a disciple was indeed a clever idea. Rather than being adversaries, it was preferable to turn them into allies. With a powerful ally endowed with great fortune, protected by the Tao, who could defeat him? Even if someone could, the child of fortune would always find a way to turn dangers into opportunities and return stronger, which was utterly terrifying. Brother Xiao Chun, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Xiaoying fervently cheered for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, however, ignored her presence and inwardly inquired, Master, can I truly succeed? Do not worry. If all else fails, I can manifest and strike the Daozong bell 10 times for you. A melodious voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Regarding the setting of this mysterious master, it was not new to Chen Mu and certainly did not escape his discerning eye. A powerful figure with only a wisp of residual soul choosing Xiao Chun, seen as a waste by his family, was a classic trope. It was quite similar to that prince from Xian country. However, his fortune was not as great as Xiao Chen's. He had taken on a failing master, solely dedicated to cultivation for the purpose of seizing control. Nonetheless, it is best to rely on your own efforts. After all, the other party is an emperor, and I cannot guarantee complete evasion from his notice. Should he perceive us, we could both meet a grim fate. All right, I will strive to excel. Xiao Chun began to channel spiritual energy, gathering it in his palms. Bang! He successfully struck the Daozong bell once. Bang! Bang, bang. As a child of fortune, skipping any flowery introspection, it was no surprise that he ultimately struck the Daozong bell 10 times without difficulty. Disciple Xiao Chun pays respects to master. Xiao Chun approached the center of the square, facing Chen Mu, first looking up in awe, then performing a bow. He was filled with curiosity regarding this generous master. Even before officially joining, he had already been gifted 2 complete heavenly tier techniques, various top-tier elixirs, and heavenly tier divine weapons. This path seemed almost too smooth. Not only he, but even the soul master, who prided himself on having weathered many storms, was taken aback upon witnessing the rewards gained from striking the Daozong bell. Next, it was Xiaoying's turn to take the stage. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists, resolutely determined. I must strike the Daozong bell 10 times. To join Chinyun peak alongside brother Xiao Chun. Bang, bang, bang. The outcome did not surprise Chen Mu in the slightest. Comparatively, Xiaoying struck the Daozong bell 10 times even more swiftly and smoothly than Xiao Chun. Their appearance astonished the crowd. Subsequently, Chen Mu prepared to leave, leaving behind the words that those who could strike the Daozong bell 10 times should proceed directly to Chinyun peak. Those who could not decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Disciple Chu Wu Shuang pays respects to master. Disciple Xiao Chun pays respects to master. Disciple Xiaoying pays respects to master. Chen Mu sat upon a mahogany chair, and before him, the 3 performed the same kneeling bow. You are all just beginning. I have nothing of value to bestow upon you. Chen Mu mused, uncertain of what to say as a first-time master. He decided to give a wave of gifts, bestowing a generous 1 billion-fold return. Their joy was his joy. Chu Wu Shuang, disciple present. Chen Mu beckoned her forward. Yes. Chu Wu Shuang stepped nervously toward Chen Mu, anxious that he might perceive her returning the marriage certificate as an insult and cast her down the mountain. Upon seeing Chen Mu raise his hand, Chu Wu Shuang instinctively closed her eyes, for at her level, even a casual blow could easily end her life. However, the next moment, Chu Wu Shuang suddenly opened her eyes in disbelief. My gun intent has actually broken through to intermediate level. This is your initiation gift from your master. Take these gun cultivation techniques, study them diligently, and do not let your master down. Chu Wu Shuang knelt in gratitude to her master. She had not anticipated that Chen Mu would not hold a grudge but instead grant her such a significant fortune. According to her original estimations, to elevate her gun intent to intermediate level would require at least 1 or 200 years. Yet Chen Mu accomplished it in mere seconds. Indeed, mere seconds. And he casually provided her with several perfectly suitable gun cultivation techniques. To have such a master, Chu Wu Shuang felt she must have saved the entire Xianxian realm in her past life. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Mu had granted her a portion of gun intent, with a return of 1 billion times. At present, Chen Mu's comprehension of gun intent had risen to a staggering 999 levels based on the foundation of great perfection. Xiao Chun and Xiaoying exchanged glances, both expressing astonishment. That seemingly unremarkable gesture had swiftly elevated someone to intermediate gun intent. Was this truly not a jest? Just how powerful was this master? Xiaoying, the disciple present. Upon hearing Chen Mu call her name, Xiaoying immediately regained her focus and briskly approached him. Chen Mu extended his hand. Seeing where Xiaoying was reaching, she instinctively shielded her chest with both hands and stepped back several paces, her expression wary. She wondered if perhaps her master was not the lecherous type. Do not be anxious. Come here, Chen Mu beckoned. Xiaoying glanced back at Xiao Chun, saw him nod, and reluctantly returned. Chen Mu extended his hand once more, albeit at a distance from Xiaoying. His palm radiated golden light, as if performing some kind of formation. In the subsequent moment, a sound akin to a chain snapping reverberated through the air. Xiaoying's pupils constricted as her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Chen Mu, disbelief etched across her features. Although she remained unaware of who had cast the shackle upon her, her master had now liberated her from it. At this juncture, Xiaoying was free to wield the bloodline of the Taigu Shinzu. Not only could she strike the Daozong bell 10 times, but she could do so 100 times with ease. Thank you, master. This immense grace and virtue shall be etched in my heart for eternity. Xiaoying expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Compared to the Taigu bloodline, she was finally free from the torment of the seal. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. This was a seal personally imposed by the clan leader, the most potent bloodline seal of the Taigu clan, one that even the ancients could not undo. How was her master able to break it so effortlessly? How strong was he, truly? Chen Mu's gaze shifted to the last individual present. You are Xiao Chun, correct? Chapter 151. Beautiful Master, 100 million Supreme Bones. Yes, Master. I am indeed named Xiao Chun, he replied, cupping his fists. He was perplexed as to why Chen Mu felt the need to confirm his name. Was it possible that due to his lack of talent compared to Chu Wu Shuang and Xiaoying, he had left a lesser impression? Upon this realization, Xiao Chen's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Do you not have anything to convey to me? Chen Mu inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Xiao Chun was now even more bewildered. What could he possibly need to tell the other? Disciple does not comprehend the meaning of the master's words. I humbly ask for your guidance, he responded. I am not fond of individuals harboring secrets from me, as it leads me to question their loyalty, Chen Mu stated. Xiao Chun did not rush to reply. Instead, he pondered within. Master, could it be that you have been discovered? It seemed unlikely, as his master was quite confident in his concealment techniques. Moreover, he was merely a remnant soul, more difficult to perceive than an ordinary person. Chen Mu, unwilling to waste any more time with Xiao Chun, spoke directly. Since you have found a worthy teacher, why come to me for guidance? At this, both Xiao Chun and his master were taken aback, realizing their cover had likely been blown. Master, could you be mistaken? I have grown up alongside my brother Xiao Chun, inseparable from him. I have not witnessed him paying homage to anyone other than you. Xiao Yingying quickly interjected. Is it possible that this master is someone you cannot see with the naked eye? Chen Mu's words halted Xiao Yingying. Immediately, a figure emerged from the ring worn by Xiao Chun. Clad in a flowing red dress, her demeanor was cold, exuding an aura that seemed to ward off all but the most determined. She was an ice-cold beauty. Oh, a female master? This revelation surprised Chen Mu, as he had not thoroughly examined the situation earlier. Most likely, this individual was also on Xiao Chen's list of concubines. Such a stunning beauty, spending every day in close proximity. How could he possibly let her slip away? Would he truly hand her over to someone else? Wu Qingyi pays her respects to the Starry Emperor. Despite being a senior, Wu Qingyi dared not exhibit arrogance in the face of Chen Mu's formidable power, bowing respectfully. Please do not blame Xiao Chun. I was the one who insisted he keep this secret. He was merely following my command. From this moment forth, I wish to sever our master-disciple relationship. I implore you to keep him here. Upon hearing Wu Qingyi's words, one might say she truly embodied the spirit of a protagonist's harem. Such resolve was commendable, willing to sacrifice herself to protect him. Master, cease this talk. You have no say here. I have made my decision. From henceforth, our paths diverge, and we shall have no further ties. Wu Qingyi, knowing Xiao Chen's strong sense of loyalty, was determined not to give him the opportunity to speak. Your soul has already been bound to him. Leaving will cause your spirit to scatter. Would you prefer that as well, to remain by my side? Chen Mu inquired for confirmation. Please, great emperor, grant my request. Wu Qingyi pleaded, prostrating herself on the ground. With a gentle flick of his finger, Chen Mu severed the ring on Xiao Chen's finger in two, simultaneously cutting the bond between him and Wu Qingyi. Xiao Chen felt acutely what he had lost. Master. His heart ached, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Yet, he soon noticed Wu Qingyi standing as if nothing had happened. Wu Qingyi was equally puzzled. Why was she not disintegrating? Her gaze turned towards Chen Mu, and in that moment, she realized that he was the only one capable of such a feat within the Xianxian realm. Chen Mu retrieved a divine lotus, transforming it into a humanoid form, and gestured towards Wu Qingyi. Joy surged within her as she wasted no time merging with the humanoid lotus. The lotus flesh metamorphosed into blood and flesh, while the strands of connection transformed into intricate bloodlines within her body. Observing Wu Qingyi, who appeared no different from an ordinary person, Xiao Chun was left speechless in astonishment. This was a promise he had made to Wu Qingyi, to one day restore her corporeal form. Whether it took hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, Chen Mu had achieved it with such ease. The lotus served as a vessel, accommodating Wu Qingyi's soul. From now on, you shall remain in Chinyun Mansion, Chen Mu declared to Wu Qingyi. This was not a request for her opinion. Rather than coveting her beauty, Chen Mu was more inclined to appreciate how Wu Qingyi was gradually shifting her allegiance towards him, distancing herself from Xiao Chun. As Xiao Chen's fortune dwindled, his own fortune surged, creating a favorable dynamic. Master, why not let her become the empress of Xianxia? I shall be by your side to care for you at all times, Lu Ruoshui suggested, sensing an unprecedented sense of crisis. She worried that while she was preoccupied with governance, Wu Qingyi might take the opportunity to act. Her gaze towards Chen Mu was filled with trepidation. Such nonsense. Chen Mu chided with a glance. My apologies, Lu Ruoshui murmured, realizing she had displeased him and refraining from further commentary. Wu Qingyi was astute enough to understand Chen Mu's intentions in retaining her, and she proactively stated, I shall diligently serve my master. To say that Xiao Chun, mentally, would not be outmatched by Lu Ruoshui in terms of emotional turmoil would be a gross understatement. His former master had now transformed into a servant of his current master. The disparity was so vast that Xiao Chen found it difficult to process, requiring time to adapt. Little did he know, the fortune that once belonged to him was silently dissipating, flowing towards Chen Mu. The radiant aura atop Wu Qingyi's head was gradually fading. Its complete disappearance was merely a matter of time. Having resolved the matters concerning his 3 disciples, Chen Mu selected the supreme bone within Xiao Chen's body, duplicating it. The supreme bone, a natural emblem of supremacy? To Chen Mu, it was effortlessly attainable. Like the sword bone. This supreme bone not only granted the potential to become supreme, but also imparted a treasure technique. The treasure technique that Xiao Chun had gleaned from the original supreme bone was known as the Tongtian Ju. This new supreme bone would serve as an initiation gift from the master to the disciple. Chen Mu tossed the supreme bone adorned with mysterious runes, which transformed into a streak of luminous energy and embedded itself within Xiao Chen's being. The supreme bone. Everyone within the mansion was left astounded. Even the Night Ancestor, Chu Tian, and the quasi-emperor Yang Huiming could not help but be moved. They were acutely aware of what the supreme bone represented, a natural supremacy. Little did they know. Chen Mu's vision revealed. Granting supreme bone successful. 100 million-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000,000 supreme bones. Was the supreme bone that rare? With ease, 100 million supreme bones were acquired. Thank you, master. I shall diligently cultivate and ensure that I do not bring shame upon you. Xiao Chun vowed, his loyalty soaring while his fortune plummeted, causing Chen Mu a twinge of reluctance. However, fortune was such a fickle entity. The greater it was, the more prone one was to backlash. Rather than constantly striving to rise against the odds, engaged in battles, would it not be better to remain by his side as a disciple devoid of fortune but rich in strength? Having resolved the initiation matters of his 3 disciples, Chen Mu held one piece of Jiangu and another piece of Jizungu, preparing to optimize his physique. It was not wise to only consider others. One's own well-being is paramount. Chapter 152. All divine swords in the world heed your command. Jiangu. And another piece of Jizungu. Setting aside Jiangu. No one present could fathom that a divine object like Jizungu, capable of inciting a conflict between 2 sects over its unparalleled cultivation resources, could be so casually produced by Chen Mu. First, he fused Jiangu with Jizungu, activating the decryption function. Synthesis of all things, status, activated. With this function, anything in the world could be synthesized at Chen Mu's will. Synthesis in progress. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Jizun Jiangu. If Jizun Gu grants supreme potential, then Jizun Jiangu bestows the potential to become a supreme sword deity. The possibilities have greatly increased. It transformed into a streak of flowing light and seamlessly integrated into Chen Mu's body. One piece was insufficient for his satisfaction. Subsequently, the second piece of Jiangu and the third piece of Jizungu were fused into Jizun Jiangu before being absorbed and refined in an instant. This process was repeated 206 times, and finally, Chen Mu possessed an entire body of Jizun Jiangu. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the Jizun sword body. All divine swords in the world heed your command. All divine swords heed my command? This truly took Chen Mu by surprise. Could it be that he had become a being of sword ancestor caliber? He intended to verify this. For mere words from the system could not reveal how formidable this Jizun sword body truly was. He turned to Lu Ruoxue and said, "Draw your sword and unleash your strongest strike against me." Very well. Lu Ruoxue complied with Chen Mu's request, stepping back a few paces. Why was there no hesitation? She understood better than anyone that even at her full strength, she could not harm a hair on Chen Mu's head. She knew he intended to experiment with the effects of fusing so many Jizun Jiangu. The massive sword emitted a roar akin to a tiger's howl and a dragon's chant, its sword chi resonating loudly. Chu Tian stood nearby, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. He would not allow Chen Mu to be harmed under his watch. Wu Qingyi, Xiao Chun, and Chu Wushuang silently observed everything. Regardless of Chen Mu's prowess, they had no confidence in their ability to withstand such a powerful strike. They would undoubtedly be shattered beneath that fierce sword intent. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ruoxue unleashed a strike akin to thunder. The sword chi surged forth, slicing towards Chen Mu. As the sword chi neared him, he still showed no inclination to defend himself. Chu Tian could hardly remain calm. Just as he prepared to strike and shatter the sword chi, it halted before Chen Mu, instantaneously dissipating into spiritual energy. Not only did it fail to harm Chen Mu, but it actively nourished him instead. Even Chu Tian, the ancestor of the night, was taken aback by this outcome. Chen Mu, however, was quite pleased. From this day forth, conservatively speaking, it could be said that the majority of sword cultivators' attacks would be ineffective against him. The stronger the attack, the more he would benefit. Chen Mu gently beckoned with his finger. The Zhanshin sword, which Lu Ruoxue had tightly grasped, seemed to possess a life of its own, forcibly freeing itself and standing before Chen Mu, awaiting use. Chen Mu then concentrated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The entire Xian mountain resonated as all swords held by cultivators were summoned to fly. Looking around, it was nothing but swords. Like a colossal torrent, they surged towards Chinyun mountain with astonishing momentum. Gulp. Chu Wushuang, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yingying gazed up at the myriad swords suspended above their heads, swallowing hard. Speechless in awe, they marveled, "Master, how formidable." Chen Mu then waved his hand, and all the swords returned whence they came. He truly achieved the command of all divine swords in the world. Sword cultivators across the realm could hardly fathom the specter of Chen Mu looming over their futures. If they were aware, they would surely change their paths to become spear or blade cultivators. For as long as Chen Mu existed, no matter how gifted they were in the realm of swordsmanship, they would always remain second. Chen Mu was indifferent to their thoughts, having lived again. And armed with the decryption system, he would pursue his own desires. Noticing their adoring gazes, he smiled and said, "Dedicate yourselves to cultivation. If you achieve great success in the future and bring honor to your master, I may consider bestowing upon you a Zhizun sword body." Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yingying focused solely on their cultivation, eager to depart and find a suitable space outside the residence to practice diligently. After witnessing Chen Mu's ability to command a myriad of swords, Wu Qingyi smiled in relief, firmly believing that her earlier decisions were indeed correct. This was the best outcome. They departed. Subsequently, Lu Ruoshui was reluctantly pulled into the teleportation portal by Luo Hanqiu, leaving Qingxian sect to return to their respective dynasties to manage state affairs. Striving for greater national strength and prosperity for the people, Chu Tian concealed himself in the shadows, ever ready to be summoned. Wu Qingyi remained silent. Approaching Chen Mu to discuss matters before Lu Ruoshui's departure, such as preferred massage techniques and the areas where Chen Mu liked more or less pressure. Wu Qingyi could easily discern Lu Ruoshui's affection for Chen Mu. However, it seemed that their master was far more adept in cultivation than in matters of the heart. On the back mountain, Xiao Yingying sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing the technique she had obtained from the Daozong bell. She inquired, "Ancient One, who is stronger, you or our master?" A wisp of black smoke ignited, quickly coalescing into the form of an elder in black robes. "Miss, you flatter me, if he so wished. With a mere flick of his finger, he could send my soul scattering. Is our master that powerful? Then how does he compare to the ancient divine clan?" Xiao Yingying pressed on. "Difficult to say," the Ancient One shared his insights. "The ancient lineage has existed for millions of years. Its depth is such that even I am unworthy to approach." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yingying ceased her inquiries and concentrated on her cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days flew by. The Daozong bell completed its task and immediately returned to Chen Mu's hand. Since Xiao Yingying, no one else had managed to strike the Daozong bell 10 times. However, it had allowed other peaks to gain numerous talented disciples, who remained hopeful of one day joining Chinyun Peak. The elders, aware of this, chose not to address it openly. There was no reason to stir trouble and harm themselves. They all held profound respect for Chen Mu. Thanks to him, the Qingxian sect could now rightfully be called the foremost sect in the realm. But tranquility would ultimately be disrupted. Events would never unfold smoothly. Chapter 153, The Arrogant Prince, the Illusory White Dragon. Looking up, one could clearly see towering teleportation portals, each reaching a height of nearly 100 meters, opening one after another. Upon casual observation, there were indeed over 100. From these portals emerged massive, exquisitely crafted flying vessels. Each vessel could carry thousands of cultivators. 100 vessels meant 100,000 cultivators. Such a grand spectacle was impossible to ignore. Everyone ceased their activities, lifting their gazes in unison. What on earth was happening? How could so many flying vessels appear all at once? Moreover, observing the demeanor of those individuals, it is evident that they harbor ill intentions. I have never encountered such a style of flying vessel. It appears to be unlike the craftsmanship of our xianxiaaudiobooks. Given the vastness of xianxiaaudiobooks, how could one claim to have seen everything? My family is, after all, a lineage of flying vessel artisans. Do you not comprehend? Not only the vessels, but those battle flags are equally unfamiliar to me, unheard of and unseen. If these individuals can perceive such matters, how could Chen Mu possibly overlook them? At this moment, he is in the courtyard, indulging in the most renowned pastries sent by the emperors of the 4 nations. When thirst strikes, he requests Wu Qingyi to pour him a cup of elegant and lingering Wu Dao tea, seeking enlightenment several times. Whether he achieves enlightenment or not is of little consequence. The main purpose is to alleviate the heaviness in his heart. Those individuals do not seem to belong to xianxia. Wu Qingyi gazes upward, softly murmuring. They are indeed not from xianxia, Chen Mu asserts with certainty. The outer realm. Wu Qingyi inquires tentatively, could they be from Songlingxia? She seems to have lived many years, aware of the existence of Songling Jia, prompting Chen Mu to nod in acknowledgement. Songling Jia actually intends to wage war against Song Xianxia. Have they not always looked down upon Song Xianxia? Wu Qingyi questions in bewilderment. Perhaps it is due to my alteration of the Tongtian spirit vein, which has impacted their interests, Chen Mu speculates uncertainly. The alteration of the Tongtian spirit vein. Wu Qingyi is aware that Song Xianxia has recently experienced a surge in spiritual energy, yet she is unaware that this significant event is attributed to Chen Mu's actions. Such a monumental matter, articulated so effortlessly by him, seems trivial and inconsequential. Chen Mu confirms that none of the hundreds of flying vessels are associated with the Beihe dynasty. Instead, they originate from the Shangwu dynasty. Unlike the tripartite balance of power in Song Xianxia, Songling Jia is divided among the Shangwu dynasty, the Beihe dynasty, and numerous smaller nations. Among them, the Shangwu dynasty and the Beihe dynasty are the most formidable forces, rivaling each other in strength. While pondering this, Chen Mu notices several figures soaring towards the group of flying vessels on their swords. Leading the charge is Zhao Hengshan, accompanied by Lu Yuchan and a number of elders. As the leader of a sect, Zhao Hengshan will not act like a coward at this moment, despite the vast disparity in power between the two sides. The primary factor is that Qin Xianzong, Song Xianxia, has the formidable presence of Chen Mu to bolster their confidence. Zhao Hengshan possesses that assurance. Regarding this day, Zhao Hengshan had not been oblivious. From the moment the Tongtian spirit vein was altered, he anticipated that such a day would come. However, he did not expect it to arrive much later than anticipated. Clearly, the opposing party harbors trepidation. After all, it is not difficult to deduce that a person capable of altering the Tongtian spirit vein cannot be an ordinary individual. Should war commence, it would inevitably lead to a life and death struggle. Yet, if war is averted, the overall strength of the Songling Jia cultivators will plummet significantly. The national power will also be diminished. Zhao Hengshan, the leader of Qin Xianzong, steadies his stance before the most opulent of the flying vessels, introducing himself. From Songling Jia, the Shangwu dynasty, Prince Zhou Changqing, a young man clad in battle armor steps forward, exuding an extraordinary presence. As a prince, he is adorned with the finest divine weapons from head to toe. As for the emperor of the Shangwu dynasty, he remains seated within the cabin, believing it is not yet time for him to intervene. Unaware of why Prince Zhou has come to Qin Xianzong, Zhao Hengshan inquires further. Enough with the pleasantries. Summon that Xing Chun Da Di forth. Today, he must provide an explanation to us, the people of Songling Jia, for altering the Tongtian spirit vein, which has caused a significant decline in our spiritual energy. Zhou Changqing raises his spear, pointing it at Zhao Hengshan. If Xing Chun Da Di is present, Zhou Changqing would regard him with respect. However, the entourage of Zhao Hengshan, not a single one possesses a cultivation level surpassing his own. Why should he show them any courtesy? Regardless of whether in Song Xianxia or Songling Jia, the principle of martial supremacy prevails. Spear cultivator. The voice of Chu Wushuang resonates in Chen Mu's ear. What? Are you afraid? Chen Mu teases. Not afraid. Chu Wushuang replies resolutely. In that case, teach him a lesson. Should you defeat him, I shall grant you a piece of supreme bone. Chen Mu disapproves of anyone being so arrogant before him. If he were to intervene personally, it might appear as if he is oppressing the weak. Why go to such lengths to crush a myriad? Master, are you serious? Chu Wushuang asks in astonishment. She seems unable to believe that accomplishing such a small task could reward her with a piece of supreme bone. That is indeed supreme bone. Moreover, if you can kill him, I can bestow upon you a piece of supreme sword bone. Chen Mu continues to raise the stakes. Very well, master, I shall go. Chu Wushuang strides forth, traversing the air with each step soaring several meters high, armed with the celestial-grade divine weapon, the White Dragon Spear. She is determined to eliminate Zhou Changqing. What of the prince? If master is unafraid, why should I be? Chen Mu is her greatest support, the source of her confidence. Both Zhou Changqing and Zhao Hengshan sense Chu Wushuang's presence simultaneously. Zhao Hengshan breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that Chen Mu does not intend to remain uninvolved. Who are you? Zhou Changqing eyes Chu Wushuang from head to toe, then notices the White Dragon Spear in her hand, which surpasses the caliber of the celestial-grade divine weapon he wields. Spare me the words. My master has sent me to take your life. Are you willing to engage in battle with me? Chu Wushuang raises her arm, spear aimed at Zhou Changqing. What is there to fear? Zhou Changqing steps forward, launching himself at Chu Wushuang, his spear emerging like a dragon. He seeks to kill and seize treasures. As a spear cultivator, how could he not harbor ambitions upon witnessing such a divine weapon? In comparison to the beauty of Chu Wushuang, Zhou Changqing is far more intrigued by the White Dragon Spear. He desires the White Dragon Spear. As for Chu Wushuang, he intends to eliminate her. instilling fear in all of xianxiaaudiobooks. A wielder of a celestial-grade divine weapon is undoubtedly a figure of prodigious talent. He would not bother to kill anyone beneath that level. They do not merit his effort. Zhou Chongqing is inherently proud. Uncommon. Observing Zhou Chongqing charging forth with his spear, imbued with a hint of spear intent, Chu Wushuang recognizes that Chen Mu is watching. Not wishing to waste time, she releases a cold gleam, her spear striking forth like a dragon. No, it is truly a genuine white dragon phantom unleashed. What is this? Upon witnessing the white dragon phantom, Zhou Chongqing becomes instantly alarmed. Furthermore, he can distinctly sense the formidable spear intent contained within, an intensity he lacks. Chapter 154. The Four Nations Arrive. War drums resound. Nanbo, save me. On Zhou Chongqing's face, the earlier arrogance has vanished without a trace, replaced by desperation. The might of that strike has dissipated beyond measure, rendering him utterly devoid of any sense of threat. He cries out for salvation. Dignity? What is dignity compared to life? Zhou Chongqing is destined to be the future emperor of the Shangwu dynasty. He cannot perish in such a place, at the hands of a woman. It would be too humiliating. Soon, he sees a towering figure, robed in flowing garments, appear before him. Do not fear, Prince. I am here. This individual is Zhou Chongqing's personal bodyguard, possessing the strength of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chongqing's expression regains its haughty demeanor. Believing that even if she has cultivated spear intent, he has a powerful ally by his side. You are undoubtedly doomed. That divine weapon of yours shall belong to me. You younglings are sparring. What business do you have meddling, old man? Chen Mu responds with exasperation. He sets down his teacup, gently raises his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, directing it at Nanbo. With a flick of his finger, Nanbo prepares to summon his spiritual energy to conjure a massive shield to deflect the white dragon phantom unleashed by Chu Wushuang. However, in the next moment, Nanbo's movement halts. He feels as if, in a fleeting moment, he glimpses a bloody demon god, brandishing a scythe, drawing near his throat. Bang! Boom! Immediately after, Zhou Chongqing is drenched in blood, his smile frozen in place, unable to express any emotion. The Tribulation Transcendence realm Nanbo explodes before his eyes, disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Then, with a resounding dragon roar, the colossal white dragon, imbued with formidable spear intent, pierced through Zhou Chongqing. Under the weight of that spear intent, Zhou Chongqing was reduced to mere fragments, ceasing to exist. The prince of the Shangwu dynasty had fallen completely. The prince is dead? One strike to annihilate a transcendent cultivator, and even slay the prince. Who on earth is this person? The demise of Zhou Chongqing undoubtedly rang alarm bells for everyone present. The Zhangxian realm was far from the simplicity they had envisioned, and the Zhangxian people were not as feeble as they had imagined, easily bullied at will. Setting down the white dragon spear, Chu Wushuang was acutely aware that her strength had yet to reach the point where she could effortlessly dispatch a transcendent expert in one strike. It was undoubtedly her master who shielded her from behind. Indeed, all who opposed her master deserved death. Chu Wushuang had begun to anticipate the remarkable enhancement the supreme sword bone would bring to her cultivation. However, it was evident that this was not the time to ponder such matters. In the blink of an eye, Chu Wushuang found herself surrounded by 6 transcendent experts. They had come under the emperor's orders to eliminate Chu Wushuang. They must reclaim the honor lost by Zhou Chongqing. The South Marquis would not allow this disgrace to stand. Gulp. Despite knowing victory was improbable, Chu Wushuang raised the white dragon spear, determined to fight to the death. She absolutely could not afford to lose face for Chinyun Peak. Her resolve brought great satisfaction to Chen Mu. With a wave of his hand, he activated the system panel, selecting the 6 transcendent experts and their cultivation levels. Transcendent realm? One click to delete. Just as the 6 were about to strike, they suddenly realized, with wide eyes, that they had been rendered powerless, devoid of any cultivation. Then, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, Chu Wushuang unleashed a swirling white dragon illusion, sweeping away the 6. Eradicated. Too powerful. One strike to annihilate 6 transcendent experts. How on earth had she accomplished this? It was impossible. I refused to believe it. There was clearly a vast gap in their realms. There must be something wrong. The death of the 6 did not merely astonish the millions in the Zhongling realm. It left them utterly dumbfounded. Killing one was already unreasonable, let alone 6. Yet, what they did not realize was that they too could have achieved this. 6 rootless and powerless individuals. Was it truly difficult for a cultivator to eliminate them? Frankly speaking, it was simpler than crushing an ant. Ants were too small, making them difficult to find. However, the beautiful Master Wu Qingyi, who stood beside Chen Mu, observed everything clearly, even if only for an instant. She was certain that the original transcendent cultivation levels of those 6 had suddenly vanished. Glancing sideways, she stole a glance at Chen Mu. This power exceeded her comprehension and imagination. A transcendent expert could, with a mere thought, reduce others to ordinary beings, stripping them of their cultivation. Did this not imply that only an emperor could contend with him? Unbeknownst to her, to Chen Mu, the power of an emperor was still as insignificant as a dog. If he so desired, he could easily shatter the laws of the universe, establishing a world where only one emperor could exist, producing them in bulk. No matter how rare an emperor might be, could they compare to the rarity of eternal life? He could grant eternal life even to a mere guard dog. At this moment, within the ship's cabin, the emperor of Shengwu, Zhou Tianyi, was seething with rage. A group of useless individuals. Continue to send more men. I refuse to believe that I cannot subdue a mere woman. With a single command, dozens of perfected transcendent experts appeared around Chu Wushuang. Your master has granted you temporary invincibility. Do not fear. Chen Mu's voice echoed in Chu Wushuang's mind. Invincible instant kill, activated. A warm current surged through Chu Wushuang's heart. Fearless, she prepared for battle. With a powerful strike, she unleashed 10 swirling white dragon illusions that danced chaotically in the air. The dragon roars echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. How could a 100-meter-long dragon fail to attract attention? Even from 1,000 meters away, it was clearly visible. The dozens of perfected transcendent experts, their words barely spoken, had already vanished beneath the dragon's maw. Touch them and die. Any defensive techniques or protective treasures were mere embellishments, utterly ineffective. Instant kill. Instant kill. All were instantly annihilated. Those dozens of individuals existed for mere moments. What should have been formidable experts now seemed pitifully weak, for in the presence of Chu Wushuang, who completely overshadowed them in both numbers and realms, they had no power to resist. How strange. Truly strange. How could she be so powerful? Her realm was clearly not that high. This Xianxian realm is truly bizarre. Who says that Xianxian realm is weak and devoid of strong practitioners? I wish to slap you. Shall we fight or flee? This time, His Majesty has truly chosen the wrong opponent. Indeed, even if we had selected the North River dynasty, we would not have suffered such disgrace. Hearing these voices, Zhou Tianyi felt an urge to curse. Buzzing. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was about to speak, the resounding, powerful war drums echoed, deafeningly. Looking out the window, portals opened one after another, countless flying vessels emerging. Their numbers utterly overwhelmed the Shengwu dynasty. Xian Nation, Zhuyan, Tianwu, Xintian. The 4 great dynasties gathered. An army of over 100 million surged like a tide. Among them, the Tianwu dynasty, led by Luo Hanxiu, boasted the most terrifying numbers. With 10 million elite humans, plus tens of millions of Dark Knight demon clans. With black wings unfurled, they hovered in the air beside the various flying vessels, waiting for the signal to engage. Chapter 155, Hidden Cards? Massacre of Millions. Long live the Emperor. The numerical advantage that once belonged to the Shengwu dynasty had been utterly obliterated in this moment. Completely vanished. Surrounded by the ships of the 4 nations, originally, everyone had anticipated a lower realm being subjected to a brutal slaughter by a higher realm. However, they never expected that in the end, the true clown would be themselves. The party being bullied had never been the Xianxian realm. No wonder the North River dynasty had waited so long without a peep. Understanding dawned upon them all. Unable to contain his anger, someone cursed the damned old foxes of the North River. Seeing Lu Ruoxue, Luo Hanxiu, and others arrive in succession with their troops, Zhao Hengshan finally felt his heart settle. The disciples of Qing Xian below were filled with goosebumps. Wow, the sound of the war drums is incredibly majestic. Indeed, before this, I had never imagined that the 4 nations would unite. This was all thanks to our Elder Chen. Without Elder Chen unifying the 4 nations, the Xianxian realm would still be entangled in internal strife, let alone defending against external foes. I must continue to work hard in cultivation, striving for the day I can strike the Daozong bell 10 times and join Chinyun Peak. Goodness, while everyone else is watching the show, you're busy with internal struggles? You think you can compete? Who is afraid of who? From today on, I shall enter closed-door cultivation, abstaining from food and drink to train. In an instant, everyone's goals and aspirations shifted entirely. It was no longer about proving oneself as an emperor or becoming the ruler of this world, but rather about striking the Daozong bell 10 times and joining Chinyun Peak. To be accepted under Chen Mu's name and receive his true teachings became their unwavering life goal. It is truly outrageous. Zhou Tianyi, unable to endure any longer, decided to unveil his hidden cards. 3 old men in black robes suddenly appeared, towering above the flying vessels, exuding imperial might that silenced the previously thunderous war drums in an instant. The silence was terrifying. These three individuals represented Zhou Tianyi and could be said to embody the very foundation of the Shengwu dynasty. Three quasi-emperors, or rather, these three had once had the opportunity to ascend to emperor status. In this world, bound by the laws of heaven, the emergence of Yi Nantian, a prodigy, has raised the standards for the Zongling realm to that of an emperor, elevating the bar to unimaginable heights. Consequently, countless seekers have toiled for millennia, yet remain stagnant at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm. However, this power surpasses that of the emperor before Yi Nantian. Zhou Tianyi doubted that these three could not handle a mere fledgling who had just ascended to the emperor's path. The might of an emperor. These three were the quasi-emperors, second only to Yi Nantian. Such was the foundation of our Shengwu dynasty. Splendid. With their presence, victory is assured. It is no wonder that some claim they are the foremost beneath the emperor. It appears that such rumors hold truth. Slay. Annihilate the Zhongshuan realm without a trace. The arrival of the three in black robes instilled considerable confidence in the crowd. Lu Ruoshui, Luo Hanxiu, and others displayed apprehension, but showed no sign of retreat. How do their strengths compare to yours? Chen Mu inquired. At that moment, the Dark Knight Emperor, Chu Tian, emerged from the shadows, replying, "If I exert my full strength, I should be able to slay one of them. It is no wonder they dare to seek retribution against me. They possess such formidable trump cards." Chen Mu mused with a faint smile. However, this smile bore no semblance of pressure in Wu Qingye's eyes. Kill her. Upon hearing Zhou Tianyi's voice from the cabin, the three figures in black surged toward Chu Wushuang. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were about to strike down Chu Wushuang, an overwhelming force bound them in place, rendering them immobile, as if the very heavens pressed down upon their shoulders. The motion of raising their heads slowed to a crawl. When they managed to glance up, they met the gaze of 9 black dragons with lowered heads, their vast bodies stretching beyond sight. Each dragon possessed the power to crush them. Dragons. How can such beings still exist in this world? This pressure. Could it be the bloodline that has persisted since the primordial era? Impossible. How could the Zhongshuan realm harbor such a monstrous entity? The three in black were utterly bewildered. They could neither advance nor retreat. As the influence of the emperor's might faded from Chu Wushuang, she swiftly regained her composure, sweeping her spear with precision. With the invincible instant kill effect shared by Chen Mu, she effortlessly severed the heads of the three. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Zhou Tianyi collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, stammering incoherently. Millions of practitioners from the Zongling realm dropped their weapons, kneeling in surrender, clamoring to submit to the Zhongshuan realm. Quasi-emperors, half-step emperors, slaughtered with a single spear. Coupled with the 9 dragons' supreme chariot, their fighting spirit evaporated entirely, leaving only a desperate desire for survival. Spare them? How could that be possible? If they were allowed to return alive, those in the Zongling realm who still harbored ambitions would never submit. The supreme sword body unleashed its might, summoning countless swords to form a colossal steel dragon, stretching 1,000 meters long, devouring, shattering one flying vessel after another. Countless practitioners were torn to shreds beneath the onslaught of that sharp dragon body, reduced to indistinguishable blood. In an instant, hundreds of thousands perished. Then, the supreme blood demon was released, absorbing everything, transforming into blood demons, expanding the blood demon army. Everything shook Wu Qingyi's heart, which she believed to be well-informed. Her legs buckled, and she slumped beside the chair, momentarily unable to rise. She was curious about how many more trump cards her master had yet to reveal. While others had their trump cards revealed one by one, his entire being was a trump card. Long live the Starry Emperor. At that moment, someone shouted. One voice echoed, and a billion responded. Long live the Starry Emperor. Long live the Starry Emperor. Long live the Starry Emperor. The momentum was so great it seemed to threaten the very heavens. Chen Mu reclined on the long bench, basking in the fervor. It felt delightful. Long live the Starry Emperor. Chu Tian clasped his fists, addressing Chen Mu with reverence. Long live the Starry Emperor. Wu Qingyi's voice softened. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, having just completed a breakthrough, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yingying witnessed the unfolding scenes. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, 1,000 thoughts swirling within, yet words failed to escape their lips. At that moment, Xiao Yingying finally comprehended why the ancient figure had answered so decisively when she asked who was stronger between him and her master. The ancient figure was not as strong as those 3 quasi-emperors. Though a quasi-emperor, his hidden strength was unfathomable, but only in comparison to someone like her. Xiao Chun, however, became even more resolute in his desire to follow Chen Mu. Placing his hand on his burgeoning chest, Xiao Yingying felt a surge of special emotions, deeply moved. One must ask, how many women in the world could withstand the shock brought forth by this scene? In her heart, Xiao Yingying believed that in the future, her brother Xiao Chun would undoubtedly be worthy of the title peerless. Yet now, it seemed her hopes were dimmed by the imposing presence of her master. No, it should be said, utterly hopeless. Not only did Xiao Yingying think this way, but even Xiao Chun, who had once sworn to become the ruler of the Zhongshuan realm after enduring humiliation, found his ambitions deflated in the face of such grandeur. To have Chen Mu submit to him? Such thoughts were beyond his imagination. Merely encountering Chen Mu on the path of cultivation was a dream he fervently wished for. Now, in his eyes, the distance between himself and Chen Mu was shrouded in a dense fog, the path ahead obscured, rendering Chen Mu's figure invisible. The gap was simply too vast. Even in a lifetime, he might not be able to close it. Xiao Chun was unaware that while he harbored such thoughts, the portion of heavenly fortune that belonged to him was quietly flowing toward Chen Mu. If this continued, Xiao Chun would inevitably lose his identity as the child of destiny. He remained oblivious to this fact. After Chen Mu dealt with all those who came from the Zhongling realm, Lu Rushe, Luo Hanqiu, and others vanished through the portal with their fleet of flying vessels, restoring tranquility to the skies of Qingxian sect. Chen Mu began to consider who would succeed the throne of the Shengwu dynasty. After all, he had eliminated both the emperor and the crown prince. As the saying goes, rather than benefit another, it is better to benefit oneself. Chen Mu began to scout for candidates. Wu Qingyi? She would have to serve him in the absence of Lu Ruoshui and Luo Hanqiu, thus eliminated. Chu Tian? His strength was adequate. But as a member of the Night Demon clan, he would inevitably attract controversy. It was unnecessary to seek trouble, thus eliminated. After much contemplation, it seemed no one was more suitable than Yang Huiming. Feeling Chen Mu's gaze upon him, Yang Huiming, who was sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, could not help but shiver. Upon seeing Chen Mu beckon him, he hurriedly set down the broom and approached. Master, what are your commands? I wish for you to become the new emperor of the Shengwu dynasty. Would you be interested? Chen Mu inquired. Master is jesting, as long as it is your command. Huiming will certainly comply. Yang Huiming had never considered that he would have a choice in front of Chen Mu. Very well. We shall journey once more to the Zhongling realm. Rest assured, I will eliminate all hazards, allowing you to ascend to the throne without worry. Chen Mu placed his hand on Yang Huiming's shoulder and patted him. Wu Qingyi, listening to this exchange, had grown numb. Compared to the events that had transpired earlier, this seemed hardly surprising. Meanwhile, within the Shengwu dynasty, news of the emperor and crown prince, along with 100,000 elite soldiers, being annihilated had already reached them. The civil and military officials gathered in the grand hall, thrown into disarray. Why has this happened? Has the life tablet of the emperor and the crown prince shattered? Is it not the case that three formidable beings with the strength of a great emperor accompany us? How could we possibly be unable to contend with the xianxiaaudiobooks? What on earth has transpired in xianxiaaudiobooks over these millennia, allowing them to become so powerful? Could it be related to the Starry Emperor? When he attained the status of emperor, it stirred extraordinary phenomena even in our realm. No, we must hasten to elect a new emperor to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, should the Beihe dynasty seize the opportunity to strike, we would be in peril. However, does selecting a new emperor not equate to admitting our defeat in the war against Songxian, suffering grievous losses? What shall we do? At this moment, beside the throne, a portal materialized, and a voice proclaimed, since you cannot decide, allow me to make the decision. Witnessing Chen Mu pressing Yang Huiming's shoulder and forcing him onto the emperor's throne, someone hastily stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming, "How dare you? That seat is beyond your reach." Bang! The ground shook. With a mere flick of his arm, Chen Mu transformed that individual into a mist of blood, gradually dissipating. Yet, the gash left behind, spanning hundreds of meters, remained indelible. Those who were about to speak were silenced, their mouths clamped shut in fear, fully aware that the newcomer bore ill intentions. Does anyone else have objections? Chen Mu inquired with a smile. To the onlookers, that smile bore no distinction from that of a demonic deity, concealing malice beneath its surface. Your Excellency, our Shangwu dynasty is currently facing dire straits, having offended the Starry Emperor, which will undoubtedly incite his wrath. It is not so simple to place him upon the throne. Some attempted to intimidate Chen Mu by invoking the name of the emperor. With a nonchalant smile, Chen Mu retorted, "Is the emperor truly so formidable?" The others were baffled, unable to comprehend Chen Mu's mindset in uttering such words. The emperor is the mightiest entity. In any realm, there can only be one. By the way, Huiming, after all these years, do you still harbor an obsession with becoming an emperor? Chen Mu queried. Yang Huiming candidly expressed, if possible, I still wish to make a valiant attempt. He was unwilling to remain stagnant at the quasi-emperor level, leaving behind a remnant of his soul in hopes of seeking another opportunity. There is no need for such complications. If you wish to become an emperor, I shall make it so. If you wish to become an emperor, I shall make it so. Everyone believed Chen Mu had lost his mind. In Xianxiaaudiobooks, to become an emperor, one must first surpass the formidable Tian. That prodigy had decimated all who opposed him over the past century. He bore the title of the most powerful emperor in the history of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Observing Chen Mu speak so lightly of the Xianxiaaudiobooks emperor, they refrained from voicing their doubts, yet their minds were rife with skepticism, perceiving him as delusional. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu had utilized the system to inscribe 4 words into Yang Huiming's life record: Thunder Emperor. There was no particular reason. He simply found the term thunder appealing and added it. If it seemed unsuitable, he would delete and modify it without much effort. Thunder, thunder, thunder. In an instant, the skies above rumbled, shaking the very heavens and earth. Even from miles away, the brilliance of thunder illuminated the world. The entire Xianxiaaudiobooks was enveloped in thunder. The momentum was overwhelming, akin to thousands of troops roaring in unison. Boom. Following this, a resounding crash echoed as a golden bolt of lightning pierced the roof of the grand hall, striking Yang Huiming. Countless arcs of thunder surged into him, reconstructing his body and fortifying his bloodline. The power of myriad thunders merged into his being. Invisible lightning patterns spread in the air, causing a tingling sensation among the onlookers. Though it posed no threat to their lives. Is he on the path to becoming an emperor? How is that possible? Did we not already have an emperor in Xianxiaaudiobooks? Is he stronger than Xianxiafan's, or has the heavenly law been altered? Chapter 157, Xianxiafan's? Just an ordinary strongman. Regardless of which scenario they considered, they found it difficult to accept. One was a prodigious anomaly who had transformed the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks, elevating the standards of power, while the other was the heavenly law. Throughout history, none had dared to defy the heavens. Yet this spectacle could only signify one thing: the ascension of an emperor. Only the path to becoming an emperor could incite such extraordinary phenomena that impacted the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks, and in their eyes, nothing else could account for it. Nevertheless, the true source of their terror was Chen Mu's authentic identity. If memory served, the one striving to become an emperor had just referred to him as master. After Chen Mu had uttered, "If you wish to become an emperor, I shall make it so," Yang Huiming had indeed commenced his path to emperorhood. Having witnessed it firsthand, they could only perceive it as a farce. Surely, this cannot be real. Becoming an emperor has never been this effortless. Meanwhile, in the Snow Peak Forbidden Land, Xianxiafan's, who was cultivating and comprehending the path to immortality, suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting. He could sense that half of the heavenly fate that rightfully belonged to him had dissipated. With a wave of his hand, the blizzard vanished, leaving only dark clouds overhead, within which resided thick, flickering golden lightning. Is someone on the path to becoming an emperor? How is that possible? In this moment, even Xianxiafan's was bewildered. He remained an emperor. Why could someone surpass him and ascend directly to emperorhood? Moreover, judging by the intensity of this phenomenon, it seemed they were on the verge of success. How dare they act recklessly beneath my very nose, presuming I, Xianxiafan's, am inconsequential. Xianxiafan's rose, soaring thousands of meters toward the spot where the thunder was most concentrated. Regardless of the circumstances, he must eliminate this person. He absolutely cannot allow them to defy the heavenly law and usurp his destiny. Otherwise, the difficulty of opening the celestial gate would drastically increase. The opportunity for ascension to divinity, so close at hand, would dissolve into nothingness. For that reason, Xianxiafan's would not permit such an occurrence. With his extraordinary speed, he soon arrived at the Shangwu dynasty. Look, someone is in the sky. That is Xianxiafan's, the great emperor, just as I suspected. He could not allow the emergence of a second emperor in Xianxiaaudiobooks. The voices outside the grand hall reached Chen Mu's ears. Xianxiafan's? Chen Mu instructed Yang Huiming to continue embracing the baptism of the heavenly thunder, fortifying his body and bloodline, while he himself approached this unparalleled prodigy. As Chen Mu descended the steps, Wu Qingyi hastily retracted her thoughts, which had soared to the heavens in shock, and followed closely behind him. Prior to this moment, Wu Qingyi could hardly have imagined that the matter of becoming an emperor was merely contingent upon Chen Mu's words. It imparted upon her an overwhelming sense that Chen Mu transcended the very heavenly law. Chen Mu and Wu Qingyi arrived outside the hall. Raising her gaze, she beheld Xianxiafan's sweeping his hand through the air. Above, a massive spatial rift emerged. It resembled a black hole, forcefully severing the connection between Yang Huiming and the heavenly thunder, attempting to thwart his ascension to emperorhood. In response, Chen Mu's countermeasure was remarkably straightforward. He simply modified the state of the spatial rift from open to closed. Modification successful. What is happening? As the spatial rift closed, the pillars of heavenly thunder reconnected. Xianxiafan's brow furrowed deeply. He then noticed Chen Mu's presence. The immense aura of an emperor concealed his true strength from even Yin and Tian's perception, appearing as unfathomable as an abyss. You are the one responsible for this, aren't you? Yin and Tian could conceive no other possibility. Chen Mu, disinterested in engaging in idle conversation with Yin and Tian, released a wisp of ethereal energy, transforming it into a sword of spiritual energy. Whoosh! It shot toward Yin and Tian. He sought to gauge the true strength of this acknowledged prodigy of Zhonglingjia. He dared to strike against the great emperor Ye. He is courting death. Why provoke anyone else when one can provoke Yidadi? They are aware of Chen Mu's formidable strength, yet they do not believe he can surpass Yin and Tian. His might is evident for all to see. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you, but since you seek trouble, do not blame me for being impolite. Yin and Tian grasped the air with a mighty hand, distorting and tearing apart the very fabric of space. He consumed the sword that Chen Mu had sent flying into the chaotic void. Then, he opened a portal behind Chen Mu, intending to use his sword against him. This was the unique physique that Yin and Tian had comprehended, the space sacred body, ranked second on the physique list. Since the complete disappearance of the myriad path sacred body, it has been universally acknowledged as the strongest sacred body. It allows for the free manipulation and alteration of space. However, just as the portal opened, Chen Mu utilized the system's authority to close it. Instead, a spatial rift tore open behind him, and the spiritual sword shot forth. Alarmed by this unforeseen turn, Yin and Tian executed his movement technique, darting through the air like a fleeting light, faster than lightning, evading the attack. The spiritual sword relentlessly pursued him. The space sacred body is indeed impressive, and Chen Mu was quite pleased, thus he replicated it. How could this be? Yidadi was actually being pursued by a mere sword? Was Yidadi's space sacred body ineffective against him? Is this reality? I am not dreaming, am I? Old man, why are you pinching me? Pinch yourself instead. It seems I am not dreaming after all. Cursed be it. Yin and Tian continuously distorted space, attempting to counteract the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the sword. Yet, just as he absorbed the sword into the chaotic void, it emerged again from another spatial rift. To confront it head-on, whenever Yin and Tian entertained such a thought, a profound sense of impending doom would envelop him. Every inch of his flesh and blood warned him that he must not do so. The reason? Quite simple. Chen Mu's invincible instant kill function was still active. As long as he caught up with Yin and Tian, his death would be inevitable. In utter desperation, Yin and Tian could only summon his spiritual treasure, the Yufu sword. There exists but one in the entire Zhongling realm. It took him years of effort, countless resources, and an accumulation of rare materials to forge it. This item could even severely injure an emperor. It was one of Yin and Tian's trump cards. He hurled the Yufu sword, and a flash of emerald light collided with the golden radiance of the spiritual sword. In an instant, the Yufu sword shattered into dust, while the spiritual sword remained unscathed. Damn it, Yin and Tian refused to accept this. He unleashed enough power to obliterate the entire Shengwu dynasty with the might of the dragon elephant. The elephant roared. The dragon howled. A colossal golden elephant, towering like a mountain, merged with the illusory form of a golden dragon, growing even larger, akin to a radiant sun, charging towards the spiritual sword. Yet, in mere moments, it was effortlessly shattered by the spiritual sword, which appeared minuscule in comparison. Subsequently, Yin and Tian deployed all manner of treasures and techniques, but none could withstand the spiritual sword unleashed by Chen Mu. Observing his helplessness and frustration, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. However, to Chen Mu, this emperor was far weaker than he had anticipated. He appeared quite ordinary. In the Zhongling realm, he might be considered at the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet he bore no resemblance to the formidable strength that Chen Mu envisioned in a top-tier transcendent. Chapter 158. The brutal slaughter of Yin and Tian, bewildered until death. As an emperor, shouldn't he be able to casually command the heavens to tremble and the space to collapse? Such feats could be effortlessly achieved by Chen Mu if he so desired. Nevertheless, the combat power displayed by Yin and Tian gave Chen Mu the impression that, as an emperor himself, he could easily dispatch him without relying on any spiritual energy. After all, he had merely manipulated a minuscule fraction of spiritual energy to conjure a spiritual sword, driving Yin and Tian into a corner. Earlier, it was mentioned that each black dragon in the 9 Dragons Supreme Carriage possessed strength comparable to, if not superior to, that of an emperor. If Yin and Tian serves as the reference point, Chen Mu could only conclude that he had overestimated him and underestimated the 9 dragons. Then, the thunderclouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Yang Huiming silently appeared beside Chen Mu, stating, "Master, I have successfully ascended to the realm of emperors." Successfully ascending to the realm of emperors. Focusing on Yang Huiming, They had not anticipated that one day they would witness the birth of an emperor and the subsequent downfall of another. They even speculated whether Yang Huiming's formidable strength had weakened the heavenly blessings that originally belonged to Yin and Tian, causing him to appear so wretched. Chen Mu found himself pondering the same notion. You may attempt to resolve this, Chen Mu commanded Yang Huiming. Yes. Yang Huiming raised his hand, and the dissipating thunderclouds once again enveloped the sky. Thick golden lightning erupted from within. Then he quickly realized that this lightning was entirely different from before. It bore the outline of a python dragon, most of its form concealed within the dark clouds, estimated to span at least 100 meters. Moreover, there were at least 7 or 8 such thunderous python dragons. They opened their massive jaws, with fangs resembling curved blades, terrifying to behold, and lunged toward Yin and Tian. From all directions, Yin and Tian's paths of retreat were completely sealed. This fellow is indeed far more ordinary than I expected. Chen Mu shook his head in disappointment. For as an emperor, Yang Huiming's casual strike utterly overwhelmed Yin and Tian. Cursed be it. It has come to this. With no other options, Yin and Tian was compelled to burn his life force, causing his power to surge. His surrounding spiritual energy was tinged with a dark crimson hue, resembling a fallen demon. Tenfold dragon elephant power. Yin and Tian roared. 10 dragons. 10 elephants manifested. They engaged in a fierce battle with the python dragons. Yet, in an instant, the victor was determined. Watching the dragon elephants crumble, a massive python mouth surged forward, and golden lightning filled his field of vision. At this moment, despair and helplessness engulfed Yin and Tian's heart. He raised his hand, still intending to resist, but it fell. Closing his eyes, he awaited death. The python dragons collided. Boom. The thunderous might reverberated like a nuclear explosion, rippling through the air and covering a radius of thousands of meters. Yidadi is dead. How can this be? Such a monster. How could anyone kill him? A group of individuals sat on the ground, still struggling to accept reality. They were not unable to accept Yin and Tian's defeat, but rather could not fathom that an existence they believed to be invincible could perish so pathetically and weakly. The battle? From beginning to end, was it not merely a one-sided slaughter? What difference is there between that and crushing an ant on the roadside out of boredom? They did not believe that Chen Mu or Yang Huiming had exerted even a fraction of their full strength. Their most significant action had only been to lift a hand, and that was all. You should handle the aftermath without issue, correct? Chen Mu inquired of Yang Huiming. Huiming will not disappoint you, master. Yang Huiming knelt, his voice trembling with gratitude. He felt immense gratitude towards Chen Mu, for if it were not for him, he might never have had the opportunity to step into the realm of emperors in his lifetime. Let us depart. Chen Mu opened a portal for transportation, as there was no longer a need to remain in the Zhongling realm now that their business was concluded. Yes, Wu Qingyi hurriedly followed suit. Initially, they believed this journey would be fraught with twists and turns. However, the reality proved that they had overthought it. What twists and turns? It was a smooth advance. Gods and Buddhas alike were slain. Yang Huiming became the new emperor of the Zhongling realm, taking control of the Shangwu dynasty. The news of Yin and Tian's death, or rather his brutal slaughter, quickly spread through various channels, resonating throughout the entire Zhongling realm. Beihe dynasty. Zhao Ai Qing. Zhao Ai Qing. Zhao Ai Qing. Upon noticing Zhao Zishuan's prolonged silence, Li Tianji, standing beside him, gently nudged him with his elbow. I am here. Zhao Zishuan quickly regained his focus. What occupies your thoughts, my dear minister? Inquired Zhao Tai. Suddenly, Zhao Zishuan recalled that the name of this new emperor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the individual he encountered during his recent visit to Xianxiaaudiobooks, the one who served tea to him and ministerly. At that time, the person exhibited strength akin to that of a quasi-emperor. Zhao Zishuan answered candidly. Quasi-emperor strength. Are you suggesting that this individual may have originated from Xianxiaaudiobooks? Zhao Tai responded in astonishment. It is indeed a possibility. I have heard that the esteemed Star Emperor seems fond of elevating those around him to positions of power. Among the 4 nations of Zhongxian, 3 are his servants. Zhao Zishuan speculated. I surmise that the Shangwu dynasty must have marched into Xianxiaaudiobooks seeking clarification regarding the Tong Tianling Mai, only to provoke their own demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai released a sigh of relief, thumped his thigh, and laughed heartily. Indeed, Zhou Tianyi is a fool, believing he can provoke anyone without consequence. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, Beihe must swiftly declare its stance. Otherwise, even if Zhao Zishuan is the emperor's uncle, he would dare not speak too definitively. I shall contemplate this further. For now, the court is dismissed. Zhao Tai waved his hand, cradling his forehead in exasperation. The legacy of generations past cannot simply be surrendered without consequence. Zhao Tai felt a sense of guilt towards his ancestors. War? How could we wage one? The Shangwu dynasty, on par with Bei He in strength, can alter the very fabric of existence in an instant. If Bei He were to oppose them, how long could it withstand? Zhao Tai dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. He resolved to ponder further. At Chinyun Fu, Chen Mu reclined in a chaise longue, deep in thought, contemplating the distinctions between emperors. Is it merely a matter of differing limits? Does an emperor merely encapsulate a lower threshold? In response to this, Wu Qingyi, who was massaging his shoulders, refrained from expressing any opinion. She possessed considerable knowledge of alchemy, but felt unqualified to speak on matters of emperors. Chen Mu had not anticipated Wu Qingyi would provide insight. Instead, he activated the system panel and switched to the map function, deciding to explore the Tongtian Lingmai. He sensed that this world was far grander than he had previously imagined. Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lingjia, and the seemingly infinite seas were likely just the tip of the iceberg. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. A transmission from Chunjia in Tian Fucheng. Chapter 159, The Bai Family, Three Sacred Lands. The individual conveying the message was Su Qingtian, whom Chen Mu had appointed to temporarily oversee Chunjia's affairs and serve as the lord of Tian Fucheng. Master, someone has come from Chunjia seeking you. Seeking me? Chen Mu queried, perplexed as to who would specifically journey to Chunjia for him. Relatives? Seeking to curry favor? Chun Liang and the others lacked the audacity. Had they forgotten how they had belittled him? Now that he had achieved success, did they fear he would forget there were those who could be eliminated? They say they are from your mother's side, here to escort you back to the family, Su Qingtian relayed. Mother? Chen Mu pondered, if memory served. His mother hailed from humble beginnings. What family could she possibly represent? Wait, the realization struck him, prompting a chuckle. Beneath the facade of an ordinary family lies an inexplicable burden. Perhaps they were descendants of a formidable power. This narrative was not unfamiliar to Chen Mu, but he had not anticipated it would manifest in his life. He resolved to investigate further. Master, may I accompany you? Though she could not overhear the conversation between Chen Mu and Su Qingtian, Wu Qingyi wished to join him, primarily because remaining alone in Tian Fucheng was overwhelming. Being by Chen Mu's side, assisting him in whatever capacity she could, would alleviate some of her pressure. Very well, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, the two traversed through a teleportation portal directly to the Chen family estate. Su Qingtian had long awaited their arrival and respectfully greeted, Family Master. Where are they? Chen Mu inquired. They are awaiting you within the estate, Su Qingtian answered. Lead the way. At once. Following Su Qingtian's guidance, Chen Mu encountered three individuals. Their attire was decidedly not characteristic of Zhang Xianjia or Zhang Lingjia, a man, a woman, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Bai Yuan Shan, greetings, young master. Bai Yuan, I have come to pay my respects, young master. Bai Jianni, I have come to pay my respects, young master. Upon Chen Mu's arrival, the trio promptly rose and clasped their fists in greeting. Their demeanor was not inferior to that of Su Qingtian. Upon learning that they all bore the surname Bai, Chen Mu's suspicions were further confirmed, for his birth mother was also a Bai. Without hesitation, Chen Mu advanced to the head of the family seat, inquiring directly, what brings you here to this desolate place instead of enjoying life upstream at the Tongtian Lingmai? Young master, we have come at the behest of the family head to escort you back to the Bai family, Bai Yuanshan explained. To escort me back? Chen Mu chuckled, discerning their ulterior motives. You encounter some trouble and, seeing my current strength, wish to enlist my assistance? The expressions of the three shifted, clearly taken aback by his astute observation. To be candid, the Bai family is currently facing a dire calamity, and the patriarch wishes for you to return and lend your support, along with your uncle and others. Stop. Chen Mu raised his hand, uninterested in hearing more. What happens to the Bai family is of no concern to me. But, young master, you are still a member of the Bai family. Blood is thicker than water, Bai Yuanshan implored, hoping to appeal to familial bonds in their plea for assistance during this life or death crisis. I am Chen, not Bai. To this day, I have not utilized a single needle or thread from your Bai family. How can I be considered a Bai? Chen Mu smiled, lifting his hand to lightly scratch his thumb across his middle finger, squeezing out a drop of blood. With a plop, the blood fell, instantly transforming into an ethereal dragon of crimson hue. Its imposing presence radiated with an air of sharpness and intent. The blood coursing through my veins is no longer something the Bai family can lay claim to, Chen Mu declared, waving his hand and dissipating the dragon's shadow. The oppressive aura that had loomed over them diminished significantly, the intense sensation of impending doom gradually waning. In that moment, they genuinely feared for their lives. Bai Jianni, who had initially sought to assert dominance, promptly reined in his bravado, realizing that offending Chen Mu might lead to his utter destruction with a mere flick of a finger. It was baffling. He appeared younger yet possessed an extraordinary level of strength. Was he even human? I understand now, Bai Yuanshan began but hesitated. realizing the futility of pressing the matter. To preserve the Bai family, even a faint hope warranted their utmost effort. However, it became evident that he had underestimated Chen Mu's indifference towards the Bai family. It was not born of hatred, but rather complete apathy. The downfall of the Bai family was of no consequence to him, save for his mother, who had been abandoned by the Bai family and subsequently encountered an even harsher fate with the Chen family. Bai Yuanshan activated the teleportation portal. As Bai Yuan turned to return to Chen Mu, Bai Jini mistakenly assumed she intended to act foolishly. In truth, Bai Yuan merely retrieved a jade hairpin and presented it to Chen Mu. This was a hairpin gifted by our grandmother to my aunt, which she cherished greatly. On the day my aunt departed in haste, she could not take it with her, and I have kept it safe. The aura of Chen Mu's mother lingered on the hairpin, a sensation he could discern. Through glimpses into Bai Yuan's memories, he could confirm her honesty. Moreover, his mother had held Bai Yuan in high regard, second only to his grandmother during her time with the Bai family. Delving deeper into his memories, it seemed his mother had once brought him back to the Bai family in hopes of reconciling their lineage. Yet this realization now rendered any action on his part even more unwarranted. You may stay. I will not assist the Bai family. However, considering the bond between you and my mother, I can ensure your safety, Chen Mu said to Bai Yuan. Thank you, but I still wish to stand with the Bai family through thick and thin, Bai Yuan replied resolutely, declining Chen Mu's goodwill. Chen Mu did not press further regarding her decision and expressed his respect. Subsequently, the three of them departed Chen's residence through the portal. Master, are there other worlds beyond Songxian and Songling realms? Wu Qingyi inquired curiously. Upstream of the Tong Tian spiritual vein lies 3 sacred lands and several families, among which the Bai family is one, Chen Mu explained. Information gleaned from the map function he had recently utilized to magnify the Tong Tian spiritual vein. Even in today's Songxian realm, the concentration of spiritual energy cannot compare to that area. The disparity is vast. In terms of population, Songxian far surpasses them. However, when it comes to overall strength, even a formidable individual from a small family can pose a significant threat to Songxian. Take the Bai family, for instance. They have sustained their lineage in that land for over 10,000 years. The current crisis they face stems solely from the rival Dongfang family allying with the sacred land, intending to leverage this connection to annihilate the Bai family and monopolize all cultivation resources. Beyond Songxian lies Songling, and beyond Songling are the 3 sacred lands? Chen Mu sighed, realizing he could not escape this pattern. In a fantastical world, there must exist higher realms. The path of cultivation is indeed boundless. Chen Mu dismissed the system panel and opened the Tianjiao mirror, eager to witness how the Bai family was obliterated. After all, idleness offers little, and this served as a form of entertainment. Chapter 160, A Strike from 10,000 Miles Away. The scale of the Bai family is nearly equivalent to that of a small sect. Observing the scene displayed in the Tianjiao mirror, Wu Qingyi exclaimed. Such a large family could hardly be found in the Songxian realm. At this moment, over 1,000 cultivators surrounded the Bai family, unleashing various techniques, their spiritual energy dazzling and resplendent. Meanwhile, all Bai family cultivators continuously channeled their spiritual energy into a massive spirit stone, desperately maintaining their defensive formation. At this rate, they might not last even half a day. A bloody battle with the Dongfang family was inevitable. If they lost, the Bai family would vanish, swallowed by the Dongfang family. If they won, the outcome would be even worse. The family protected by the sacred land would annihilate them, which would be tantamount to slapping the sacred land's face. The sacred land would surely dispatch powerful warriors to sweep away the Bai family. This was also why they shamelessly sought Chen Mu's intervention. The rumors about Chen Mu seemingly acquiring some fortuitous encounter and rapidly rising to power had reached the Bai family long ago. Initially, they deemed it unworthy of concern. Yet, they never anticipated that this opportunity would enable Chen Mu to dominate Songxian, ascend to the status of an emperor, and even alter the Tong Tian spiritual vein. The Bai family could only concede that they had underestimated him. However, they still did not consider allowing Chen Mu to return to the family. Only after the news of the Dongfang family aligning with the Huiming sacred land emerged did the Bai family realize their predicament. They hoped he might return to the Bai family, joining forces with the cultivators of Songxian to potentially overpower the Dongfang family. After all, he was a mighty emperor. Surely, the Huiming sacred land would have reservations. If Chen Mu were aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly dismiss them as foolish. What confidence did these individuals possess? As the scene zoomed in, the trio exiting the portal comprised the visibly disheartened Bai Yuanshan, Bai Yuan, and Bai Jini. Observing their demeanor, the onlookers needed no further questioning to grasp the outcome. Regardless, he is still one of my Bai family members. How could he claim that his bloodline is beyond the Bai family's reach? That is truly excessive, merely relying on a stroke of luck to rise. What is there to boast about? Now back on familiar territory, Bai Jiani abandoned all caution and spoke without restraint, his words laced with resentment. Jealous of Chen Mu, a castaway expelled from the family, who had unexpectedly gained a heavenly opportunity, he could not contain his ire. Why didn't he dare to say such things earlier? Wu Qingyi pondered silently. Chen Mu rested his right hand on the armrest of the chair, his index finger lifting slightly before descending. In the next moment, Bai Jiani in the mirror was suddenly enveloped in a crimson mist, dissipating into the air, leaving behind a large crater on the ground. How could this happen? It seemed that the emperor had heard his complaints. Fortunately, I did not speak carelessly. Is this what it means to be an emperor? Even from such a distance. He could hear? Shoo. Do not speak. An emperor is not someone we can casually discuss. Bai Yuan and Bai Yuanshan exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Even if they harbored grievances, confronting Chen Mu was out of the question. Attempting to breach the Dongfang family's defenses and access the Xianxian realm was no simple feat. To strike down from such a distance, a single blow. Wu Qingyi gazed at Chen Mu in astonishment, her heart overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock. His strength was truly formidable. She felt a sense of vindication. Those like Bai Jiani, who thrived on slandering others and embellishing tales, deserved their fate. Later, Bai Yuanshan and Bai Yuan informed the patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Xiang, about the failure in Songxian. Upon hearing the news, Bai Xiang merely sighed deeply, lamenting the missed opportunity that had been right before them. Who could have imagined? Who could have foreseen this? Regret was futile. His expression hardened with determination as he notified all members of the Bai family to remain prepared for a bloodbath with the Dongfang family. Yes, Bai Yuanshan and Bai Yuan withdrew. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a day, just as Chen Mu had anticipated. Several elders from the Dongfang family discovered the weaknesses in the Bai family's formation and launched a coordinated attack, successfully breaching it. Immediately, the forces of the Dongfang and Bai families clashed in chaotic combat. Swords clashed, sparks flew. Fireballs, ice shards, talismans, and spiritual treasures filled the air. Once the battle commenced, the Dongfang family's cultivators proved to be superior. The Bai family suffered casualties that were double those of the Dongfang family. If this continued, within a mere incense stick's time, the Bai family would be utterly exterminated by the Dongfang family. Several elders engaged in combat high above, their spiritual energy colliding, explosions ringing out, startling the nearby forests and causing beasts to flee in terror. Chen Mu switched the scene with a gesture. Suddenly, his hand halted as he noticed Bai Yuan surrounded and injured, encircled by a group wielding swords. The leader wore a lecherous grin. Bai Yuan, if you agree to become my concubine, I can plead with the elders to spare your life. What do you say? It was evident from his expression that he had long coveted his cousin. Dongfang Qi, stop dreaming. I, Bai Yuan, am determined to share life and death with the Bai family. Bai Yuan unleashed a wave of sword energy. Young master, be careful. A guard rushed forward to deflect the attack. Dongfang Qi, witnessing the few strands of hair fall before him, was momentarily startled. Enraged, he shouted, Bai Yuan, since you refuse to accept kindness, I shall fulfill your wish. He advanced with his sword, intent on slaying Bai Yuan. Though Bai Yuan attempted to counterattack, the guard swiftly disarmed her weapon with a single strike. Facing the imminent threat of the blade, Bai Yuan, now utterly fatigued, resigned herself to her fate. Knowing she would surely perish today, closing her eyes, she prepared to embrace death. How could this happen? Hearing Dongfang Qi's incredulous voice, Bai Yuan opened her eyes, only to discover that the swords they had once wielded against her had pierced his chest. The swords seemed to be held by an invisible force, lifting them upwards with relentless strength. Heads exploded in a gruesome spectacle. This scene was witnessed clearly by Bai Yuanshan, Bai Xiang, and others engaged in combat above, as well as the elders of the Dongfang family. They exchanged fearful glances, cold sweat trickling down their backs. For the method of execution was inscrutable, leading them to wonder if the Bai family still held a hidden trump card, though unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Bishh contemplated a strategy and boldly declared, my Bi family is under the protection of the XNGCH-NDD. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave the Bi family at once. He hoped to stall for time, pondering the absurdity of the old man's words. When did you, my master, agree to protect the Bi family? Huiming furrowed her brow, having never encountered such shamelessness before. This old fellow was indeed crafty. Chen Mu scoffed, XNGCH-NDD. Upon hearing this, the elders of the DNGF family hesitated, for the title of DD commanded respect and fear. They were uncertain whether the Bi sacred land would be willing to offend ADD for the sake of the DNGF family. When did I ever agree to protect your Bi family? Chapter 161. How can you be so heartless? Chen Mu's sudden appearance, combined with the peculiar deaths of DNGF CH and his companions, led Biun to look at him with hope. Have you finally come to your senses and decided to aid the Bi family? Do not misunderstand, Chen replied. I will only ensure your safety for the sake of my mother. The fates of the others are none of my concern. My presence here is merely to express my displeasure at an old man using my name to deceive others. He fixed his gaze on Bisheng who, as the head of the Bi family, found himself at a loss for words. Chen continued, your mother is my daughter, and you carry the bloodline of the Bi family. In times of trouble, you ought to assist. Spare me your moralizing. When you exiled my mother from the Bi family, did you consider that she was a member of the Bi family? If I had not achieved my current success and the Bi family had not faced this calamity, would you acknowledge me as one of your own? Chen M's barrage of questions left Bisheng speechless, unable to counter. Seizing the opportunity, an elder from the DNGF family approached Bisheng and struck him in the chest with a palm. Head of the family. By the time Biun registered what was happening, it was too late to intervene. A resounding crash echoed as Bisheng coughed up blood and plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater. Head of the family. As a crowd gathered, they were horrified to see Bisheng's face turn purple, his lips blackened, and his condition grave. His tattered clothing revealed a darkened handprint on his chest, with black veins spreading like roots around it. That old scoundrel poisoned him. How despicable. Head of the family, you must not die. You still need to lead us in defeating the DNGF family. Head of the family, I hereby declare that upon my death, the position of the head of the family shall be passed to Biun. This was the only decision Bisheng could think of to save the Bi family before succumbing to the poison. Head of the family, grandfather. Biun rushed forward but was stopped by the crowd, who knelt in unison, saying, we greet the new head of the Bi family. Please lead us in avenging the former head. That old fellow, even at death's door, still tries to play these childish games, Chen remarked, exasperated. Bisheng foolishly believed he was clever, unaware that Chen would only protect Biun, leaving the fates of the others to chance. The DNGF family were not fools. They understood that approaching would mean certain death and decided to eliminate the others first. Eventually, only Biun would remain, making it but a matter of time before the Bi family was absorbed. Realizing this, Biun knelt before Chen pleading, I beg you, save the Bi family. No, Chen replied resolutely, showing no sign of wavering. How can you be so heartless? If my aunt were to know, she would be utterly disappointed. They are your blood relatives. How can you bear to watch them perish one by one before your eyes? Is your heart truly made of flesh? Biun screamed in desperation. Yet Chen M's expression darkened as he responded coldly. I protect you solely due to your connection to my mother. Do not misinterpret my intentions. I owe you nothing. Nor do I owe the Bi family anything. Therefore, do not interfere in my affairs. Whether you live or die is my decision alone, and it is of no concern to you. Biun retorted, very well, since you have already saved me countless times, I have exhausted my gratitude. Whether I live or die is now my own business. Chen agreed with a nod. Biun huffed and turned back to engage in battle with the DNGF family. The two elders of the DNGF family exchanged glances. Realizing that Chen would not intervene further, nodding in silent agreement, they attacked Biun in unison. With her cultivation level, she was no match for them. Suffering defeat after defeat, blade shattered, bones broken, the elder who had just slain Bisheng mercilessly killed Biun with the same poison palm. Compassion? Regret? Why should one feel such things? Had Chen not granted her opportunities? Biun's greed had led her to this fate. Huiming, observing from the sidelines, could not help but criticize. Is this how all Bi family members behave? They are the most immoral, yet constantly indulge in moral high ground. Sensing Chen gaze upon her, Huiming quickly shook her head, denying, of course, this does not include you, my lord. Rest assured, I do not blame you. Chen responded with a smile. Huiming shared his thoughts, reflecting on their hypocrisy and questioning, if they do not die, who will? Hearing this, she placed a delicate hand on her chest, exhaling a breath of relief. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the DNGF family. Excellent. We have finally taken down the Bi family. From now on, the DNGF family shall reign supreme in the YH mountain range. Indeed, the DNGF family is destined to rise. Several elders from the DNGF family approached Chen clasping their fists in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. One elder said. For what reason do you express gratitude? Chen inquired, puzzled. Were it not for your intervention, we would have found it challenging to conquer the Bi family, the elder replied, recognizing Chen M's extraordinary strength and youthful appearance. Conquer the Bi family? When did you accomplish that? Chen questioned again. What do you mean by that? The elder's brows furrowed. This land is my mother's homeland. How can I allow others to invade? Chen Mu gestured dismissively. Leave now, and you may save your lives. You scoundrel. What did you say? We have worked hard to annihilate the Bei family. How can we abandon this endeavor? Elders, take action and eliminate this person. The xianxiafang disciples grew increasingly agitated, urging their elders to act. The elder raised his hand, silencing them. You are undeniably talented, but you stand alone. While I have the entire xianxiafang family and the Huiming sacred land backing me, if you leave now, I can overlook your previous comments. Only one person? You old fool must have lost your sense of numbers due to your age, Chen Mu scoffed. Blood demon. Yes, my lord. The supreme blood demon emerged from a rift in the fabric of space, summoned by Chen Mu, utilizing the blood demon technique. He caused the deceased members of the Bei family to rise as blood demons, separating from their mortal forms and standing once more. In that moment, they were all transformed into blood demons, their human consciousness and memories severed and stripped away. Only one singular thought remained: to live for Chen Mu and to die for Chen Mu. Chapter 162. No opportunity given, the Lord of the Underworld. What? What are these creatures? Were they not dead? How have they returned? Is this what you call coming back to life? This is clearly demonification. Transformation. Demonification? Are they not disciples of the demon sect? Demon cultivators? Blood demon technique. The elder from the xianxiafang family recognized the technique. He had not expected that a method long discarded by the three great sacred lands would still be practiced by someone. Moreover, he has cultivated himself to such a formidable degree. However, it remains merely a low-grade technique. How could it possibly compare to the ancestral cultivation methods of the Dongfang family? Not to mention the Huiming sacred land. Chen Mu regarded this with a measure of disdain. Do you genuinely wish to oppose our Dongfang family? The elder of Dongfang lifted his sword, his hand subtly rising. To act. Chen Mu, uninterested in wasting breath on this old man, directly commanded his blood demons to strike, slaughtering all members of the Dongfang family. To persuade them to leave? If they truly wished to depart, why would they wait for his counsel? Furthermore, he had no familial ties to them. Why should he consider their fates? All shall fight to the death for the Dongfang family. The elder of Dongfang raised his sword and shouted, To the death! To the death! To eradicate the demon cultivators is our mission. Hearing these rallying cries echoing through the air, Chen Mu could only smile wryly, recognizing their attempt to embellish their own image, usurping another's territory, yet insisting on dressing it up with a grand excuse. Demon cultivators? When did he ever become a demon cultivator himself? The two factions clashed once more. The blood-red long sword, formed from coagulated blood, collided with the metallic blade, melting away as if a hot knife cutting through lard. How could this be? The blood demons, devoid of emotion, offered no respite to their adversaries, sweeping their arms with precision to sever heads. To the death? At this pace, it would not be long before the Dongfang family was completely annihilated. This was not the blood demons the elder had anticipated. They crushed the elite warriors of the Dongfang family with ease. Before them, the Dongfang family members offered no resistance, all perishing beneath a single stroke. They were incapable of even drawing a second blade. Humiliation, rage, fear, a myriad of emotions swirled within the elder of Dongfang. His gaze shifted to Chen Mu, acutely aware that the solution lay solely in Chen Mu's hands. If he could slay the controller of the blood demons, the latter would collapse without further conflict. Beyond that, the elder could conceive of no alternative. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, brandishing his sword and charging at Chen Mu with a fierce expression, shouting, Die! Without needing Chen Mu's intervention, the supreme blood demon slowly raised its arm, unleashing myriad blood threads that shot towards the elder of Dongfang, penetrating his flesh. In an instant, the elder was reduced to a desiccated corpse, a true skin enveloping nothing but bone, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The third elder, dead. Monsters. They are all monsters. It is impossible to win. We absolutely cannot win. Quickly, return and inform the family. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon struck down, cleaving him in two. No one was spared. All members of the Dongfang family who dared to invade the Bai family were slaughtered to the last. Subsequently, they were transformed into blood demons by the supreme blood demon, rising from their own corpses, wielding swords, knives, or clenching their fists. Their power surged 100-fold, becoming emotionless killing machines under Chen Mu's command. How could this be? At this moment, the Dongfang family learned that over 1,000 cultivators, including several elders, who had gone to attack the Bai family, had perished, leaving Dongfang Xiong's face etched with disbelief. He had not heard of such a powerful trump card within the Bai family. Who could it be? Could the Bai family have allied with the sacred land? No. It is impossible. The Bai family could never bypass the Huiming sacred land to ally with the other two major sacred lands. The Huiming sacred land had promised me they would not interfere with matters in the Yuhe mountain range. they would never breach that promise. So who could it be? Dongfang Xiong was at a loss. Father, what should we do now? The questioner was Dongfang Yun, the eldest son of Dongfang Xiong. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back. Inform all Dongfang family cultivators to gather and board the flying vessel. Before the sun sets, we shall wipe out the Bai family. Head of the family. No, it's bad. Dongfang Xiong, filled with resolve, was suddenly frozen in place by an unexpected voice. His confidence evaporated in an instant. Unable to ascend, nor descend. What is happening? Why the panic? Is the sky truly falling? Dongfang Xiong retorted with irritation. Head of the family, the sky. The sky is truly falling. Nonsense. Rumble. Bang. 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 Above, a tremendous roar erupted, and an invisible, intangible pressure forced Dongfang Xiong and Dongfang Yun to kneel heavily upon the ground. The bricks, an inch thick, shattered into several large pieces. Looking up, they could see the houses and walls crumbling, dissipating into nothingness, reduced to the finest of particles. An endless golden light, more radiant than the crimson sun, was blinding. Bang. Boom. After a thunderous crash, vibrations could be felt even 10,000 miles away. The entire Dongfang family ceased to exist, leaving behind only a vast pit in the earth, empty and devoid of substance. Wu Qingyi parted her delicate lips, remaining in a daze. She was still immersed in the shock of Chen Mu's single gesture, unable to extricate herself. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated this formidable family from the upper realm of the Tongtian River, leaving not a trace behind. Wu Qingyi was certainly aware of the emperor's terrifying nature, yet none had ever seemed as overwhelmingly powerful as Chen Mu in her recollection. To call him the living Yama, Wu Qingyi would believe it. He could decide who lives and who dies at will. She was even more grateful that she had not opposed him back then. Otherwise, even 100 lives would be worthless, let alone 1,000 or 10,000. It would merely have meant exhausting his efforts. Little did she know, even if Wu Qingyi possessed 10,000 lives, Chen Mu could still reduce that to 0 in the blink of an eye. Do I have something dirty on my face? Noticing Wu Qingyi staring at him, Chen Mu turned his head and asked. No. Wu Qingyi hurriedly averted her gaze, lowering her head as her hands tightly gripped her waist skirt, causing the fabric to ripple and accentuate her curves. Chen Mu, master, someone is approaching. The blood demon detected it sharply, its voice resonant. Chen Mu diverted his gaze towards the direction the blood demon was looking. Could these individuals be from the Huiming sacred land, as the Dongfang family claimed? Their overall strength indeed surpassed that of the Dongfang and Bai families by a considerable margin. Someone. Wu Qingyi raised her gaze, observing the clear sky, void of any human figures. Chapter 163. A small dragon is arrogant? I have 9. But in the blink of an eye, a multitude of figures appeared in midair. 3 individuals clad in long black robes with golden trim stood at the forefront of a group of dozens. Their faces were stern, their gazes scrutinizing like those of judges assessing criminals. Their eyes were deep and hollow, as if capable of penetrating one's soul. One of them had a small silver dragon perched upon his shoulder, soundly asleep and oblivious to the unfolding events. It is you who destroyed the Dongfang family? A bald elder from the Huiming sacred land questioned. His tone bore no distinction from that of an interrogator. Seeing Chen Mu's indifference, the bald elder's expression shifted, bold. Who grants you the audacity to disregard the Huiming sacred land? This statement, accompanied by a powerful sonic wave, surged towards Chen Mu. The supreme blood demon unleashed hundreds of blood threads, rapidly weaving them into a massive shield before Chen Mu, deflecting the bald elder's sonic assault. It then dissipated, returning to the blood demon's body. The blood demon technique? To think there are still those who cultivate this inferior technique, long since obsolete for over 10,000 years. It is truly a disgrace for the Dongfang family to be eradicated by such individuals. The bald elder sighed. Quickly, seize this person alive and bring him back to the Huiming sacred land for judgment. He did not believe Chen Mu warranted his own involvement, commanding those behind him. Yes, Elder Jingha. Dozens of individuals transformed into shimmering lights, swiftly encircling Chen Mu. A group of blood demons, transformed from the Bai family, acted in unison. Observing this, Su Jingha shook his head with a smile, thinking how these mere blood demons dared to oppose the disciples of Huiming Xingdi. Truly a case of overestimating their own capabilities. After all, they were a bunch of brainless fools, which was to be expected. An elder with a long beard stroked his whiskers and chuckled in agreement. Just as Su Jingha was about to express his concurrence, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that within the brief moment he turned his head, all of the dozens of Huiming disciples had been brutally slaughtered. Some were severed at the waist, others pierced through the head by a single sword, and some had their heads and bodies separated. Each death was more tragic than the last. What was happening? When did my Huiming disciples become so feeble? Was this truly a blood demon, capable of effortlessly slaughtering my Huiming people? Even witnessing it firsthand, Su Jinghe found it hard to believe. Everything transpired far too quickly. He had no time to intervene. So this is the Huiming Xingdi, Chen Mu expressed in disappointment. Seeking death, I shall confront you. Su Jinghe could not tolerate anyone insulting the Huiming Xingdi before him. He unsheathed the long whip hanging at his waist and descended. Raising the whip high, he aimed at Chen Mu and struck fiercely. As the supreme blood demon reached out to grasp the whip, a smirk appeared on his lips. Suddenly, the whip split into countless segments, each interconnected by spiritual energy, glinting with sharpness, and arced towards Chen Mu. However, the whip was unexpectedly immobilized. No matter how hard Su Jinghe exerted himself, he could not move it even an inch. It was then he noticed that the supreme blood demon had managed to seize control of his spiritual energy, tainting it with blood. Something seemed to be burrowing into his body. Su Jinghe looked down in horror, discovering red blood threads emerging from the grip of the whip, tightly entangling his fingers, forcibly drilling into his flesh and veins. Beast, you dare attempt to control me. Su Jinghe tried to summon his spiritual energy to halt the blood spread and contamination of his veins. Yet, he realized that his spiritual energy was entirely stifled and could not be mobilized. With no other choice, he steeled his heart, grasped a 3-foot-long sword from his spatial ring with his left hand, and severed his right arm. Just when he thought this would stop the blood spread, he found that the severed arm, which should have fallen to the ground, was instead floating in midair, still connected to his body. Ah, save me, save me. The blood invaded his heart, penetrating his internal organs. Su Jinghe's eyes turned completely crimson. Jinghe, junior brother. The long-bearded elder intended to intervene, but another person stopped him. Shaking his head, the blood has penetrated to the marrow. There is no saving him. What kind of sorcery is this? Even junior brother Jinghe cannot withstand it. The long-bearded elder's understanding of blood demon techniques was forcibly overturned. His previous playful and dismissive attitude vanished entirely. He watched helplessly as Su Jinghe was completely transformed from a living being into a member of the blood demon clan. The long whip, now perfectly fused with his severed arm, extended 100 meters with a mighty swing, striking at the two elders. Seeing the imminent danger, they attempted to evade this relentless attack using their agility. However, in the next moment, they were astonished to witness the blood whip explode open like a peacock spreading its feathers. The vast area made it impossible to conceive how to dodge. Enough, stop sleeping. Elder Yuha grabbed the silver-white little dragon on his shoulder and hurled it forcefully. The little dragon, groggy, opened its eyes to behold the blood-dyed sky. It quickly transformed into a giant dragon, emerging from the white mist. Each scale of the dragon shimmered with a brilliant white light, its 5 claws sharp, and its head imposing. The dragon's eyes and gaping maw glowed with an eerie blue light. It then unleashed a powerful breath of dragon energy, creating a tidal wave of blue that crashed down. The force continually collided with the blood whip. Boom, boom, boom. The might radiated outward, creating ripples like stones dropped in water. Elder Yuha and the long-bearded elder were forced back several meters. The fact that it had just transformed into a blood demon and could unleash such formidable power, even the spiritual dragon could not contend with it. Confirmed that this was not the blood demon technique we once understood. The long-bearded elder was utterly convinced. Under ordinary circumstances, this spiritual dragon could easily annihilate a typical blood demon with a mere breath. It was indeed a dragon. If it did not transform, Chen Mu might truly mistake it for a mere lizard. Roar. The spiritual dragon intensified its breath, finally dispersing the force of the whip. You do possess some skill, but it is still insufficient to contend with us from Huiming Xingdi. Should you willingly surrender, we may request the Lord of the Sacred to spare your life and allow you to join our ranks. Elder Yuha extended an olive branch to Chen Mu. Join. Very well. Both Elder Yuha and the long-bearded elder barely had time to feel pleased before Chen Mu added, "Make me the Lord of the Sacred, and I will join." The Lord of the Sacred? Such audacity. Spiritual dragon, attack. Elder Yuha was infuriated, feeling that Chen Mu had shown too little respect for Huiming Xingdi. A mere mortal. Where does your courage stem from? Roar. The spiritual dragon stood tall, its claws raised, adopting an offensive stance as it unleashed a dragon roar aimed at Chen Mu, attempting to intimidate him. A little snake, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Chen Mu opened the portal to the star realm, summoning the 9 dragons' supreme palanquin from within, bursting forth. Roar, roar. The 9 dragons roared in unison, exuding an aura of dominance. Chapter 164, Establishing the Blood Demon's Sacred Land. Taking the initiative. The term little snake, previously used by Chen Mu to describe the spiritual dragon, now, in comparison to the 9 magnificent black dragons, made the spiritual dragon truly appear as a mere small snake. If not for careful observation, one might entirely overlook it. simply because the 9 dragons were so striking and impossible to ignore. How could such a thing exist? The long-bearded elder, using all his strength, inadvertently tore his meticulously maintained beard, nurtured for over 1,000 years. Overwhelmed by fear, he could not care for the pain. Elder Yuha gazed upward at the enormous dragon head, which was beyond comprehension, feeling as though he had turned to stone. He was at a loss for words, unsure of how to react. His mind was a blank slate. It was known that his opportunity to join the sacred land and become an elder was due to his ability to tame a spiritual dragon. Even in the realm of the celestial spiritual veins, dragons were exceedingly rare cultivation resources. As a dragon tamer, he initially received invitations from 2 great sacred lands. Ultimately, after much deliberation, he chose to join Huiming Shengdi and enjoy the benefits of being an elder. He had always taken immense pride in being a dragon tamer. Yet, in this moment, that pride was utterly shattered by Chen Mu's hand. Not a trace remained. No, this is impossible. I have never heard of anyone who can control 9 dragons simultaneously, especially not 9 so powerful, comparable to the dragon ancestor. As he beheld the dragon form, which blotted out the sky, a profound sense of shock overwhelmed Elder Yuha, causing him to wave his arm in a gesture reminiscent of someone on the brink of collapse. Unable to accept reality, he shouted, "Illusion! This must be an illusion." Illusion? Chen Mu raised his hand, lightly flicking his index finger. One of the black dragons extended its claw, seizing both Elder Yuha and the long-bearded elder. Though the black dragon appeared massive and cumbersome, its speed was astonishingly swift. Even with their cultivation levels, they had no chance to react, becoming ensnared in a dark, inescapable prison. Ugh! Their eyes bulged, faces flushed, their bodies crushed, bones shattered. The 5 claws tightened, exerting force as if crushing 2 flies, with only a few drops of blood visible upon closer inspection. Meanwhile, the spiritual dragon shrank down to the size of a small snake, coming to Chen Mu's feet and affectionately rubbing against his leg. "You are quite perceptive." Chen Mu could not help but chuckle. If this scene were to be witnessed by Elder YH, he would likely succumb to madness in an instant. Chen Mu lightly lifted his toes, sending the spirit dragon flying towards Huiming. "This little creature is now yours. Whether you choose to nurture it for amusement or prepare it as a broth is entirely up to you. Prepare it as broth." Upon hearing those words, the spirit dragon immediately knelt before Huiming, pleading for mercy. Witnessing the once mighty dragon clan display such humility before her, Huiming's expression became intricate. After expressing her gratitude to Chen Mu, she reassured the spirit dragon, "Do not worry, I will not use you for broth." Upon hearing this, the spirit dragon eagerly flew to Huiming's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek with its small head. "Master, I presume the Huiming sacred land will not let this matter rest. Allow me to lead my men and eradicate them completely," the supreme blood demon proposed. "Very well," Chen Mu nodded in assent. "Wait." Just as the supreme blood demon was about to take action, Chen Mu called out to him, "Is there something else you wish to command, master?" The blood demon bowed respectfully, inquiring, "I intend to establish a blood demon sacred land in this Tongtian spiritual vein. Go and announce its name, proclaiming that those who surrender to the blood demon sacred land shall not be harmed. However, those who resist and stand against us shall be met with no mercy." Chen Mu articulated his inner thoughts. Understood. The blood demon immediately dissolved into a mist of blood, heading towards YH, GMing, and JingH's direction, towards the Huiming sacred land. Blood demon sacred land? Master, do you intend to unify the entire Tongtian spiritual vein? Huiming asked curiously. Precisely, Chen Mu affirmed. With this, no one will dare oppose me in the Tongtian spiritual vein, allowing me to live the remainder of my life in peace. I see. Huiming's smile appeared somewhat strained. Her skepticism was not towards Chen Mu's abilities, but rather at the simplicity of his motives for unifying the Tongtian spiritual vein. Enjoying life? Yet, upon reflection, is it not the pursuit of strength through cultivation that ultimately leads to the enjoyment of life? It seems there is no contradiction. Truly, the master possesses profound insight. In the Huiming sacred land, YH, GMing, and JingH had all perished in the YH mountain range. What transpired in the YH mountain range? With dozens of individuals present, not a single soul survived. I warned you all against harboring the DNGFing family. Calamity was inevitable, yet you refused to listen. Enough with the hindsight. We must focus on how to handle this situation. Indeed, their deaths may seem trivial. Yet this concerns the reputation of the Huiming sacred land. It will bring us ridicule from all. If the Holy Master pursues this matter, our entire outer hall will face dire consequences. What else can we do? Gather our forces and annihilate the YH mountain range. Leave no remnants of the DNGFing family or the BEI family. A belligerent elder from the outer hall declared. Were it any other time, Others might have scoffed at his incessant talk of violence. However, at this moment, it seemed there was no alternative. Not only would it absolve us of the consequences of the deaths of Beha and others, but it would also intimidate our adversaries. A twofold benefit. With this thought, the outer hall master, DZHNO, was about to issue a command when, report, no, this is bad. A strange individual has arrived, claiming to be from the blood demon's sacred land, demanding our submission, threatening death to those who refuse. A disciple rushed into the main hall, neglecting to seek permission from the master, urgently relaying the truth. Bloodstains were still visible on him. Blood demon's sacred land? When did we acquire such a faction in our realm? Most likely a fabrication. Let us go and investigate. DZHNO declared, rising. Yes, the others responded. The matter of the YH mountain range would have to be temporarily set aside. First, they would address the immediate situation. They were eager to discover who dared to impersonate a sacred land and cause trouble in the Huiming sacred land. Truly, they must be tired of living. You all refrain from intervening. My chest is ablaze with anger that longs for release. The combative elder interjected once more. As he enjoyed a close camaraderie with Xianxiaaudiobooks, often sharing drinks and admiring flowers together, it was entirely reasonable for him to feel enraged at Xianxiaaudiobooks' demise. His expertise lay in battle, and he was adept at quelling his fury through violence. The others nodded in agreement, appreciating the chance to conserve their strength. However, upon arrival at the location, they were struck speechless by the sight before them. Their spirits weighed down. Chapter 165. Leave no one alive. A forceful overwhelm. The bodies of Huiming's sacred land disciples lay strewn across the ground, covering every visible inch. Only a handful of disciples remained, retreating 100 meters away, unable to advance or retreat. They were clearly awaiting reinforcements. The blood of their fallen brothers and sisters slowly pooled at their feet, thick and viscous. Raising their feet slightly revealed numerous trails of blood. The sensation was exceedingly complex. Look, it's the master and the elders. Wonderful. With the master here, I refuse to believe this fiend can cause any further chaos. Master, elders, please take action and slay this great demon. The call echoed, met by a chorus of agreement. Outer Hall Master DZHNO gazed at the supreme blood demon in astonishment. Is this truly a blood demon? It appears considerably more powerful than what I have read in the texts. Of course, if it were an ordinary blood demon, how could it dare to offend the Huiming sacred land? A single disciple could easily slay it. Elder ZHONN, did you not earlier declare your intention to take action without allowing others to interfere? Are you not going? If I must go, then I shall. Who is afraid of whom? Provoked by the words of others, the combative elder immediately surged forward. The one who had incited him quickly averted his gaze. Feeling guilty under DZHNO's scrutiny, DZHNO chose not to speak further, understanding they must ascertain the depth and strength of the supreme blood demon. The disciples were far too weak to serve as a reliable reference. Demon, prepare to meet your end. ZHONN grasped his spiritual energy sword, aiming for the heart of the supreme blood demon. In his understanding, blood demons typically possessed a blood core within their heart. Destroying it would obliterate the blood demon and severely injure its puppeteer. With a swift thrust, the spiritual energy sword easily penetrated the chest of the supreme blood demon. Such ease? Neither DZHNO nor anyone else anticipated the process to be so straightforward. It seemed the blood demon was not too powerful. Rather, the disciples were far too weak. Yet, why did this strike feel so insubstantial? As ZHONN pondered, a warning from DZHNO echoed from behind. Be careful. By the time ZHONN regained his senses and glanced down, he discovered the blood from the supreme blood demon was flowing towards the blade as if it possessed a life of its own. The target was him. ZHONN attempted to withdraw his sword, but found it immovable. As the blood drew nearer, he hastily released the sword and jumped back 10 meters to evade. But it was futile. The bloodlines shot forth like rain, enveloping him in a crimson cocoon. This is bad. Quickly, rescue Elder ZHONN. Several elders sprang into action. With a resounding crash, the cocoon exploded, scattering bloodlines that pierced into them, leaving no time for defense. Before they could react, the lines had fully invaded their bodies. What in the world is this? Witnessing ZHONN, now fully transformed into a blood demon, alongside several other elders, DZHNO broke into a cold sweat, his brow glistening. Subsequently, the supreme blood demon raised a hand, fingers half closed, conjuring a blood-colored orb from which countless bloodlines emanated. Connecting to the corpses below, one by one, blood demons arose. This is not a blood demon, DZHNO exclaimed in panic, seeing him draw his long sword. The remaining elders dared not delay or underestimate the situation, hastily retrieving their weapons and preparing for battle. They awaited DZHNO's command to charge forward. As for the dozens of disciples, they were already so terrified by the scene before them that their legs turned to jelly and their fighting spirit dissipated. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The elders of the outer hall were no match for this formidable foe. Rushing in would only lead to further casualties. The supreme blood demon, having sufficiently instilled fear, spoke, offering life to those who would submit to the blood demon's sacred land. The audacity of this creature to speak was astonishing. A mere demon dared to wreak havoc in the Bei Ming's sacred land, seeking death. United, they would vanquish the demon. Upon hearing this, the supreme blood demon lost patience with their futile defiance and aimed to swiftly eliminate the Bei Ming's sacred land, returning to report to Chen Mu. Hundreds of disciples transformed into blood demons, including Elder Zhao Nan, unfurled their crimson wings, wielding blood-red greatswords, encircling Du Jian'ao and his companions in layers. Before Du Jian'ao could issue a command, the opponents charged at them. According to Du Jian'ao's expectations, if the elders could not contend with the supreme blood demon, how could they possibly deal with these newly minted blood demons? However, reality proved to be a stark contrast to his thoughts. These blood demons, even when severed, could quickly regenerate and reconnect their forms. Their sword strikes were immensely powerful, effortlessly shattering the high-grade earthly and heavenly weapons in their hands. Furthermore, their speed was so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The elders attempted to mobilize their spiritual energy to counterattack. Suddenly, a sword pierced through a chest. Another strike followed, leaving a gash that bled profusely, staining their robes crimson as they fell from the air, one after another. Their faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. It seemed that even in the final moments before death, they could not accept the reality that they, distinguished elders of the sacred land, could not muster even a semblance of resistance against these demons. They were as powerless as the most fragile of beings. In the blink of an eye, only Du Jian'ao remained, desperately utilizing spells, elixirs, and various treasures to fend off the relentless onslaught of strikes. After several blows, his defensive barrier began to fracture. Could even a top-tier heavenly defense treasure not withstand such an assault? Du Jian'ao was incredulous. Fight. He was outmatched. Flee. There was no escape. With a fervent desire to survive, he declared his willingness to submit to the blood demon sacred land. Yet, the supreme blood demon offered no response. This only deepened his despair. Why? Hadn't it just been stated that those who surrendered would not be slain? It was too late. With the supreme blood demon's words barely spoken, the barrier shattered completely, and a sword cleaved Du Jian'ao in two. The remaining disciples, unable to utter a word, were swiftly assimilated into blood demons. Witnessing this merciless slaughter, who would dare step forward? The others in the outer hall chose to cower, even disregarding the sounds of battle as if they were mere whispers of the wind. They understood better than anyone that to confront the supreme blood demon required the strength of the inner hall. The outer hall was insufficient. Elite disciples, holy sons, inner hall elders, hall masters, and even the holy lord were needed. They, mere bystanders, would refrain from interfering. This supreme blood demon was indeed tyrannical. Observing all this from the Kuwaitian mirror, Wu Qingyi felt the weight of immense pressure, even from afar. There was only one opportunity, and if they did not seize it, they had no one to blame but themselves. Chen Mu believed he had shown considerable mercy. Had the roles been reversed, the situation would be far graver. Chapter 166. The one who holds supreme terror makes a stunning entrance. Beast. The Bei Ming sacred land is not a place for you to wreak havoc. At this moment, a figure leading thousands of cultivators arrived, and Chen Mu quickly discerned his identity through the system. Xiao Kong, the master of the inner hall of the Bei Ming sacred land. Surrounding him were elite disciples, the 10 holy sons, and a multitude of inner hall elders. The elders of the inner hall had all reached the peak of the tribulation stage and were poised to break through to the quasi-imperial realm. Xiao Kong had long since entered the quasi-imperial realm. Given their formidable presence, a mere reprimand would surely be insufficient to compel their submission. If Wu Qingyi could see this, there was no way Chen Mu could remain oblivious. Invincible instant kill status activated. With a thought, his voice echoed in the supreme blood demon's mind, commanding it to eliminate Xiao Kong directly. Yes, master. The supreme blood demon unfurled its massive demonic wings, gripping the sword tightly as a blood-red greatsword materialized in its grasp. Block him. Xiao Kong commanded the inner hall elders, believing such a lowly creature was beneath his notice. The elders promptly moved to obstruct the supreme blood demon. With a sweep of its sword, the supreme blood demon unleashed a visible wave of blood-red sword energy. The elders were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter. By the time they regained their senses, they were reduced to mere wisps of crimson mist. The inner hall elders had been slain in an instant. How could this be possible? Did I see that correctly? The once confident holy sons of the sacred land now felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. They could not fathom how a mere puppet could possess such formidable strength. What kind of monstrous being controlled it? Should he be forced to act, would they stand a chance of survival? Filled with trepidation, they remained frozen. What are you waiting for? Move. Yang Kong urged the others when suddenly, a massive hand reached out and seized his head. No. Bang. The supreme blood demon's fingers tightened, crushing his skull. Blood splattered across the faces of the holy sons. I am willing to submit to the blood demon sacred land. I am willing to submit to the blood demon sacred land. I too will submit to the blood demon sacred land. I am devoted to the blood demon sovereign. Faced with life and death, who dared to defy? Master, what is that strand of bloodline entering their bodies? Wu Qingyi inquired. A safeguard. Should they harbor any treachery against me or the blood demon sacred land, this bloodline will immediately transform them into blood demon puppets, Chen Mu explained. Then why not simply turn them into puppets? Wu Qingyi's question was rhetorical. She understood the answer. This was a display for others to witness. To make it clear that only through submission could there be a path to survival. A blend of benevolence and terror. In the Holy Lord's palace, Xiao Kong, possessing the quasi-imperial realm, was crushed to death, leaving Xiao Yeping, who was of comparable strength, deeply unsettled and resolute. This torrent of violence seemed unstoppable. He decided to personally visit the rear mountains to consult the sacred land's elders on how to proceed. Should they submit or fight to the last breath? In the rear mountains, within the forbidden grounds, Xiao Yeping stood at the center. Esteemed seniors, the blood demon rampages through our Bei Ming sacred land, slaughtering countless disciples and elders while demanding our active submission. I find myself at an impasse and seek your guidance. He surveyed the surroundings. Where numerous caves had been carved into the cliffs, each large enough to accommodate a sitting individual. The powerful figures of the Bei Ming sacred land sat within, meditating in silence. After a breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, just as Xiao Yeping was about to lose his composure, someone among the 100 slowly spoke. It seems our Bei Ming sacred land is truly on the brink of decline. We cannot even handle a mere blood demon, and you, as the sacred land's leader, are failing miserably. You do not understand. This blood demon is unlike any other, possessing immense power and the ability to assimilate others, even those at the quasi-imperial level. Silence. Spare us your excuses. The speaker's tone was imperious. Xiao Yeping found himself at a loss for words, trapped in a predicament. No matter how formidable the blood demon was, it was still beneath their station. As the sacred land's leader, he should not disturb their cultivation for such trivial matters. It seemed time to consider a change in leadership. Well said. No matter how powerful the blood demon may be, how far can it truly ascend? The era of chaos has long since concluded. With so many reasons to ponder, it would be wiser to contemplate strategies. We are preoccupied with our cultivation and have no time for your trifles. If you can accomplish the task, do so. If not, swiftly find someone else. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yiping felt an impotent rage. He thought to himself that these old fellows remained unchanged, detached, and indifferent. Seeking their assistance was an endeavor more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Depart quickly. Do not disturb our cultivation. They offered no opportunity for Xiao Yiping to voice his thoughts. Witnessing their demeanor, Xiao Yiping found himself unable to resist considering submission to the blood demon's sacred land. It would be unwise to perish for this group of old geezers. Perhaps leading the blood demon to them would teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, cliffs crumbled, and countless stones cascaded down. What is happening? How would I know? Look above, something is amiss. How has the mountaintop been uprooted? What a massive hand. The supreme blood demon, in its colossal form, crushed half the mountain with a single palm, revealing the scene within. Those who had been hidden within for hundreds or even thousands of years, deprived of sunlight, once again felt the brilliance of the sun. Could it be? The blood demon? You mean to tell me this is the blood demon? Such a being should only exist in the era of chaos. How could it appear in the Bei Ming sacred land? The blood demon's sacred land? Is it possible that the era of chaos is returning? Observing their panicked expressions, Xiao Yiping felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The supreme blood demon extended its enormous hand into the mountain. With its palm facing upward, a portal opened above it. A young man's figure emerged from within. Are you willing to submit to the blood demon's sacred land? Chen Mu wasted no time and asked directly. It was he who discovered this group's south hiding place and had the supreme blood demon open the passage for him. He had no desire to slowly unravel the forbidden formation. All eyes were fixed upon him, glancing at the obedient supreme blood demon. It was hard to believe that this young man could command the ancient blood demon of the chaotic era. Such a being possessed earth-shattering power. Who exactly is this young man? I am Xiao Yiping, the lord of the Bei Ming sacred land. and I am willing to submit to the blood demon's sacred land. Xiao Yiping was the first to express his allegiance. Faced with this colossal entity, he understood that there was no need to struggle. It would be a waste of time. Xiao Yiping. You. Bang. Boom. Before anyone could admonish Xiao Yiping, with a mere glance, Chen Mu reduced him to mere pulp. An explosion filled the stone pit. A viscous substance began to flow slowly down the mountainside. In Chapter 167, millions of blood demons descended upon the two sacred lands. That elder had been a superpower who had reached the quasi-emperor realm for over 700 years. Even among 100 individuals, he could easily rank within the top 10 in strength. Yet, at this moment, he was killed in an instant by Chen Mu's mere thought and gaze. Throughout the entire process, Chen Mu remained with his hands behind his back. His most significant movement was merely turning his head. This young lad, still in his youth, possessed the strength to easily slay a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse. In the future, would he not be able to ascend to the empress path? Unbeknownst to them, he already had. These individuals were simply not worthy of him exerting his imperial might. With a mere thought of imperial might, he could reduce the entire Bei Ming's sacred land to dust. All living beings would be annihilated under such a thought. This was why Chen Mu previously looked down upon Yin and Tian, who was also an emperor. That emperor was not even a diluted version of a fraction of Chen Mu's strength. Elders, please express your positions swiftly. Do not keep the Lord waiting. Although Xiao Yiping held disdain for these old fellows, they were still part of the Bei Ming sacred land. When faced with life and death, there was no reason to watch them hasten their demise. Show your loyalty. Do you truly believe that the Bei Ming sacred land is filled with cowards like you? Fellow brothers and disciples, let us unite and break this illusion. The illusion here naturally referred to the supreme blood demon. Most could not believe that the blood demon ancestor, who had perished at the dawn of the chaotic era, could truly exist. Convincing them that what lay before them was an illusion was far easier than accepting that the blood demon ancestor still lived. To put it bluntly, they only believed what they wished to believe. Yes, let us join forces and confront this enemy. I, Dao Hong, refuse to be a coward. Fight! Fight! Upon hearing this synchronized battle cry, Chen Mu shook his head and sighed. Since they wished to play the hero, Chen Mu respected their desire. His expression turned cold, and his voice deepened. Now act. The supreme blood demon obeyed, and its fingers instantly unleashed thousands of strands. Those bloodlines, like a torrential downpour, shot forth in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The density was such that even a fly would struggle to navigate through it. What chance did a person have? Spirit treasures? Celestial weapons? Or top-tier techniques? At this moment, none held any efficacy. Even if one were to destroy one, thousands more remained. The entire field of vision was engulfed in crimson. The stench of blood overwhelming. No, no, it is invading, attempting to control me. I will submit, I am willing. The blood demon chrysalis formed instantaneously. A sharp claw sliced through, fingers extending outwards, splitting apart, as blood demons, each transformed from quasi-emperor realm cultivators, emerged from that chrysalis, taking flight. Xiao Yiping was so shaken by this scene that it struck deep within his soul, a memory he would never forget. He had never anticipated that the foundation of the Bei Ming sacred land would be so easily shattered before Chen Mu. When did such a monster arise in the upper realms? Beyond imagination and strength, Xiao Yiping could not fathom who in this world could rival him. Luckily, he understood that those who recognize the times are the true talents. However, assimilating into a blood demon seemed to present an opportunity. He could distinctly sense that the strength of those foundational powerhouses had increased by at least one tier after becoming blood demons. An illusion? Gazing up at the towering supreme blood demon, he murmured softly, "This must be an existence even more astonishing than the blood demon ancestor." It seemed that those old fellows, having lived too long, had lost the reverence due to true power. Not to mention, one as supreme as Chen Mu. No matter how he searched through his memories or historical texts, Xiao Yiping could not find a being more monstrous than him. The harmonious atmosphere that had prevailed for millennia among the three sacred lands of the celestial spirit veins was now on the brink of being completely shattered. Thus, the Bei Ming sacred land was utterly obliterated, and the name of the blood demon sacred land became widely known, not only among the various families within the celestial spirit veins, but also including the other two sacred lands that stood alongside Bei Ming, the Chinyun sacred land and the Tianheng sacred land. At this moment, within the Tianheng sacred land, what? The Bei Ming sacred land was destroyed? How did this happen? The Lord wore an expression of disbelief. The Bei Ming sacred land, which had been a rival for so many years, had been silently obliterated. Surely, this is not a jest? Who possesses such power? Chinyun? Impossible. In terms of strength, resources, the three sacred lands are almost equal. The Lord of Tianheng could not recall forming an alliance with Chinyun to jointly attack Bei Ming. Yet, apart from that, He could think of no other answers. It remains unclear. It is said that the blood demon ancestor of the chaotic era seems to have revived, and the Huiming sacred land has been transformed into the blood demon's sacred land. The blood demon ancestor from the chaotic era. The Lord of Tianheng's expression turned grave. Investigate. Continue to investigate. As soon as there is news, inform me immediately. Yes. Not only was the Lord of Tianheng filled with anxiety, but the Chinyun sacred land was also experiencing a similar situation. All efforts were devoted to inquiring about the matter of Shui Mo Xingdi. Numerous scouts were dispatched. However, just as these scouts were sent out, someone rushed into the great hall, exclaiming that trouble had arisen. What commotion is this? Tianheng Shengzhu sat in his chair, supporting his forehead with his hand, his thumb and index finger kneading the corners of his eyes. Shengzhu. Outside, a vast horde of Shui Mo has arrived, claiming to be from Shui Mo Xingdi, demanding our allegiance to Tianheng Xingdi, or else we shall perish. The disciple knelt on the ground, pointing towards the sky outside, speaking in a frantic manner. Shui Mo? Tianheng Shengzhu rose, determined to observe what this Shui Mo Xingdi was truly capable of. In an instant, he arrived outside the great hall. Looking up, he noted that the sky had darkened considerably, suffused with a blood-red hue, as if the heavens were bleeding. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, he was horrified to realize that it was not a celestial phenomenon, but rather a million Shui Mo. How could there possibly be such a multitude of Shui Mo? Even the well-traveled Tianheng Shengzhu found himself bewildered. Moreover, he discerned that these Shui Mo were no ordinary entities. Their strength was profound, eluding even his perception. The Shui Mo he had encountered in ancient texts bore no wings, nor possessed such towering physiques. Was it these creatures that obliterated Huiming Xingdi? They were not only powerful, but also overwhelmingly numerous, far beyond belief. Tianheng Shengzhu felt not the slightest inclination to resist. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not conceive of even a single possibility for victory amidst the myriad of outcomes. It was a path of total defeat, utterly devoid of hope. In Chinyun Xingdi, a scene identical to this unfolded. Millions of Shui Mo obscured the heavens and smothered the air, making it difficult to breathe. Faced with the resounding cry from the million Shui Mo demanding submission or death, any words of rebuttal were stifled before they could be uttered. It was as if a grim executioner loomed behind, a palpable murderous intent hanging overhead, impossible to dispel. The mere thought of dissent evoked an overwhelming sense of impending execution. How could one muster the courage to voice such defiance? There were those willing to sacrifice themselves for the sanctity of their land. Yet few would choose to seek glory in certain death. In the sacred grounds of cultivation, the once composed expressions of the powerful had been replaced by worry. What was the true origin of Shui Mo Xingdi? Where did such a multitude of Shui Mo come from? It was inconceivable that such a vast force could form right under their noses, only now coming to light. Could it be from the outer realms? But how could such a formidable existence arise from beyond? They were situated in the upstream of the Tongtian Lingmai. If they themselves could not achieve such feats, how could others? Thus, should they submit or resist? No one dared to take the lead on this matter, nor did anyone firmly reject it. They seemed to be waiting for someone to speak first, caught in a stalemate of glances. Master, it appears they are struggling to come to a decision, Wu Qingyi remarked, surprised that amidst the million Shui Mo, some still held on to hope. It is simple. Chen Mu conveyed a thought to the supreme Shui Mo. The moment the supreme Shui Mo received the command, the scene within the Kuwaitian mirror abruptly shifted. Hundreds of supreme Shui Mo grew colossal, shaking the earth. Now, they sealed every direction, above and below. Oh my, what on earth is this? So enormous. Many fell weak-kneed and collapsed to the ground at the sight of the blood Mo giants towering higher than mountains. How could the disciples of the sacred land be any different? They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Not only the disciples, but even the elders and the Shengzhu, as well as the seasoned warriors, had never encountered this before. Hundreds of Shui Mo ancestors. People were utterly dumbfounded, faced with the gigantic hand raised above them. Chinyun Shengzhu and Tianheng Shengzhu hastily adjusted their stances, kneeling and bowing their heads, proclaiming, Tianheng Xingdi is willing to submit to Shui Mo Xingdi. Chinyun Xingdi is willing to submit to Shui Mo Xingdi. Their voices, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the mountain gate, aimed at reminding everyone not to harbor thoughts of rebellion, lest they implicate others. One Shui Mo ancestor could easily subdue a sacred land. Hundreds, if not millions, could do so effortlessly. Victory? Hope? What are those? No one dared voice dissent. Even the most formidable among them remained silent in the presence of such chaos. They knew that the heavens above had irrevocably shifted from this moment onward. From now on, there would be no Huiming Xingdi, no Tianheng Xingdi, no Chinyun Xingdi, only Shui Mo Xingdi. What? All 3 sacred lands have surrendered? Quick, prepare the car. I must pay homage to Shui Mo Shengdi to ensure my family's safety. Everyone, follow me to submit to Shui Mo Shengdi. Upon hearing this news, all major families hastily set out without a moment's hesitation. Previously, they might have considered which sacred land to submit to, but now, with Shui Mo Shengdi's dominance, there was no reason to hesitate, only surrender. Submission was preferable to losing one's life. If the sacred lands could not resist, how could a mere family hope to do so? Self-awareness is paramount. Chen Mu sat upon the stone throne, resting his head on his hand, his brows furrowed. Beside him stood the supreme Shui Mo and Wu Qingyi. Kneeling before them were the Shengzhu, elders, and various powerful figures from the 3 sacred lands of Beiming, Chinyun, and Tianheng. They were all prostrate, their foreheads pressed tightly to the ground, unable to fathom that the individual standing behind the million Shui Mo was so remarkably youthful. A true hero emerges in youth. Reflecting upon his own youth, he could only consider himself a prodigy. While this figure commanded a million Shui Mo and unified the upper realms along with the 3 sacred lands, a living marvel. Subsequently, Chen Mu appointed the 3 Shengzhu as vice Shengzhu of Shui Mo Shengdi, governing alongside him. The powerful figures became inner hall elders, while the remaining elders were demoted to the outer court to instruct the disciples. The son of the sacred land and prodigies would compete based on their abilities. Is there any dissent? Chen Mu inquired. We shall abide by the Shengzhu's orders. The crowd responded in unison. The 3 sacred lands never imagined that their usual discord and mutual disdain would culminate in such unanimous agreement. It was simply a fear of death. An even greater fear of complete annihilation. Master, you truly are remarkable. In such a short time, you have integrated the entirety of the Tongtian Lingmai, both upstream and downstream. Truly the first of your kind throughout history. Wu Qingyi exclaimed while massaging Chen Mu's shoulders. I appreciate that sentiment. Chen Mu replied with a faint smile, relishing the thrill of manipulating the world at will. Despite myriad laws governing existence, I alone hold sway. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Mu suddenly noticed a mist-covered area on the map within the upper realm of the Tongtian Lingmai. It could be referred to as a barrier. Someone had deliberately established this barrier to conceal the existence of that realm, preventing outsiders from intruding. Chen Mu raised his hand, sweeping away the fog, revealing its presence on the system map, named Taigu Shinzu. Taigu Shinzu? ISNT that the family of Xiaoying? Upon further investigation, Chen Mu learned that Taigu Shinzu was the only lineage to have survived from the chaotic era. Presently, their bloodline was potent, but in the chaotic era, they were inconsequential. Mere survivors. Thus, aside from Taigu Shinzu, the entire upper realm willingly submitted to Shui Mo Shengdi. To overlook this one would be utterly unreasonable. Most importantly, the Sword Emperor, Luo Jianxin, hailed from Taigu Shinzu. Chen Mu found it hard to believe that Shui Mo Shengdi, with its dominion over the entire upper realm, would overlook his existence as a pinnacle being. The Sword Emperor, you say? Upon witnessing the character of the sword, Chen Mu could not contain his laughter. You wish to proclaim yourself emperor with a sword? My apologies, for I am the progenitor of all swords. Just as Chen Mu dismissed the system panel and intended to utilize the Coatian mirror to discern the whereabouts of Luo Jianxin, a vigorous reaction emanated from within his supreme sword bone. A formidable and overwhelming sword intent was rapidly approaching the blood demon's sacred land. Chen Mu was certain that the individual was indeed Luo Jianxin, as revealed by the supreme sword bone. Before long, Luo Jianxin appeared above the blood demon's sacred land. Standing atop a flying sword, clad in a white robe with white hair, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Someone quickly noted his presence, raising a hand to inquire, Look, who is that person? He seems somewhat familiar. Wait a moment. How can he resemble the Sword Emperor, Luo Jianxin, so closely? In Chapter 169, 9 Dragons as a Cup, 1 Sword to Vanquish the Emperor, the resemblance was undeniable. One person produced an image of Luo Jianxin, exclaiming, How can you call this resemblance? They are clearly identical. The Sword Emperor, Luo Jianxin. How could he be here? It is absurd. He is a pinnacle being from the higher realms. How could the blood demon's sacred land dominate unchallenged? Indeed, the previous balance among the 3 great sacred lands was largely due to the Sword Emperor's mediation. Who among us in the blood demon's sacred land could possibly rival the Sword Emperor? It is difficult to say. Luo Jianxin surveyed the surroundings, failing to spot the person he sought. He raised his right arm, fingers partially clenched like a tiger's claw, palm facing the heavens, and a massive azurized sword, spanning hundreds of feet, swiftly materialized. He then brought it down with tremendous force, intending to compel Chen Mu to reveal himself, a straightforward, direct approach. Has the Sword Emperor lost his mind? Does he intend to kill us as well? I have done him no wrong. Why must he resort to such lethal measures? Can an emperor arbitrarily take another's life? What a disgrace. What shamelessness. The reputation of the sword emperor crumbled in that instant. As the colossal sword descended with a thunderous roar, the crowd instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. Could they channel their energy to resist? They were not naive enough to believe they could contend with an emperor through mere strength. They thought, what is happening? We just faced countless blood demons, and now an emperor arrives. They looked up to see the great sword halt in its descent, a small chink forming, followed by cracks spreading until it shattered into dust, revealing twinkling starlight. Suddenly, 9 dragons surged forth from the celestial gate, coiling upwards, with a celestial abode atop. What is this? It resembles a wine cup, yet it is truly majestic. 9 dragons as a cup? One remarked, do you not think those dragons are excessively large? How can such colossal dragons exist? The longest I have seen was merely 100 meters. The pressure they exert is immense. Is that above the abode of the Holy Master? By heavens! With 9 dragons as a mountain, towering above the celestial abode, our Holy Master surely ranks first in grandeur. First in the world? First in eternity? Upon witnessing the 9 formidable black dragons, even the usually stoic Luo Jinshin could not help but be slightly moved, his pupils constricting. Such divine beasts should not exist in this realm. The overwhelming divine might instill the sense of fear even in the emperor, causing his arms to tremble slightly. He tightly clenched his other hand, silently reciting a calming incantation to avoid being affected. Who, pray tell, has given you the audacity to wreak havoc in the blood demon's sacred land? Luo Jinshin once again conjured a spirit sword, fingers firmly grasping it. With a mere flick of Chen Mu's finger, the sword in his hand dissipated into nothingness. Luo Jinshin frowned deeply. It had been centuries since anyone could elicit such a significant change in his expression. My heavens, did you see that? The sword emperor's sword was disintegrated with just a finger movement from the Holy Master. How formidable! Long live the Holy Master! The Holy Master is invincible. I shall forever follow the Holy Master. Luo Jinshin, unwilling to accept this, waved his hand, summoning several dozen spirit swords to form a circular sword formation, ready to launch an attack. Yet they once more vanished. Luo Jinshin was genuinely enraged this time. A square wooden sword box appeared before him. With a resounding thud, he struck the box, causing it to open from both sides, revealing 6 renowned swords he had collected. Great swords, long swords, and slender swords. All were of exceptional quality, imbued with a powerful sword intent. These swords had developed sentience through the Sword Emperor's wielding, truly worthy of the title Sword Emperor. Now, surely the Holy Master could not make them dissipate, could he? Luo Jinshin thought as much. Rise. But there was no response. Suddenly, with a mere beckon from Chen Mu, the 6 divine swords swiftly detached from the box, flying toward him. Initially, some mistakenly believed it was Luo Jinshin attacking Chen Mu. However, upon witnessing the 6 divine swords hovering and standing behind Chen Mu, they realized that in the realm of swords, Chen Mu surpassed even the Sword Emperor Luo Jinshin. To seize the sword right in front of him, especially that of the Sword Emperor, was a profound humiliation. One could argue that with the Holy Master's prowess in the sword domain, should he desire, the Sword Emperor would hardly stand a chance against Luo Jinshin. Upon hearing these remarks, Luo Jinshin could no longer contain himself and formed a seal with his hands. A large formation instantly manifested, enveloping the entire Huiming sacred land. The earth shook. Countless magnificent swords fell from the formation, creating a scene of overwhelming grandeur that shook the very soul. The humiliation Luo Jinshin had endured in his lifetime paled in comparison to these fleeting moments. Originally, he intended to gauge Chen Mu's strength, but now that was unnecessary. He, Luo Jinshin, would not permit an uncontrollable factor like Chen Mu to exist in his domain, as it could threaten his imperial fortune. In a moment of thought, all the myriad great swords responded to Chen Mu's will, merging into a singular sword that stood tall and firm, descending upon the utterly bewildered Luo Jinshin. What? How could this be? Luo Jinshin stared blankly at the extraordinary sword light that filled his field of vision, devoid of will and strength to resist. It was inconceivable that all his attacks had been effortlessly neutralized. Even his proudest sword formation was no exception, turning back upon him. Perplexed, he pondered the depths of this person's mastery in the sword domain. Should he not be practicing the blood demon techniques? In that moment, the pride and dignity of the Sword Emperor within Luo Jinshin crumbled entirely. Was he truly seeking to slay Luo Jinshin? Was that not an obvious statement? The man had already come to their doorstep. How could he not strike? One could only blame Luo Jinshin for provoking the blood demon Holy Master. As the world trembled, even the distant realms of Cangling and Cangshuan felt the residual waves of this power. The moment the sword tip made contact, the Sword Emperor ceased to exist. With a single sword strike, the Emperor was vanquished. The Holy Master was stronger than the Emperor. Moreover, he used the emperor's own sword to slay him. It was beyond belief. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Initially, Chen Mu had perceived Luo Jinshin's strength and thought he might hold some utility. Yet, he insisted on courting death, leaving Chen Mu with no choice but to deliver a merciless end. Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of the Taigu divine clan, the extinguishing of Luo Jinshin's soul lamp sent shockwaves throughout the entire clan. In Chapter 170, New Discoveries, merging the Tongtian spirit veins. How could the soul lamp of the Sword Heart ancestor suddenly extinguish? Could it be that there was an issue with the soul lamp? The soul lamp could not possibly have malfunctioned. After all, this soul lamp was meticulously crafted by the esteemed Jinshin Laozu, utilizing an immeasurable quantity of exquisite spiritual materials. Are you indeed doubting the prowess of such a venerable figure? Surely, this explanation is far more plausible than believing that Jinshin Laozu has met his demise. A sharp intake of breath revealed the validity of this reasoning. At this moment, a multitude of members from the Taigu Shinzu had gathered around the altar where the soul lamp of Luo Jinshin was kept, drawn by the tremors of spiritual energy that accompanied its extinguishing. Initially, they suspected a misperception. However, witnessing the extinguishment of the lamp, which had burned brightly for a millennium, solidified their belief that Luo Jinshin had truly fallen. One could not help but ponder who possessed the capability to achieve such a feat as the clan leader. Luo Tianchong remained silent, still grappling with the gravity of the situation. In his understanding, Luo Jinshin should have been an invincible presence within the Tongtian spiritual vein. It was difficult for him to accept that the soul lamp was at fault. After conducting a spiritual energy probe, he failed to detect any abnormalities. The soul lamp could be reignited. Could it be that Luo Jinshin has truly met his end? This notion was one Luo Tianchong was reluctant to entertain. Clan leader. Prior to his departure, Jinshin Laozu mentioned the blood demon's sacred land. Should we send someone to investigate? A voice emerged from the crowd, reporting the matter. The blood demon's sacred land? Luo Tianchong furrowed his brow. When did such a place come into existence in the upper realm? Were there not only the three sacred lands of Huiming, Chinyun, and Tianheng? The individual shook his head, indicating ignorance. Could the blood demon's sacred land be linked to the chaotic era? The blood demon Laozu. Luo Tianchong's heart jolted with alarm. As the last remnant of humanity from the chaotic era, the archives of the Taigu Shinzu contained extensive records regarding that tumultuous time, offering a more profound and comprehensive understanding of the blood demon Laozu's might than any other sacred land or sect. If the blood demon Laozu had indeed awakened, it would not be surprising if Luo Jinshin had perished as a result. Upon reflection, Luo Tianchong found this hypothesis to be quite reasonable. Since humanity had managed to endure through the lineage of the Taigu, it was only natural that those true supreme beings would possess methods of survival. A portal appeared before Luo Tianchong, a crimson gateway that captured his attention. Emerging from it was a blood demon? No, could it be? Did this figure not resemble our Jinshin Laozu? According to legend, the blood demon possessed the ability to assimilate others. It seemed that the soul lamp was intact, and indeed, Jinshin Laozu had perished. What was happening? Was the chaotic era foretold in prophecy truly returning? A cacophony of panic erupted around them. Jinshin Laozu? Luo Tianchong called out, yet received no response. As he attempted to speak further, he was startled by the blood-red long sword raised by Luo Jinshin. With a mere gesture of the sword, an overwhelming sword intent enveloped him, akin to a waterfall cascading from 1,000 meters above, washing over his entire being. Luo Tianchong felt as though he were ensnared by an overwhelming aura of death and murderous intent, so dense that even breathing became laborious. Discarding his cane, he harbored no thoughts of resistance. It was clear that there were forces at play, intent on subjugating the entire Taigu Shinzu. He bent one knee, followed by the other, until he was kneeling and bowing his head. The Taigu lineage pledged unwavering loyalty to their predecessor, even unto death, before a true divine being. Luo Tianchong dared not presume to stand as a deity himself. Resistance? What could they possibly do in defiance? Even the core figure of their lineage, Luo Jinshin, had been subdued. What could the rest achieve? To resist would be tantamount to courting death. The survival of the Taigu lineage was not easily secured, and Luo Tianchong did not wish for it to perish in his generation. The blood demon-imbued Luo Jinshin refrained from immediate action, and Luo Tianchong quickly grasped that the intent was to offer a path of survival for himself and the entire Taigu lineage. This opportunity must be seized. What are you all dawdling about for? Do you wish for death? Luo Tianchong turned and bellowed. Over 100 individuals promptly knelt, shaken from their stupor, expressing their submission. They were not so arrogant as to challenge Luo Jinshin, even in his blood demon form. After all, according to ancient texts, strength would not diminish post-transformation. Rather, it would surge. Even if they were to emerge victorious by some stroke of luck, what would that avail them? Behind him loomed an even more terrifying entity. In any case, obeying the clan leader could only lead to favorable outcomes. All of this was observed clearly through the Tiankai mirror by Chen Mu. He commanded Luo Jinshin to lower his sword and utilize the portal to return to the Blood Demon's sacred land. At this juncture, Chen Mu was confident that no threats remained in the upper reaches of the Tongtian's spiritual vein. As for the Beihe dynasty, prior to this, he had already received word from the sect leader Zhao Hengshan indicating that the emperor of Beihe, Zhao Tai, had personally approached Qingxian's sect, wishing to discuss matters of allegiance. Seated upon the stone throne, Chen Mu was engrossed in examining the system map. The upper, middle, and lower continents seemed to fit together perfectly, as if designed to interlock. Could it be that these three landmasses could indeed coalesce? With a spirit of experimentation, Chen Mu pointed towards the upper realm with one hand and towards the Zhongshuan realm with the other, simultaneously moving towards the Zhongling realm at the center. During this process, the three continents trembled incessantly. Fortunately, Chen Mu's dexterity prevented any casualties. Incredible. It truly could be combined. What could this resemble? Chen Mu, arms crossed before his chest, gazed intently at the landmass formed by the three continents, struggling to decipher its significance. A hot dog? A wine jug? A wooden dummy? Images flitted through his mind. Yet with each fleeting second, he failed to find an image that perfectly matched the system panel. Even the slightest resemblance eluded his understanding of its implications. He firmly believed that since these three continents could align so seamlessly, there must be a reason for their existence. Yet, for the moment, Chen Mu had yet to uncover it. His thumb and index finger alternately magnified and minimized the map, observing the waves that rolled and receded, submerging and revealing the land. Could it be? Chen Mu's eyes brightened as he began tracing circles along the land's edge, establishing a barrier to force the sea back. Chapter 171, The Body of the Ancient Giant. Modifying the Supreme Gunbone. The fishermen, who had just adapted to the tremors of the earth, rose to their feet, only to be engulfed once more in a wave of shock and fear. They were but mortals, unable to perceive or feel the existence of the barrier. Yet they could clearly see the sea being pushed back, rising to heights of dozens of meters, like a towering wall. Moreover, this height continued to escalate. Though it did not collapse upon them, their hearts were gripped with fear. What on earth was occurring? Had the sea god been angered? But had they not recently held a grand ceremony to honor the sea god? The offerings this time were more bountiful than ever. Faced with this unforeseen spectacle, the crowd was plunged into panic and trembling. Yet Chen Mu's expression radiated excitement. This was a leg? The upper continent represented the thigh. The middle Zhongling realm served as the calf and knee, while the lower Zhongshuan realm constituted the ankle and foot. Once the sea receded, it would become evident that the land resembled toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exactly. Coincidence? Chen Mu did not believe in coincidences. There were not that many coincidences in the world. Regarding the legendary Tongtian Lingmai, Chen Mu speculated that, based on this leg, it should be a meridian. The source of spiritual energy originates from the Dantian or the spiritual root. Upon realizing this, Chen Mu waved his hand, dispersing the dense fog that enveloped the map. Reduced in size by dozens of times, a far grander world immediately unfolded before his eyes. Although the other landmasses did not coalesce like the Zhongxian and Zhongling realms, it was not difficult to ascertain that it indeed formed a humanoid shape. This inevitably reminded him of the history of the Blood Demon sect, and the tales he had heard in his previous life about Qua Fu chasing the sun, who, after his demise, transformed into a mountain. A closer inspection revealed that these mountains were all interconnected by the so-called Tongtian Lingmai, which corresponded precisely to the 8 extraordinary meridians, converging at the Dantian. Realizing this, Chen Mu reclined back in his chair, pondering whether the entire world was born from the corpse of an ancient deity. After billions of years, the spiritual energy within his Dantian had not yet been depleted. How powerful must this person have been in life? At this moment, Chen Mu finally comprehended why figures like Luo Jinshin, the Anya ancestor, and Yinantian were so drastically different from his imagination. They were forever bound by a layer of shackles. In contrast, the emperor-level power he wielded, modified through the system, was unrestrained by such shackles, representing a true emperor. After all, if they were not subjected to these limitations, the spiritual energy would soon be exhausted. The spiritual energy contained within this giant's body was an irreplaceable cultivation resource. Once depleted, the term cultivator would surely become a relic of the past, signaling the end of the grand era of mysticism, unless a new source of spiritual energy were to be found. However, no matter how Chen Mu reduced the map, beyond this giant's body lay only the vast, boundless sea. Closing the system panel, Chen Mu felt an indescribable sense of relief upon learning the truth of this world. As for the so-called ascension and opening the heavenly gate, He mused that it was likely just a journey to a higher realm. The organs and viscera should conceal even grander cultivation resources. Subsequently, Chen Mu chose to return to Chinyun Peak and Chinyun Mansion. Wu Shuang greeted her master upon his arrival. As he emerged from the teleportation portal, he noticed Chu Wushuang waiting outside, offering her respects. He suddenly remembered the supreme sword bone he had promised to give her, but had yet to deliver. Thus, he extended his hand, manipulating the space, and half of it vanished into thin air, along with the system backpack. When he retrieved it, he found a golden supreme sword bone, adorned with flowing runes, in his hand. Thank you, master. Just moments ago, Chu Wushuang had been hesitant about how to delicately remind Chen Mu of this forgotten matter. However, just as she was about to receive the supreme sword bone with both hands, Chen Mu quickly retracted it. Master? Chu Wushuang was at a loss, her face filled with confusion. She thought her master was not the type to go back on his word or lack vision. To him, what was a mere piece of supreme sword bone? After careful consideration, Chen Mu concluded that while the supreme sword bone was indeed effective for sword cultivators, its enhancement for her as a spear cultivator was limited. Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang felt a wave of unease wash over her. In that fleeting moment, she had doubted Chen Mu. Despite his unwavering consideration for her, she had misjudged his intentions. Overcome with shame, she responded, "Yes, I will merge with it at once." Chen Mu replied, "Indeed." Immediately, Chu Wushuang sat cross-legged and began to absorb and refine the supreme sword bone, granting the supreme sword bone successful. 100 million times the return has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme sword bone worth 100,000,000. Merely altering a single word and presenting it resulted in an immediate acquisition of 100 million top-tier divine items. Any scarce resource was at his fingertips. Boom. The spear intent surged like a pillar, breaking through the clouds. Chu Wushuang's mastery in the realm of spear cultivation approached perfection. After achieving perfection, the levels would infinitely stack. The higher the level, the greater the power of the spear intent. Completely breaking through limitations, her enhancement accelerated. By the way, where are the other two? Chen Mu casually inquired. Junior brother Xiao and junior sister Xiao are currently in the back mountain cultivating and breaking through, so they couldn't come to greet you, master. Chu Wushuang explained. Being the first to achieve 10 rings of the Dao Bell and join Chinyun Peak, she naturally became the eldest disciple. Xiao Chun and Xiaoing had no objections, preferring to be junior brother and junior sister instead. I see. With that, Chen Mu rose from his seat. In that case, let us proceed together to explore the new world. Chen Mu was quite curious about the world atop the giant's body, contemplating the potential for unexpected discoveries. Yes. Chu Wushuang agreed verbally, though inwardly she felt puzzled about what this new world entailed. Selecting a patch of upper realm continent located on the left chest, a teleportation portal connected. Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang stepped through one after the other. Meanwhile, another portal opened beside them, revealing Wu Qingyi, who had hurriedly returned after wrapping up various tedious matters in the Blood Demon's sacred land. Just as she was about to speak, the portal closed, leaving her without the opportunity to accompany Chen Mu. She could only wait in silence for his return, feeling somewhat like a lonely wife awaiting her husband's return. Once a renowned alchemist of a powerful nation, she sighed deeply. On the other hand, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang successfully arrived at their destination. In a narrow alley, they could hear various vendors calling out from the street. 1-grade beast god runes. Only 10 spiritual stones. Don't miss out. Chapter 172. 9-grade rune master. Meeting the unparalleled expert. Beast god runes. Upon hearing these words, Chu Wushuang couldn't help but wonder what exactly beast god runes were, having never heard of them before. Catching the look in her eyes, Chen Mu offered a helpless smile. Like her, it was their first time here, so how could they know? What was clear was that the world atop the giant's body was indeed different from the lower realms. It seemed that due to its proximity to the Dantian, organs, and spiritual roots, it birthed unique cultivation methods unheard of in the Zhongling and Zhongxian realms. Chen Mu instructed the system to compile information about this world and the runes, which promptly transformed into memories that flooded into his mind. It was remarkably convenient. The system was quick to respond to his requests without a hint of hesitation, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. After acquiring this knowledge, Chen Mu learned that this world was called xianxiaaudiobooks. Here, alongside the mainstream sword cultivators similar to the Zhongxian and Zhongling realms, there existed a cultivation method known as Shunwenshu, which stood on equal footing with sword cultivation. Shunwenshu involved utilizing spiritual energy to inscribe divine runes, enhancing one's strength through their application. For instance, beast god runes could grant one the strength, speed, and defense of beasts. Elemental runes corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth could manipulate flames, earth, and more. These divine runes could not only be used personally, but could also be preserved for trade, akin to spiritual talismans. Yet with lower production thresholds. I see, Chu Wushuang remarked, intrigued by the potential of these runes. After learning about Xianxia and the divine runes from Chen Mu, she felt curious about the effects these runes would exhibit when put to use. In that case, let us purchase a couple to test their efficacy. Yes, master. Following this, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang exited the alley. Chu Wushuang proceeded to spend spiritual stones to acquire several sheets of rune paper inscribed with divine runes, returning to hand them to Chen Mu, saying, "Here you go, master." Upon closer inspection, what appears to be a simple series of strokes conceals a mysterious and unfathomable energy, resonating with the vast spiritual essence of this world. Chen Mu activated a divine pattern inscribed with the power of a rhinoceros. Immediately, the divine pattern radiated a brilliant light, detaching from the paper and materializing on the back of Chen Mu's right hand. He flexed his fingers, distinctly feeling the emergence of an unfamiliar strength within him, akin to a frenzied rhinoceros ready to charge. However, this surge of power was trivial for Chen Mu. Without careful exploration, it would likely be overlooked. Observing this, Chu Wushuang similarly activated a divine pattern imbued with the force of wind. Suddenly, a gust arose beneath her feet, swirling fallen leaves and stones, allowing her to soar into the air without expending any spiritual energy. Quite convenient, though regrettably, the low grade of the divine pattern limited its duration. Within mere seconds, the wind dissipated and she gently touched down. It was simple enough. There was no necessity to expend spirit stones on acquiring a higher grade divine pattern. Opening the system panel, she selected the term 1 grade and directly modified it to 9 grade, the utmost pinnacle. Modification in progress. Modification successful. The divine pattern on the paper underwent a tremendous transformation, the lines becoming extraordinarily intricate, comparable to the grand formations of heaven. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, no longer soft and feeble, and the ink emitted a faint golden sheen, evoking a sense of sanctity. What is this? Chu Wushuang inquired, astonished. It is the 9-grade Tianhua divine pattern, Chen Mu elucidated. The once seemingly innocuous fireball, capable of vanquishing a newly matured beast, had been forcefully upgraded to a natural disaster level in a mere second by Chen Mu. Master, have you been to this place called Ziyuanji? Chu Wushuang asked for confirmation. No, Chen Mu replied, shaking his head. Why do you inquire? Because the vendor I encountered earlier mentioned that inscribing divine patterns is quite challenging, especially those suitable for trade, which demand a far higher level of skill from the divine pattern masters. Yet you effortlessly transformed a 1-grade divine pattern into a 9-grade, Chu Wushuang remarked, unknowingly hitting the mark. Indeed, it had been modified. Such matters were not meant to be disclosed to her, so he feigned profundity and stated, when you reach a certain realm, you will understand that the myriad changes in this world stem from a singular source. Ah, I see. Truly, you are my master. I have learned much, Chu Wushuang said, her expression thoughtful as she nodded vigorously. She felt she had begun to grasp some of the meaning Chen Mu wished to convey. Observing her demeanor, Chen Mu was further convinced that being a strong individual was indeed comfortable. Even a casual remark could be revered as truth. Hurry, keep up. Just as Chu Wushuang was about to say something more, a group of individuals suddenly surged forth, encircling her and Chen Mu. Instinctively, Chu Wushuang drew her white dragon spear, preparing for battle. However, she saw a middle-aged man dismounting from a horse, clad in resplendent attire, sporting a beard that gave him an imposing appearance, exuding an aura of authority. Look, isn't that the city lord? Indeed, it is the city lord. What have those two young individuals done to warrant such attention? I am unsure, but it seems they must have committed some heinous act. Otherwise, why would the city lord himself intervene? As these murmurs circulated, the middle-aged man approached Chen Mu, clasping his fists and bowing. Junior Su Tianyang pays respect to the esteemed elder. Esteemed elder? Surely I did not mishear. Ah, the city lord actually referred to that young man as elder, and is treating him with such reverence. I have never seen anyone compel the city lord to bow low. He must be extraordinary. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they speculated about Chen Mu's identity and origins. Some conjectured that he was backed by a formidable force, while others believed he was a prodigy from a renowned sect. Esteemed elder? Chen Mu inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Have we met? No. Su Tianyang shook his head. Then why do you address me as esteemed elder? Chen Mu pressed further. Because you are capable of inscribing 9-grade divine patterns. Su Tianyang's eyes brimmed with respect. In that instant when Chen Mu transformed the 1-grade divine pattern into a 9-grade one, Su Tianyang sensed an unprecedented and formidable presence. Such overwhelming pressure could not be merely 9-grade. It was at least 8-grade. He deduced that a formidable figure had descended upon Tianlu City and hastened to pay his respects. For such a master could easily lay waste to millions with but a thought. Not to mention, even a 4-grade divine pattern master would warrant a personal welcome from Su Tianyang, granting them a degree of courtesy. 9-grade divine pattern masters were exceedingly rare. Su Tianyang dared not offend. Could it be that I am imagining things? A 9-grade divine pattern master? Does our entire Li Kingdom only possess one 9-grade divine pattern master? Could it be him? Impossible. I have heard that master is already in his 60s. Yet this one appears remarkably youthful, akin to my own son. To be a 9-grade divine pattern master at such a tender age is simply outrageous. It seems I must return home and spur my son on. He languishes without ambition. In awe and astonishment, many knelt in reverence. Faced with such a transcendent figure, they dared not show disrespect, seeking protection through their humility. Chapter 173. Chu Wushuang's dominance in protecting her master, unexpected visitors. Wherever he went, Chen Mu was met with respect and reverence rather than derision, a feeling he found quite pleasant. Hurry, I have heard that a 9-grade divine pattern master awaits ahead. If I could become his disciple, my life would surely be filled with prosperity and abundance. You lack both a significant background and exceptional talent. Why would he take you as a disciple? Ah, you do not understand. What if there is a fateful connection? In the distance, beyond the crowd, many held such thoughts as they approached. Sensing Chen Mu's subtle reaction, Su Tianyang quickly interjected, "Esteemed elder, it is rather crowded here. Why not accompany me to my residence to rest and enjoy a cup of tea?" Very well, Chen Mu nodded in agreement. Quickly, bring the carriage. Su Tianyang turned, waving his arm. Clear the way. Make way. The city lord's carriage dares not be obstructed. The coachman wielded his whip, striking the ground with a thunderous crack, dispersing the onlookers as he brought forth a luxurious carriage. Once the carriage had come to a halt, he cheerfully laid out the footstool, meticulously dusting it with his sleeves. Bowing deeply as he said, "Please, esteemed guests, let us proceed." Chen Mu gestured to Chu Wushuang, stepping onto the footstool and into the carriage. "Yes, master." Chu Wushuang followed closely behind. Upon hearing her address Chen Mu as master, the onlookers could not help but feel envious. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had the fortune to be a disciple of such a significant figure. Truly, comparison is odious. Indeed, moreover, that spear she wields is a supreme, divine weapon. The dragon entwined around the spear shaft looks incredibly formidable. To the residence, Su Tianyang bellowed as Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang settled into the carriage. His voice was deep and powerful, complemented by his robust physique, causing the crowd to hastily step aside, fearful of incurring his displeasure. They were even more concerned that Chen Mu might perceive their boldness as disrespect and retaliate with his high-grade divine patterns. An unspoken sense of danger lingered, reminiscent of accompanying a tiger in its lair. The sound of the carriage wheels and hooves echoed continuously as they made their way toward the city lord's residence. All present watched with respect and trepidation. Before long, the caravan arrived at the city lord's residence, located at the heart of Tianlu City. Far more imposing than one might have imagined. "Esteemed elder, please." Upon seeing Chen Mu disembark from the carriage, Su Tianyang promptly dismounted to greet him. The servants, witnessing their once mighty city lord showing such deference to a youth who appeared younger than his own offspring, were taken aback, questioning their own eyesight. "Father, you have returned." At this moment, beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, an individual who had been hesitantly poised with a calligraphy brush noticed Su Tianyang and his companions and swiftly approached. This person, named Su Sheng, is the only descendant of Su Tianyang. "Father, what about the esteemed Jiupin Shenwen master you just mentioned?" Su Sheng glanced around, failing to identify the individual. Su Tianyang, unperturbed, first introduced Su Sheng to Chen Mu. "Esteemed elder, this is my son, Su Sheng." He thought to himself that if Chen Mu could take a liking to Su Sheng and accept him as a disciple, or even offer a few pointers, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Being guided by such a master, Su Tianyang believed, would be a cherished aspiration for all denizens of the Chinyun realm. "Shenger, this is the Jiupin Shenwen master I previously mentioned," Su Tianyang urged, redirecting his gaze back to Su Sheng. "You should greet the elder." "Ah, he is the Jiupin Shenwen master?" Su Sheng scrutinized Chen Mu with a furrowed brow. "Father, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly be?" Noticing the skepticism and disrespect in Su Sheng's eyes towards Chen Mu, a chilling presence enveloped the air. The by-long spear materialized, its cold gleam aimed directly at Su Sheng's brow. "It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Miss Chu, my son harbors no disrespect towards your revered master. Please forgive his youthful ignorance." Su Tianyang felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in sweat, as he quickly knelt in supplication. He held deep respect for Chu Wushuang, having sensed an overwhelming aura of gun intent emanating from her single strike. Moreover, This gun intent surpassed that of the general he encountered in the court when he entered the palace. Su Tianyang had not anticipated that Chen Mu possessed not only profound knowledge of Shunwen, but also remarkable prowess in the way of the spear, equally formidable. This was the fundamental reason he knelt without hesitation. My sincerest apologies. I was most disrespectful earlier. I implore both of you to forgive me. Su Sheng, having narrowly escaped death, hastily knelt down. This act of kneeling was done with genuine respect, as he knew several friends who were spear practitioners, regarded as the most talented among the youth in Tianlu City. Yet, the might of their spear techniques paled in comparison to the woman before him, falling immeasurably short. In a daze, Su Sheng even envisioned a colossal door, with two figures, one black and one white, beckoning to him. He was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of killing intent. How could someone of such strength be his disciple? What reason did Su Sheng have to harbor further doubts? Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Chu Wushuang turned to Chen Mu, understanding his intent, and relinquished the Bailong spear, allowing it to dissipate into her spatial ring. Thank you both, thank you. Su Tianyang bowed multiple times in gratitude, urging Su Sheng to express his thanks for the elder's mercy in sparing them. Subsequently, under Su Tianyang's guidance, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang were led to the main hall to sit and savor the finest tea that the city lord's mansion had to offer, which was rumored to be a royal gift. However, for Chen Mu, who was accustomed to the Dao tea, this brew was as insipid as water. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Tianlu City? Is there any way I might be of assistance? Su Tianyang initiated, shattering the awkward silence. Nothing of consequence, merely wandering about, taking in the sights, Chen Mu elucidated. I see, Su Tianyang replied, his fingers tightening as he appeared tense. Recognizing that he had inadvertently dampened the conversation, Chen Mu set down his teacup and inquired, does anyone in your household enjoy activities on the roof? Surely you jest. There is no such person, Su Tianyang quickly denied, then abruptly stood, realizing something. A fourth-grade fire shunwen illuminated on the back of his right hand, and he swiftly conjured a large fireball in his palm. Boom. It blasted forth, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling. TSK. Did he escape? Su Tianyang lamented. Fear not. He will not elude capture, Chen Mu replied calmly. Yet, just as Su Tianyang was about to respond, he could no longer sense the other's aura. Moments later, sounds of objects crashing to the ground echoed from behind him. Instinctively turning, he looked down to find that the figure cloaked in black had been utterly dismembered, quite literally. No wonder he could not sense any aura. Chapter 174, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. He is still a sword practitioner. Thank you for your intervention, esteemed elder. While those words were spoken, both Su Tianyang and Su Sheng were perplexed, completely unaware of when Chen Mu had struck. Was this the terrifying prowess of a Jiupin Shenwen master, killing with such stealth? Su Tianyang approached the nearest severed head, crouching down to remove the mask from the face of the black-clad assailant. This is the third in command of the Xianxiai. Xianxiai? Su Sheng clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. It appears they must have received word of your intentions to lead troops against them soon, prompting them to strike first and eliminate you. Additionally, Su Tianyang rummaged through the torso, retrieving a fourth-grade assassination shunwen. This assassination shunwen not only bore immense power, but was also laced with deadly poison, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. Su Tianyang could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had Chen Mu not detected the third in command's presence and acted to eliminate him. Xianxiai. Upon hearing those words, Su Tianyang returned to his seat and began to explain the situation regarding Xianxiai. To put it plainly, it was a well-established and increasingly powerful band of mountain bandits. They had plagued Tianlu City for quite some time, making life unbearable for the citizens and merchants alike. These brigands not only robbed, but took lives. Whether one could survive depended entirely on their mood. Shortly after assuming office, Su Tianyang's first decree as the new city lord was to seek military aid from surrounding cities to eradicate Xianxiai, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his predecessor. The rapid growth of Xianxiai had been facilitated by the collusion with the former city lord. However, as Xianxiai grew ever more powerful, their insatiable greed led to a breakdown of relations, resulting in a deadly conflict. Ultimately, the former city lord was discovered and met a tragic end in his own home. After Su Tianyang took office, the Xianxiai had sent emissaries to try and win him over. But he had severed the head of that mountain bandit with a single stroke and sent it back to Xianxiai, thus creating enmity between them. I see. Chen Mu finally comprehended why Su Tianyang had rushed to meet him. It was to seek him as a reliable ally. Even if their relationship had not yet been established, the mere rumor of a Jiupin Shenwen master in Tianlu City would deter the Xianxiai from acting recklessly. The matters of the city lord were trivial. Should he offend a Jiupin Shenwen master, it would not be a jest. One could say that Su Tianyang indeed possessed considerable acumen, having contemplated various scenarios. I fear this may implicate the esteemed elder further. The third in command is the younger brother of the Xianxia leader. If you have slain him, they may send assassins your way if they do not ascertain the situation, Su Tianyang argued persuasively. Chen Mu found his reasoning sound. Wushuang, what is your command? Chu Wushuang immediately stood in response. To the northwest, utilize the Jioping Shenwen I just entrusted to you, Chen Mu instructed. Understood. Chu Wushuang promptly complied, exiting the hall to retrieve the Jioping Shenwen. Father, it truly is a Jioping Shenwen. Su Sheng exclaimed in a hushed voice, wide-eyed, careful not to disturb Chu Wushuang. Silence. Su Tianyang shot him an admonishing glare. Internally, Su Tianyang was also unsettled. A Jioping Shenwen. It truly is a Jioping Shenwen. Wait, the northwest direction? Isn't that where Xianxia is located? Upon realizing this, Su Tianyang followed suit and exited the hall, with Su Sheng stealthily trailing behind, exercising great caution. They then witnessed Chu Wushuang activate the Jioping Shenwen, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. It was as if the skies were ablaze, engulfed in a fiery orange hue. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Wushuang suddenly realized why Chen Mu only spoke of direction and not distance. Could it be that this is the legendary Jioping Shenwen? Su Tianyang swallowed hard, while Su Sheng stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. They were now deeply concerned that under the overwhelming might of the Jioping Shenwen, not just Xianxia, but the entire Tianlu city would be obliterated. The sense of oppression was simply too formidable. However, Chen Mu was entirely unconcerned about this issue, as he had long ago set a parameter on that Tianhua Shenwen, targeting only Xianxia. Boom, boom, boom. Then, torrents of celestial fire transformed into massive fireballs, plummeting from the clouds. The explosive sounds echoed clearly even from miles away, and one could feel a gentle wave of heat rushing toward them. It was unimaginable what despair Xianxia would face under such relentless strikes. They felt fortunate to be on Chen Mu's side. After hundreds of colossal fireballs, the ominous hue in the sky gradually receded, revealing the blue expanse above. Su Tianyang forced himself to regain his composure, struggling to break free from the shock. He initially intended to urge someone to hasten to Haya Mountain to confirm the situation there. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a misty mirror unfolding before Chen Mu. The image reflecting in the mirror was none other than Haya Mountain. What mountain? It had long been flattened to the ground, or rather, the entire Haya Mountain had been struck by celestial fire, creating a crater 100 meters deep. Underground water continuously seeped out, forming a lake. Su Tianyang closed his mouth, still trying to accept this reality. Before this, who would have thought that the bandits plaguing Tianlu City for a decade would vanish along with the entire Haya Mountain? Completely evaporated? The Jioping Shenwen master was far more powerful than he had imagined, with no visible limits. In the future, refrain from employing such petty tricks before me. Chen Mu's gaze turned icy. Su Tianyang, meeting his gaze, felt an involuntary chill despite the blazing sun overhead. He quickly returned to his senses and knelt down, not daring to act impudently. Chen Mu rose from his seat, no longer wishing to waste time at the city lord's mansion. Eager to explore the Shiyuan realm further and study the intricacies of Shenwen. Wushuang, let us depart. Yes, master. Chu Wushuang withdrew her hostile gaze from Su Tianyang and accompanied Chen Mu. Su Sheng remained frozen, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Why had the expert suddenly changed demeanor? Why was his father cowering in fear on the ground? Approaching, he discovered that his father had fainted from fright. This only solidified his belief that abandoning sword cultivation in favor of Shenwen was the right choice. Su Sheng did not aspire to reach the heights of Chen Mu. Even achieving a fraction of his prowess would suffice. Little did he know, the 1% of a true emperor's strength was not easily attained. Subsequently, he witnessed Chen Mu step into the courtyard and soar several dozen meters into the air. A spirit sword inexplicably emerged, aligning itself beneath his feet. Flying on a sword? No, it couldn't be. He was still a sword cultivator. Su Sheng's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Chapter 175. Who dares to take on a master with such talent? Gun cultivators, sword cultivators, and even a Jioping Shenwen master. Could there truly be such an all-encompassing practitioner in the world? Even if he had not seen it with his own eyes, witnessing it firsthand felt like a dream, too surreal. He had heard of prodigies and seen geniuses, but those individuals typically excelled in a singular domain. Chen Mu's existence shattered this notion entirely, exhibiting exceptional talent across multiple fields and profound expertise in each. Sword flight was not something ordinary sword cultivators could achieve. It belonged to the realm of superior techniques. Reflecting on his earlier doubts about Chen Mu's identity, Su Sheng felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. It felt as though he had just brushed past death, still shaken to the core. Passing by a mountain gate, Chu Wushuang suddenly pointed out a bustling crowd, exclaiming, "Master, Look how lively it is there. Chen Mu followed her gesture and discerned that a Shunwen test was underway, allowing those with talent to join the sect. This sect was known as Danqing Zone. Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang silently descended, intending to observe the selection process for Shunwen masters. Chen Mu envisioned bringing Shunwen techniques back to the Zhangshuan realm, increasing the number of practitioners who could tread the path of cultivation and defy fate. After watching for a while, he found the testing method not overly challenging. Using a specially crafted Shunwen brush dipped in beast's blood ink, candidates were to replicate the Shunwen provided by the examiner. As long as they achieved a resemblance of around 70 to 80% and infused it with a small amount of spiritual energy, they would pass. It seemed quite simple. Hearing this, Chen Mu suggested, "Why not give it a try? Is that permissible, master?" In truth, Chu Wushuang had long wished to personally attempt drawing Shunwen. Of course, I doubt they would refuse you. Chen Mu was also eager to see if Chu Wushuang possessed any innate talent in this area. Logically speaking, as a prodigy of the Zhangshuan realm, she should not be lacking. "All right, master, I shall return shortly." Chu Wushuang stepped out of the crowd and approached the front. "Is anyone else willing to try?" Just then, a participant who had failed the assessment exited, prompting the examiner to call out loudly, "I will." Chu Wushuang raised her hand. This resounding response instantly drew the attention of many onlookers. "What a beautiful girl. So lovely, just my type. Spare me. I saw her earlier. She has already taken. Who could possibly be worthy of her?" Turning to see the striking figure of Chen Mu, distinct from the surrounding crowd, they all acknowledged their folly. The phrase talented scholar and beautiful woman involuntarily surfaced in their minds. "Then please, miss, proceed to the stage to give it a try," the examiner gestured. "All right." Chu Wushuang replied, stepping onto the stage, grasping the brush, and glancing at the Shunwen illustration etched on the wooden tablet. She dipped the brush tip in black ink and began to draw the Shunwen on the jade tablet. The use of jade was intentional, as it naturally contained spiritual energy, enhancing the success rate and quality of the Shunwen created. Quite impressive. Observing Chu Wushuang's strokes, though somewhat inexperienced, they were powerful and precise. The examiner stroked his beard, continuously praising her as a promising talent. While others required the burning of an incense stick to complete their Shunwen drawing, Chu Wushuang executed it fluidly in one go, a speed that even the examiner found himself envious of. However, in the realm of Shunwen drawing, speed was secondary, completion was paramount. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. No matter how swift one was, if the Shunwen failed to succeed, it would be meaningless. The examiner stepped forward to inspect Chu Wushuang's work closely. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. "What is this? Incredible. Truly incredible." Hearing this exclamation, several other examiners responsible for monitoring cheating rushed over. "This Shunwen is astonishingly beautiful. It even surpasses our example. Young lady, have you studied the art of Shunwen?" In response to this inquiry, Chu Wushuang shook her head, indicating she had not. Just as she had suspected, she indeed possessed considerable aptitude in the realm of Shunwen. "You haven't studied?" The examiner was utterly flabbergasted, promptly announcing, "You have passed the assessment and may directly join our Danqing Zone as an inner disciple." Good heavens! To become an inner disciple immediately? Is this the disparity between individuals? I have a premonition that her future achievements in the Chinyun realm will be nothing short of remarkable. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also exceptionally gifted. Her partner is certainly very fortunate. It is uncertain. Such a prodigy, as one interacts with more people in the future, their horizons will naturally broaden, and they may not hold him in the same esteem as before. I am willing to unconditionally accept that heartbroken young gentleman. Your calculations are indeed astute. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mu found himself both amused and exasperated. When did he become Chu Wushuang's Dao companion? He was clearly her master. "No, I appreciate your kindness." But, on Chu Wushuang's side, upon hearing the examiner's words, she shook her head and outright refused. "Miss, do you believe that my Danqing sect lacks the strength to cultivate you? Rest assured, while Danqing may be at the tail end of the top 10 sects, our treatment of disciples is certainly not inferior to that of other sections. Indeed, with your talent, as long as you put in a little effort, you could become a prodigy in the inner court in just a few years, perhaps even a true disciple." The examiners, having abandoned their formalities, began to persuade Chu Wushuang in various ways. Such a genius must be recruited into Danqing sect at all costs. One individual like her is worth 1,000 or even 10,000. Chu Wushuang still wished to say something, but a voice descended from the heavens. "Little one, you may join my Changwen Peak as a true disciple." This voice was not singular. Another echoed, "Do not heed him. That Changwen Peak is notoriously stingy. Come to my Yupei Peak as a true disciple. Join my Tianyang Peak, and you may become a direct disciple." Upon hearing these words from the mountaintop, everyone present could not help but envy Chu Wushuang. True disciple? Direct disciple? This initial treatment is indeed befitting of an unparalleled genius. I had thought I could at least enter the outer sect and be considered among the elite, only to be swiftly humbled. Her relationship with that Tao companion was growing ever more distant. Indeed, it is unavoidable. Fate is unique to each individual. Regarding this series of invitations, Chu Wushuang clasped her hands and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed seniors, but I already have a master and do not wish to take another." She had long since decided that in this lifetime, she would only recognize Chen Mu as her master. As for those previous masters, they were not true masters. She had not performed the formalities of apprenticeship, and they had merely offered her a few pointers, often in exchange for money or treasures, or merely out of consideration for the Shanglong sect. Oh, a sudden gust arose. A figure appeared on the stage. "You already have a master? I am quite curious if that person truly possesses the qualifications to be your master." Chapter 176. The gun's intent amazes all. 5th rank, Beast God inscription. Upon recognizing the newcomer, several elders hurriedly approached to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to Elder Shinfeng." Elder Shinfeng, one of the 10 elders of the Danqing sect's inner court, rumored to be a 5th rank inscription master. A 5th rank inscription master. No wonder the aura he exuded was so formidable. The gathered crowd was not unfamiliar with this Elder Shinfeng. Upon hearing this, Chu Wushuang's expression darkened. After all, Lu Shinfeng's words, whether intentional or not, belittled her master. "I consider myself exceedingly fortunate to be his disciple." Chu Wushuang expressed her thoughts, hoping the other party would abandon this aggressive stance. Whether or not to join the Danqing sect was ultimately her own decision. Did possessing talent mean she must join? "Little one, you are still young and lack foresight. Some matters are only visible on the surface. Joining my Danqing sect would indeed be the best choice for you." Lu Shinfeng maintained an air of superiority throughout. "Very well. I shall grant you permission to enter my Tianyun Peak as a direct disciple, with the privileges of a holy child." Lu Shinfeng had seen the quality of the divine inscriptions drawn by Chu Wushuang. They were impeccable, with effects comparable to 2nd rank inscriptions. Such a genius must be taken under his wing. Should she achieve great success in the future, he, as her master, would also bask in glory. The mention of holy child privileges caused yet another wave of astonishment among the crowd. Those who had previously vied for Chu Wushuang's allegiance now fell silent, intimidated by Lu Shinfeng's standing within the Danqing sect. "What say you?" Lu Shinfeng pressed. "I believe I have made myself quite clear. I will not join the Danqing sect. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," Chu Wushuang declared, resolved not to squander any more time. However, Lu Shinfeng snapped his fingers, and with a swift motion, he carved a deep, 2-meter-long gash into the stone pavement before Chu Wushuang. "Having passed the entrance examination, you must join the Danqing sect. Even if you do not enter my Tianyun Peak." Lu Shinfeng's tone turned increasingly obstinate. "Oh, which rule states that passing the entrance examination necessitates joining?" Chu Wushuang retorted. "It is an unwritten rule. If I were to allow you to leave, what would that say about my Danqing sect? That we cannot even retain one individual?" In truth, Lu Shinfeng was more concerned about his own reputation than about Chu Wushuang herself. As an elder of the inner court, personally descending the mountain to recruit disciples, being rejected would be a source of ridicule. If he did not take some action to ensure Chu Wushuang's retention, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Lu Shinfeng could not afford such disgrace. As a 5th rank inscription master, he was revered wherever he went, yet today, a young girl with a sense of her own talent had embarrassed him. "You truly lack the capability." With the conversation reaching this point, Chu Wushuang decided to be blunt. The white dragon spear appeared. A flash of cold light preceded it, and then the spear shot forth like a dragon. Lu Shinfeng's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily raised his hand, revealing a 3rd rank iron shield inscription in his palm. Immediately, a black shield formed from gathered spiritual energy appeared to block Chu Wushuang's thrust. Bang! Boom! It was utterly insufficient to withstand her attack. The black shield shattered, dispersing into fragments of spiritual energy. Lu Shinfeng was sent reeling backward for dozens of meters, crashing into the steps leading up the mountain, creating a large crater amidst a shower of debris. Witnessing this scene, all present, even the peak masters above, could not help but gasp in astonishment. She actually sent a 5th rank inscription master flying with a single thrust. How powerful! Was she originally a spear cultivator? Unbelievable. Beyond being a spear cultivator, she possessed talent in the inscription arts as well. Is the universe truly so unfair? The disparities in the world are staggering. At this moment, Lu Shinfeng rose from the ground, rolled up his sleeve, and examined his arm, where the protective inscription was already shattered and beginning to dissipate. He could scarcely imagine whether he could have withstood Chu Wushuang's spear without that protective inscription. "I did not expect you to be a spear cultivator. And you have even cultivated spear intent," Lu Shinfeng remarked in surprise. "Spear intent? The spectators below were rendered speechless with astonishment. They were deeply curious about what sort of person could qualify as a master to a prodigy like Chu Wushuang. They were equally intrigued by Chen Mu's identity, believing he must also possess formidable strength and great fortune. Otherwise, how could he deserve to stand by Chu Wushuang's side as her Dao companion? May I leave now? Chu Wushuang inquired coldly. What do you think? Lu Xinfeng's form suddenly began to swell, his robes bursting open in numerous places as he sprouted thick, beastly fur. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a fearsome, humanoid beast, boasting ram's horns and a wolf's head, with the brute strength of a bear. He grew 2 or 3 times larger than before. 5th rank beast god inscription? Chen Mu recognized it. However, this beast inscription was unlike ordinary ones. While typical beast inscriptions allowed temporary borrowing of a beast's strength, Lu Xinfeng's inscription enabled him to transform into a beast, harnessing its power for extended periods. Moreover, judging by his form, it merged traits from more than one beast, the strength of a ram, the speed of a wolf, and the brute force of a bear. Even Chen Mu could not help but marvel at the mysterious nature of the inscription arts, brimming with endless possibilities. Elder Xinfeng, this may not be appropriate. Seeing Elder Xinfeng's fury, several examiners hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Indeed, there is no notion of compelling disciples to join a sect. If Lu Xinfeng were to employ a 5th-grade divine pattern to eliminate Chu Wushuang, the news would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Danqing sect. Such individuals would not escape culpability either. Stand aside. When did you acquire the authority to instruct me on my actions? Lu Xinfeng, from several meters away, waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind that sent several individuals flying. He then bent his knees and leaped over 10 meters high, landing heavily on the platform, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web, stones scattering in all directions. Whoosh! Thud! One unfortunate soul, unable to evade, was immediately gashed, yet dared not make a sound, for Lu Xinfeng's beastly form was truly intimidating, silencing their voices. Little child, I grant you one last opportunity. Join my Tianyun Peak and become a direct disciple. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall not leave this stage alive. Lu Xinfeng was determined to force Chu Wushuang into Tianyun Peak, regardless of the consequences, for his pride had already been shattered. I have no interest, and furthermore, you are too weak to be my opponent. As Chu Wushuang spoke, she glanced toward Chen Mu outside the crowd. Chen Mu nodded, tacitly endorsing her thoughts. Chu Wushuang felt no lingering concerns, for she knew that even in defeat, Chen Mu would stand by her side. Her master is invincible. Seeking death. Lu Xinfeng was utterly incensed, his claws gleaming ominously as they rose high, poised to strike down upon Chu Wushuang with lethal intent. Intent on cleaving her in two as punishment. Chapter 177. She calls him master. In a second, he transformed into a 9th-grade master. Witnessing this scene, what thoughts occupied Chen Mu's mind? None at all. In dealing with someone like Lu Xinfeng, to be frank, given Chu Wushuang's current realm, summoning an invincible instant kill was an extravagant waste, an overestimation of Lu Xinfeng's capabilities. A mere 5th-grade divine pattern had yet to earn the right to flaunt its power before Chu Wushuang. However, the onlookers held an opposing view, for after all, it was still a 5th-grade divine pattern, coupled with Lu Xinfeng's own formidable strength. Even if Chu Wushuang had cultivated a spear intent, her ambition to confront him was somewhat naive. They had to admit that Chu Wushuang's spear strike was indeed astonishing. For the younger generation, it commanded their respect. Simultaneously, they scorned Lu Xinfeng's actions, for even if he emerged victorious, it would be a hollow victory, an elder exploiting his position to bully the young. Should word of this spread, it would surely invite ridicule. As Lu Xinfeng's dark claws descended, the oppressive force surged forth. Chu Wushuang maintained her composure, gripping the white dragon's spear tightly, with chilling spiritual energy seeping through her fingers, swiftly enveloping the spear's entirety. With a flick of her wrist, the gale howled, and the spear intent surged like a tide. The spectators were all thrust back several meters, unable to withstand the force. Even the brawniest of men, comparable to mountain bears, were no exception. Once the tumult subsided, they steadied themselves and raised their gazes to the stage, only to be horrified to discover that Chu Wushuang's spear had severed Lu Xinfeng's entire arm, sending it flying over 10 meters away. Thud! Everything transpired so swiftly that blood only now began to spurt from the severed limb. Lu Xinfeng, staring at his missing arm, was momentarily dazed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. His full-force strike had not only been effortlessly neutralized by Chu Wushuang, but had also resulted in the loss of his arm. Lu Xinfeng was stunned. Meanwhile, Chu Wushuang was undistracted, her hands twirling the spear, conjuring the illusion of the white dragon, which roared incessantly as it lunged toward Lu Xinfeng. The ethereal dragon separated from the spear, its maw agape, crashing into Lu Xinfeng's chest and propelling him skyward. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Breaking through the clouds, he transformed into a mere dot of red. The dragon's illusion dissipated, and Lu Xinfeng fell silent. Had he perished? Surely he must have. That kind of attack was beyond his capacity to withstand. No wonder she refused to join the Danqing sect, with such exquisite prowess in the realm of spear techniques. I too would not choose the path of divine patterns and start anew. It seemed she was merely curious about her aptitude for divine patterns. Lu Xinfeng's downfall was a result of his own folly, attempting to bully others while encountering an opponent of equal strength. Did you not consider how formidable her master must be, given her own strength? The discussion swirled. A few evaluators, witnessing Chu Wushuang's instantaneous defeat of Lu Xinfeng, felt their spirits plummet. Initially, they feared Lu Xinfeng would slay Chu Wushuang, but they never expected that his 5th-grade divine pattern mastery would be rendered utterly insignificant before her. It could even be described as having the strength of a mere child. They had overestimated him while underestimating Chu Wushuang, yet their hearts remained suspended in anxiety. For no matter how one viewed it, Lu Xinfeng was still one of the 10 elders of the Danqing sect, and to be slain at the mountain gate before such a large audience was a scandal. Naturally, they believed the Danqing sect would not let Chu Wushuang off lightly. The crowd of spectators, having realized this, quickly distanced themselves, fearing that the conflict between divine beings might bring calamity upon mortals. They retreated to 100 meters away, bracing themselves for the gruesome spectacle of the Danqing sect's experts descending upon Chu Wushuang. Little girl, I suggest you reconsider and agree to join the Danqing sect to atone for your actions. With your talent, I believe they would not make things difficult for you. One of the evaluators remarked, valuing her potential. No need for that. My resolve is unyielding, replied Chu Wushuang, unwavering in her stance. Approaching the edge of the platform, she returned to Chen Mu's side, her voice tinged with concern. Master, have I been too ostentatious? At her words, the crowd was taken aback. What? She calls him master? Was he not her partner? They looked at him, seemingly so young. How could he possibly be a mentor? Surely there was some misunderstanding. No, if others bully you, you must respond in kind. Rest assured, should you falter, I shall support you, Chen Mu affirmed. Regardless of the past, Chu Wushuang was now his disciple, as her master. He could not allow her to be wronged, especially not before his eyes. Opening his personal information panel, he navigated to the achievements section. Would you like to establish a new achievement, 9th grade divine pattern master? Yes. Modifying. Modification successful, as the system notified him. Chen Mu's mind brimmed with knowledge of divine patterns, if not a billion, then at least 100 million. This memory was even etched into his muscle memory. Unlike an ordinary 9th grade divine pattern master, the 9th grade divine pattern master Chen Mu had modified was automatically recognized by the system as fully leveled. Unlike some divine pattern masters who barely etched a 9th grade divine pattern, only to be labeled as such. For Chen Mu, inscribing 9th grade divine patterns was as effortless as a daily meal. Chu Wushuang, as a disciple, had already demonstrated considerable potential. Chen Mu felt it imperative to uphold his dignity as a mentor, lest he be challenged by lesser opponents, only to face greater ones afterward, an endless cycle. What was he planning? It seemed he intended to inscribe a divine pattern? Inscribing a divine pattern? In midair, with just his finger? Wow, look, he is truly drawing divine patterns in thin air. Such powerful divine patterns. With just one stroke, I feel an endless and profound essence akin to the universe. How extraordinary. I have never heard of anyone being able to draw divine patterns without any tools. No, there is one person who can. Who? The only 9th grade divine pattern master in our nation, rumored to be able to inscribe divine patterns without any magical tools. If that is the case, does that not make him a 9th grade divine pattern master? The phrase 9th grade divine pattern master echoed resoundingly, resonating through the heavens. On the stage, several evaluators were astounded, their pupils trembling as they witnessed Chen Mu's fingertips leaving behind resplendent golden runes in the air. They were taken aback. Was he not the gunman's master of that woman? How could he possess the skills of a 9th rank rune master? The rune master from the country would surely pale in comparison. Why? The onlookers, perplexed, inquired. What he was carving with his bare hands was indeed the 9th rank rune. One person replied, Chapter 178. To diminish his spirit, you would reduce him to ashes? A 9th rank rune. The ability of Chen Mu to draw runes by hand had already astonished the evaluators, all of whom were merely 3rd rank rune masters. They never expected that the runes he inscribed by hand would be of the 9th rank. If their memory served them correctly, the 9th rank rune master from the country, without the aid of a rune pen or special jade plates and rune paper, could at most carve 4th rank runes. 5th rank runes would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, Chen Mu's performance appeared effortless, fluid, and continuous. Before the evaluators could react, their peripheral vision caught sight of dozens of figures, each emanating different spiritual auras, swiftly descending from the mountain gate, partly shrouded in mist. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared before Chen Mu. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, standing in a line, cupping their fists and bowing deeply, all exclaiming, "Please spare us, esteemed elder." This scene brought tremendous shock to the onlookers. Although it could not compare to Chen Mu's identity as a 9th-rank rune master, it still stirred considerable waves in their hearts. Those figures were none other than Lu Changqing, the sect leader of Danqing's sect, along with the elders and peak masters from the inner court, who had just claimed that she was doomed to die today. Not only was she a genius in the gun path, but she also had a master who was a 9th-rank rune master. Tell me, how could she possibly die? They had indeed overestimated the Danqing sect. If it were you, you would also cower. Of course, who wouldn't he be intimidated? He is a 9th-rank rune master. Seeing that Chen Mu ignored their pleas and continued inscribing runes, Lu Changqing gritted his teeth, knelt down, and performed a deep bow, pleading with the elder to cease his work and spare a path for the innocent 100,000 disciples of Danqing's sect. The others, witnessing this, followed suit. How could the sect leader kneel while the peak masters and elders remained standing? To attempt to stop Chen Mu from inscribing runes? That was a joke. While regular rune masters might be manageable, they would not dare disturb the process of a 9th-rank rune master. They feared divine retribution. The backlash of a failed 9th-rank rune could easily annihilate them all. Didn't you all enjoy bullying the weak? How does it feel to be bullied now? Chen Mu paused his actions and coldly inquired. Esteemed elder, this is all the doing of that villain Lu Xinfeng, and has nothing to do with us. Upon hearing Lu Changqing's words, Chen Mu chuckled. Wasn't he one of your Danqing sect members? Why the eagerness to disassociate? Before his demise, he was still contemplating how to recruit talent for your Danqing sect. In terms of sarcasm, he had yet to meet his match. Lu Changqing was left speechless. Noticing Chen Mu resuming his rune carving, Lu Changqing, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Esteemed elder, name any condition you desire. We, the Danqing sect, will agree to anything, if it can quell your wrath. At this moment, Chen Mu genuinely struggled to think of what he could ask of them. He cradled his head in one hand, deep in thought, while his other hand continued its work without pause. Observing Chen Mu with his eyes closed yet flawlessly inscribing the 9th-rank runes smoothly and effortlessly, the crowd's astonishment had reached a level they could hardly articulate. They could not discern whether it was their own ignorance or if Chen Mu's prowess was indeed monstrous. Esteemed elder, this is the foundation of our Danqing sect, the supreme Tianyuan pen. Please accept it. Although the Danqing sect was facing an unprecedented crisis, the sect leader and elders were still taken aback that Lu Changqing would offer such an item. As Lu Changqing stated, this Tianyuan pen was the very cornerstone of the Danqing sect, forged from materials collected by the first-generation sect leader, an 8th-rank rune master, who traveled the world for a century. It not only enhances the speed and quality of rune drawing, but also contains countless runes created by the esteemed predecessors of Danqing, each one immensely powerful and significant. Chen Mu raised his hand to grasp the Tianyuan pen. Lu Changqing instinctively reached out, but was met with a sharp glare from Chen Mu. Apologies. He hastily withdrew his hand as if shocked. With Chen Mu's current understanding of rune arts, it was clear that Lu Changqing had not deceived him. The Tianyuan pen was indeed a remarkable item, a rare treasure. Witnessing Chen Mu accept the Tianyuan pen, the Danqing group collectively sighed in relief. Yet, they then beheld him continue to use the Tianyuan pen to complete the intricate, utterly incomprehensible 9th-rank rune. As the pen tip touched the rune, it erupted in boundless brilliance. A colossal 9-tailed fox, hundreds of feet tall, materialized above the crowd, drastically reducing visibility and casting a shadow over the area. A fox, 9 tails. Is this the 9th-rank rune? No wonderly country spared no expense to retain that rune master. This thing, I believe, has the power to destroy the world. The legendary Qingtian Fox Emperor could not be any less formidable. Not only the untrained, but even seasoned veterans like Lu Changqing were rendered speechless and weak-kneed upon witnessing such a magnificent creature. It truly is a remarkable item. Chen Mu lifted his hand once more, the pen tip lightly touching the floating rune, causing the 9-tailed fox to dissipate, or rather, be absorbed into the rune. Subsequently, the rune was stored within the Tianyuan pen. This pen had the capacity for temporary rune storage, lasting 7 days without diminishing in power. Currently being modified. Modification successful. Chen Mu found the 7-day limitation overly conspicuous, prompting the system to remove it entirely, allowing for unlimited rune storage. The speed of drawing runes was maximized. The enhancement of rune quality was likewise maximized. Suddenly, Chen Mu realized that whether or not he had this pen was inconsequential. Even a small twig could yield the same effect in his hands. Esteemed elder, you are truly unparalleled and unmatched. Lu Changqing, seated on the ground, quickly regained his composure, adjusting his posture to maintain his kneeling position. Remember today's lesson. Chen Mu was merely intimidating them after all. After all, Lu Shenfeng, the perpetrator, had already been obliterated by Chu Wushuang's gunfire, leaving not even a trace of his soul. I shall remember this clearly. I will strengthen the control over the powers within Danqing's sect to prevent such incidents from recurring. Lu Changqing solemnly vowed, his fingers tightly together. In truth, from the beginning, he had never intended to oppose Chu Wushuang or Chen Mu, especially after witnessing Chu Wushuang's formidable prowess in the gun path. What was initially meant to be a lesson for Lu Shenfeng, to temper his arrogance and encourage him to act more discreetly in the future, had unexpectedly resulted in Lu Shenfeng's complete annihilation. This lesson, Lu Shenfeng would surely remember if he were to have another life, and it would be etched in his memory. Esteemed sirs, it is time for a meal. Shall we ascend the mountain for a banquet? Chapter 179, Longyu. I shall go and slay it now. Very well. Chen Mu nodded in agreement. A complimentary lunch presented itself. How could he refuse? He was also curious to taste the delicacies of the Chinyun realm. This way, please. Lu Changqing felt honored and gestured for Chen Mu to proceed. Chen Mu walked ahead, while the high-ranking figures of the Danqing sect obediently followed behind, displaying a demeanor of submission. This left the crowd with heartfelt reflections. This is true youthful brilliance. Youthful? I do not perceive him as youthful. Beneath this exterior surely lies an ancient being of untold years. It is astonishing that, even as we depart our homeland, such a formidable hermit exists in seclusion. Should other factions become aware, they would undoubtedly refrain from rash actions. Indeed, a master capable of effortlessly inscribing ninth-grade divine patterns is not one to be trifled with. What does age matter? To me, he embodies the ethereal beauty of a celestial being, akin to a deity descending to earth. Upon ascending the mountain, we soon realized that although the nine-tailed fox had vanished, the profound impact it had on the disciples of Danqing Zong intensified rather than diminished. Who can elucidate the circumstances surrounding that fox? It was utterly astonishing. The vast Danqing Zone appeared minuscule before it, as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean. It bore the semblance of an apparition, and I had sensed an overwhelming force of divine patterns. Are you suggesting that the nine-tailed fox was summoned by divine patterns? How could that be? What level of mastery in the realm of divine patterns would one require to summon such a powerful beast? Look, it is the sect leader and the others. They moved in perfect unison, bowing in unison, sect leader, unable to resist a furtive glance at Chen Mu. I pondered his identity and wondered why he could command the loyalty of formidable figures like Lu Changqing. Beside me stood Chu Wushuang, tall and upright as a pine, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any irreverent thoughts. The pair, one male and one female, truly appeared as if they had stepped from a painting. Even Lu Changqing, with his ethereal presence, seemed somewhat less refined in comparison. Senior, please this way. Lu Changqing gestured with his hand. Senior. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Previously, some had speculated that Chen Mu might be a scion of a noble family or a royal relative deserving of Lu Changqing's deference. However, the title of senior shattered that notion entirely. After Chen Mu and Lu Changqing departed, the disciples immediately surrounded the remaining elder, clamoring with questions. Elder Lin, who exactly are those two? Yes, Elder Lin, please do not keep us in suspense. Indeed, why would the sect leader refer to him as senior when he appears to be of our age? Or perhaps, he is surnamed Qian, given the name Bei? That does sound rather distinguished. Anyone would have to show him respect. Elder Lin stroked his long beard and replied solemnly. Did you witness the towering nine-tailed fox just now? We did. Someone realized something and pressed further. Could it be that the appearance of that nine-tailed fox is related to him? Indeed. Elder Lin nodded and continued. The nine-tailed fox was summoned by the ninth-grade divine pattern he inscribed. A ninth-grade divine pattern. This implies he is a ninth-grade divine pattern master. Ninth grade? How can that be? He is so young. Before leaving, Elder Lin reminded everyone that in the future, when encountering those two within Danqing Zone, they must exhibit the utmost respect, treating them with the same deference as the sect leader and not provoke them. We shall remember, Elder. In the sect leader's hall, Lu Changqing sat at the long table, while the seat that rightfully belonged to him was presently occupied by Chen Mu. Those aware of Lu Changqing's status as the sect leader would not suspect that Chen Mu appeared to be the one in charge. Lu Changqing harbored no objections to this. If Chen Mu desired to take the position of sect leader, Lu Changqing would not only acquiesce but would willingly step aside. He believed that if Danqing Zone truly had a ninth-grade divine pattern master in residence, the entire realm of Chinyun would have to bow in submission. I wonder if the cuisine of Danqing Zong still suits your palate, senior? Lu Changqing inquired anxiously after setting down his chopsticks, fearful of offending this esteemed guest. Not bad, Chen Mu replied, continuously enjoying his meal. Merely observing him eat was a pleasure in itself, and it seemed to enhance the flavor of the dishes before him, making them even more delectable. Of course, while the food was satisfactory, it could not compare to the exquisite cuisine of Chinyun Mansion, where he had elevated many to the pinnacle of culinary mastery. One must never compromise when it comes to one's own enjoyment. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed through the air. Was that the cry of a dragon? Those beasts are restless again. Lu Changqing clenched his fists, pondering why it had to occur at such a moment. Beasts. Noticing the perplexed expression on Chen Mu's face, Lu Changqing hastily explained. He informed Chen Mu that recently in the dragon domain, for reasons unknown, the dragon clan had been uncontrollable, intruding into human territories and causing chaos. Some would roar like this to intimidate others, while others would unleash dragon flames or frost, wreaking havoc. The dragon domain? The dragon clan? Upon learning all this, Chen Mu was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that the once rare and nearly extinct dragon clan in the Zhongshuan realm seemed to be quite common in the Shiyuan realm. Is it not a problem to leave it unchecked? Chen Mu inquired. Such disturbances usually do not warrant attention. They will eventually leave. Moreover, the dragon clan is powerful and united. Slaying one dragon may attract a horde. Lu Changqing expressed his dilemma. It was evident from his expression that provoking the dragon clan was a grave misstep in the Shiyuan realm. Chen Mu extended his consciousness, seeking to behold the true form of the dragon, only to be surprised. This dragon did not resemble the ancient divine dragons he was familiar with, such as the Nine Dragon Supreme or the small spirit dragon he had gifted to Wu Qingyi. Instead, it bore the characteristics of a lizard-like dragon, large wings, and robust legs, exuding a heavy Western flavor. Indeed, Chen Mu categorized this dragon as a lizard dragon, hardly worthy of the divine dragon lineage in his eyes. After consulting the system, he discovered that this lizard dragon was a degenerated version, possessing the weakest bloodline and power in the dragon domain. In contrast, the long-bodied dragons he was familiar with typically represented noble bloodlines within the dragon clan. How curious! Why does that beast persist in causing such a ruckus today? Lu Changqing, increasingly anxious from the incessant dragon roars, worried that they might have to confront the dragon clan directly. As he observed a few drops of wine spill from Chen Mu's cup, Chu Wushuang could no longer remain seated. Rising with her spear, she declared, "Master, I shall go and slay it." Chapter 180, Slaying the Dragon. The arrival of hundreds of dragons. The 10,000 dragon spear. Very well, go. Chen Mu did not hinder Chu Wushuang. It was an opportune moment to gauge the true strength of that lizard dragon, daring to disrupt his enjoyment of a meal. Yes, master. Before they could even process the situation, Lu Changqing and the others were caught off guard by how swiftly Chu Wushuang vanished from sight. In a daze, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a silvery light, sharp as a sword. Was she truly challenging the dragon clan alone? What audacity! Hearing the voices of disciples from outside the hall, Lu Changqing and the others could no longer sit idly by. They rose and decided to follow. For this was the territory of Danqing Zong, and should anything happen to Chu Wushuang, they would bear the responsibility. Prepared to assist Chu Wushuang in slaying the blue ice dragon, they noticed she appeared to be standing effortlessly in the sky without relying on any techniques or divine patterns. Walking on air without employing divine patterns? It must be a particular technique that is not overtly apparent, Lu Changqing mused, watching Chu Wushuang confront the dragon clan. His admiration for Chen Mu surged once more, for it was evident that Chu Wushuang's extraordinary prowess at such a young age was intrinsically linked to her remarkable talent and her powerful master, Chen Mu. He is far more formidable than he had ever imagined, utterly inscrutable, and infinitely more intricate than the ninth-grade divine patterns, perplexing in nature. Standing before the towering dragon, Chu Wushuang appeared rather inconspicuous, barely larger than a single dragon scale. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the dragon obscured the sun, casting a shadow over the mountain gate that plunged the area into darkness. The air crackled as a fierce gust of icy wind surged towards Chu Wushuang, accompanied by colossal waves of chilling air. Upon closer inspection, one could discern sharp ice crystals forming, each the size of a finger joint, akin to a torrential downpour of arrows. Wherever they passed, everything was frozen solid. Leaves turned brittle, shattering with the slightest pressure as the cold seeped into their very veins. Faced with such an onslaught, Chu Wushuang remained unfazed, twirling her spear with poise and summoning a countering whirlwind to clash against the incoming assault. Countless ice crystals shattered into fragments, melting as they descended, dispersing like mist. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Wushuang thrust her spear forward, its intent transforming into a dragon that roared forth, stirring a fierce wind that hurtled towards the great dragon. The dragon opened its maw and exhaled a torrent of frigid air, attempting to neutralize Chu Wushuang's offensive. Chu Wushuang struck again. 2 dragons. 4 dragons. 5 dragons. Numerous ethereal white dragons surged from all directions, attacking the dragon's limbs, neck, and wings. Blood gushed forth. With a decisive sweep of her spear, Chu Wushuang commanded the white dragons to exert their force in the opposite direction. The sound of tearing flesh resonated, delivering a more brutal experience than being torn asunder by 5 horses. The wings, arms, legs, neck, and tail of the great dragon were severed, plummeting from the sky. Blood erupted like fireworks, saturating the entire Danqing sect, transforming its hue in an instant. Those unaware would think they had stumbled upon the blood demon sect rather than the Danqing sect. The elders, including Lu Changqing, stood speechless, utterly shaken by the formidable prowess exhibited by Chu Wushuang. Even if they combined their powers, they would be incapable of slaying the dragon in such a brief moment. Now, they found themselves unable to fathom the depths of Chen Mu's strength, nor could they discern the capabilities of this disciple, Chu Wushuang. As for the disciples of the Danqing sect, they were even less relevant. They raised their heads, mouths agape in astonishment, nearly choking on the dragon's blood that filled them. To discard it? They hesitated, for this dragon's blood was a premium cultivation material and a high-grade ink for inscribing divine patterns, a rare treasure indeed. While they were overwhelmed, they were equally filled with profound gratitude towards the gifts bestowed by Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu, as an outsider, was rapidly surpassing the influence and status of Lu Changqing in the eyes of the disciples. Hasn't it been slain? Why does she linger? Have you forgotten? The dragon clan is remarkably united. The scent of this dragon's blood will soon attract its kin, if the dragon clan emerges in full force. Can our Danqing sect withstand it? You overestimate our capacity. They guard the entrance, while we lack even a chance to appear. Correction, it's not that we cannot. It's that we are unworthy. Are you angry? Indeed. Yet, upon reflection, there is merit in their assertion. What could we possibly counter with? We are indeed unworthy. One dragon can unsettle the entire Danqing sect, let alone a multitude. However, Chu Wushuang awaited them. She would not allow these beasts to disturb or impede her master's enjoyment of his feast. Beyond that, she could not fathom how else she might repay Chen Mu for his mentorship. To others, this event could send ripples throughout the void abyss realm. To her, it felt trivial, far from sufficient. In comparison to her master's nurturing, such a feat was but a mere trifle. Look, what is that? The fabric of space tore apart, and from within emerged a multitude of dragons, black, red, white, and blue, a riot of colors. Their forms were largely similar, differing only in the size of their scales, the number of wings, and the shape and texture of their horns. Good heavens, how many could there be? A rough count revealed over 200. This figure was indeed staggering. Though these were lower-tier dragons, the sheer spectacle of their numbers, combined with their immense size, was enough to instill fear. However, the horde of dragons showed little interest in the onlookers. Their dazzling gaze was fixated solely on Chu Wushuang. This scene resembled divine retribution descending upon the earth. As the tempest brewed and thunder rumbled, Chu Wushuang stood undaunted, seizing the initiative. With her white dragon spear in hand, she unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped phantoms. This spear could conjure hundreds of ethereal, white dragons at once, coupled with the spear intent now mastered by Chu Wushuang. Even if she could not obliterate the dragons instantly, she could sever a limb or a wing, causing them to lose balance and plummet. Yet soon, healing dragons emerged to restore the severed limbs and wings at an astonishing rate, visibly regrowing before their eyes. They returned to the skies, gazing down upon Chu Wushuang with disdain, roaring and exerting pressure. Moreover, the spatial rifts that had initially opened had yet to close, with more dragons continuing to emerge, swelling their numbers to nearly 500. This sight terrified many disciples of the Danqing sect, and Lu Changqing and his peers sensed a foreboding of annihilation. The focus shifted back to Chen Mu. Seeing Chu Wushuang exert herself so diligently, it was only fitting that he, as her master, intervene. He retrieved the Wanlong spear, which he had previously bestowed upon Chu Wushuang, now magnified in quality and power, a weapon of unparalleled might. Chapter 181, The Thousand Dragons Massacre, The Slaughter of the Dragon Race. Though both were top-tier heavenly weapons, the Wanlong spear was evidently in a league of its own compared to the white dragon spear. The heavens ensured a minimum standard, not a maximum. The Wanlong spear emerged, hovering beside Chen Mu. He lifted his hand, a slight movement triggering a thunderous roar as the spear shot forth, scattering Lu Changqing and his entourage that had encircled the entrance. The sound of dragon roars echoed endlessly. Chu Wushuang sensed the Wanlong spear soaring towards her, relinquished her white dragon spear, which vanished into her spatial ring, and deftly grasped the Wanlong spear. It took considerable effort to absorb the impact. The spear reverberated. The sound crisp and clear. As a spear practitioner, Chu Wushuang understood the significance of the Wanlong spear in her grasp. With both hands clasped in gratitude towards Chen Mu, she was overcome with emotion, thanking her master profusely. It's just a spear, isn't it? Yet the depth of her sentiment suggested otherwise. Just a spear? Oh, how naive. As a 9th-grade divine pattern master, the gifts bestowed upon her were unequivocally top-tier divine weapons. That previous spear had been formidable. Could anything surpass it? Of course. Why else bestow it upon her? Hearing the murmurs from beneath her, Chu Wushuang smirked disdainfully, eager for these mere mortals to witness the terrifying prowess of the Wanlong spear and her master's formidable foundation. With a resonating hum, the Wanlong spear in Chu Wushuang's hands lunged forward in rapid succession. Each thrust reverberated through the air, moving so swiftly that it left countless afterimages. One spear transformed into hundreds. Simultaneously, numerous colossal silver dragons erupted from the spear tip, expanding 100-fold, then 1,000-fold. With their jaws agape, their roars echoed, resonating even miles away, inciting fear that compelled many to kneel and worship. As the 1,000 dragons surged forth, they collided with the lizard dragons, obliterating them into a pulp of flesh, leaving behind only severed limbs and dismembered bodies that fell from the sky. Healing? No, it was impossible. On one hand, the injuries were too severe, with the internal organs utterly crushed. On the other hand, it was evident that Chu Wushuang's side held a significant numerical advantage. The 1,000 dragons completely overwhelmed the 100 dragons, leaving no opportunity for them to cast spells. As the crowd looked up, they beheld countless massive silver dragons soaring through the air, stirring the winds and clouds, shattering the colossal bodies of the lizard dragons time and again, reducing them to mere flesh and blood mist. The entire expanse of the sky was stained crimson. Such a scene, of such grand scale, might lead some to mistakenly believe they were witnessing a divine battle. Now, you must realize the disparity, right? Someone asked with a twitch of his lips. Those present were utterly immersed in the shock of the 1,000 dragons annihilating the dragon clan, completely oblivious to his words, let alone responding. Lu Chongqing and the others wore grim expressions. They were aware that these two were extraordinarily formidable, but they had not anticipated their powers to exceed their imagination. The slaughter of the dragon clan, such a term, would likely be beyond even what the one in the palace could achieve. Moreover, at this moment, they were merely fortunate to witness this scene as disciples of Chen Mu. Lu Chongqing glanced at Chen Mu, unable to suppress the thought of how many more rare treasures like the Wanlong spear he possessed. After all, he could casually present something like the Wanlong spear to his disciples. Even Lu Chongqing, as a direct disciple, could not be that generous. Such treasures should naturally be reserved for personal use. He could never have imagined that, regarding the Wanlong spear, even if he gifted one to Chu Wushuang, he still had 999 more. Alas, why lament? As long as Chen Mu was willing, adding a few more would not be an issue. Perhaps even modifying it to be infinite. The word lament had long ceased to exist in Chen Mu's vocabulary. Meanwhile, after Chu Wushuang obliterated several hundred lizard dragons, it was clear that she had instilled fear in the creatures lurking behind the spatial rift. No dragon dared to emerge again, and the rift closed. Observing the Wanlong spear in her hand, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu Wushuang's lips, barely contained. This Wanlong spear was even more powerful than she had anticipated. Most importantly, the Wanlong spear was certainly more than just 1,000 dragons. Due to the terrifying might of the Wanlong, she feared it might destroy the entire Danqing sect. Coupled with the fact that a mere few hundred lizard dragons did not warrant her unleashing the power of the Wanlong, she opted to use the 1,000 dragons instead. The outcome still exceeded her expectations. In an instant, Chu Wushuang appeared before the crowd. Lu Chongqing and the others hastily moved aside, not daring to obstruct her path. Chu Wushuang returned to Chen Mu without hindrance, kneeling on one knee and presenting the Wanlong spear with both hands, thanking her master for allowing her to utilize the Wanlong spear to successfully turn the tide. Upon hearing the word borrow, Lu Chongqing and the others felt it was considerably more reasonable. Indeed, it must be temporarily lent to Chu Wushuang. Such a top-tier divine weapon could not simply be given away. Even in the Li nation, the Wanlong spear was undoubtedly a national treasure. Only the commander of countless armies would have the right to wield it. Nevertheless, everyone still envied Chen Mu for possessing such a divine artifact. Borrow. Chen Mu responded with a faint smile and shook his head. My master is not so impoverished. It is a gift. A gift. A gift. Chu Wushuang and Lu Chongqing exclaimed almost simultaneously. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Chongqing quickly raised his hands to cover his mouth. Yet, the Wanlong spear would be better utilized by you, master, rather than left for the disciples, as it would truly maximize its value, Chu Wushuang stated candidly. So that's how you see it. Chu Wushuang's words significantly elevated her standing in Chen Mu's eyes, though this was limited to their master-disciple relationship. Indeed, therefore, I kindly request master to reclaim the Wanlong spear. I have the Bailong spear, which is sufficient, Chu Wushuang insisted. That is simple. With a thought, Chen Mu summoned 1, 2, 3, and dozens of Wanlong spears, which materialized beside him in an upright position, exuding an overwhelming presence. Like a flood unleashed, they crashed upon Lu Chongqing and the others, engulfing them. Stunned and petrified, they had never anticipated that this extraordinary divine weapon, capable of annihilating powerful dragon clans, was not just possessed by Chen Mu in singularity, but by the multitude. No wonder he could nonchalantly present one to Chu Wushuang, for this artifact was so abundant to him that it merely gathered dust in storage, as he could only wield 2 hands. Chu Wushuang too was taken aback, her thoughts in disarray. She had several words on the tip of her tongue, but swallowed them back. Altering her approach, she expressed gratitude for the generous gift of the Wanlong spear, vowing to utilize it wisely. With a wave of his hand, Chen Mu made all the Wanlong spears disappear, returning them to the system's inventory. Setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he had already cleared away the various delicacies before him, thoroughly satiating his hunger, not forgetting to inquire of Chu Wushuang. How about you? Are you full? I am not hungry at present, Chu Wushuang replied. Very well. Then let us visit the Longyu. Chen Mu expressed his desire to see the highest-ranking dragon clan within the Chinyun realm, pondering whether he might acquire a few to keep as pets, which could be far more amusing than higher-tier beasts. Chapter 182, Unbreached Defenses, a Paradise in the Dragon Domain. Had this been before, upon hearing Chen Mu's intention to venture into the dragon domain, Lu Chongqing might have dissuaded him. Since time immemorial, none had ever returned alive from the dragon domain. It was an absolute forbidden zone for humanity. The dragon domain occupied nearly a third of the Chinyun realm, maintaining a long-standing treaty of non-interference. After all, there were emperors responsible for guarding the human realm. If the dragon clan dared to act recklessly, the emperor would surely not stand idly by. Even if he could not completely eradicate the dragon clan, he could unite the various cultivators to inflict some punishment. However, recently, this harmony had been disrupted, as the dragon clan frequently crossed the line, harassing humanity, yet the emperor did not intervene. There were even rumors that the emperor had fallen, allowing the dragon clan to act with such impunity, disregarding humanity. Nevertheless, speculation remained just that. No one truly knew what conflict had arisen between the dragon and human clans. Thus, upon hearing Chen Mu's intent to enter the dragon domain, Lu Chongqing instinctively thought that perhaps this matter did not necessitate the emperor's involvement and could be resolved beforehand. Witnessing Chen Mu raise his hand to open a portal to the dragon domain, the others could not help but marvel. Such prowess was beyond their capabilities, relying solely on magical artifacts. Moreover, even with artifacts, connecting from the Danxing sect to the distant dragon domain would be quite challenging. This senior truly is remarkable, Lu Chongqing could not help but exclaim. Indeed, who could have imagined that within our great Li nation, there exists such a formidable figure? Even if the emperor does not side with us, we need not fear conflict. Who would argue otherwise? It stands to reason that even if the emperor were to provoke him, he would not gain much advantage. As this statement echoed, the room fell silent. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang stepped through the portal, emerging into a realm of fiery red lava. Is this truly the dragon domain? It feels more akin to hell, Chen Mu jested. Indeed, it is quite different from what I envisioned as hell, Chu Wushuang concurred. A roar of dragons echoed. Looking up, they saw several crimson dragons circling overhead, their golden eyes gleaming as they scrutinized the intruders. They seemed to be observing, for according to Lu Chongqing and the others, no one had dared to venture into the dragon domain for millennia. These dragons must surely be curious as to why anyone would dare to appear here. It appeared they were not yet at the deepest part of the dragon domain. Chen Mu's criteria for judgment? The reason was simple. He had yet to see a true dragon clan member emerge. Lizard dragons, merely lizard dragons, and nothing but lizard dragons. They utterly failed to pique Chen Mu's interest. At first glance, it may seem tolerable, yet when compared to the majestic Julong Zhizuan Lian, its grandeur dissipates entirely, rendering it incomparable. Subsequently, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang continued their journey deeper into the Longyu. The dragons circling above gradually multiplied. Moreover, a belligerent lizard dragon broke the peace, diving down with the intent to launch an attack on Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Chu Wushuang drew forth the Wanlong spear and gripped it tightly. Chen Mu reassured her not to panic or pay any mind to it. As Chu Wushuang watched the colossal dragon descend, its gaping maw opened wide like an abyss, dark and unfathomable, as if it intended to swallow her whole. With a resounding bang, the dragon exploded into a mist of crimson. The entire event transpired too swiftly for Chu Wushuang to react, failing to notice any actions from Chen Mu. In reality, he did not need to intervene. Impenetrable defense. Status activated. This was a new ability he had discovered not long ago while Chu Wushuang was busy slaying dragons, indulging in a meal, and idly passing the time. Once activated, an invincible barrier enveloped him, impervious to any level of cultivation or strength. He even deemed it insufficiently exhilarating and added a stipulation that any entity exhibiting hostility toward him would be instantly obliterated upon contact with the barrier. Regardless of the intensity of the hostility, they would be reduced to mere mist. This spared him the trouble of engaging directly, while simultaneously punishing the aggressor and deterring others, be they dragons or otherwise. Yet evidently, these dragons, in comparison to humans, were oblivious to the lesson at hand. Following the annihilation of their companion, their fury was ignited further, and the dozens of lizard dragons circling overhead began to charge down one after another, intent on tearing Chen Mu apart, consuming his flesh, devouring his bones. Bang, bang, bang. The outcome was, as expected, explosive, still explosive. Clouds of blood mist soared higher and higher, resembling gigantic mushrooms from afar. Despite the presence of dozens of dragons, Chen Mu remained unperturbed, not lifting a finger. They were all obliterated. He continued to stride forward with indifference. Truly, he was worthy of his master. Reflecting on the arduous task he faced wielding the Bailong spear against 100 dragons, and now witnessing Chen Mu's effortless demeanor in the face of a dragon horde, Chu Wushuang realized how distant she still was from him. If she could, until her dying day, merely catch a blurred glimpse of Chen Mu's figure along her path of cultivation, she would be content. Time passed with no indication of change, and they were still surrounded by the unchanging landscape of magma. Chen Mu gradually lost his patience, opening the system's virtual panel to switch the map function. He dispelled the dark clouds that obscured the area of Longyu on the map, revealing a hidden paradise deeper within the realm of magma. A verdant expanse adorned with hints of peach blossoms nestled by mountains and waters, a perfect retreat. The distance? It likely spanned the entirety of the Dili Kingdom. At this rate, when could they expect to arrive? Chen Mu activated the teleportation portal once more, directly transporting himself to that idyllic haven. Fertile fields, thatched cottages, and water wheels creaked rhythmically as they irrigated the crops. This was entirely different from the image Chen Mu had envisioned. Why were there signs of human habitation in Longyu? Peering further into the distance, he spotted figures clad in human attire busily tending to rice fields. Sensing Chen Mu's presence, those individuals straightened their postures and gazed intently. Immediately, they shed their coarse garments, transforming into streaks of light that soared skyward. In the mist, they morphed into celestial dragons, descending to scrutinize Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Faced with these high-ranking dragon beings, Chu Wushuang displayed a hint of anxiety. It was evident that these creatures were of an entirely different caliber than the previous ones. Their aura was so overwhelming that it felt suffocating. Clearly, they had not erred in their search. This was indeed the dwelling of the high-ranking dragon clan. A smile of satisfaction crossed Chen Mu's lips as he pondered whether dragons, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could transform into human forms like certain beasts. Astonishingly, they had adopted human agricultural practices. Chen Mu found it difficult to comprehend. It seemed to him that, as dragons, such behavior diminished their stature. Everyone yearns to become a dragon amidst storms, yet the true dragon clan transforms into humans and emulates human lifestyles. Was this not paradoxical? Or perhaps it is true that only that which is unattainable is deemed the most desirable. Such thoughts eluded him. A dragon's roar erupted. A small white dragon prepared to launch an assault on Chen Mu. Halt. Do not act disrespectfully. Chapter 183. True dragons, new dragons, bad money drives out good. A voice of authority resonated through the space, echoing in their ears. The white dragon's claws and razor-sharp fangs were but a hair's breadth away from Chen Mu, mere moments from being obliterated. That ancient voice undoubtedly saved its life. Yet it was clear that the white dragon remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Turning to the source of the voice, it perceived the elder, who had deemed humans to be deceitful and treacherous. Shouldn't they be killed? Deceitful and treacherous humans? Chen Mu chuckled wryly. Even if there were indeed deceitful individuals among humans, there was no need to eradicate them all indiscriminately. He believed his own conduct to be quite straightforward and honorable. Return. The elder, referred to as the clan leader, had no intention of explaining himself to the white dragon and issued a commanding shout. The white dragon's eyes flicked toward Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang, begrudgingly transforming into a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, retreating in the opposite direction. Chen Mu's gaze followed it seamlessly, opening a teleportation portal and stepping through to arrive before several individuals. At the forefront stood an elderly man with white hair, white brows, a white beard, and clad in white robes. The passage of time had etched numerous lines upon his face. Yet he still exuded an air of authority and was not to be trifled with. Dragons were supposed to be long-lived beings. It was easy to imagine the myriad of years he had experienced. The calm demeanor he portrayed, along with an unflinching presence in the face of adversity, was undoubtedly the result of accumulated experiences. However, compared to Chen Mu's immortal state, he was still somewhat lacking. Unfazed in the presence of such an ancient being, Chen Mu maintained his composure. I have lived for 10,000 years and consider myself well acquainted with countless individuals. Yet this is the first time I encounter someone I cannot fathom. The elder felt as though a thick fog lay between him and Chen Mu. The more he attempted to advance and grasp Chen Mu, the more ensnared he became. Initially, when the white dragon sought to attack Chen Mu, the elder had dismissed it as yet another ignorant intruder attempting to plunder the Longyu, thinking them worthy of death. However, the next moment, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. He sensed that if the white dragon proceeded to challenge Chen Mu, it would undoubtedly meet with a catastrophic end. In this regard, the elder had never been mistaken. With age comes wisdom, and he had discerned certain patterns over time. Most importantly, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang's demeanor in the face of the white dragon was exceedingly calm. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have collapsed in fear, soiling their trousers. Their confidence and composure made the elder increasingly uneasy. Truly inscrutable. May I inquire what brings you two on this long journey to my Qianlongjian? The elder asked directly. To settle a score, Chen Mu replied. Settle a score? The elder was genuinely perplexed. This was their first meeting. Devoid of grievances or animosities, what score could there be to settle? He pondered if this was some old acquaintance who had, like him, lived for millions of years. Perhaps through disguise or reincarnation, altering their appearance and aura. You have the gall to ask? Your dragon clan disturbed my master's meal, and I shall punish you by slaying one of your dragons. This matter must be resolved. Chu Wushuang could not bear to see anyone feigning ignorance before her master, daring to act without taking responsibility. Upon hearing this, the elder laughed heartily, instantly grasping the situation. What are you laughing at? Chu Wushuang's gaze was sharp. No, I did not intend to mock the two of you. I merely wish to convey that there exists a misunderstanding. It is not us who are your adversaries, but rather those individuals outside. The elder explained. Those individuals outside. Chu Wushuang found it somewhat difficult to comprehend his intended meaning. At that moment, Bai Long interjected. Do you not understand? Our lineage has long ceased to concern itself with the matters of the dragon domain and the human race, living a life of isolation. It is those bellicose elements of inferior bloodlines outside who seek to engage you in battle. From his words, Chen Mu could easily sense the level of arrogance he possessed, as well as the undeniable hierarchy within the dragon race's bloodlines. Not only did he regard the lizard dragons as inferior, but even these true dragons, who were closest to the existence of the ancestor dragon, viewed them as equally lowly and mixed-blooded. Subsequently, Chen Mu gleaned from the elder that as the dragon race has existed in this world for an increasingly extended period, the preservation of pure blood has become quite challenging. Initially, lizard dragons were a minority, but they soon became a significant portion. Consequently, the dragon domain split into two factions, the true dragons and the new dragons. The true dragons adhered to the ancient rules set forth by their ancestors, maintaining distance from the human race and refraining from interference. In contrast, the new dragons, primarily younger members of the dragon race, were proud, defiant, and exceedingly warlike, desiring to disrupt the balance and wage war against the human race, enslaving them. Although the true dragon faction is vastly outnumbered by the new dragons, their deep-rooted heritage enables them to barely restrain their opponents. However, this equilibrium has recently begun to falter, as the elder's vitality wanes, making it increasingly difficult to maintain. The new dragons have been probing, testing the limits of their boundaries bit by bit. Upon learning all of this, Chen Mu displayed a look of disappointment. He had initially hoped to seize a few dragons for his own amusement. Who would have thought that from the very beginning, he had no relevance to them? Chen Mu considered himself a gentleman, never one to act with barbarity or disregard for reason. Thus, he would not engage in the act of provoking others when they had not wronged him. Indeed, a gentleman. As for the new dragons, their bloodlines were too inferior for Chen Mu to regard them with any respect. If the elder and Bai Long were to discover Chen Mu's sentiments, they would undoubtedly be incensed. How could a dignified, true dragon lineage, inheritor of the most ancient blood of the ancestor dragon, be viewed by Chen Mu as akin to a mere pet? Such disdain. No. It is simply too much disdain for dragons. Now that you know this has nothing to do with us, you should depart swiftly. We do not welcome the human race. Bai Long urged coldly. He harbored no fondness for the human race, yet the clan leader shielded Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang, preventing him from taking action against them. This left Bai Long in an exceptionally irritable state, leading him to think it better to send them away than to allow them to linger. Out of sight, out of mind. Do not be rude. The elder interjected once more. Clan leader, I do not understand. How can the once mighty figure who commanded the entire dragon race and stood against countless foes now display such timidity before these two humans? Is the true dragon lineage truly on the brink of decline? Bai Long could not fathom that the elder's actions were not meant to protect Chen Mu, but rather to shield him. After all, in the presence of outsiders, the elder was aware of Bai Long's youthful exuberance and sought to preserve his dignity. He would wait until the outsiders had departed to properly chastise him. Is that a new dragon? At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted. Chen Mu turned to see a massive swarm of lizard dragons, their enormous wings stirring the winds and approaching with a murderous intent. Chapter 184. The Slaughter of 10,000 Dragons, Breaking Cognition and Shocking the Dragon Race. At the forefront was a black dragon adorned with 6 wings. As its massive wings unfurled, golden runes resembling a labyrinth flowed across its orange membranes. This dragon's head bore a closer resemblance to that of a flood dragon than a true dragon. It is no wonder that the true dragon lineage would deride them as inferior, unworthy of calling themselves members of the dragon race. As they brought shame upon the ancestor dragon, boom, the colossal figure landed upon the cliff, causing the mountains to tremble and the rivers to surge, with waves rippling through the rice paddies. Crouching in a seated posture, its eyes, resembling molten lava, were filled with fury as it gazed at the elder. No wonder you have always opposed our attacks on the human race. It seems you have already colluded with them. The illustrious Bai Di consorting with humans. If the ancestor dragon were to witness this, it would surely be utterly disappointed in you. Do not spout such nonsense. Who do you think you are to question the clan leader? Bai Long retorted, transforming into a massive dragon once more, hovering in midair to confront the 6-winged black dragon. When did it become your place to interrupt during an elder's discourse? The 6-winged black dragon spoke disdainfully, dismissing Bai Long entirely. Clan leader, please allow me to take action and eliminate this disrespectful wretch. Bai Long requested, seizing the opportunity to vent the grievances he had endured from Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Bai Di appeared troubled. He understood that completely severing ties with the new dragon lineage at this juncture was unwise. Moreover, the opposing dragons were numerous. And with his own vitality waning, he feared he would be unable to protect them. Bai Di, let our matters rest for now. I have come today for those 2 humans. They have slain hundreds of our new dragon kin and must pay the price. The 6-winged black dragon sought to seize this excellent opportunity to achieve 2 goals at once, eliminating Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang, while simultaneously enhancing its prestige among the new dragons. At the same time, it would provide Bai Di with a way out, employing both soft and hard tactics to compel him to pledge not to interfere in the matters between the dragon domain and the human race. Once that was achieved, the new dragons would have no further concerns and could launch a full-scale assault against the human race, enslaving all of them. Utterly shameless. Do you truly believe you are worthy to stand against my master? Chu Wushuang replied with a cool smile. Even if there were 1,000 dragons filling the skies, she would still not regard them with any respect, for standing behind her was Chen Mu, her greatest support. Master, please allow your disciple to take action and rid us of these brazen beasts. Chu Wushuang turned to Chen Mu, volunteering to take the lead. Upon hearing her words, Bai Long thought she must have lost her mind. Did she truly intend to challenge 1,000 dragons alone? That was a gross underestimation of her own capabilities. Bai Long, though he held the new dragons in disdain, would not believe that Chu Wushuang alone could contend with them. Should he personally slay the 6-winged black dragon, and with the clan leader backing him, the other new dragons would undoubtedly hesitate to intervene out of fear. However, if it were Chu Wushuang, the outcome would be entirely different. Thus, in Bai Long's eyes, Chu Wushuang had no chance of victory whatsoever. Even Bai Long himself could contend with at most 10 new dragons at a time. Faced with this situation, unease crept into his heart, his expression darkening as he felt a mix of murderous intent, panic, and an untraceable fear. Believing in Chu Wushuang? That was no different from asking Bai Long to believe that dragons were inferior to humans. The true dragons were indeed the highest beings in this realm. Very well. Go forth. They have pursued us to our doorstep. How can we refrain from taking action? If they seek death, why show mercy? In a world of fantasy, which could also be termed a world of slaughter, to cease killing through killing was the very foundation of existence. This is madness. Seeing Chen Mu nod in agreement, Bai Long's eyes widened in shock. even questioning whether there was animosity between him and Chu Wushuang. Is this how a master should behave? Watching your disciple walk into death? The human race was indeed despicable and shameless. Bound by Baidi's presence, Bai Long could only harbor these thoughts inwardly. Yes, master. Chu Wushuang stepped forward, raising her arm at an angle, her fingers curling around the Wan Long gun, which materialized. What is that? Baidi's eyes widened. For some reason, he sensed an overwhelming aura comparable to that of the ancestor dragon emanating from the Wan Long gun. Bai Long also discerned that this object was extraordinary. It would be a waste for a human to wield it. He contemplated that once Chu Wushuang was slain by the new dragons, perhaps he could lay claim to it for himself. That would be preferable to allowing the new dragons to seize it. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Chu Wushuang radiated an overwhelming aura of gun intent, erupting explosively. The spiritual energy surged within her like an endless ocean, flooding into the Wanlong spear in her grasp. The spear trembled with a resonant hum, echoing the roars of dragons, as the might of 1,000 dragons surged forth, as if they were all howling in unison. This caused a profound shock to the Bai Long. The narrowed eyes of the Bai Di widened significantly, revealing a pair of deep, azure-white irises. Wanlong kill. Chu Wushuang thrust her spear skyward. The illusory forms of myriad dragons erupted from the spear tip, rushing forth like a deluge. They stirred the winds and clouds, shattering countless dragon bodies. Everywhere one looked, there were fierce dragon shadows engaged in battle, with dragon blood splattering everywhere, severed limbs and dragon heads flying about. Faced with the might of 1,000 dragons, the new dragons were utterly powerless to retaliate. This was due in part to Chu Wushuang's personal strength, combined with the Wanlong spear, which allowed her formidable power to reach its zenith. After all, while the Wanlong spear was powerful, it was not something an average person could wield. Even lifting it was a daunting challenge. Furthermore, Chen Mu, being prudent, had activated the invincible shared kill feature. If a single strike could annihilate, why bother with a second? The six-winged black dragon sensed impending doom and attempted to flee. However, it was surrounded by dozens of dragon shadows, with no means of advancing or retreating. As they charged forward, the black dragon uttered a roar, expelling a black-red flame of destruction, attempting to obliterate the dragon shadows. Yet, could the concept of invincibility be so easily overturned? To its astonishment, the dragon shadows were unaffected, breaking through the flames and colliding with the six-winged black dragon. With a resounding crash, the dragoness body was forcibly pierced, leaving a gaping hole. After being subjected to the onslaught of dozens of dragon shadows, not even a shred of flesh remained. Fire, ice, and vines, no matter the ability. Under the combination of the Wanlong kill and the invincible annihilation, they proved utterly ineffective. The new dragons were destined to be slaughtered without mercy. How could this be? The Bai Long, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly dumbfounded. It was incomprehensible how a mere human like Chu Wushuang could wield the power of dragons. Even more baffling was the sheer magnitude of her strength, capable of annihilating thousands of new dragons with a single strike. In the Bai Long's understanding, such feats could only be accomplished by the Bai Di. Was this human even stronger than their clan leader? What was even more perplexing was that someone as extraordinary as Chu Wushuang was merely a disciple of Chen Mu. If a disciple could be so formidable, how immensely powerful must the master be? The Bai Long understood well the respect Chu Wushuang held for Chen Mu, akin to its own reverence for the clan leader. A sudden epiphany struck. The clan leader had refrained from allowing it to intervene, not to preserve the peace between the true dragons and humans, but simply to prevent it from recklessly throwing away its life, which had danced on the edge of death multiple times. Chapter 185. Annihilating the New Dragons. The true dragons submit voluntarily. The Bai Long's pupils constricted in shock, its expression reflecting profound astonishment and fear. The Bai Di, having just regained composure from the Wanlong kill, was quite satisfied, considering it an unexpected gain. It was a relief not to have to worry about the Bai Long recklessly endangering itself in the death zone. Would it be too direct to clarify? The Bai Long might not believe it. What if it only fueled its competitive spirit further? Thankfully, Chu Wushuang's timely intervention had completely crushed the Bai Long's arrogance. The Bai Di had always contemplated finding an opportunity for the Bai Long, which had sailed smoothly thus far, to face some challenges, to prevent it from being overly arrogant and jeopardizing its bright future. The appearances of Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang exceeded his expectations in the most marvelous way. Master, I've resolved the situation. I hope I have not disappointed you, Chu Wushuang said, returning to Chen Mu, her anticipation evident. Indeed, splendid work. Your efforts in wielding the Wanlong spear have proven worthwhile, Chen Mu praised, fully aware of her expectations. Chu Wushuang lifted her heels, clasped her hands behind her back, and twirled her toes on the ground, grinning sheepishly. Chen Mu's praise brought her a sense of fulfillment far greater than that of executing the Wanlong kill and slaying 1,000 dragons. The Bai Long sensed the moment was right and stepped forward, intending to apologize to Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang for its earlier reckless behavior. It was indeed arrogant, yet not foolish. It understood what angering Chen Mu and his companions could mean for the true dragon lineage. The terrifying power of Chu Wushuang still lingered in the Bai Long's mind, sending shivers down its spine. Not to mention, Chen Mu, who remained an enigma, was still completely unaware of the underlying details. However, just as it took 2 steps forward, it saw Chen Mu raise his right arm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From his palm, hundreds, even thousands, of bloodlines erupted forth. They dispersed explosively. While the Bai Long pondered the purpose of Chen Mu's actions, a tremendous roar reverberated. The bloodlines, like a tempest, coalesced into an egg-like form, towering high. Then, the shells cracked, and new dragons emerged from within. Their skin was uniformly blood-red, darkening to an almost black hue. Indeed, this was the ability of the supreme blood demon. Chen Mu found it exceedingly troublesome to summon it each time. And given that the blood demon needed to be in command of the blood demon's sacred land, he decided to replicate its abilities for convenience and efficiency. These new dragons, while of little interest to him as spiritual pets, were quite valuable for augmenting combat power. After transforming into blood demons, these creatures appeared far more agreeable than before. Coupled with the volcanic landscape behind, the dragon domain took on a more hellish visage. But weren't they dead? How can they be resurrected? The Bai Long staggered back a step, unaware of the protruding rock beneath its feet, and fell to the ground. It is a technique he employed to revive them, transforming them into mindless, puppet-like beings, the Bai Di remarked, equally astonished. Having lived for so long, he had certainly seen such techniques. Yet he had never witnessed someone like Chen Mu executed on such a grand scale, effortlessly transforming over 1,000 dragons. Even the new dragons emerged without so much as a gasp for breath. Could it be too easy? It seemed no more challenging than a meal. The concepts of resurrection and puppetry had far surpassed the Bai Long's understanding, and the fear in its gaze towards Chen Mu grew ever more intense. Furthermore, these resurrected beings had their powers amplified over 100-fold. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all true dragons present turned to one of utter disbelief. While the bloodline of the new dragons was indeed impure, their power at the same level was far inferior to that of true dragons. However, if they could be enhanced by at least 100 times, the outcome would be drastically different. As the 1,000 dragons approached within Chen Mu's line of sight, they lowered their heads in submission. Chen Mu then commanded them, "Go forth and annihilate the entire new dragon lineage." Upon receiving the order, a tempest arose as the dragons flapped their massive wings, soaring into the sky to hunt down the new dragons. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chen Mu established a setting for his blood demon. All being slain by the blood demon would automatically revert to becoming blood demons themselves. In simple terms, the more they killed, the greater their numbers became. In terms of propagation speed, it was not inferior to that of the undead. What? He intends to slaughter the entire new dragon lineage. The Bai Di hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Counsel? What right did it have to counsel? Just because it had lived long enough, it expected to be granted consideration? The Bai Di was not foolish enough to think that way. The new dragon lineage had brought this upon themselves, provoking the harbinger of death. It had warned them that opposing humanity was a grievous mistake. Yet they chose to ignore it. At last, the White Emperor had bumped into a formidable obstacle, bringing forth not merely a threat to his life, but a potential annihilation of his clan. The thought sent chills down his spine. Although the true dragon and the new dragon had seemingly diverged for an extended period, they were both descendants of the ancestor dragon, and it was difficult for the White Emperor not to worry that Chen Mu's divine punishment would descend upon the true dragon lineage. Should that come to pass, not only the new dragons but the entire dragon race would meet their demise, becoming mere pawns in that blood-red army. Such a fate was something the White Emperor, as the leader of the true dragon clan, was determined to avert. With this in mind, he approached Chen Mu, kneeling on one knee and then both, bowing deeply and placing his hands on the ground. "I am willing to lead the true dragon lineage, pledging my eternal loyalty to you, never to betray." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu slightly curled his lip in a semblance of amusement before reverting to his usual impassive demeanor. He turned around, acknowledging that longevity has its advantages, particularly the ability to gauge the changing tides. Initially, he had considered turning them all into blood demons, but it appeared that such drastic measures were unnecessary. This statement, of course, was merely intended to intimidate them. Casting a glance at the white dragon and others, he found them all echoing his sentiments, shouting in unison, "Eternal loyalty, never to betray." The effectiveness of his intimidation was swiftly evident. Subsequently, from the White Emperor, Chen Mu learned that the true dragon lineage now possessed fewer than 1,000 remaining heirs. For a master, this number represented a significant figure, yet for a clan, it was woefully insufficient, particularly when the new dragons numbered over 100,000. The root cause lay in the depletion of the dragon vein and the reduction of dragon chi. In the realm of fantasy, luck plays a dominant role. It can influence whether a family thrives, and the dragon race is no exception. The so-called dragon vein is merely a transformation of a sacred dragon technique practiced by giants. The value of this sacred technique has nearly been exhausted, resulting in a dwindling number of pure-blooded dragons, who increasingly resemble monstrous beasts. Their requirements for the dragon vein are far less than those of the dragon race, as they lean more towards reliance on spiritual energy. In other words, as long as the dragon vein is restored, you can overcome the crisis of decline, correct? Chen Mu inquired for confirmation. Indeed, the White Emperor affirmed with a nod. Then it is simple. Simple? Chapter 186. Restoration of the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Slayers were astounded as the Dragon Vein was crucial to the survival and continuation of the dragon race. It could not possibly be that straightforward, could it? The White Emperor had spent the better part of his life attempting to restore the Dragon Vein's essence, only to find himself perpetually fruitless. Chen Mu was undeniably powerful. The White Emperor conceded, yet he was ultimately just a member of the human race, facing a challenge that even the dragon race could not resolve. The White Emperor believed that Chen Mu still underestimated the complexities of the dragon race. The dragon vein and the luck of the human race were not to be conflated. This endeavor was far more arduous than a person or a dynasty attempting to defy fate. The White Emperor stepped forward, intending to elucidate the stakes involved to Chen Mu, lest the latter blame him for any failure that might ensue. In the next moment, a dense and overwhelming dragon chi surged forth from all directions, akin to an invisible tide, crashing down upon them. The White Emperor and the others reveled in its embrace, their cultivation continuously enhancing and automatically progressing. Was it not remarkable? Chen Mu had merely altered a few words, and the withered dragon vein had regained its vibrant vitality, becoming an inexhaustible source. The White Emperor and the dragons were left dumbfounded. Who was this person before them? The White Emperor even entertained the notion that Chen Mu might be the reincarnation of the ancestor dragon. If that were true, the massacre of the 10,000 dragons and the ensuing events would gain a very plausible explanation. However, upon further reflection, the White Emperor decisively shook his head, dismissing this idea. The reason was simple. The ancestor dragon was not as powerful as Chen Mu. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Thank you, Master, for restoring the dragon vein to my dragon domain. Such a great favor will be eternally etched in our memories. Eternally etched, the other dragons echoed. Even the proud white dragon, at this moment, could not help but be in awe of Chen Mu. For a dragon to willingly submit to a human was indeed a source of shame, a notion ingrained in their bloodline. Yet, Chen Mu was an exception. They felt not humiliation, but rather immense honor, for without him, the dragon vein could not have been restored. Without the restoration of the dragon vein, the true dragon lineage would inevitably face extinction, leaving behind only inferior and mixed blood dragons. Chen Mu had resolved their legacy and continuity dilemma. How could they not show their respect? In terms of merit, he was not inferior to the ancestor dragon. Following this, at the invitation of the White Emperor, Chen Mu entered the courtyard and took a seat on a stone bench. Quickly, boil some water to brew a cup of spirit tea for our master, commanded the White Emperor. Yes, the white dragon eagerly complied, wishing to make a good impression on Chen Mu. He was a far cry from the person he had been upon their initial encounter. Before long, he returned with a pot of tea, pouring a cup for Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Chen Mu took a sip and found it somewhat bland. While it was undoubtedly fine tea, a top-tier cultivation resource among the human race, it paled in comparison to his preferred Wu Dao tea. The latter brought him a sense of tranquility and, most importantly, an enlightening experience that felt unprecedentedly refreshing. With this thought, Chen Mu retrieved a packet of Wu Dao tea, opened it, and pinched a small amount to toss into his cup, mixing it together. Would the White Emperor and the others feel awkward? Only a servant would consider the master's feelings. What master would ponder the thoughts of a servant? That would be quite disarrayed. If you wish to drink, feel free, Chen Mu remarked, noticing Chu Wushuang's eager gaze fixed upon the Wu Dao tea leaves. Thank you, master. Chu Wushuang also took a pinch of the tea to add to her own cup. The rich aroma of the tea permeated the entire thatched hut, invigorating their spirits. May I ask, master, is this Wu Dao tea? The White Emperor inquired cautiously. Oh, you are familiar with Wu Dao tea? Chen Mu countered. I've merely heard of it. It is said that drinking it offers the chance for enlightenment, which is quite rare. The White Emperor replied. Indeed, this is Wu Dao tea, but it possesses some slight differences from what you know. Slight differences? As the White Emperor pondered this, He witnessed Chu Wushuang experiencing enlightenment not once, but twice in rapid succession. One sip, one enlightenment. This is truly astonishing. The White Emperor exclaimed in awe. The phenomenon of enlightenment, even for someone of his caliber, was a rare occurrence. Yet, Chen Mu could achieve it effortlessly with each sip of tea. He was indeed more powerful than the ancestor dragon. Next, Chen Mu waved his hand in the air, activating the Tianjing mirror to observe the developments on the blood dragon's side. As soon as the mirror opened, it captured the attention of countless onlookers. The brutality on display was harrowing. Facing the blood dragons, the new dragon clan stood utterly powerless, being slaughtered and assimilated without respite. The disparity in numbers, far from conferring an advantage, was instead narrowing, rendering any hope of victory increasingly elusive. Or perhaps it could be said that the prospect of victory had never existed from the outset. If this continued, the new dragon lineage would inevitably be entirely supplanted by the blood dragons. Now that the dragon vein had been restored, Chen Mu contemplated that keeping them around was of no use. It would be more beneficial to assimilate them all into blood demons, thereby unlocking greater potential. The new dragons were entirely bewildered, having no inkling of what was transpiring. They were inexplicably under attack and slaughtered. Even their inherently combative nature could not suppress a desire to retreat at this moment. The sensation of knowing they were treading a path leading only to death was profoundly disheartening. Yet, what was even more despairing for the dragons was the realization that escape was impossible. The blood dragons surpassed them in both strength and speed. From where had these monstrous beings emerged? Upon witnessing the unfolding scenes, Bai Di and Bai Long felt an immense sense of relief for having chosen to ally with Chen Mu rather than oppose him. Otherwise, they would have found themselves transformed into soulless, unfeeling puppets at this very moment. Yet, they were not the only witnesses to these events. There were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the Li Kingdom who had come to support Chen Mu. The Emperor of the Li Kingdom had a straightforward plan to leverage this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Chen Mu and, in doing so, attract the attention of this 9th-tier divine pattern master. With 2 9th-tier divine pattern masters at their disposal, the Li Kingdom would gain unparalleled influence over the entire Su Yuan realm. Venturing into the dragon domain, even for 9th-tier divine pattern masters, was undeniably reckless. Following the receipt of intelligence, the Li Kingdom's emperor swiftly mobilized countless elite troops to advance towards the dragon domain. Although the dragon clan was formidable, he could scarcely believe that a force of such magnitude could fail to protect 2 individuals. However, upon their arrival, the scene that greeted hundreds of thousands of soldiers was one that sent chills down their spines, not due to the dragon clan, but because of the monstrous crimson beasts that they beheld. It became painfully clear that these creatures were unlike the dragon clan, while their forms bore some resemblance. Their savagery was appalling. The mighty dragon clan was being slaughtered with alarming ease. Incredibly, after suffering such devastation, the dragon clan was being assimilated, becoming equally ferocious and terrifying. General, should we still proceed into the dragon domain? The vice-general asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. Chapter 187. The New Dragon's Supreme Might, 1,000-Foot Frames. What exactly are those red creatures? I have never seen anything like them before. Rather than mere demon beasts, they appeared to be entities that should not exist in this world. It was utterly unfathomable that a powerful dragon horde could be so easily annihilated. Who can explain this? Explain? Who could possibly provide an explanation? Even the most learned scholar from the Li Kingdom would be left utterly perplexed. Listening to the voices behind him, Wei Liangchun, the commander of this vast army, furrowed his brow tightly, unable to relax. He had been reluctant to accept this mission from the outset. Even as the foremost martial general of the Li Kingdom, he harbored reservations about entering the dragon domain. Over the years, he had led troops into battle countless times. Yet he had never directly confronted the dragon clan and was utterly ignorant of their intricacies. Unfortunately, imperial orders were not to be disobeyed, especially with the promise of substantial rewards for a safe return, including promotions and titles. Refusing again, Wei Liangchun feared he would not only perish in the dragon domain, but also face dire consequences at the hands of his superiors. Compelled by a myriad of circumstances, he had no choice but to lead his forces toward the dragon domain. Thus, they found themselves in the current predicament, with hundreds of thousands standing at the boundary between the dragon domain and the human territories, too fearful to take a single step forward. The dragon clan's might had already left Wei Liangchun deeply troubled, and now he was confronted with an entirely new breed of monstrous entities that defied all logic. The prospect of facing such creatures filled him with dread, leading him to contemplate that it would be far more liberating to meet his end by the executioner's blade than to confront these beings. After all, if these entities could slaughter the dragon clan with impunity, what chance did he stand against them, a mere speck in the shadow of the towering dragon forms? Unbeknownst to him, The blood dragons had not cast a single glance in their direction. Their minds were solely focused on executing Chen Mu's command, annihilate and assimilate the new dragon lineage. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the new dragons had no reason to concern themselves with the humans they regarded as inconsequential. Wait, one of the dragons is charging toward us. Could it be planning to attack? I have a feeling it wants to escape. Not good. That dragon has lost its wing and is falling toward us. Everyone scatter. Someone shouted in alarm. Panic ensued among the troops as they tightened their reins and turned their horses to flee. Yet the massive dragon was already upon them, and there was no evading its wrath. Seeing the impending doom, Wei Liangshan drew his longsword, a vibrant green aura enveloping him and the blade as he prepared to strike. Boom. Just then, the blood dragon landed atop the great dragon. With claws as sharp as daggers, it pierced through the dragon's scales with ease. A thunderous crash echoed as the great dragon was forcefully slammed down, creating a massive crater. The dragon's head landed precisely at the boundary between the dragon domain and the human territories. Even as the great dragon attempted to struggle, the blood dragon clamped its jaws around its neck, unleashing torrents of flames. Boom. Yet more flames surged into the dragon's body. The flesh was violently torn apart, revealing flickering flames within. Following this, an explosion erupted, showering dragon blood everywhere. Those in the front ranks were not spared, but there were no complaints. A splash of dragon blood was far preferable to losing their lives. However, when the blood dragon lifted its head and locked eyes with the soldiers, their faces turned ashen, and they could not even manage to restrain their panicking steeds. Deep down, they longed to flee, for facing such a monster left them utterly at a loss for victory. A palpable aura of death washed over them. Boom. Especially as they witnessed a new blood dragon emerging from the remnants of the slain new dragon. They were struck by the realization that this world was far larger than they had ever comprehended, filled with myriad wonders and unknowns. Fortunately, the two blood dragons had no intention towards them. They spread their wings, conjuring a tempest, and rejoined the fray against the new dragons. The vice-general fell silent, his thoughts mirroring the desire to delay as long as possible. Wei Liangshan, however, found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, Chu Wushuang, Bai Di, and others were observing everything through the Qi Tian mirror, even though they had anticipated the grim fate that awaited the new dragon lineage in the face of the blood dragons. The reality they beheld was far more harrowing than Bai Di and Bai Long had imagined, by a factor of 100, 1,000. The overwhelming numerical superiority of 100,000 against 1,000, which they had thought would at least afford some resistance, instead led to the new dragons being slaughtered with even greater enthusiasm, rapidly increasing the number of blood dragons and accelerating the carnage. The strongest combat power of the new dragons must extend beyond this, right? Chen Mu suddenly inquired. Bai Di snapped back to attention and replied, indeed. The most powerful among the new dragons is their leader. We have yet to see its appearance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shape resembling a dragon's egg, irregularly patterned in black and red, akin to molten lava, suddenly appeared on the screen. It erupted with a fiery explosion, scattering scorching magma that landed on several blood dragons, causing them to sizzle and emit plumes of black smoke. However, such an attack was insufficient to harm the blood dragons, even at the level of superficial injury. The flesh that had been singed by the magma quickly wove itself back together, not to mention this trivial burn. Even if reduced to a mere droplet of blood the size of a fingernail, the blood dragons could instantly restore themselves to their original state. Under the influence of the system, nothing was impossible. It all depended on Chen Mu's will. Then, increasingly more black stones soared into the air, exploding beside the blood dragons. Observing this, the new dragons appeared invigorated, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Excellent. It's the clan leader. If it is the clan leader, defeating these creatures will be a breeze. Welcome the clan leader to take action. Where has it been all this time? Silence. Do you wish to die? Rumbling. The ground quaked, fissures appearing as it was thrust upward, submerging into the exposed magma. Geysers of underground magma erupted forth. Even Chen Mu, standing on the true dragon's territory, could feel this through the tips of his toes. Thus, he turned his gaze to Bai Di and inquired, is that being you mentioned earlier dwelling underground? Indeed, it has long resided in the subterranean magma, rarely surfacing, subsisting on the magma to enhance its cultivation. Bai Di recounted in detail. Is it a dragon with volcanic attributes? In Chen Mu's opinion, it is slightly more troublesome than the fire lizard dragon, but only to that extent. It is hardly worth mentioning. Boom. The column of lava erupted to a height of 100 zhang. Immediately, a colossal shadow spread its wings and manifested. With a body 1,000 zhang long, anyone who beheld it would inevitably feel a tightening in their hearts. Chapter 188, 9 Ancestor Dragons? Do not misunderstand. It is merely a mount. How enormous! This is simply too large. From such a distance, one could not see the entirety of its form. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. General, perhaps we should retreat. We cannot contend with a dragon of this caliber unless that individual intervenes. Then we might have a chance. The vice-general could no longer suppress his anxiety. He could not bear to remain a moment longer. The pressure was immense. This was no longer a question of fearing death. Every fiber of his being, every drop of blood, every bone was screaming at him to flee. The farther, the better, the faster, the better. If this continued, the vice-general feared not only would he survive, but his sanity would shatter, rendering him a fool. Wei Liangchen looked up at the dragon, which had blood-red hair and a body as solid as black iron, its muscles distinctly defined, resembling a figure carved from bone, with sharp contours. A pair of enormous wings, interlaced in black and red, made it appear more like a world-destroying demon dragon that had escaped from the depths of hell. Ignorant rodents, dare you slaughter my descendants? You seek death. The demon dragon opened its abyss-like maw, magma dancing within, glistening with a vivid crimson hue. Boom. It then unleashed a torrent that swept across the heavens and the earth. Numerous blood dragons were instantly vaporized into mist beneath this searing heat. It appeared to be but a single attack, yet combined with the demon dragon's massive form, its lethal range was vast, and its speed was rapid. Countless blood dragons surged toward it, yearning to tear it apart. However, this black iron body was immensely hard and radiated a heat comparable to the blazing sun above, continuously escalating. Its emergence was akin to a second sun rising in the sky, rendering the surrounding air several times hotter, and the ground cracked in patches. Hundreds of thousands of people were parched and drinking frequently. On the blood dragon side, they could not find any means to breach the defense. They had not anticipated that the beast's cultivation had grown this formidable. The White Emperor was taken aback. He then stepped forward, pledging loyalty. Master, I volunteer to go and vanquish it. There is no need. Your efforts would be in vain. Chen Mu replied, not wronging the White Emperor. He had previously conducted a data comparison, and the system indicated that the White Emperor's chances of victory were merely 30%, while the demon dragon's odds stood at 70%. Was it not a death sentence? The master was correct. The White Emperor ceased to act recklessly. The dragon vein had only just recovered. While he had preserved one life, it was a far cry from his peak condition. Even if he could recover, it would not happen overnight. A significant amount of time would be required to rebuild his meridians. The White Emperor lacked the qualifications. And as for the Bai Long and others, they exchanged looks, mouths tightly shut, refraining from self-deprecation. They believed Chen Mu intended to assign this heavy responsibility to Chu Wushuang. Her technique, the 10,000 dragon slaughter, would surely be able to contend with the demon dragon. However, Chen Mu had no such intention. Chu Wushuang indeed possessed the strength to match the demon dragon, capable of wearing it down in a protracted battle. After all, Chen Mu had bestowed upon her numerous treasures along the way. Yet, such an approach was too time-consuming. Chen Mu had lost his patience. Snap. With a finger snap, the celestial gate to the star domain opened above the demon dragon's head. How is it possible to see a night sky filled with stars in broad daylight? These are celestial bodies from beyond the outer realms. Wait, something is emerging from within. Dragons. 9 dragons. These are the ancient dragons. The soldiers were left awestruck, their hearts racing, struggling to regain their composure. In contrast, the demon dragon, which once exuded world-destroying power, instantly lost its intimidation factor. A powerful beast? These 9 black dragons aligned more closely with the collective perception of what a dragon should be. Chief, what is that? The Bai Long, peering into the Tianjing mirror, asked in astonishment upon witnessing the emergence of the 9 dragons' supreme carriage. Ancestor dragons. The White Emperor slowly uttered, his eyes dimming as his thoughts drifted far away. Ancestor dragons? But weren't the ancestor dragons long gone billions of years ago? The Bai Long's gaze returned to the Tianjing mirror, bewildered. Moreover, how could there be 9 ancestor dragons? An explanation? How could the White Emperor explain? He himself was still struggling to comprehend the situation. What is this celestial gate? What are these 9 black dragons that rival the ancestor dragons? Everything remained an enigma. Those sharing similar sentiments included the demon dragon and the newly emerged dragons. Ancestor dragons? For the demon dragon, which faced the 9 dragons' supreme carriage, it could sense the immense power of the dragons far more acutely than the White Emperor or Bai Long. An overwhelming power, far beyond what the ancestor dragons could hope to achieve. Even more astonishing was that there were 9 such beings. Could this be the secret of the ancestral land that the old fellow had long concealed? Were those beings also conjured by him? The demon dragon's mind conjured the image of the White Emperor. Knowing what it was thinking, the White Emperor feigned innocence, wishing to convey, "You overestimate me. This matter is beyond my control." As the mouths of the 9 dragons gradually opened, the demon dragon, defiant, similarly gaped its abyssal maw, preparing for a desperate struggle. Boom, boom. However, its feeble attacks were utterly trivial before the 9 dragons, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The blood dragon was assimilated, its 1,000-zhang form reshaped into another form. At that moment, the 10,000 dragons felt despair, akin to plummeting into an abyss. How could their strongest force suddenly turn to the opposing side? Setting aside those monstrous beings, why did the dragons begin to fracture internally? It seemed that the dragon race, like humankind, experienced dynastic changes. As for the 9th grade Divine Pattern Master, should we save them or not? 9th grade Divine Pattern Master? Chu Wushuang inquired curiously. Master, those soldiers from the Li Kingdom coming to the dragon domain don't think we are in peril and have come to rescue us, do they? More or less, Chen Mu affirmed. They truly overestimate themselves, and they underestimate you, Master, Chu Wushuang scoffed. To this, the dragons could not refute. This group was indeed overconfident. Moreover, they overestimated the dragon domain and the entire dragon race. The dragon race had no qualifications to contend with Chen Mu. He could slaughter 100,000 new dragons without lifting a finger, if it came to a confrontation. Master, are you leaving? As Chen Mu rose and opened a portal, the White Emperor hurriedly confirmed. Otherwise, shall I accompany you in seclusion for a lifetime? Chen Mu smiled faintly. He understood himself too well. Youthful and restless, he could not endure such a life. He yearned to wander and witness this vast, fantastical world with his own eyes. We shall see you off, Master. We shall see you off. Upon stepping into the portal, he emerged right before Wei Liangchen and the others. Wei Liangchen recognized these 2 faces from the recording stone. They were the individuals he sought. Thus, he quickly dismounted and knelt, saying, I am Wei Liangchen, greeting you. My lord. Chapter 189. The 9 Dragons' Celestial Mansion, shocking the masses. As the general knelt, how could the vice-generals and soldiers behind him remain indifferent? They all dismounted, bowing and paying their respects to the lord. The voice of one amidst this vast dragon domain may have been faint, but when combined with the shouts of hundreds of thousands, it was no laughing matter. The momentum was absolutely overwhelming. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel a sense of shock, especially accompanied by the swirling wind and sand, resembling mist. The already massive army partially concealed within appeared as an endless sea. What brings you here? Chen Mu inquired, confirming his curiosity. Replying to your excellency, we have been sent by the Emperor of Li Gua to assist you in dealing with the dragon clan. Chen Mu had safely appeared before them, and the term rescue was no longer applicable. Thus, it was replaced with assist. Assist in dealing with the dragon clan? Upon hearing those words, Chu Wushuang's lips twitched, as she felt these individuals were overly flattering themselves. They had not set foot into the dragon domain even once, yet claimed to assist in confronting the dragon clan. Was this not mere self-aggrandizement? If they wished to contend with the dragon clan, why did they not enter? Frankly speaking, Chen Mu was equally speechless. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Wei Liangchen promptly added, It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. It seems the heavens have favored our Dali. Heavens favor Dali? Chen Mu chuckled inwardly, wondering when he had become a citizen of Dali. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with the heavens from beginning to end. My lord, you should leave the dragon domain as soon as possible. The battle against the dragon clan is exceedingly perilous. Wei Liangchen gestured for him to exit. Perilous? Chen Mu asked earnestly, What is dangerous? They are all my people. All your people? Wei Liangchen furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings and noticing no one besides Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang. Suddenly, he realized that the people Chen Mu referred to were himself and the hundreds of thousands behind him. Did they pose no danger because of their presence? The thought made Wei Liangchen chuckle. He had never imagined he would be so valued by a 9th grade rune master. This would certainly provide ample material for conversation at future banquets, bringing him great prestige. Little did he know, this was merely his own wishful thinking, a product of excessive imagination. My lord, His Majesty has arranged a grand banquet in the capital to honor you. Would you consider making the journey? Wei Liangchen shook his head, retracting his thoughts. The matter at hand was urgent, and he had not forgotten the Emperor's instructions regarding this 9th grade rune master. If he could bring this esteemed master into the palace, he would be richly rewarded. A royal banquet, huh? Chen Mu felt curious about the culinary delights that might be presented to him. With his palate yearning for something more flavorful, he decided to accept the invitation. Simultaneously, he harbored great interest in the 9th grade rune master of Dali, eager to witness the distinctions and disparities between his modified version and one who had diligently grown into their rank. Let there be no misunderstanding. He was curious about the differences between himself and the other, not the gap between them. Chen Mu retained a measure of confidence in this regard. Upon Chen Mu nodding in agreement, Wei Liangchen could no longer contain his exuberance, bursting into laughter as he waved his arms, exclaiming, Come, bring forth the dragon chariot for the master to ride. This dragon chariot was exclusively for the Emperor of Dali, with even royal relatives lacking the privilege to sit within. However, Chen Mu was an exception. As a 9th grade rune master, he was undoubtedly qualified. If he were not, the Emperor would not have gone to such lengths to transport this magnificent chariot, requiring numerous individuals to carry it to the dragon domain. There is no need. I have my own steed. Your own steed? What mount could possibly rival the dragon chariot? Wei Liangchen pondered, bewildered about where this steed could be. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from above. The 9 dragons descended from the sky, dragging along a celestial abode. Wait. Wei Liangchen's pupils constricted. His worldview was instantly shattered. Could it be that the steed the master referred to was these 9 dragons? After all, using such divine beasts capable of obliterating even formidable foes like the demon dragon as mounts was beyond comprehension. Was there a celestial being from the victorious dragon clan residing within that celestial abode? Just as Wei Liangchen was lost in thought, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang had already entered the abode in an instant. Wei Liangchen and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers present could only watch, their scalps tingling with disbelief. Never had they anticipated that these 9 divine dragons, capable of easily swaying the outcome of the dragon clan battle, were indeed Chen Mu's mounts. Mounts. Their mounts could annihilate the dragon clan's supremacy. Looking back at the dragon chariot they had painstakingly transported, which had once seemed exceedingly luxurious and imposing, it now appeared rather trivial. It seemed almost laughable in comparison. What was the dragon chariot next to Chen Mu's steed? That was the true dragon chariot. Finally, they understood why Chen Mu could traverse the dragon domain with ease. It had nothing to do with them. Their knowledge had undeniably expanded, broadening their horizons immensely. If anything, they should be grateful to Chen Mu. As the 9 dragons soared to the heavens, carrying the celestial abode and vanishing into the clouds, Wei Liangchen turned his horse around, shouting, "Return to the city! Return to the city! Return to the city!" His voice echoed from one person to another, reaching the ears of hundreds of thousands. With nothing else to do, they began their journey back. The tension that had lodged in their throats finally settled. They patted their chests, relieved that Chen Mu was powerful and unparalleled, rendering it unnecessary for them to intervene. This made their journey a mere thrill without peril. Their hearts brimmed with reverence and gratitude towards him. To call him a savior would be no exaggeration. After all, none of them had the confidence to survive beneath the dragon clan's might. Yet, they could not defy the emperor's command. Meanwhile, Wei Liangchen retrieved a palm-sized silver mirror from his bosom, gripping it tightly and infusing it with a trace of spiritual energy. This silver mirror was a superior treasure, of which only 2 existed in Ligua, capable of facilitating long-distance communication. There was no need for the cumbersome delays of carrier pigeons. This was a special item entrusted to Wei Liangchen by the Emperor of Dali before his departure, intended to keep him informed about matters concerning the dragon domain. Soon, the mirror reacted, rippling like water. Gradually, a figure emerged, becoming clearer as the ripples calmed. The person in the mirror was none other than the Emperor of Dali. Zhao Shizheng. Wei Liangchen, how is it? Have you succeeded in rescuing the 9th grade rune master? Zhao Shizheng inquired eagerly. Replying to your majesty, it can be considered a success. Considered a success? Zhao Shizheng set aside his doubts to confirm. Does he wish to come to the palace? Replying to your majesty, that master has already departed and is likely approaching soon. You must prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 190. Arriving on dragons, no refusal allowed. Prepare mentally? Upon hearing Wei Liangchen's words, Zhao Shizheng, after a brief moment of confusion, paid little heed. He thought to himself, I am already aware of his identity as a 9th grade rune master, and the dragon chariot has already been dispatched. Is this not sufficient preparation? His dragon chariot had only been occupied by 2 individuals thus far, himself and the other 9th grade rune master, the source of reassurance for Dali, who, like Chen Mu, belonged to this elite rank. Zhao Shizheng was determined to secure this second 9th grade rune master. If he were to truly acquire Chen Mu, possessing 2 9th grade rune masters would render the Dali dynasty unassailable. To endure for centuries, what difficulty would that pose? In that case, he would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history, gaining eternal fame. He would become a paragon for all future emperors. Thus, he commanded, prepare the banquet. Welcome the master. He awaited Chen Mu's arrival in the grand plaza outside the main hall, eager to greet him. To win over a person, one must first demonstrate sincerity. The civil and military officials stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Majesty, Lord Zhou has arrived, the Prime Minister whispered as he approached Zhao Shizheng. The Lord Zhou he mentioned was none other than the 9th grade rune master, Zhou Tianji, renowned as the greatest divine sword of Ligua. His fixed gaze finally shifted as the sound of footsteps drew near. Welcome, Lord Zhou. Regarding Zhou Tianji, Zhao Shizheng holds him in the highest esteem. The current peace, stability, and prosperity of Ligua can be attributed to Zhou Tianji's unwavering efforts. Over the years, Zhou Tianji has made significant contributions to the development of the divine pattern path in Ligua. Zhao Shijing has publicly declared that seeing Zhou Tianji is akin to seeing oneself as the emperor. Zhou Tianji, in turn, respectfully acknowledges this sentiment. I presume old Zhou has come for that individual? Zhao Shijing inquired directly. Indeed, I have heard that this person, though merely in his early 20s, possesses the ability to inscribe 9th-grade divine patterns. Thus, I am eager to witness this remarkable hero in person. Zhou Tianji reflected on his own youth, when he was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the divine pattern path in Ligua, capable of inscribing only 4th-grade patterns. Having acquired vast knowledge and held a high position, with notable achievements in the realm of divine patterns, Zhou Tianji found it difficult to believe that anyone could grasp 9th-grade divine patterns at such a tender age. It must be that someone has embellished the truth, creating an illusion. This only heightened his need to witness the truth firsthand, fearing that Zhao Shijing might be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals, jeopardizing the nation's fate. Suddenly, someone noticed that the sky above was not quite right. Dark clouds loomed in the distance, swelling like a rising tide, enveloping everything. The once blazing sun was now completely obscured. Visibility plummeted, casting a shadowy pall over the land, instilling a sense of dread. The atmosphere felt chilling, and one could not help but shiver. It was as if a primordial beast lay hidden within the heavens above. Zhou Tianji, sensing the impending danger, drew forth his divine pattern brush, ready to confront whatever may come. In the next moment, as the 9 dragon heads descended from the black clouds, stirring a tempest reminiscent of thunderous roars, Zhao Shijing, the civil and military officials, and even Zhou Tianji were left in stunned silence. They were well aware of the existence of the dragon clan within the Chinyun realm. However, the sight of these 9 dragons was akin to encountering deities. Merely facing them, without any provocation, caused their knees to tremble, yearning for mercy and sparing their lives. Why? Why would dragons appear within the borders of Ligua? And 9 of them at that? Could it be that something has befallen General Wei in the dragon domain? What should they do now? Panic swept through the crowd. Uncertainty gnawed at their hearts. They acknowledged Zhou Tianji's strength, yet unanimously believed that even he could not wield any power in such a situation. To oppose the 9 dragons would be akin to inviting one's own demise. It seemed that the dragons bore no ill will towards them. Could it be that they merely wished to intimidate? This possibility existed, perhaps to convey that the terror of the dragon domain was not something they were entitled to trifle with. At that moment, they perceived Zhao Shijing's decision to dispatch troops to the dragon domain in response to the 9th-grade divine pattern master as an unthinkable error. While a 9th-grade divine pattern master was indeed formidable, the dragon clan was even more fearsome. Look, is there not a pair of figures standing atop the central dragon's head? Someone exclaimed. How could this be? Are there truly humans capable of standing upon them? Heavens! Could this indeed be the work of humanity? The dragon's head slowly descended, its chin brushing the ground. Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang leaped down gracefully, landing without stirring a single grain of dust. Your Majesty, we welcome the master. Zhao Shijing was the first to bow and express his sentiments. His mind involuntarily recalled Wei Liangqin's earlier advice to prepare himself psychologically. So it was like this. Zhao Shijing had envisioned numerous scenarios for Chen Mu's arrival, but had never anticipated that he would come riding upon dragons, 9 colossal, disaster-class black dragons. This revelation was a profound shock, shattering his previous understanding, even for one as esteemed as the emperor. As Chen Mu took his seat, Zhou Tianji finally regained his composure. He stowed away his divine pattern brush and glanced upward, observing the 9 dragons retreat back into the clouds, revealing the azure sky once more. His heart was tumultuous. What more could he doubt? Those 9 dragons were far more terrifying than the identity of a 9th-grade divine pattern master. If one could command the 9 dragons, how challenging could it be to master 9th-grade divine patterns? The 2 realms were not comparable. As a 9th-grade divine pattern master, Zhou Tianji believed he was entirely justified in making this assertion. The reason was simple. When faced with the 9 dragons, his thoughts were not of battle, but of flight. The faster he could escape, the better. The farther he could run, the better. Not to mention even a 10th grade master, it would be of no consequence. Wasn't the highest grade 9th? Indeed, there was no correlation between a 10th grade master and the 9 dragons. The chances of victory did not exist, and defeat was inevitable. This individual was truly extraordinary. Despite Zhou Tianji having lived for a century, he could discern nothing. All he saw was a haze. Chen Mu was aware that Zhou Tianji was scrutinizing him, but paid it no mind. He savored the exquisite Tianjing rice, a delicacy reserved for royalty, nobility, and first-rank ministers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns adorning the tiny grains. Consuming it, One could feel the spiritual energy within the Tianjing rice, nourishing the very essence of their being. Such quality was unsurprising given the decade-long cultivation period required. The various meats before him were sourced from demon beasts, each at least a millennium old, their succulent flesh capable of replenishing vitality. After being prepared by the royal kitchen, the flavors were exquisite, far surpassing anything he had tasted at the Danqing sect. "Hey, little creature, don't run away, come back." Suddenly, a faint, anxious voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Shortly after, a furry little creature scurried into Chen Mu's embrace. Chapter 191. Does Chen Mu possess compassion? The Qingxiao fox clan. Chen Mu looked down to find a silver-eyed white fox, its eyes adorned with a ring of soft pink. A streak of red graced its brow, reminiscent of the decorative floral tattoos women often wear. Additionally, its paws and tail displayed a gradient of peach and snow-white fur, enhancing the fox's allure. However, at present, it lay curled in Chen Mu's arms, drooping its ears, desperately trying to burrow deeper. Observing this, the stout man dressed as a kitchen attendant, who had been speaking softly outside, hurried into the courtyard, kneeling and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me." He had intended to retrieve the white fox, intending to send it to the royal kitchen for culinary purposes, but had inadvertently allowed it to escape by breaking its cage. It had then intruded upon the significant banquet held to honor the 9th-grade divine pattern master. Such negligence could easily warrant a death sentence, or even the annihilation of his entire clan. Realizing his life was in jeopardy, he sought only the safety of his wife and children. Zhao Shizheng was about to speak, but noticed Chen Mu gently stroking the little white fox, soothing it. He believed Chen Mu to possess compassion, valuing all living beings and disdaining bloodshed. Thus, he waved his hand, signaling the kitchen attendant to leave swiftly, lest he embarrass himself further. It was unfathomable that within such a grand palace, they could not even keep track of such a small demon beast. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, my lord." The kitchen attendant quickly stood up, not daring to linger a moment longer, and hurriedly exited. He exhaled deeply, relieved amidst his misfortune. Compassion? If Wei Liangchun were to learn of Zhao Shizheng's view of Chen Mu, his inner thoughts would likely overflow with sarcasm. He was certain that the recent dragon-slaying incident was orchestrated by Chen Mu himself. He could slay 100,000 dragons without batting an eye, and yet, one would claim this to be compassion? That would be an extreme interpretation of benevolence. Compared to him, even he, a renowned general known for slaying thousands, appeared rather merciful. "If the master is fond of demonic beasts, I can send someone to capture a few higher-grade ones for you." Zhao Shizheng, seizing the opportunity to deepen his rapport with Chen Mu, spoke up proactively. "Higher grade? Are you certain you can find them?" Chen Mu retorted. "Master, is this not merely a long-tailed Taowei fox? Although rare, it hardly qualifies as extraordinary." Zhao Shizheng inquired with curiosity. "Your Majesty, you have misjudged," came the measured response from Zhou Tianji. "Oh, misjudged? I implore Master Zhou to enlighten me," Zhao Shizheng replied, bowing with humility. On another note, he wished to demonstrate to Chen Mu just how much he valued talent. To remain in the palace and follow me would undoubtedly not be a misguided decision. "Your Majesty, observe the mark on the white fox's brow. It bears the unique insignia of the Qingxiao fox clan," Zhou Tianji elaborated without hesitation. "The Qingxiao fox clan? The one that vanished over 10,000 years ago, said to possess 9 tails, each tail amplifying their power exponentially?" Upon hearing this, even Zhao Shizheng found it difficult to remain composed. "That is a legendary spiritual beast. If I could secure it as a familiar, nurturing it to grow 9 tails would be tantamount to wielding semi-divine power." Historical records indicate that the 9-tailed sovereign of the Qingxiao fox clan nearly vanquished the human emperor of that era. Fortunately, the emperor possessed numerous treasures, which allowed him to subdue it. Following that battle, the Qingxiao fox clan gradually waned and faded from existence, and the territory of Qingxiao has since been occupied by the current Tianyin dynasty, which has thrived. To this day, the Tianyin dynasty still boasts an emperor, repeatedly provoking attempts to conquer the Li kingdom and unify the human race. The dragon clan? They may aspire to, but alas, they cannot prevail. The Qingxiao fox clan is indeed formidable, yet with only 1 tail, even Zhao Shizheng could easily dispatch it. "This fox, I shall take. Your Majesty surely would not refuse," Chen Mu declared. Though it appeared as if he was seeking Zhao Shizheng's approval, the latter felt an unmistakable lack of opportunity to decline. To feign reluctance would be absurd. If the master desires it, he may take it freely. To claim that I would not feel a pang of regret would be disingenuous. If I could keep this little fox and nurture it, even if it were to grow just 5 or 6 tails, it could serve as a national guardian beast. However, precisely because it is so precious, it could be offered to Chen Mu. Zhao Shizheng was willing to present other items with open hands, but Chen Mu might not find them worthy. "All right, little one, All is well now. Chen Mu continued to gently stroke the little white fox. Upon hearing his voice, the little white fox relaxed significantly, remaining close, nestled on his lap, as if only there could it find solace. Chen Mu remained indifferent, contemplating the future activation of the little white fox's complete form, 9 tails, using his modification system. Keeping it in the Jiulong Xianfu, alongside the Chinyun peak, would be a splendid choice. A 9-tailed fox is an extraordinarily rare spiritual beast absent from the Zhongxian, Songling realms, and the spiritual pulse upper realm. Having one at home to pet would be both satisfying and impressive. The little black fox is also delightful, yet its fur pales in comparison to the exquisite softness of the little white fox. The moment he placed his hand on the little white fox, it felt akin to caressing the finest silk in existence, immeasurably soft and smooth. Pure bliss. Chu Wushuang, with chopsticks in her mouth, gazed intently at the little white fox. Chen Mu noticed her admiration for the creature and said, "It has yet to calm down. Perhaps you should embrace it later." "Yes, master." Chu Wushuang did not anticipate that her thoughts were entirely discerned by Chen Mu, immediately acquiescing. Clearly, she had overestimated her ability to conceal her intentions. That slight yearning was almost written across her face, conveying to everyone, "I wish to hold it. How I wish to hold it." Who would have thought that Master Chen, at such a tender age, would achieve heights unattainable by most, possessing such discerning vision to recognize that the little fox was not merely a Taowei fox, but a member of the Qingqiu fox clan? "I am truly impressed." Zhou Tianji raised his cup in admiration. "Zhou Master is no less impressive himself," Chen Mu responded politely, finding a favorable first impression of Zhou Tianji. Favored by the emperor and a 9th-grade spiritual pattern master, he was neither arrogant nor impetuous, displaying a grounded demeanor devoid of pretentiousness. He resembled a kindly elder whom anyone could approach, perhaps even earning a piece of candy. "Master Chen, I have an ungracious request," Zhou Tianji said. "Oh, please speak, Master Zhou." Chen Mu anticipated the inquiry. "I wish to spar with you regarding spiritual patterns." To this point, Zhou Tianji had yet to witness Chen Mu manifest any spiritual patterns, and he sought to validate whether Chen Mu truly was a 9th-grade spiritual pattern master under the guise of a friendly competition. Certain matters must be witnessed firsthand to fully convince oneself to believe. Zhou Tianji's proposal spared Chen Mu the need to voice it himself. Nodding in agreement, he asked, "How does Master Zhou wish to proceed? If we are to engage in a contest of spiritual patterns, let us draw the same spiritual pattern and see who does so more swiftly and precisely," Zhou Tianji suggested. Naturally, he could not unleash his full capabilities against Chen Mu, aware that if 2 9th-grade spiritual pattern masters were to truly go all out, the entire palace would likely be reduced to rubble. "No problem. What spiritual pattern shall we draw?" Chen Mu inquired, "Or shall we proceed freely?" Zhou Tianji waved his hand, conjuring a spiritual pattern design in midair. 9th-grade spiritual pattern. Shifang killing array. Chen Mu recognized it at a glance. Indeed, it is the 9th-grade spiritual pattern, Shifang killing array, capable of slaughtering thousands. Zhou Tianji opted not to select a pattern of his own creation, deeming it unfair to Chen Mu. He cherished fair competition above all. "Very well. Let us proceed with this one." Chen Mu agreed without objection. Regardless of the grade of the spiritual pattern, they were all comparable in his eyes. Confirming once more, "May I use my own spiritual pattern pen?" "Certainly, feel free," Zhou Tianji replied, also prepared to utilize his preferred spiritual pattern pen. Subsequently, upon witnessing Chen Mu produce the Tianyuan pen, he was taken aback. "The Tianyuan pen, is that not a cherished artifact of the Danqing sect?" "You mean this?" "After a minor altercation with the Danqing sect, they offered it to me upon their submission," Chen Mu succinctly explained. "The Danqing sect has submitted?" Both Zhou Tianji and the nearby Wei Lianchun were equally astonished by this revelation. The Danqing sect is a renowned powerful faction in the Li Kingdom, proficient in the art of spiritual patterns, and it was unexpected that Chen Mu had managed to subdue them. Moreover, they presented him with the Tianyuan pen, an artifact traditionally held by past sect leaders. The Tianyuan pen is a treasure that even someone of Zhou Tianji's caliber could scarcely hope to possess. Although he longed for it, it was a legacy treasure belonging to another, making it inappropriate to covet. Seeing it now in the hands of another spiritual pattern master left Zhou Tianji with a tinge of regret. It seems that at times, one must indeed be a bit bolder. Fortunately, the spiritual pattern pen in Zhou Tianji's possession, while not comparable to the Tianyuan pen, was still quite admirable. The two commenced to inscribe the Shifang killing array spiritual pattern. With pen in hand and ink applied, Zhou Tianji swiftly began, executing a single stroke among 1,000. Indeed, the higher the grade of the spiritual pattern, the more intricate it becomes. 9th-grade spiritual patterns require no fewer than 1,000 strokes, and can exceed 10,000. The Shifang killing array is relatively less complex in terms of stroke count. With Zhou Tianji's proficiency, he could complete the drawing within half an hour at most. However, he glanced up to check on Chen Mu's progress, only to find him setting aside the Tianyuan pen, dissipating the ink. Has he given up? In the fleeting moment of contemplation, the voice of Chen Mu resonated before me, declaring, "I have completed the drawing." What? Completed the drawing? Even the composed Zhou Tianji could not help but rise from his seat, astonished and exclaiming in disbelief. His eyes brimmed with skepticism, suspecting that Chen Mu was merely jesting. Zhou Tianji prided himself on his speed, having sacrificed a modicum of quality in pursuit of swiftness, but even so, he had only reached the 23rd stroke. With a staggering total of 1,364 strokes required for the Shifang killing array, the gap was monumental, a mere fraction of the whole. How could Zhou Tianji accept that Chen Mu had finished? It was utterly incredulous, unbelievable, unheard of, unseen. It was difficult not to entertain doubts that Chen Mu was simply engaging in humor, just as he contemplated approaching to verify this claim. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent descended upon him from above. Wei Liangchen immediately overturned the table and rushed to Emperor Zhao Shijing's side, turning to draw his longsword, shouting, "Protect his majesty." Chen Mu too sensed this murderous intent, yet found the adversary to be too weak to warrant concern. Turning his gaze, he beheld an elderly man clad in an exquisite blue robe adorned with golden threads, his white beard reaching his chest, hands clasped behind his back. With a gaze that exuded a venomous sharpness. "Lin Daoxian, how dare you trespass the imperial palace? Do you seek death?" Wei Liangchen bellowed. "Child, I have come here today for matters unrelated to you. Do not meddle, or I shall not show mercy, and may very well end your lives." Upon hearing that Lin Daoxian was not there to kill, Zhou Tianji slowly lowered his pen. When faced with such a formidable opponent, it was undoubtedly preferable to avoid conflict and seek a peaceful resolution. Otherwise, countless innocents would suffer, their lives needlessly lost, a sight Zhou Tianji wished to avoid. Subsequently, he observed Lin Daoxuan's gaze shift towards Chen Mu, or rather, to the small white fox nestled in his embrace. Extending his hand, he spoke without hesitation, "Child, hand over that fox, it belongs to me." "Nonsense. It belongs to my master, and besides, has your name been inscribed on it?" Chu Wushuang rose, fingers splayed, and with a grip, summoned the white dragon spear. To confront such a foe, there was no need to resort to the divine weapon, the Wanlong spear. It was not that Chu Wushuang looked down upon him. Rather, Lin Daoxian was simply unworthy. "Girl, do you wish to die?" Lin Daoxuan's eyes emitted a cold, sinister blue light. "The one seeking death is you. Begone, or you shall find no return." Had it not been for Chen Mu's ongoing meal, Chu Wushuang would have refrained from engaging in such lengthy discourse with Lin Daoxian, not wanting to mar his appetite with a scene of bloodshed. This girl was impulsive. Little did Chu Wushuang realize that Wei Liangchen and Zhao Shijing were acutely aware of Lin Daoxuan's terrifying reputation. He was the foremost toxic master of the entire Shiyuan realm. Infused with poison, he practiced lethal techniques that killed silently. Engaging him often resulted in self-damage far exceeding that inflicted upon the enemy. Thus, most would choose to avoid conflict when faced with this old poison master. Rumor had it that the deadly toxins emanating from Lin Daoxian could seal one's throat upon contact with blood. Ignorant child, seeking death. At his age, Lin Daoxian had long since shed desires and understood nothing of cherishing beauty. Those who dared obstruct him were doomed. The Xianxiao Fox clan was the last ingredient he had painstakingly sought. With it, he could forge the one poison body he had pursued for decades. At that moment, success was within reach, only to be thwarted by this girl. Lin Daoxian had finally tracked down its aura, having searched tirelessly, and would not allow Chu Wushuang to ruin everything. Raising his hand, fingers half closed like a tiger's claw, a vibrant and toxic spiritual energy surged forth from his palm. In midair, it transformed into a colossal poisonous serpent, its gaping maw poised to strike. Chapter 193, Three Dragons Emerge, publicly annihilating the old poison master. The immense poisonous serpent, coupled with its verdant hue, sent chills down the spines of many present, causing their backs to shiver uncontrollably. It was evident that this was a creature of deadly poison. Should it sink its fangs into anyone, the outcome was all too predictable. Lin Daoxian was at the tribulation stage, and Zhou Tianji hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. If Chu Wushuang were to perish within the Great Li Imperial Palace, it could jeopardize Zhao Shijing's plan to cultivate Chen Mu's alliance. As a loyal subject, how could he not alleviate the emperor's worries? Turning his gaze to Chen Mu, he was struck by the sight of the latter remaining entirely unperturbed, savoring his meal without a trace of anxiety. Not only was he enjoying his food, but he also had the leisure to delicately feed pieces of meat to the small white fox nestled in his arms. Witnessing this, Zhou Tianji's unease dissipated. He forced himself to remain calm. If the master was untroubled, What right did he, an outsider, have to fret while the emperor remained composed? It was best not to act rashly, lest he become a source of ridicule. Returning his focus to Chu Wushuang, the poisonous serpent was perilously close. Less than a few meters away, the situation was fraught with danger. Yet, the cold expression on Chu Wushuang's face remained unyielding. With a thunderous crash, the white dragon spear, shimmering with a silvery brilliance surpassing that of the moon, thrust forth with astonishing speed, the rush of wind akin to a tiger's roar. Its might was equally formidable. Initially, Zhao Shizhong, Wei Lianshan, and others believed they were hearing things. A glance revealed no dragon in sight. So from where did the dragon's roar emerge? Suddenly, they realized that the spear thrust by Chu Wushuang had materialized into a phantom of a white dragon, colliding head-on with the poisonous serpent. With a resounding impact, the diminutive serpent was no match for the dragon's shadow, instantly disintegrating into fine dust, scattering spiritual energy. In stark contrast, the white dragon phantom remained steadfast, its momentum unabated, surging towards the airborne Lin Daoxian. Faced with such a formidable assault, Lin Daoxian found himself captivated by the white dragon spear wielded by Chu Wushuang, a heavenly-grade divine weapon. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain during this expedition. His intent was clear. He desired both the Xianxia white fox and the white dragon spear. Should they refuse, they would face death. In the next instant, Lin Daoxian pressed his palms together and slowly opened them, the toxic green energy swirling ominously. With both hands, he unleashed a formidable creation akin to ghostly flames. It collided violently with the white dragon phantom, unleashing waves of potent energy that rippled outward, a dazzling spectacle of white and green, more brilliant than any fireworks. Yet, such a fierce confrontation would terrify any ordinary person lacking cultivation, rendering them utterly paralyzed with fear. The air was thick with invisible, intangible toxic gas. While cultivators could shield themselves with spiritual energy, ordinary individuals would unknowingly succumb to the poison, ultimately leading to their demise once a critical threshold was reached. How infuriating! How could this be? Gradually, a hint of panic surfaced on Lin Daoxuan's face, his earlier composure and indifference evaporating. He had unleashed his most powerful resources, yet still failed to inflict even a fraction of damage upon the white dragon phantom. In fact, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, on the verge of being overwhelmed. How could this girl be so formidable? Lin Daoxian had initially worried about the embarrassment of an experienced master targeting a junior. However, this outcome was far more humiliating. Was it the prowess of that heavenly-grade divine weapon? Contemplating this, Lin Daoxian yearned for it even more. He poured forth additional spiritual energy into the ghostly flames, continuously expanding and rapidly swelling, taking the form of a 100-foot-long giant python, entwining the white dragon phantom, seeking to crush it. The great maw of the creature remained unyielding, revealing two fangs akin to curved blades, attempting to pierce the dragon's body and inject venom, attacking from both inside and out to enhance its chances of victory. Just as it seemed on the verge of success, Chu Wushuang unleashed 2 consecutive shots, manifesting 2 ethereal, white dragon figures. Lin Daoxuan's eyes widened to the point where it seemed his eyeballs might pop out. What a farce. He turned to flee, thinking it far better to save face than to lose his life. Lin Daoxian sensed that these 3 white dragon apparitions were not the extent of Chu Wushuang's capabilities. Her composed and unflappable demeanor instilled in him profound terror, and he feared that further hesitation might cost him his life that day. Escape. He must flee at once. However, the white dragons were relentless. The first dragon not only broke free from the venomous python, but also, along with the other 2 dragons, completely sealed off Lin Daoxuan's retreat from 3 directions. How infuriating. The girl should leave a way out for others, so they might meet again in the future. One shouldn't push too hard. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, Lin Daoxian said resentfully. In response, Chu Wushuang remained utterly indifferent, her heart as calm as still water. With 1 shot fired, the 3 dragons surged toward Lin Daoxian. Faced with their overwhelming might, he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. How dare they? Just because the tiger does not roar, do they think me a sickly cat? His blood surged within him, and the surrounding spiritual energy erupted. Behind him appeared a colossal green figure, a mere diminished version of the Wandu body, still incomplete in its refinement. As Lin Daoxian extended his arms and pushed forth with his palms, the giant mimicked his movements, attempting to withstand the oncoming assault of the white dragon apparitions with its own arms. As for the direct confrontation ahead, he was simply out of options and could only brace for impact. Bang! Boom! The outcome, as expected, was tragic. The Wandu body was forcibly shattered, its corporeal form disintegrating into a mist of blood under the relentless, unyielding strikes of the 3 white dragons. Wei Lianshan, Zhao Shizhong, Zhou Tianji. and others stood in stunned silence, witnessing this scene. No one had anticipated Lin Daoxian would meet his end here, and in such a humiliating manner. Moreover, Chu Wushuang displayed an overwhelming strength that completely crushed Lin Daoxian. She was a formidable figure of the crossing tribulation realm. Even the battle-hardened Wei Liangqin found himself gripped by fear in the presence of Chu Wushuang's icy composure. Master. As Chu Wushuang retracted her weapon to report back to Chen Mu, the three could hardly contain their thoughts. If the disciple possessed such terrifying prowess, just how formidable must the master, Chen Mu, truly be? Furthermore, was not Chen Mu a 9th-ranked divine pattern master? Why then did his disciple employ the art of firearms as a means of combat? Could it be that he also possessed remarkable expertise in this field? Not only proficient in divine patterns, but also in the way of the gun. Although Chen Mu had never engaged in battle, this did not diminish the respect that Wei Liangqin and Zhao Shijing felt towards him. They were deeply grateful for his elimination of Lin Daoxian, a scourge to all. Zhou Tianji, meanwhile, stood up, eager to witness firsthand the 9th-ranked divine pattern crafted by Chen Mu. Chapter 194. The Initiation of the 10 Directions Killing Array. A massacre of hundreds of thousands. To Zhou Tianji, the saying held true: hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. Chen Mu had no objections. Since Zhou Tianji wished to see, he would show him. Merely a glance, with little to lose. Zhou Tianji reached for the jade tablet placed on Chen Mu's desk, lifting it halfway when he suddenly froze, his body resembling one caught in a time-stopped state. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. A tempest of emotions surging within him. His outward calm was merely a facade, as the multitude of feelings he wished to express, fear, excitement, and astonishment, waged war within his facial muscles, leaving him with an expression of blankness. Yet, his eyes betrayed no deception. Every thought flitted across Zhou Tianji's countenance. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, speaking with profound astonishment, utterly incredulous. It was genuine, and of the highest caliber of divine patterns. Upon hearing Zhou Tianji's words, Zhao Shijing and Wei Liangqin were convinced that Chen Mu's identity as a 9th-ranked divine pattern master was entirely devoid of embellishment. Not only was it devoid of any exaggeration, but it was also incomparably formidable. The kind of strength that even a fellow 9th-ranked divine pattern master like Zhou Tianji had to revere. This was no jest. After carefully placing the jade tablet back, Zhou Tianji quickly knelt, proclaiming loudly, "I beseech you, great master, accept me as your disciple." Witnessing this, Wei Liangqin and Zhao Shijing stood in unison, astonished. This scene was beyond their expectations. Zhou Tianji, the foremost divine pattern master of the country, had been the enlightenment and lifelong aspiration for nearly every practitioner who ventured into the realm of divine patterns. At that moment, such a figure knelt before a youth who appeared no older than his own children, seeking to become a disciple. Was that divine pattern known as the 10 Directions Killing Array truly that remarkable? Alas, they, being mere rough men, were well versed in blades and swords but knew little of divine patterns, unable to step forward and confirm. However, the fact that it could so impress Zhou Tianji hinted at its formidable nature. Rise. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Zhou Tianji mistakenly believed that Chen Mu intended to accept him as a disciple, only to be met with the response, "I currently have no intention of taking on disciples." Oh, I see. Zhou Tianji stood, refraining from pressing further, knowing such actions would only backfire, and being of his age, he had little pride to spare. There were so many witnesses, including civil and military officials, and even the emperor of the country. At that moment, someone strode into the courtyard, heading directly to Zhao Shijing's side. The fact that no one obstructed him indicated that the person was likely Zhao Shijing's trusted confidant, clad in black and dressed as a spy, exuding an air of agility and swiftness. "Your Majesty, the Beixian Pass is seeing an influx of tens of thousands of troops from the Tianyuan dynasty, and their intentions are unclear. They are drawing ever closer to the borders of the country. We implore you to make a decision regarding whether to go to war." Although the man spoke in a tone that only he and Zhao Shijing could hear, his words reached Chen Mu's ears without a hitch. Those ruffians. Why do they choose this moment? The Beixian Pass is already suffering from drought and famine. Zhao Shijing must be well aware of the Tianyuan dynasty's motives, taking advantage of the weakened forces and starving populace to launch an invasion. Moreover, the palace lies just north, and an advance from the Beixian Pass could reach it directly. If all goes smoothly, in no more than 3 days, hundreds of thousands of troops could breach the palace. There was no choice but to consider issuing orders for troops stationed in the south, who were engaged in flood control, to hastily rush to support the Beixian Pass. Wei Liangqin. Seeing Zhao Shijing's grave expression, Wei Liangqin quickly adjusted his posture, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. recognizing that he had an important mission to undertake. Your Majesty, the Tianyin dynasty seeks to exploit the drought, amassing tens of thousands of troops to breach the Beixian Pass and directly invade the palace. You must swiftly mobilize forces from the south to confront them. Zhao Shijing commanded. I shall obey. Wei Liangqun rose, not forgetting to bow to Chen Mu and Zhou Tianji, acknowledging the urgency at the border and that he could no longer partake in the fine wine and delicacies with them. In response, Chen Mu waved his hand, activating the Tian Kuei mirror to locate the Beixian Pass. The sight of those hundreds of thousands of troops was indeed intimidating. What is this? Zhou Tianji, Zhao Shijing, and Wei Liangqun gazed in astonishment at the suddenly revealed Tian Kuei mirror. They had not anticipated the existence of such a treasure. It surpassed the silver mirror previously used by Wei Liangqun by an unfathomable margin, especially when they witnessed Chen Mu casually take the jade tablet inscribed with the 9th rank divine pattern, the 10 directions killing array, and toss it into the mirror. The jade tablet descended upon the heads of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and during its fall, divine runes were set into motion. The formations of slaughter activated. The vast array, in the blink of an eye, enveloped the countless troops entirely. Numerous colossal shadows of iron steeds emerged, brandishing long spears, encircling them in an impenetrable formation, charging forth with a singular center. In their wake, bloodshed was rampant. There were no injuries, only deaths. Faced with such a grand formation, the vast army had no means to retaliate, destined solely for slaughter. One cannot help but recall the words, "Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder." At this moment, Chen Mu resembled that very heaven and earth, a cold and unfeeling existence. With a mere wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands met their demise. They transformed into blood demons, sinking into a small realm, awaiting the moment of summoning. Wei Liangqun and Zhao Shijing may not comprehend the path of divine runes, but upon witnessing this scene, even their ignorance could not obscure the realization of why Zhou Tianji's attitude towards Chen Mu had undergone such a dramatic shift. From respect to reverence, even to the extent of bending the knee and kneeling to seek mentorship. Initially, they found it hard to fathom why someone of Zhou Tianji's stature in the Dali Kingdom would need to seek guidance from Chen Mu. However, it was now clear that there was indeed a necessity, a profound one. Chen Mu possessed that qualification. Prior to this, they could not imagine that a mere 9th grade divine rune could be so terrifying. Moreover, Chen Mu completed the drawing in mere moments. Did that not imply that within those few moments, he could annihilate hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers? Such combat prowess would surely astonish even an emperor. Subsequently, Zhao Shijing rose, brushed himself off, and approached Chen Mu, kneeling in gratitude. He expressed his thanks to the master for intervening and restoring peace to their nation. Regardless of others' opinions, Zhao Shijing firmly believed that Chen Mu was worthy of this kneeling, for he had spared the nation from immense losses and could use this to instill fear in the Tianyin dynasty, urging them to refrain from foolish actions and to remain prudent. Within the borders of their nation, there existed individuals whom they could not afford to provoke. Do not misunderstand. My actions do not imply allegiance to your nation, Chen Mu clarified. The culinary skills of the royal kitchen are commendable, and I intend to stay a few more days, purely to avoid disturbances. Indeed, it is solely for such a simple reason. Additionally, it serves to grant a favor to the emperor, allowing me to savor more of the culinary delights of this nation. Chapter 195, Modification. The nine-tailed fox reappears in the realm. I understand, please rest assured. As long as you remain in the palace, our nation will certainly do its utmost to ensure your satisfaction. In this regard, Zhao Shijing harbored no grievances. Nor did he dare to. In truth, he had long abandoned the notion of courting Chen Mu, for the reason was simple. After witnessing Chen Mu's formidable abilities, he no longer believed himself worthy of controlling such a powerful figure. Though a sword may be sharp, it could just as easily wound its wielder. Now, Zhao Shijing's thoughts regarding Chen Mu were straightforward. As long as he did not become an enemy, that sufficed. As for Chen Mu's desire to linger in the palace a few more days, Zhao Shijing wholeheartedly supported it. Just the fact that he had slain hundreds of thousands of invading enemies at the borders was enough. Zhao Shijing was the kind of person who believed in repaying kindness. Immediately, he commanded Wei Liangqun to gather gourmet food from across the nation and deliver it to Chen Mu's residence in Ana Palace. In previous times, as a general commanding 100,000 troops, receiving such an order would have surely incited a multitude of reluctance within him. After all, a dignified general should be on the battlefield, fighting valiantly against foes, not gathering delicacies. Wouldn't he such a rumor make a mockery of his title? Yet, at this moment, Zhao Shijing willingly embraced the honor of serving someone as prominent as Chen Mu. This could easily become a topic of conversation at future banquets. Ordinary individuals would not even qualify to perform such tasks for him. After the grand feast, Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang, under the guidance of the chief eunuch. Arrived at Anha Palace. This palace, in terms of grandeur, was by no means inferior to the emperor's own sleeping quarters, perhaps even surpassing it. It could easily be described as a small imperial palace, resplendent and imposing. "My lord, if there is nothing further, this old servant shall take my leave," the eunuch announced. Chen Mu raised his hand, turning his back to the eunuch, and gently gestured. The eunuch bowed and exited Anha Palace, closing the door quietly. Fearful of disturbing Chen Mu and Chu Wushuang, should they incur their wrath, it would surely cost them their heads. "Master, please take a seat," Chu Wushuang urged, quickening her pace to reach the stone bench first, wiping it clean with her sleeve. There was hardly any dust. Chen Mu acknowledged her and sat down, placing the small white fox he had been holding on his lap. The little white fox, reluctant to part, stood askew, wanting to return to Chen Mu's embrace. "Enough now. Do not be too spoiled, lest you disturb the master and find yourself cast out." Chu Wushuang chided as she gently held the little white fox's waist and pulled it away. The little fox seemed to understand her words and ceased its clinginess towards Chen Mu. Chen Mu then opened the system panel to examine the detailed information of the little white fox. Previously, he had only glanced over it. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this little white fox was not only a rare heirloom of the Xianxiao fox clan, but also a descendant of the Xianxiao fox emperor, possessing the purest bloodline of Xianxiao. This lineage granted the little white fox a significantly higher probability of manifesting nine tails compared to other members of the clan. The rarity of nine tails was such that throughout the entire history of the Xianxiao fox clan, only a few had ever been born, let alone those with ordinary bloodlines. Typically, a fox could produce 3 tails, which, in human terms, would be considered a prodigy worthy of careful cultivation. The vast majority would only ever have a single tail in their lifetime. However, for Chen Mu, it made little difference. If he wished for the little white fox to grow 9 tails, it would be a simple task. With a wave of his hand, the little white fox promptly leaped from Chu Wushuang's arms, bounding onto Chen Mu's lap, eagerly raising its head with drooping ears. It was not fear but rather a desire for Chen Mu's affection. As Chen Mu gently stroked the little white fox, he inquired, "Do you wish to avenge your clan and reclaim lost territories?" Seeing the little white fox nod, Chen Mu affirmed its intelligence. It indeed understood his words. "Then I shall assist you," he declared, while simultaneously manipulating the system with his consciousness. He had to ensure the little white fox comprehended who had bestowed upon it such fortune. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Seemingly sensing the change in its body, the little white fox quickly leapt down from Chen Mu's lap. Its form then began to transform, doubling, tripling. In the blink of an eye, it had grown so large that it nearly filled the courtyard. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the 9 magnificent, silky tails, gleaming white under the moonlight. A 9-tailed fox? Chu Wushuang snapped out of her astonishment, gazing up at this colossal creature, utterly unable to reconcile it with the previous little white fox. Her admiration for Chen Mu deepened considerably. Such a feat, one could surmise, could only be accomplished by her master. The difficulty of transforming 1 tail into 9 was evident, and even without explicit mention, Chu Wushuang could easily imagine it. Subsequently, the little white fox returned to its original size, coming to Chen Mu's feet, nuzzling against his legs to express its goodwill and gratitude. Although its size was nearly the same as before, the 9 tails were impossible to overlook. Chu Wushuang found herself unable to tear her gaze away, feeling an overwhelming urge to bury her head in that soft, delicate fur. Yet, in the presence of her master, she knew she must restrain herself and maintain decorum. Given your current cultivation, it would be overly ambitious to reclaim the land of Xianxiao. Chen Mu communicated through the depths of his mind with the little white fox. It was well aware of its intense desire for revenge against the Tianyin dynasty. To eliminate the great emperor of the Xiyuan realm, Junwen, who had slaughtered countless of its kin. Had it not been for his malevolent machinations, the little white fox would not have found itself in such dire straits, nearly reduced to a mere ingredient for soup. Even if not for itself, this battle was inevitable for the sake of those of the Fox clan who perished at Jun Weiyuan's hands. With its resolve firmly set, Chen Mu feigned reluctance and bestowed upon the little white fox 100,000 years of cultivation. He pointed his finger at the vibrant red center of the fox's brow, simultaneously utilizing the system to modify its cultivation. The modification process commenced and soon succeeded. The little white fox's cultivation surged dramatically, multiplying exponentially. The 100,000 years of cultivation merged perfectly within it, leaving its exterior seemingly unchanged. However, to Chu Wushuang, observing from the side, it felt as though a chilling dread enveloped her, as if she were facing a world-destroying beast. The formidable aura of destruction radiated from the creature, starkly visible to the naked eye. Even wielding the Wanlong spear, Chu Wushuang could not ascertain whether she could contend with the little white fox. The fox lay prostrate on the ground, its submission unmistakably evident, precisely what Chen Mu sought to witness. Though it felt somewhat excessive, was it not more gratifying than simply modifying its loyalty to 100%? Ultimately, it would arrive at a state of complete loyalty. Chen Mu preferred to execute it in a manner he found satisfying. He activated the Kuaitian mirror, revealing scenes within the Tianyin dynasty. The emperor, Wu Tianyin, was presently consumed with rage. With a thunderous roar, he swept his arm across the desk, scattering ink and paper to the floor. The palace maids, eunuchs, and ministers, witnessing his fury, fell silent, fearing to utter a word, hastily kneeling with their heads bowed, too intimidated to look up. Although they understood the cause of Wu Tianyin's ire, they were at a loss as to how to respond. Thus, they remained kneeling. Did I summon you to kneel? I summoned you to devise a solution. Wu Tianyin's anger only intensified. Those who fancied themselves as literary prodigies and martial deities had proven utterly useless at this critical juncture. He had intended to seize the opportunity presented by the calamities besieging the nation to advance northward and strike directly at the heart of the Dali. Yet, to his astonishment, before his troops could even reach the city gates, they were inexplicably annihilated. The swiftness of the events and the complete lack of survivors left Wu Tianyin bewildered as to how tens of thousands had perished. How could he not be enraged? His trusted aides were utterly ineffectual, merely advising him to calm his anger for the sake of his health. Never had he felt such a murderous intent as he did at that moment, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Fortunately, the timely knock on the door interrupted his violent thoughts. Enter. Wu Tianyin exhaled a deep breath and returned to his throne. A figure clad in black, resembling a spy, pushed the door open and strode in, surveying the scene of kneeling courtiers. Approaching the desk, he clasped his hands and stated, "Your Majesty, I have discovered that the cause of the demise of the Tianyin army lies within a 9-rank divine pattern known as the Shifang killing formation." Divine pattern? Could it be Zhou Tianji? Wu Tianyin's gaze sharpened, only to quickly dismiss the thought. Impossible. While Zhou Tianji is a 9-rank divine pattern master, he is not yet powerful enough to achieve such carnage. Wu Tianyin had witnessed Zhou Tianji's artistry, impressive as it was. Annihilating tens of thousands in an instant was beyond conceivable. It was not that he underestimated Zhou Tianji. Suddenly, a terrifying notion struck Wu Tianyin. The Li Kingdom had acquired a 9-rank divine pattern master, even more formidable than Zhou Tianji. 2 9-rank divine pattern masters. How could they possibly contend with such a threat? Indeed, even one Zhou Tianji was a headache enough, and with Jundadi in seclusion, unwilling to engage with the mundane world, the likelihood of Li Kingdom dispatching these 2 masters to assault the Tianyin dynasty was a frightening prospect. The courtiers were filled with apprehension, convinced that the decision to mobilize against the Li was a grievous error. Yet, Wu Tianyin, resolute in his intent, dismissed all counsel. Silence. Get out. His fury boiled over at their defeatist remarks. He ordered them all to leave, wishing to shield himself from their words. Kill them all? That would lead to chaos in the court. Every minister who has access to the imperial study bears significant responsibilities. Finding replacements would prove arduous and could incite internal strife. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? Inquired the spy. Send your people to swiftly gather all information regarding that 9-rank divine pattern master. Inform him that our Tianyin dynasty is willing to offer everything to win him over. Whatever the Li Kingdom can provide, we can match, and what they cannot offer, we can. Wu Tianyin exhibited remarkable confidence. Yes. Before the spy could take his leave, he paused, recalling something. He turned back and bowed again. But what if he is determined to ally with the Li Kingdom? In the court, there are experts and treasures aplenty. Seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Even if the chances were slim, one must still exert every effort. Presently, the relationship between the Tianyin dynasty and that emperor was too ambiguous. Losing that support, even Zhou Tianji alone would pose a challenge, let alone another formidable figure. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Then I take my leave. The door creaked shut behind him. Wu Tianyin slumped into his throne with a deep sigh, his hands resting on the armrests as he reclined backward, gazing at the ceiling, silently wishing that the newfound power would recognize its place and serve the Tianyin, for that was its only path forward. These words reached Chen Mu's ears. Clear and distinct. How audacious. Master, I shall go and kill him. The Bailong spear appeared, and Chu Wushuang, brimming with impatience and fury, was decidedly displeased. There is no need for such trouble. Chen Mu lightly raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger, aiming at Wu Tianyin's brow, releasing a barely perceptible stream of spiritual energy. With a resounding pop, his head exploded like a watermelon, crimson liquid spraying forth. If the slaughter of tens of thousands had failed to teach this foolish emperor a lesson, what further purpose did he serve? for a character like him. Chen Mu found it beneath him to even transform him into a blood demon, deeming it a waste of time and effort. A moment later, a soft knock echoed from outside the door. It was a maid delivering a replenishing soup. After several unanswered knocks, the maid hesitantly pushed open the door. The scene before her caused her to recoil in terror, losing her footing and falling to the ground with a startled scream, which promptly summoned numerous guards. Although there were attempts to conceal the news of Wu Tianyin's gruesome demise, it rapidly spread throughout the palace. Chen Mu had little interest in the aftermath of his death. Instead, he waved his hand, continuously shifting the images in search of Junwuyan, yet he could not locate his presence. How peculiar, according to the emperor's memories. Junwuyan should have been in seclusion within this mountain. Could it be that Chen Mu's expression shifted, and he chuckled? Indeed, there exists a formation? Silently, he breached the impregnable array, creating an opening for the Kuei Tianjing to enter. The scene transitioned to a dimly lit cave. The incessant sound of dripping water echoed around. Plop, plop, plop. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the screen. Upon seeing them, the little white fox immediately raised its 9 tails, tensed like an arrow, bared its teeth, and bristled, emitting a series of low growls. Thus, Chen Mu became even more convinced that he had not erred in his pursuit. The great emperor of the Su Yuan realm, Junwu Yuan, was indeed concealed within. However, was it not supposed to be just one? Why was there an additional presence?